Douluo Dalu 4, Ultimate Fighting Chapter 907 to Chapter 981. The entire battle took less than a minute. More than 50 source dragons, including a Class 6 source dragon, had fallen at her hands. After putting away the dragon origin crystal and shaking off the metal from the source dragons, Tang Yuga soared into the sky again. In the air, the mecha transformed into a fighter plane and returned to the team. Yuga, your pure gold divine light derived from the great five elements divine light is becoming more and more powerful, Lan Xuanyu praised. Tang Yuga didn't seem to be happy. The elemental divine light isn't that effective against other creatures, but it is indeed effective against source dragons. The elemental divine light was a metal element of the Yin attribute. It was refined hundreds of times and turned into soft steel. If she charged in with metal escape, the elemental divine light would melt. The effect was better than using the great five elements divine light directly. Furthermore, the rich metal element here could also replenish Tang Yuga's body through the elemental divine light and the elemental divine light. On the dragon source planet, her continuous combat strength was definitely the strongest among everyone. Lan Xuanyu was actually weakened to a certain extent here because there were only earth and metal elements on the dragon source planet. The metal element was no longer within his control. Only the earth element could be controlled. With a single element, he couldn't use the elemental storm. Therefore, the combat strength that Soul Masters could display would be different on different battlefields. The cleanup of the mid-level and low-level source dragons began. The average combat strength of the 11 teams of the 33 wings was above 6 ring. They were two-word battle armor masters and skywing mechas. They were completely crushing the mid-level and low-level source dragons. If one used a large-scale radar to look, they would discover that the gathering place of the source dragons was disappearing in small patches. It was constantly decreasing. When they encountered a larger group of source dragons, a few teams of the 33 wings would gather together to clean them up. In the command center of the Dragon Source planet base, Lei Juanzi quickly received the news. Wang Tianyu had already been arranged to rest. As for the Pavilion Master's arrangements, it was not something Lei Juanzi could ask about. At this moment, Lei Juanzi already knew what Lan Xuanyu and the others were doing. These juniors weren't in a hurry to complete their mission. Instead, they were cleaning up the source dragons. Commander-in-Chief, what about our cleaning team? The adjutant asked with a bitter smile. He had just received news that the cleaning teams in the base had encountered friendly forces when they faced the source dragons. Then, the friendly forces defeated the source dragons like a tornado and took the dragon origin crystals before leaving. Since they are so efficient, let them continue to hunt, Lei Juanzi said with a smile. Yes. However, Commander-in-Chief, our cleaning team will have complaints than our teams. Lei Juanzi waved his hand and said, the goal of this 33 Wings battle squad is not to clean up the surrounding origin dragons. They have their own mission and won't last for long. Let our cleaning team take a few days off. Yes. The adjutant went to pass down the order. Lei Juanzi smiled faintly. The wings of the Treastrumsa heavens was a very smart choice. They quickly cleaned up the source dragons near the base and gradually expanded into the distance. The most direct benefit was to obtain dragon origin crystals, which could be exchanged for heaven fighter points. But there was a hidden meaning behind it. The source dragons were like a cycle on the dragon source star. Whenever a source dragon died, another would be born. Normally, when the number of source dragons near the base reached a certain level, the source dragons in the distance would gather. The starting point of these origin dragons seemed to be the origin dragon's lair. Theoretically, the birth of a source dragon required a process. With a process, there would be time. Killing the source dragons in the periphery would reduce the number of source dragons and mobilize the source dragons in the gray fog. This would undoubtedly reduce the number of source dragons in the gray fog. As a result, it would be relatively easier for them to complete their exploration missions. Killing many birds with one stone was naturally a good tactic. As the commander, Lei Juanzi could see Lan Xuanyu's intention at a glance. The plan was simple but very practical. Just as the Pavilion Master had said, this junior of his was not a reckless person. However, when the first day of cleaning ended, Lei Juanzi was shocked when he received the report. More than 3,000 dragon origin crystals were handed in by the wings of the 33 heavens. Yes, in just one day, they had killed more than 3,000 source dragons. Among them, there were 15 level 7 dragon origin crystals and more than 70 level 6 dragon origin crystals. The rest were at least level 3 dragon origin crystals. They did not even bother to kill the most common level 1 and level 2 source dragons. 3,000 dragon origin crystals, this was a considerable amount of heaven duelist points. Even if it was divided among the 33 people, it was still a considerable amount. 5 hours later, the wings of the 33 heavens set off again. They continued to clean up. All the cleaning teams in the Dragon Source Star base had already retreated. Their combat radius was limited. Cleaning teams usually included armored vehicles, mecha teams, and some heavy weapons for ground combat. Energy supply was a problem. The wings of the 33 heavens did not have this problem. With the high speed of their fighter jets, they could even fight anywhere on the Dragon Source Star without worrying about not being able to fly back. They were fast. The Dragon Source Star base also had fighter jets, but source dragons could also fly. It was still very dangerous to encounter a flying source dragon. However, for the wings of the 33 heavens, this problem naturally did not exist. They could just kill them directly. Their individual combat ability could not be mentioned in the same breath. On the first day, they had just arrived and fought for a short time. 3,000 dragon origin crystals. On the second day, 5,000 dragon origin crystals. On the third day, as they became more familiar with the source dragon's combat style, they made adjustments. In the end, they obtained 6,000 dragon origin crystals. In just 3 days, the wings of the 33 heavens had obtained close to 15,000 dragon origin crystals. This cleaning speed was almost comparable to a month's worth of the base's usual harvest. It was not the time for the source dragon tide recently, so they did not encounter any level 8 source dragons. Even so, this large amount of heaven fighter points was enough for them to earn a lot. It should be known that after completing the low-level Dragon Source Star Heaven Fighter mission, they were not allowed to come back. Lan Xuanyu and the others were equivalent to carrying out low-level missions under the guise of a level 5 mission. However, the number of dragon origin crystals they had to clear was too large. It was equivalent to taking advantage of a loophole in the Heaven Fighter mission. They took the opportunity to accumulate a large amount of Heaven Fighter points. After 3 days of completing the mission, Lei Juanzi finally came looking for them. When he saw Lan Xuanyu, he did not see any fatigue on his junior's face. Lan Xuanyu was full of energy and looked like he could go to battle at any time. "Junior. That's enough. You have to leave some for our cleaning team too. Also, if your killing method destroys the ecological balance of the Dragon Source Star, I won't be able to account for it," Lei Juanzi said to Lan Xuanyu helplessly. Lan Xuanyu chuckled and said, "Senior, don't worry. We'll be preparing to go on the mission tomorrow. I'm sure you can see that I'm luring the tiger away from the mountain. Tomorrow, we'll go to the Grey Fog and start scouting." "Okay." Lei Juanzi patted his shoulder and said, "Junior, please understand. I'm also under a lot of pressure as the commander-in-chief. We can't lose the Dragon Source Star. Also, I have to balance the brothers under me. You guys got so many dragon origin crystals in one go." Their eyes are red with envy. "Wasn't that right? More than 10,000 dragon origin crystals. How big of a contribution was this? No heaven fighter had ever done this before. If a new heaven fighter did not have the strength, then a team with the strength would not be able to do this either." The small teams that accepted the level 5 heaven fighter mission followed the unspoken rules and went to complete the mission directly. If Lan Xuanyu and the others did not have Lei Juanzi taking care of them, they would have been notified to stop hunting on the first day. The 3-day time limit was also what Lan Xuanyu had guessed Lei Juanzi's bottom line. As expected, they had come looking for them now. After promising Lei Juanzi a few more times, he finally sent him away. Lei Juanzi was very kind to them. He had given them all the dragon origin crystals to exchange for heaven fighter points. Of course, there was no increase in the completion of this mission. Lei Juanzi had his own ideas. Wang Tianyu had revealed how much importance he attached to Lan Xuanyu, which surprised him. He also had the intention of befriending this junior. Therefore, he turned a blind eye to it as long as it was within his scope of authority. The initial harvest was quite bountiful, enough to raise Lan Xuanyu and the others to level 4 heaven fighters. They were also very likely to be the youngest level 4 heaven fighters in all of history. The main show was about to begin, and the most crucial moment was about to arrive. This time, Lan Xuanyu let his companions rest for a full 12 hours and filled up all the Skywing's supplies. Only then did they leave the Dragon Origin base again. Traiastromsa wings of the Traiastromsa gathered together and flew towards the Grey Fog area. The fighters flew high in the sky. They did not fly straight toward the Grey Fog. Instead, they wandered around the periphery under Lan Xuanyu's lead. They observed the situation below. Just as Lan Xuanyu had expected, although the number of source dragons near the base had decreased sharply because of their cleaning, new source dragons had already appeared in the areas that had been cleaned up further away. The source dragons were really endless. "Everyone, activate stealth mode," Lan Xuanyu ordered. A faint layer of light appeared on the surface of the skywings. Suddenly, the surrounding air began to distort slightly. The skywings continued to fly in the air, but only a faint shadow was left. This was Tongmen's technology, a new function of the skywings after many adjustments and evolutions. The stealth of the fighter was similar to the stealth of a battleship. They both relied on the special characteristics of light refraction to produce the stealth effect. In addition, a special coating was added to the surface of the mech. Together, it could block a certain degree of spiritual detection, radar, and visual observation. The Federation's latest Wraith fighter used this technology. Naturally, the wings of the 33 heavens were not stingy with their equipment. Compared to the Wraith, the Skywings were better at reducing noise. From the sound level, he could also conceal himself as much as possible. After activating stealth mode, wings of the Traiastromsa heaven no longer circled around and headed straight for the Grey Fog. The Grey Fog was on the other side of Lan Yuan planet from the base. Even if they flew at full speed, it still took them almost 5 hours to get closer. Previously, when they were fighting, they didn't move so far away. Using the radar to scan the area below, they discovered that there was a large group of origin dragons. There was no lack of powerful existences among them. The advantage of invisibility was revealed at this time. Moreover, they were flying at an altitude of 8,000 meters above the ground, so the source dragon below did not discover their existence. Lan Xuanyu piloted his winged angel and flew at the very front of everyone. From afar, he could see that the sky in the distance was overcast. It didn't seem to be fog or anything, just a grayish-black color. According to the information from the base, the gray color was made up of metal dust, which was why it could block all kinds of detection. As for how the metal dust was formed and what it was hiding, that was the purpose of their exploration. The distance was getting closer and closer. Lan Xuanyu gave the order to have the other winged fighters hover and wait outside the Grey Fog. He wanted to go in and investigate first. The situation inside the Grey Fog was unknown. His mecha piloting was the best among all of them, so he had the highest chance of escaping unscathed. His companions were outside and ready to provide support at any time. The most suitable ones to go in and investigate were only him and Tang Yuga. As the class monitor and the leader of the 33 wings, Lan Xuanyu was naturally duty-bound at this time. The 32 winged fighters spread out in all directions. Lan Xuanyu's winged angel also slowed down and slowly approached the Grey Fog. Just as his winged skywing mech entered the Grey Fog, an ear-piercing alarm sounded. Lan Xuanyu was shocked. With the connection between his battle armor and mecha, he was now one with the winged angel. He immediately felt the mecha's data fluctuating unstably. Moreover, there seemed to be a repulsive force within the Grey Fog, causing his flying speed to slow down. The winged angel began to fluctuate unstably, as if it was at risk of falling at any time. Lan Xuanyu didn't dare to be negligent. He released his soul power and formed a protective shield around the winged angel, isolating it from the Grey Fog. Only then did the winged angel stabilize, but Lan Xuanyu realized that his soul power was being consumed at an extremely fast rate. Magnetic field. There was actually a powerful magnetic field in the Grey Fog formed by these metal fragments. All electronic systems would immediately be subjected to great interference after entering this magnetic field. In other words, this was practically a no-fly zone. Mechas would be subjected to great interference here. Right at this moment, an ear-piercing scream sounded. Immediately after, a beam of light shot straight in the direction of the winged angel. The range of the light was extremely large, and it looked like Lan Xuanyu wouldn't be able to dodge it. An impassioned dragon roar sounded, and the winged angel instantly transformed in the air, turning into a winged angel. A layer of golden scales appeared on the surface of the angel. At the same time, both fists blasted out, and the golden dragon-shaped energy brazenly collided with the beam of light. Boom! The powerful impact caused Lan Xuanyu's winged angel to fly backward. In the gray fog, a flying source dragon that was more than 10 meters long had already made its way out, and beams of light continuously shot toward Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu frowned slightly. He had been discovered. There was no doubt that it was because of the gray fog. Entering the gray fog, not only was the stability of electronic systems affected, but the invisibility effect was also lost, and he was discovered by the source dragon. However, this gray fog couldn't affect his spiritual perception. He immediately sensed that there was a large number of unknown life forms in the gray fog approaching in his direction, and a sense of danger instantly arose. Without any hesitation, a mass of earthy yellow light condensed and bloomed outwards, turning into a wall-like existence that blocked behind him. He himself controlled the winged angel to instantly turn back into a fighter, turned around, and accelerated at full speed, rushing out of the gray fog. There was no doubt that this gray fog was the source dragon's home ground. The abundant metal elements inside caused the source dragon's combat power to soar, and that grade 7 source dragon just now was somewhat of a threat to him. Furthermore, the control of the fighter would also be severely disrupted inside. The number of enemies was unknown, and he would also be detected. It was best to retreat first. Although he had only entered the gray fog for a short period of time, Lan Xuanyu had already obtained a lot of useful information. The winged angel accelerated. He hadn't entered much in the first place, and with a sudden acceleration, he had already rushed out of the gray fog. After rushing out of the gray fog, he could naturally see the situation below. Lan Xuanyu discovered that there were already a large number of source dragons below gathering in this direction. He didn't dare to delay, and the fighter accelerated again, soaring into the sky. In the process of ascending rapidly, he reactivated the invisibility device. Behind him, more than 30 flying source dragons whizzed out, chasing closely behind him. These source dragons were all at least grade 6, and most of them were at grade 7. The invisibility effect gradually appeared. Under Lan Xuanyu's full acceleration, the combination of soul power and the energy of the mecha's body increased the speed. As the distance between them gradually increased, the source dragons lost their lock on him. Lan Xuanyu opened the team channel. "Can you hear my voice?" He wasn't sure if his communication had been disrupted by the magnetic field. "I can hear you." Very quickly, a voice was transmitted back, confirming that his communication had become normal after leaving the gray fog. The preliminary investigation results of the gray area are as follows. The grayish-black dust is metal fragments. There is a powerful magnetic field in the area, and the magnetic field is controlling the metal fragments to float in the air and turn them into gray dust. There are a large number of powerful origin dragons in the gray area. The grayish-black dust will greatly affect the electronic control system of our fighter under the influence of the magnetic field. We need to use soul power to protect the fighter to allow it to fly normally, but the consumption of soul power is huge. At the same time, once we enter that area, not only will our invisibility disappear, but we will also be targeted by the origin dragons. In summary, the secret of the origin dragons must be hidden in that area. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so tightly protected. It's not realistic for us to enter that area directly from the air with our current strength. It's too easy to be discovered and besieged. Lan Xuanyu described the results of his investigation and judgment to everyone through the class channel. At the same time, he recorded it. This was also part of the mission. After this short investigation, he already understood why the Heaven Reverse Squad either didn't find anything or went missing after entering the gray area. The metal dust was like a radar for the origin dragons. The moment the fighter entered the gray area, it would be locked onto. The teams that could sneak into that area must have their own methods. Those with strong concealment abilities could return, but once they entered, they would be besieged to death by the origin dragons. There was no doubt that there were many powerful origin dragons in there, Yuga, analyze the geology and metal elements near the gray area. I tried to control the elements just now, but I can't feel any earth elements in the air. Okay, wait a moment. The winged skywing fighter that was not in the gray area maintained its invisibility at a high altitude and was not easy to discover. Tang Yuga controlled his winged skywing fighter to descend. Of course, it landed outside the gray area. Not long after, Tang Yuga's voice sounded again. Xianxia, the metal elements here are very abundant. Even the ground is almost made of metal. The concentration of metal elements is more than 80%, even exceeding the concentration of low-level origin dragons. Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat. In other words, the ground is like dragon origin gold? Tang Yuga said, you can say that. This is the ground outside the gray area. I've done some investigation on the gray area through contact with the ground. The ground in the gray area is likely to have a higher concentration of gold element. Lan Xuanyu narrowed his eyes and asked, can you sneak in through the metal escape technique? Sure. Shall I go in and have a look? Tang Yuga asked. Lan Xuanyu asked, how many people can you bring with you? Tang Yuga said, of course it's not a problem if there are 3 of us. But if there are more people, the consumption will be higher, and we can't guarantee the speed. Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, all right. Shuhan, I'll leave the 33 Heaven's Wings battle team to you. Xiaoxiao, Mengqin, and I will follow Yuga to infiltrate and investigate. You guys stay outside and be ready to receive us at any time. Understood. Ding Zhuohan's voice could be heard. It was obviously impossible to enter the gray area from the sky. With the metallic dust, as long as he flew in, he would immediately be discovered and besieged by the source dragons. Since he couldn't fly, he could only burrow underground. Tang Yuga's metal escape technique would be of great use at this time. Of course, she could bring more than just 3 people in. Even if all the members of the Xianxia wings were together, she could still bring them in. However, if there were fewer people, she could maintain her combat strength and not affect her movement speed. Furthermore, this method of infiltration was undoubtedly dangerous and not suitable for everyone to use. Lan Xuanyu, Bai Xiaoxiao, and Lan Mingqin's 3 wings flew to the ground and found an open space to land. They put away the wings and met up with Tang Yuga. In that gray area, the fighter jets and mechas would be affected by the magnetic field and were not suitable for use. The best way to enter was to rely on a Soul Master's ability. Lan Xuanyu set a set of coordinates at the place where they landed. This was to guide them and at the same time, to guide the winged god in the air. After burying the coordinate soul tool into the ground and confirming that his soul communication device could communicate with his companions in the air normally through the class channel, Lan Xuanyu said in a deep voice, Shuhan. When I'm not around, you will be in command of the Xianxia Wings team. They waited until the wings only had 50% energy left. If we haven't returned when the wings have 50% energy left, immediately retreat back to the base and ask Pavilion Master Wang to support us. After entering that area, we will lose contact. No matter what happens inside, you are not allowed to enter rashly before receiving my clear instructions. Understood. Ding Zhuohan became nervous. He had no problem commanding the team, but he was a little worried about Lan Xuanyu and the others. This gray area could block all kinds of signals, which was the most troublesome. Lan Xuanyu didn't hesitate too much because they were already here, so they couldn't waste time. They had Tang Yuga's metal escape technique, which was already a great advantage. The hardest part of this level 5 heaven-defying team quest was probably infiltration. Lan Xuanyu checked the time on the soul communication device. Combined with the speed of the wing's energy consumption, he made a rough calculation. They could move around in that area for at most 3 hours before coming out to contact their companions. Yuga, let's go. Tang Yuga raised her right hand, and a faint golden light spread out, enveloping Lan Xuanyu, Bai Xiaoxiao, and Lan Mengqin. The 4 of them stood together, and in the next moment, they silently sank into the ground. It didn't matter even if the ground here contained earth elements. Tang Yuga still had the earth Dao. The combination of the metal Dao and metal escape technique did not affect their infiltration at all. After entering, control your spiritual detection within a certain range to avoid being discovered by the source dragon. We still can't confirm if the magnetic field can only interfere with metal devices or if it can interfere with living beings, including those underground, Lan Xuanyu reminded. Okay. Tang Yuge agreed and quietly led them to continue sneaking in. Under the illumination of the golden light, they could see that the hard soil around them seemed to have melted and split to the sides. Tang Yuge stood at the front, and the surface of her body had already turned golden. She led the three of them, but her speed was not slow at all. The reason why Lan Xuanyu chose to bring Bai Xiuxiu and Lan Mengqin was because Lan Mengqin had control and healing abilities. Bai Xiuxiu's instant explosive power was strong, and her abyssal ice demon dragon's corrosive ability was extremely destructive to the source dragon. The four of them were soul masters with excellent offensive and defensive abilities. 10 minutes later, Tang Yuge slowed down and said, "We've already entered the gray area. We were at the edge a few days ago." Lan Xuanyu said in a deep voice, "Let's stop for a while and see if any source dragons attack us. Everyone, get ready for battle." The four of them released their battle armors and stopped in place, waiting quietly. It was unknown where the magnetic field came from. If it was released from underground and could detect any existence other than the source dragon, then they would be discovered even if they sneaked in from underground. Before entering the gray area, they could still escape at any time. Previously, when Lan Xuanyu entered from the air, he was immediately attacked. What about if he entered from the ground? As time passed, they could even faintly feel the tremors on the ground. An enormous origin dragon must have passed by. Their luck was undoubtedly excellent. Although the magnetic field here could affect electronic systems and even detect the fighter jets in the air, it did not discover them. They were also not attacked by any source dragons. Tang Yuge gave Lan Xuanyu an inquiring look. Lan Xuanyu gave her a thumbs up and asked, "Did you find anything?" Reading pleasure is wonderful," smiley face, Tang Yuge said in a deep voice, "The metal elements here are extremely dense. The concentration should be more than 90%. Although this dragon origin gold can only be considered a low-level rare metal, there are so many of them. Just mining and refining them will be a huge harvest. There are many origin dragons outside, and many of them are extremely powerful. They are very sensitive to the metal element, but I used metal escape to simulate the shape of dragon origin gold. Therefore, they should treat us as dragon origin gold and won't be able to sense our presence. The magnetic field here can't detect what's going on underground, so it's reasonable that they can't detect us. However, I have to maintain metal escape." Lan Xuanyu asked, "How long can you maintain it with your cultivation?" Tang Yuge said, "It's not a problem. I have the support of my soul core. The metal elements here are so abundant that it's enough for me to absorb and convert them. Without fighting, I can maintain metal escape for a long time. Shall we continue? Let's go. With your metal escape, it seems like our chances of completing the mission have greatly increased." Lan Xuanyu smiled. Being able to use metal escape was their unique advantage. It was an advantage that many heaven fighters didn't have. No matter how dangerous this gray area was, as long as Tang Yuge could use metal escape, they wouldn't be discovered even if they were on the ground. They would only be treated as dragon origin gold unless they encountered an origin dragon head-on. This was Tang Yuge's strength. A faint green light was emitted from Lan Mingqin's body and enveloped the four of them. Everyone was energized. This was pure life energy that could keep them in their best condition. Tang Yuge led the three of them deeper. They didn't actually have a clear direction, but Tang Yuge could rely on his memory of the metal element to find the way, so they didn't have to worry about getting lost in the gray area. Tang Yuge led the three of them deeper into the gray area while relying on his perception of the metal element to sense everything outside. There were many origin dragons in the gray area. Judging from their auras, the 8th rank origin dragons that were rarely seen outside the gray area were extremely common here. There were also some with especially strong auras. Tang Yuge didn't dare to use his spiritual power mixed with the metal element to detect them. "Xianyu, something's not right," Tang Yuge whispered. "What's wrong?" Lan Xuanyu hurriedly asked. Tang Yuge said, "We have been moving forward for about half an hour. In the places we just passed, I sensed at least 5 suspected rank 9 origin dragons. A 9th grade origin dragon is at least equivalent to a hyper Douluo in battle armor, or perhaps even stronger. There were also over 100 grade 8 source dragons. The area we've explored so far is at most 1% of the gray area. Based on this density, the number of high-level source dragons in this gray area would be a terrifying number. With such terrifying strength, why didn't they attack the Longyuan base? Lan Xuanyu immediately understood what Tang Yuge meant. The origin dragon obviously knew about the existence of humans. Otherwise, it would not have launched the origin dragon tide so often to attack the Longyuan base. The Longyuan base was well equipped and had many powerful individuals. However, if there were hundreds of rank 9 origin dragons in this gray area, what would that mean? If they attacked with all their might, the Longyuan base would be destroyed. However, why didn't they attack? Why did they allow humans to hunt them down? According to the records of the Longyuan base, even if it was an origin dragon tide, there would only be one rank 9 origin dragon at a time. The Longyuan base had never explored the gray area. This meant that the Federation's military did not know that there were so many rank 9 origin dragons here. Just by discovering this situation, Lan Xuanyu's team had already completed more than half of this rank 5 team mission. We should be able to complete the mission once we find the reason for this situation. Lan Xuanyu was also a little serious. According to the Federation's judgment, the origin dragon was a creature without intelligence. It only fought based on its instincts. However, Lan Xuanyu felt that it was a little strange when he first came to the Longyuan base. If the origin dragons really didn't have any intelligence, how did they determine when to advance and when to retreat? If their instincts were to fight, why didn't they kill each other? Also, the origin dragon tide did not seem like a battle without a commander. They had discovered so many powerful origin dragons in this gray area. Could it be that the origin dragons had intelligence and were plotting something? The dragon origin crystals produced by the Longyuan base were very important to the Federation's government. They were pure energy that could be used as the core energy of a warship. This greatly satisfied the Federation's warship energy requirements and allowed the Federation to put more resources into building warships. Lei Juanzi, who was guarding this resource planet, was about to be promoted from a major general to a lieutenant general. This incident showed how important the resources of the Longyuan base were to the Federation. This resource planet was near a few administrative planets of the Federation. There was no need to worry about being attacked by external forces or interstellar pirates. Everything was perfect. The more he thought about this, the more Lan Xuanyu felt that something was wrong. He vaguely felt that he had grasped something, but he couldn't be sure. Let's continue to go deeper. Continue to scout and record the number of rank 9 origin dragons you find, Lan Xuanyu said in a deep voice. The 4 of them continued to go deeper. The underground world seemed to have become their territory. Metal escape was very suitable for them to hide here. Lan Xuanyu and the others even removed their battle armors to reduce Tang Yuge's burden as much as possible. They continued to move forward, changing their direction frequently to scout. Tang Yuge's expression became more and more serious. She could sense that the origin dragons on the surface were not very evenly distributed, but there were many powerful ones. She had sensed the aura of rank 9 origin dragons again and again. She had no doubt that if they appeared on the surface now, they would be torn to pieces by the origin dragons above. This was because there were simply too many powerful origin dragons above. One had to know that origin dragons that had reached rank 9 could use their control over the metal element to unleash terrifying attacks like metal storms in a large area at any time. If there was only one origin dragon, they could still try to fight it. If there were 2 origin dragons, they would definitely die. Moreover, there were so many rank 8 origin dragons. 16. Lan Xuanyu's expression became more serious every time Tang Yuge reported a number. They had already discovered 16 suspected rank 9 origin dragons. Fortunately, they hadn't discovered any rank 10 origin dragons. Their strength was at least equivalent to an ultimate Douluo, and they might even be god-rank existences. Otherwise, they might have discovered them. Suddenly, Tang Yuge stopped and turned to the right in surprise. What's wrong, Yuge? Bai Shoushou asked. Tang Yuge said, there's something wrong over there. My spiritual power detected a pause over there. There seems to be a cave over there. Oh? Let's go and take a look, Lan Xuanyu said immediately. In fact, he was already prepared to let Tang Yuge lead everyone to retreat. Although they were only moving underground, the discovery this time was really shocking. There were so many level 9 source dragons in the Grey region. Even a god-grade expert would find it hard to escape unscathed. Moreover, they didn't even know if there were any grade 10 source dragons. There were so many powerful origin dragons, but none of them attacked the base. Why was that? This news alone was enough for the Federation to mobilize their troops. Tang Yuge led the 3 of them to move to the right. Suddenly, she stopped and turned to look at Lan Xuanyu. Her expression became extremely solemn. Reading pleasure is wonderful, smiley face, rank 10? Lan Xuanyu immediately realized something and asked in a low voice. Tang Yuge nodded. It's very possible. I suddenly had a strong palpitation just now. I'm very sensitive to the metal element, and the metal element here is so dense. I have a feeling that if my spiritual power continues to probe the cave, I will definitely be discovered, and my life will be in danger. There might be a rank 10 source dragon in that cave. The golden light around them had obviously dimmed and become much thicker. It was obvious that Tang Yuge was strengthening the effect of metal escape. Can we still go over and check it out? Lan Xuanyu asked in a deep voice. We can't use spiritual power. We can go over and take a look with our naked eyes and see if we can see anything. I suggest that everyone turn off their soul communicators and don't let any signal fluctuations appear. Although they couldn't use their soul communicators, they could use other functions, such as checking the time and recording what had just happened. Okay. Lan Xuanyu immediately turned off his soul communicator, and the others did the same. Everyone tried their best to restrain their auras. Encountering a rank 10 source dragon wasn't a joke. Regardless of whether it was an ultimate Douluo or a god-rank powerhouse, they weren't opponents they could fight against. Lan Xuanyu didn't expect that they would have such a big harvest on their first exploration. Furthermore, he could vaguely feel that they would make an even bigger discovery in that cave. This time, Tang Yuge brought the 3 of them forward at a much slower speed, and they only moved a few meters forward in almost a minute. Lan Xuanyu didn't ask further. He understood that Tang Yuge must have her own considerations. In the face of a life-threatening crisis that could occur at any time, it was never too much to be careful. Time passed minute by minute, and after a full half an hour, Tang Yuge finally stopped. Beads of sweat had already appeared on her forehead. It was obvious that the slow movement just now had consumed a lot of her energy. She was trying her best to conceal everyone's movements. Lan Mengqin gave her a look and asked if she needed help recovering her soul power. Tang Yuge quickly shook her head. At this moment, any slight energy fluctuation could attract the attention of the powerful source dragon on the ground. She gently raised her hand and waved it in front of her. A dim golden light flickered and gradually turned the area in front of her transparent. There was a faint light outside, and as the light grew stronger, their vision became clearer. At this moment, the metal ground in front of them became as clear as glass under Tang Yuge's control. Everything that appeared outside instantly made the 4 of them felt their pores constricted. This was a huge cave, and they couldn't even see the end of it. The cave was very bright, and the color was gold and red. In this cave, they saw an unbelievable scene. Source dragons, a large number of all kinds of source dragons. Of course, they weren't surprised to see the source dragons gathered. What shocked them was the current situation of the source dragons. There were many smelting furnaces in the cave. Above each smelting furnace was a huge tunnel that continuously poured a huge chunk of dragon origin gold into the furnace. Then, a dark red liquid could be seen being transported along the metal passageway into the metal canisters. Above the metal canisters, a heavy object repeatedly fell from the top and bounced up, emitting a low rumbling sound. One side of the metal cans was open. Every time the object on top of the metal cans fell and bounced, a dark red source dragon would come out and be transported forward by the conveyor belt below. The source dragons that appeared in the same metal can were the same, but the source dragons that appeared in different metal cans were different. Some were big, some were small, and there were also different shapes. When these source dragons first appeared, they clearly didn't have the ability to move. They were just like sculptures being transported forward by the conveyor belt. This cave was like a factory in full swing, and the source dragon was a product that was being mass-produced in this huge factory. How could Lan Xuanyu and the others not be shocked by such a scene? This cave that produced source dragons and the production equipment were definitely not made by low-level creatures without intelligence. Moreover, from the speed of production and the production process, no matter which one it was, it could only be done by high-level creatures. After the source dragons were transported into a bigger metal workshop, they walked out from the other side of the workshop with the ability to move. It was as if they were given life by the workshop. Every source dragon was like this. After the source dragons were produced, the dark red color on their bodies gradually receded, and they walked towards a cave in the distance. Different source dragons walked towards different caves. All of this was very shocking. The source dragons weren't self-produced, but artificially created. Seeing this scene, Lan Xuanyu even forgot about the mission he had to complete, and his mood instantly became extremely heavy. He had already vaguely guessed that this was a conspiracy, an earth-shattering conspiracy that targeted the entire Federation. The source dragons were specially created for the Federation to hunt, and the dragon origin crystal wasn't a resource at all. Who would give the Federation resources for free? No one. This conspiracy was very likely more terrifying than imagined. Lan Xuanyu could even guess that the lifeless metal turned into a real source dragon after entering the last workshop. It was very likely that the metal was equipped with dragon origin crystals. There were hundreds of types of source dragons produced here, and almost all of them were rank 7 and below. Lan Xuanyu and the others didn't see any higher rank source dragons. Obviously, the difficulty of producing rank 8 and above source dragons should be higher. However, in the depths of this huge factory, Lan Xuanyu saw a pair of eyes, a pair of huge eyes. Its entire body was hidden in the darkness, and its huge eyes stared at everything in the factory. Rank 10, that was definitely a rank 10 source dragon. Just by looking at its eyes, Lan Xuanyu immediately lowered his head, afraid that he would attract its attention. Lan Xuanyu was the first to wake up, and gently pulled Tang Yuge. At this moment, the four of them were filled with horror. Tang Yuge also reacted and quietly raised his hand. Everything in front of him became blurry again, and they began to retreat slowly. Lan Mengqin covered her heart with her hand, and her eyes were filled with horror. Without a doubt, as long as they could report everything they saw to the Dragon Source Planet base, their mission would be completed. Just now, a shocking secret appeared in front of them, a source dragon produced by an assembly line. Horrifying, other than horrifying, they didn't feel anything else. Tang Yuge controlled the metal escape very calmly and brought the four of them back extremely slowly. This was the most dangerous moment. If they were discovered by the rank 10 source dragon, they would be dead for sure underground. They had to retreat immediately, and they had to send the news back as soon as possible. The four of them continued to retreat slowly and steadily. They tried their best to restrain their auras and moved further and further away from the cave. No one spoke because they were afraid that they couldn't control their emotions. After gradually moving away from the cave, Tang Yuge began to speed up and fled in the direction they came from. Finally, they were far away from that place. When Tang Yuge increased his speed to the maximum, the four of them finally dared to take a breather. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Something was wrong with the Dragon Source Star and the Source Dragon. This must be a heaven-shaking conspiracy. Yuge, how much longer? Lan Xuanyu asked anxiously. Reading pleasure is wonderful, smiley face, we'll return to where we entered in 15 minutes, Tang Yuge said in a deep voice. Alright, don't be anxious. Slow down a little. We must not be discovered. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and tried his best to stabilize his emotions. They couldn't panic at this time. They had to bring this news back in one piece. Okay. Tang Yuge agreed and controlled their speed. 20 minutes later, they emerged from the ground again and appeared on the surface. The four of them felt as if they had been separated for a lifetime. Due to the continuous consumption, Tang Yuge's body was even trembling slightly. Looking at the gray fog not far away, Lan Xuanyu clenched his fists and quickly turned on his soul guidance communication device. Xianyu, don't communicate with the base here. Let's go back directly. They might detect our long-range communication signals near the gray fog, Bai Xiaoxiao reminded. Okay. Let's meet up with Shuhan and the rest first. After turning on his soul guidance communication device, Lan Xuanyu contacted Ding Shuhan in the team channel and confirmed everyone's location. Only then did he release the Skywing Mecha. The four of them entered the mecha again and the fusion of the duo mecha master was completed. They soared into the sky and immediately turned invisible, turning into the Skywing Mecha and flying high into the sky. Lan Xuanyu even wanted to use instant transmission to quickly leave this place and return to the base of Longyuan planet quickly to bring the news back. Their discovery was simply too important. After the 33 Skywings gathered, Lan Xuanyu immediately ordered, return at full speed. Use the fastest speed and the greatest concealment. The 33 Skywing Mecha directly entered an altitude of 10,000 meters and flew at full speed. They headed straight for the base of Longyuan planet. As they gradually left the gray fog area, the tension in Lan Xuanyu's heart gradually relaxed. However, he still couldn't control his emotions. There was something wrong with the Origin Dragon. There was a huge problem with the Origin Dragon. However, why would this unknown enemy provide the Origin Dragon as a resource to the Federation? The Dragon Origin Crystal had been examined by various scientists and was confirmed to be an excellent energy material. Yes, what the Source Dragon really brought to the Federation was the Dragon Origin Crystal. If there was a problem, it should be the Dragon Origin Crystal. But why hadn't any scientists discovered this problem? As he thought about this, Lan Xuanyu controlled his fighter to cruise while taking out a Dragon Origin Crystal that he had yet to hand over from the Ring of Fate. This was a Dragon Origin Crystal produced by a rank 6 Source Dragon. It was the size of a fist and was sparkling and translucent. It emitted a faint red halo. Even if one were to sense it normally, they would be able to sense the enormous energy contained within. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like there was a problem. Suddenly, Lan Xuanyu's heart stirred, and he called out in his mind, little treasure, come out for a moment. Oh, my lord. I'm still a little tired. The treasure-hunting beast shook its head and came out from his forehead. It looked much more solid than before, but its expression was still a little dispirited. However, even Lan Xuanyu himself felt that the treasure-hunting beast now seemed to have a physical body and was no longer illusory. Little treasure, aren't you a treasure-hunting beast? Look at this Dragon Origin Crystal. Do you see anything wrong with it? Lan Xuanyu hurriedly handed the Dragon Origin Crystal to the treasure-hunting beast. In a sense, the Dragon Origin Crystal was definitely considered a treasure, and the treasure-hunting beast was best at investigating the situation of various treasures. It was obviously much easier for the treasure-hunting beast to see than for Lan Xuanyu to guess. The treasure-hunting beast's gaze subconsciously fell on the Dragon Origin Crystal. Isn't this an energy stone? I think I've seen this before, but this energy stone is very ordinary. Back then, in the heavenly realm, the energy stones condensed from immortal chi were very powerful. That was the foundation of the heavenly realm. Wait. This energy stone. At this point, the treasure-hunting beast reached out a claw and touched the Dragon Origin Crystal. A faint white halo was released from the treasure-hunting beast's claw and enveloped the Dragon Origin Crystal. The treasure-hunting beast's somewhat sleepy eyes suddenly widened in the next instant. With a shake of its hand, the Dragon Origin Crystal was flung up and hit the side of the fighter. At the same time, it cried out involuntarily, "What a powerful divine sense!" Lan Xuanyu stared blankly. Divine sense? You're saying there's divine sense in this Dragon Origin Crystal? The treasure-hunting beast's face was filled with shock and fear. Yes, it's divine sense. I used my divine sense to sense it. So powerful, so powerful. A first-level god, at least at the level of a first-level god. Although it hid very well, although my divine sense can't attack, it's best at probing. After absorbing some immortal chi. During this recovery, my divine sense recovered a lot. I can confirm that there's an extremely powerful divine sense in this energy stone. Master, where did you get this? That's not right. How could there be such a powerful divine sense in this low-grade energy stone, even if it's just a trace? Moreover, Master, this divine sense should be able to connect to this energy stone. At this moment, a faint sigh suddenly sounded in Lan Xuanyu's ears. The energy stone slowly floated up, and a soft voice came out from it. Isn't it good to be alive? Why do you have to court death? Since you've discovered this lord, then you can only die. In an instant, a strong sense of fear filled the hearts of Lan Xuanyu and the treasure-hunting beast. What was even more terrifying was that they couldn't move at all at this moment. It wasn't just them. The wings of Traistrumsa fighter that was flying at high speed seemed to have fallen into an invisible net in an instant. This terrifying net completely enveloped them, enveloping them within. They couldn't move at all. All the students in the Battlecraft Command class and the fighter were frozen. Even Tang Yuga, who had the strongest cultivation base, was the same. Not only their bodies, but even their minds were unable to produce any fluctuations at this moment. Long Yuan base. Wang Tianyu sat cross-legged on the bed silently. Not only was he meditating, but he had also been using his divine sense to sense the situation of the wings of Traistrumsa. When Lan Xuanyu's group of 4 entered the gray fog area, he couldn't sense their existence anymore. The situation inside the gray fog would also be affected when one's divine sense entered. However, he had confidence in Lan Xuanyu and the others. Moreover, this was originally an assessment. Unless there was a clear danger, he wouldn't easily make a move. More than 2 hours later, the auras of Lan Xuanyu and the others reappeared. The wings of Traistrumsa returned. Wang Tianyu had been silently following them with his divine sense. Suddenly, the vice pavilion master of the Sea God Pavilion opened his eyes, and a hint of shock flashed across his eyes. In the next moment, he had already turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared. Lightning, the speed of light. This was one of his most powerful abilities. In the Soul Guidance Warship, Lan Xuanyu was no longer able to move or think. But he could see it. In front of him, the rank 6 dragon origin crystal gradually turned red, and a figure faintly appeared inside. It didn't have the appearance of a human and couldn't be seen clearly. He could only vaguely see that it seemed to be in the form of an animal, but it was very strange. It seemed to have 12 legs. The dragon origin crystal slowly flew towards Lan Xuanyu, and the aura of death quickly spread towards him. Lan Xuanyu could vaguely feel that once he was touched by this dragon origin crystal, he would immediately die. What kind of existence was this? This huge conspiracy against the Federation was actually hidden in the dragon origin crystal. Lan Xuanyu couldn't think now, but the approach of death caused the dragon core in his chest to release energy frantically, trying to break out of the other party's control. However, this external force was too strong. No matter how his dragon core released its bloodline aura, it couldn't break through. Kacha! Right at this moment, a crisp sound rang out. A slender palm pierced into the wings of Traistrumsa without any warning and grabbed the dragon origin crystal. The red light on the dragon origin crystal was about to explode when a silver halo suddenly appeared around the slender hand. The inside of the silver halo was pitch black and instantly sucked the dragon origin crystal in. The entire space shook slightly. In the next moment, Lan Xuanyu realized that he had regained his ability to move. The space around him was also lifted in an instant. Ignoring the intense palpitations in his heart, Lan Xuanyu quickly controlled the winged heavenly mech that was about to lose control. The wings of Traistrumsa was already in chaos. However, the pilots of the wings of Traistrumsa were all top students from the Shrek Academy. After a short period of chaos, they finally managed to control their wings of Traistrumsa and transformed into mechas in the air because mechas were more convenient for fighting. Lan Xuanyu was the first to control his mecha. When he looked up into the sky, a strong sense of security surged in his heart. A figure stood in midair. She wore a light purple dress that accentuated her slender body. Her long silver hair hung behind her head, all the way to her ankles. The silver spear in her hand was pointed diagonally at the sky, and a faint rainbow light bloomed with her body as the center. Although she had lent the silver dragon spear to Bai Xiuxiu, she could use it whenever she needed it. Teacher Nana! Lan Xuanyu shouted in surprise. He didn't know why Nana would appear here. At the critical moment when he was in danger, Nana actually appeared. He had absolute confidence in Nana's strength. Even if the other party was a god-rank powerhouse, with Nana around, they would definitely be safe. An indescribable feeling spread in his heart. At his most dangerous moment, the first person to come to his rescue wasn't Pavilion Master Wang, but Nana. However, in the next moment, Lan Xuanyu's heart sank again. "Let's go." Nana's low voice rang in Lan Xuanyu's ears. It was a voice filled with anxiety and nervousness. It was Lan Xianing's first time hearing Nana speak to him in such a tone. Could it be that the unknown expert was even stronger than Nana's teacher? Suddenly, Lan Xuanyu recalled the treasure-hunting beast's words. First-grade god? What kind of existence was a first-tier god? The Douluo Federation didn't even have a single transcendent at rank 120. Was he a legendary transcendent? At this moment, the sky suddenly turned dark red. A terrifying pressure condensed in the air, and everything around it turned dark red. Isn't it good to be alive? The gentle voice sounded again. In the next moment, a figure silently appeared in the dark red sky and walked forward step by step. This time, Lan Xuanyu saw it clearly. It was an existence with the head of a dragon and the body of a horse, or rather, an existence that resembled the head of a dragon and the body of a horse. Its entire body was covered in dark red scales, and the gaps between each scale emitted a dark red light. Its 12 legs carried its body, which was about 3 meters long, forward slowly. Its eyes were golden and emitted a bright light. As it walked forward step by step, its body gradually turned into a human shape. Finally, it turned into a man with long red hair wearing dark red armor. From the moment he appeared, the rainbow light around Nana became stronger and protected the Xianxia wings behind her. However, one could see that there were large folds of light around the rainbow light. Lan Xuanyu and the others were behind Nana. They couldn't feel the pressure from the red-haired man, but they could see how terrifying he was from his aura. Interesting, the human body is still more beautiful. The red-haired man looked at Nana in front of him with admiration and nodded slightly. I didn't expect that there would be an expert like you on this small dragon source planet. Although I can only project my projection here, my projection can borrow the power of space to transmit information and possess all of my fighting strength. It's good to be alive, so why are you in such a hurry to know things that you shouldn't know? Nana didn't speak and only looked at him coldly. After she had awakened all those years ago, this was the first person who made her feel threatened. In fact, it was an extremely dangerous existence. It was a suppression on the level of life. She vaguely felt that she had experienced this level of suppression before. It wasn't a coincidence that Nana suddenly appeared here. Lan Xuanyu never knew that his Nana teacher would follow him silently whenever he was out on a mission or training. When Nana first joined the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy, she made a request: give her a God-class mecha. She didn't want a God-class mecha for herself. She wanted a God-class mecha so that she could fly in space. She possessed powerful spatial abilities. With the help of a God-class mecha, she could survive in space for a long time and fly at high speeds. Normally, Nana didn't have any other hobbies. All of her happiness came from Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu. Whenever Lan Xuanyu went out, she would secretly follow him. Back then, when Lin Mahua was testing Lan Xuanyu on Sanluo planet, he didn't expect a silver-white spear to attack him at any time. She had never told Lan Xuanyu that she had been silently protecting him. Therefore, her appearance today wasn't a coincidence. When Lan Xuanyu was in danger, she would definitely appear. However, this was the first time she had appeared to protect Lan Xuanyu. She didn't expect the opponent to be so strong. Nana slowly raised the silver dragon spear in her hand and said in a deep voice, "Xianyu, you guys leave first." Leave? Leave where to? I've already projected myself here at all costs. How can you guys leave? The red-haired man smiled. From the beginning to the end, the red-haired man had a warm smile on his face. The surrounding space had already turned dark red. Nana snorted coldly and took a step forward. She pointed her silver dragon spear forward. Suddenly, a silver light wrapped in rainbow light bloomed at the tip of the spear. All of the surrounding dark red light instantly had silver-white patterns on it, as if it would split open at any time. The red-haired man's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Interesting. He raised his hands by his sides, and the surrounding dark red light instantly flourished, suppressing the silver-white patterns. Lan Xuanyu had already reacted. He suppressed the intense palpitations in his heart and raised his right hand. The ring of destiny shone, and then the Xianxia winged battleship appeared. He could clearly feel how terrifying the red-haired man's strength was. Even Nana was suppressed. How could they be a match for him? The best thing to do now was to immediately leave. Only when they left could Nana let go of the battle or leave the battlefield. Get on the battleship. Lan Xuanyu shouted in the class channel. At this moment, the students of the Battleship Combat Experimental class had also reacted. Seeing the top God-rank experts clashing, they felt so weak and powerless. However, they still had their backbone, Lan Xuanyu. They quickly flew towards the Traistromsa winged battleship without hesitation. The lower abdomen of the Traistromsa winged battleship opened. Everyone piloted their mechas and flew in at the fastest speed. Lan Xuanyu watched as his teammates entered the battleship. A dark blue light flashed on his right thumb, and the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd appeared in his hand. He suddenly threw the halberd in his hand in Nana's direction. Teacher Nana. Reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, smiley face. Back then, Nana had relied on the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd to easily destroy a battleship, so Lan Xuanyu knew that Nana had always been able to use the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. Nana didn't turn around. Her left hand grabbed the air, and the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd appeared in her hand. Her right hand held the silver dragon spear. Super divine weapon? What a surprise! It seems that, as you humans say, it's a blessing in disguise. Although today's matter was a little sudden, it's not bad for me to be able to obtain a super divine weapon and a divine weapon. The red-haired man didn't seem to care that Lan Xuanyu and the others had entered the Traistromsa winged battleship. You talk too much nonsense, Nana said coldly. The red-haired man chuckled. That's because I need time to completely solidify my projection. It's just that you don't dare to stop me. If space collapses, they will die even faster. So, you're still very smart. Why don't you pledge your loyalty to me, and I can marry you as my wife? Yes, with your strength, you are enough to be my first queen. In the Douluo Federation, you should be a top powerhouse. If you become my first queen, in the future, I can consider letting the Douluo Federation surrender to us. I won't completely destroy the human race, but just let them become my vassals. How about it? Nana narrowed her eyes, and killing intent burst out from her purple eyes. The heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd in her left hand suddenly swung forward, and a dark blue light instantly appeared in front of the red-haired man. With a thought from the red-haired man, a low roar sounded. With his body as the center, a dark red ripple appeared in the entire space. With a crisp dang, a dark red longsword blocked the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. It blocked the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd's shaft, not the halberd's blade. The dark red longsword looked to be more than 4 feet long, and the wide blade emitted a dark red light. The low buzzing sound came from this sword. Let me introduce myself. I am the chief of the Tenryu star from the Dragon Horse Galaxy. You can call me Tenryu. The red-haired man blocked the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd and said with a smile. But in the next moment, he turned into a dark red blur and charged towards Nana. Nana waved the silver dragon spear in her right hand, and a rainbow-colored vortex formed in front of her. Bang! With a muffled sound, the space trembled and Nana retreated. Tenryu stopped at her original position. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu was the last one to board the Traistromsa wing battleship. He nervously looked at the 2 experts outside through the porthole. The moment they collided, the entire 13-winged battleship trembled violently. The Traistromsa winged battleship was only affected by the aftershocks, but an ear-piercing alarm had already rung inside. Inside the battleship, no one spoke. Most of the members had already turned pale with fright. They had all seen deities before, but this was their first time seeing a battle between deities. Most people had the same thought in their minds: was this the power of a god? A collision between deities was so terrifying. Right at this moment, a light blue light suddenly entered the battlefield. Amidst the low rumble of thunder, a fist wrapped in armor instantly arrived in front of the red-haired man. The red-haired man narrowed his eyes and a dark red light shone from his body. The fist suddenly stopped a foot away from his body. In the next moment, a figure appeared. It was the Vice Pavilion Master of the Shrek Academy's Sea God Pavilion, Wang Tianyu. Lan Xuanyu, who was on the battleship, was overjoyed when he saw Wang Tianyu's sudden arrival. Whether it was Lan Xuanyu or the people from the Shrek Academy, they all had strong confidence in Pavilion Master Wang. There had always been legends of Pavilion Master Wang in the academy. He was one of the previous generation Shrek 7 monsters and was a top-notch powerhouse in the Federation when he was young. However, their joy only lasted for a moment. The red-haired man's expression suddenly turned cold as he threw a punch at Wang Tianyu. The two fists collided and in front of everyone, Wang Tianyu, who was wearing a gorgeous blue-purple battle armor, was sent flying. What was even more terrifying was that the gorgeous and complicated battle armor on his body actually shattered inch by inch, turning into countless fragments that scattered in the air. Wang Tianyu was also struck by this punch and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The cheers of the Star Combat Experimental class students were stuck in their throats. Everyone looked outside as if they had seen a ghost. One punch, it was just one punch, but Pavilion Master Wang was actually sent flying. The battle armor on his body should be at least a 5-word battle armor, but it actually shattered. How could this be? Right at this moment, Nana made her move. She held the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd in her left hand and the silver dragon spear in her right hand as she charged towards the red-haired man like lightning. The red and silver figures instantly became illusory. The naked eye could no longer capture their movements, but the surrounding space trembled violently. Even in the wing battleship, everyone in the Star Combat Experimental class could clearly feel the terrifying pressure, as if the battleship could shatter at any moment. Was Wang Tianyu defeated so quickly because Wang Tianyu was weak? Among the God-rank powerhouses, he was already a top existence, so of course he wasn't weak. The fact that he was sent flying with a single punch could only prove one thing: this red-haired man was stronger than him. Tenryu Star's first seat, Tenryu, Nana, who was able to resist Tenryu, was clearly much stronger than Wang Tianyu. Lan Xuanyu was controlling the battleship at this moment, so he could feel it the most clearly. Their greatest reliance, this battleship, the crystallization of Tongmen's technology. Even if it was at full power, it wouldn't be able to move at all. Through the battleship's main control system, Lan Xuanyu could clearly feel that the surrounding space was filled with cracks. Their battleship wasn't torn apart by space entirely because Nana was protecting them. However, it was impossible for them to leave this space. The Star Combat Experimental class was hailed as the most outstanding class in the outer court for hundreds of years, but at this moment, they only felt weak and helpless. In front of a true super expert, they were so insignificant. An expert of this level could destroy them with a raise of his hand. In the face of absolute strength, all skills and intelligence were meaningless. The battleship was extremely quiet. No one spoke because they all knew that at this moment, no matter what they said, it was meaningless. If Nana won, they could live. If Nana lost, there was no doubt that they could only turn into cosmic dust. Bang! Wang Tianyu crashed 100 meters underground and spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. His 5-word battle armor was completely shattered. Although he could rely on the imprint and divine sense in his body to recover, it would still take a long time. With just a punch, the other party had almost completely shattered and collapsed his divine sense. He had to pay the price of his 5-word battle armor to survive. He couldn't even send out a message now because his soul communicator was also shattered. However, he recognized that it was the number 1 expert of the Dragon Horse Galaxy, the Tenryu Star's first seat, Tenryu. He was the terrifying existence who had once appeared on the battlefield and blocked the advance of the Federation's fleet by himself. Wang Tianyu was very puzzled now. Why did the Tenryu Society appear here? Why did the Tenryu Society attack the Star Combat Experimental class? Wang Tianyu knew of the existence of Nana, but he wasn't familiar with Nana, nor did he know that Nana was strong enough to barely block Tenryu. The Douluo Federation had 4 space fleets stationed at the wormhole entrance that connected the Federation and the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Why? It was because the creatures of the Dragon Horse Galaxy were extremely powerful. Reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, smiley face. In the past, the Dragon Horse Galaxy was the galaxy with the most suitable planets for human survival that the Douluo Federation discovered after exploring the universe. However, the powerful intelligent creatures there gave the Federation a head-on blow. If it weren't for the powerful artillery of the mothership and the fact that their soul tool technology was far ahead of the other party, the Federation would have been destroyed by the other party. In the Douluo Federation's evaluation of the Dragon Horse Galaxy, the most terrifying enemy was that person just now, the first seed of the Tenryu star, Tenryu. According to the Douluo continent's evaluation system, this Tenryu was at least a rank 120 powerhouse. And there were a total of 2 powerhouses of this level in the Dragon Horse Galaxy, and the strongest was Tenryu. Wang Tianyu had never fought with Tenryu before, but he knew about Tenryu's situation. Only after fighting did he deeply feel how terrifying a rank 120 powerhouse was. In terms of soul power rank, Wang Tianyu was almost at rank 109, the peak of god rank powerhouses. He had worked hard for so many years, but he still hadn't crossed the threshold of the true god realm. It seemed like he was only a dozen or so levels away from the other party, but in fact, there was a difference of 2 levels. Wang Tianyu wasn't instantly killed thanks to the powerful defense of his 5-word battle armor. But after receiving Tenryu's punch, Wang Tianyu was already severely injured. Tenryu was actually so powerful. Lan Xuanyu and the others weren't the only ones who felt powerless against a transcendent. Wang Tianyu also felt it now. He hadn't been defeated for a long time, and this time, he was completely defeated. Tenryu's punch almost shattered his soul core and scattered his divine sense. He finally understood why the Federation didn't dare to make a move against the Dragon Horse Galaxy even though their soul tool technology was far ahead of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. In front of such a powerhouse, even the mothership wasn't completely safe. Space shook violently, and a silver and red figure moved freely in the air. If one looked carefully, they would notice that the collision between the 2 figures had always been around the wings of the Xianxia heaven. One was attacking while the other was defending. Although Tenryu was extremely powerful, it was blocked by Nana from beginning to end and was unable to destroy the Xianxia winged battleship. From the punch that Tenryu sent Wang Tianyu flying just now, it could be seen that the Xianxia winged battleship was no different from a piece of paper in front of him. The moment Lan Xuanyu felt Tenryu's spiritual consciousness imprint in the dragon origin crystal, Tenryu began to send a projection over. However, even if it was him, it would still take time to transmit the projection. Otherwise, Lan Xuanyu would have died long ago. I don't want to kill you. I have countless concubines, but I never had the first queen because I felt that no one was worthy of that position. Although this is my first time meeting you, I feel that you are qualified. My projection time is limited. My plan has been laid out for so many years, so it can't be easily destroyed. Why don't you stop now and come back to Tenryu Star with me and be my queen? In the universe, the strong were respected. If you don't want me to kill those little guys, I can take them back to Tenryu Star, as long as you don't ruin my plan. This is the greatest sincerity I can give. Tenryu's voice reverberated in the air. The 2 figures separated in an instant. A set of silver armor appeared on Nana's body at some point, but at this time, her armor was covered with cracks. Tenryu still looked the same as before. Looking at Nana, his eyes were full of appreciation. Nana looked at him coldly. Since her recovery, this was her most difficult battle. However, it was in such a battle that her memories resurfaced, and she recovered the memory of her various abilities. Dream on, Nana said coldly. Tenryu sighed and said, then I can only kill you. What a pity. On the dark red sword, a dazzling red light shone, and Tenryu's body also emitted a red light. Around his body, there was a faint circle of black shadows. Nana's expression became more and more dignified. This was because she could feel that it was because her opponent was too strong, and even the space was unstable. Tenryu's body emitted a powerful suction force, which came from the shattered space. Once sucked in, anything would be turned into ashes. If it weren't for the 2 divine artifacts in her hands, Nana would have been defeated long ago. However, she couldn't lose. In terms of cultivation, she was indeed inferior to Tenryu. However, she couldn't lose, because the most important person to her was behind her. Nana's eyes flickered, and a layer of 9-colored light suddenly appeared in front of her chest, forming a 9-colored ball of light. When the 9-colored ball of light appeared, the dark red light in the air disappeared. Tenryu's expression changed greatly, and he cried out in shock, the Divine King's core. Nana looked at the 9-colored ball of light in front of her, and felt her memories coming back bit by bit. Her eyes revealed a trace of confusion. I am Guyuna, I am the Silver Dragon King. In her mind, countless chaotic thoughts appeared, and a golden figure appeared clearly in her mind. Tenryu's face was no longer as relaxed as before. He looked at the nine-colored ball of light in front of Nana with a dignified expression, and changed to holding the long sword with both hands. His long sword was also a divine artifact, but it wasn't a super-divine artifact. If it weren't for the terrifying power of the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd, he would have defeated Nana long ago. At this moment, the nine-colored ball of light in front of Nana made him feel a true threat. With his cultivation, he could clearly feel the astonishing compatibility between Nana and the nine-colored ball of light, but he didn't know what was missing, which prevented them from truly fusing. In other words, the woman in front of him was very likely a true divine king in the past. He couldn't be more clear about what kind of existence a divine king was. If she really recovered the power of a divine king, then he definitely wouldn't be her opponent. The projection time was limited, and he said those words because he was confident that he could destroy everything in front of him within the time limit. However, after the divine king's core appeared, he wasn't sure anymore. He also didn't know how much power Nana could unleash from the divine king's core. Therefore, he became serious. He slowly raised the long sword above his head, became serious, and didn't say anything else. With his body as the center, large cracks began to appear in the surrounding space. That was because the space was bearing his terrifying divine power. Nana's eyes became resolute, and she suddenly shouted, "Xianyu, go!" At the same time, the nine-colored ball of light in front of her shone brightly, instantly illuminating the surroundings. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's mind was in chaos. When the nine-colored ball of light in front of Nana's chest lit up, he felt as if he was struck by lightning, and an indescribable desire surged out from his heart. The treasure-seeking beast instantly drilled out from Lan Xuanyu's forehead, and shouted beside him, "Dragon God's core, Dragon God's core. Master, that's your core power. Silver Dragon King, she's the Silver Dragon King. Half of what you used to be." A strange feeling spread in Lan Xuanyu's heart. It wasn't because of the Dragon God's core, but because when Nana released the Dragon God's core, an indescribable feeling of intimacy with Nana appeared in his heart. He had this feeling before, but it had never been this strong. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the connection between him and Nana was very close. What was the relationship between him and Nana's teacher? Hearing Nana's shouts, Lan Xuanyu didn't react at all. Ding Xuahan couldn't help but remind him, "Xianyu, go." At this moment, everyone had recovered from their previous shock. "Xianyu isn't right, Xuahan, you take over control of the warship." Reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, smiley face, Bai Xiaoxiao was the most familiar with Lan Xuanyu. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu's eyes were glazed over and his breathing was unstable. This indicated that he was not in a normal state. Bai Xiaoxiao quickly rushed to Lan Xuanyu's side, helped Lan Xuanyu take off his helmet, and helped him out of the main control position. Ding Xuahan quickly rushed to the main control position of the battleship and took over from Lan Xuanyu. He put on his helmet, and the wings of the Xianxia Heaven's thrusters activated at full power, catapulting them straight into space. Returning to the Dragon Source planet base was not realistic. In front of that terrifying powerhouse, the base's defenses were completely meaningless. Only by rushing into space would they have a chance of escaping danger. Under the effects of the Dragon God's core, Tenryu could no longer seal off space. In the face of such a huge threat, he could only watch as the wings of the Xianxia Heaven flew away, the longsword suddenly slashed down, and a nine-colored light instantly erupted. The two powerhouses once again began to fight. "Go back, I want to go back, I want to go back." Inside the wings of the Xianxia Heaven, Lan Xuanyu suddenly woke up and struggled to run. Bai Xiaoxiao hugged him tightly. "Xianyu, Xianyu, calm down. You'll only be throwing your life away if you go back. You won't be able to do anything, and you won't be able to help Teacher Nana." "No, no, no." Lan Xuanyu vigorously shook his head. Teacher Nana, he could not describe the feeling in his heart, but he could clearly feel that Teacher Nana was facing a great crisis. Teacher Nana was no match for Tenryu. If they continued to fight, she might die. No, absolutely not. Lan Xuanyu was very strong, and Bai Xiuxiu could not hold him anymore. Most importantly, his lack of calm had already affected the others. Everyone was looking at him, their pillar of support. Xianyu! Bai Xiuxiu suddenly screamed, and the struggling Lan Xuanyu was stunned. Lan Xuanyu looked at her. Bai Xiuxiu suddenly stood on her tiptoes and quickly wrapped her arms around his neck. Lan Xuanyu was completely stunned. Bai Xianxia tightly hugged Lan Xuanyu, and tears flowed from her beautiful eyes. Xianyu, you have to calm down. We all know that Teacher Nana is in danger, but at this time, we have to leave the battlefield as quickly as possible. That is the only way to leave. Nana's is spotty s. You, Nana is SSS with Nana uses she use. And also s, she, Nana's that, and abies, nnnnn. Is, nn's Lan Xuanyu's body trembled a little, but his eyes regained clarity. Although the thought in his mind was still lingering, he was already awake. He nodded hard, took a deep breath, and said, fly at full speed toward the mother planet. Prepare the antimatter missiles. Seeing that he had returned to normal, Bai Xiuxiu was overjoyed. She let go of him, turned around, and quickly ran back to her position. She and Lan Mengqin were in charge of controlling the weapon system. Lan Xuanyu came to the window and looked at Longyuan planet. Even though the winged battleship had left the atmosphere, he could clearly see the 9-colored light and the dark red light below. Teacher Nana, nothing must happen to you. We're about to fly out of the atmosphere. Ding Zhuohan's voice sounded. Lan Xuanyu grabbed the armrest next to him, but he did not sit down. His feet were naturally stuck to the floor. The battleship shook and began to pass through the atmosphere. Lan Xuanyu said, contact the base of Longyuan planet. He had already calmed down. Although he was still extremely worried, he still had to spread the news as soon as possible. Once the battleship entered space, all communication signals would be cut off. In the vast space, they would not be able to send news back to the mother planet. Only a large base like the base of Longyuan planet had a long-distance transmission device that could send news back through satellites. Try to connect. Lu Feng's voice sounded. He was in charge of the communication system. Can't connect. The magnetic field of Longyuan planet is chaotic. Electronic signals can't be transmitted. Sure enough, it was watertight. Lan Xuanyu, who had calmed down, completely understood the conspiracy. Since the transcendent named Tenryu could imprint his divine sense on the dragon origin crystals, it meant that these dragon origin crystals were all under his control. Whether Tenryu detonated the dragon origin crystals to cause damage or used his divine sense to locate the dragon origin crystals, any battleship that used dragon origin crystals as power was undoubtedly very dangerous. Obviously, this conspiracy had been prepared for a long time. The dragon origin planet produced a large number of dragon origin crystals, and no one knew how many battleships and important facilities were installed. Once they were detonated, the losses to the Federation would be immeasurable. The Wingtreastrumsa had already charged out of the atmosphere. It stopped vibrating and flew at full speed. Yuga, find the closest satellite to us and send a signal to it, Lan Xuanyu said in a deep voice. They could only send the news back if they found the satellite. Yes, Tang Yuga replied. There's a satellite near Longyuan planet. It should be responsible for transmitting information to Longyuan planet. If we fly at full speed, we can reach it in 40 minutes. Okay, let's go immediately. Lan Xuanyu said without hesitation. He was trying his best not to worry about Nana's safety and calmly dealt with the most important matter in front of him. Once the problem of the dragon origin crystals erupted, it would very likely cause a devastating blow to the Federation. They had to send the news back at all costs. It was at this moment that the outside of the window suddenly lit up. Lan Xuanyu subconsciously looked out the window. They had just charged out of the dragon origin planet's atmosphere. In their field of vision, a huge ball of light lit up on the surface of the dragon origin planet. The 9-colored light and the dark red light intertwined as if a huge explosion had occurred. A shockwave spread across the surface of the planet. Countless origin dragons were annihilated in this terrifying explosion. Lan Xuanyu instantly clenched his fists. Teacher Nana. The next moment, a silver light flashed, and a figure appeared in the battleship. Lan Xuanyu's emotions changed from extreme anxiety to joy. The person who appeared in the battleship was Nana. At this moment, Nana's face was a little pale, and her breathing was unstable. She was still holding the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd in her left hand and the silver dragon spear in her right. Teacher Nana. Lan Xuanyu rushed forward. Nana held the silver dragon spear in her hand horizontally and blocked Lan Xuanyu. A layer of 7-colored light was released and turned into a light film that enveloped the two of them. Xianyu, we don't have much time. Listen to me, Nana said hurriedly. Lan Xuanyu, who was blocked, hurriedly nodded. Please speak. Nana took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind about something. She said, I've recalled some things, but they're not complete. When you go back, you have to ask your mother where you're from. Because. As she spoke till here, she paused for a moment, and her gaze became more and more complicated. Because, from the situation of your bloodline, I might be your mother. After hearing her words, Lan Xuanyu felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He could still clearly remember the indescribable sense of familiarity he felt when he first saw Nana in the mall. The problem of his bloodline was solved by Nana. His elemental control ability strengthened with the appearance of soul rings, and it was almost exactly the same as Nana's ability. Sometimes, when he looked in the mirror, he felt that other than the color of his eyes, he looked very similar to Nana. That feeling had always been in his heart. It was just that he had parents. Therefore, he deliberately didn't think in that direction. Reading pleasure is wonderful, smiley face. At this moment, when Nana said this, Lan Xuanyu could no longer suppress the emotions in his heart. I know that you will feel that this is very sudden, but I really have this feeling that you might be my child. That guy is coming, and I don't know if I can stop him, but I will definitely do my best to protect you. If something happens to me, go look for your uncle he might. Just as she said this, Nana's expression suddenly changed. Silver light instantly lit up, and in the next moment, she disappeared from the battleship, leaving behind the silver dragon spear and the heavenly sacred splitting abyss. The moment before she disappeared, Lan Xuanyu could clearly see that Nana's eyes were filled with reluctance. Mom! Lan Xuanyu shouted and pounced in front of the porthole. Outside the porthole, an overwhelming red light swept over. Nana was right beside the Xianxia wing battleship. She raised her hands to her chest, palms facing each other, and between her palms was a ball of 9-colored light. The 9-colored light spread out and protected the Xianxia wing battleship, blocking the red light outside. Tenryu appeared from the red light. Compared to when he first appeared, Tenryu looked a little wretched now. His expression was abnormally ugly, and his entire body looked a little illusory. Is it worth it to give up my life for these weak humans? I don't have time. Although losing this projection will take me a lot of time to recover, I have to keep my secret. This is the most important step for our destruction, Douluo Federation. Since you are not willing to submit, then all of you can die together. Tenryu's chest instantly lit up with a dazzling red light, and everything around him turned red. Even the 9-colored light released by Nana was suppressed. The Xianxia wing battleship trembled violently, as if it could collapse at any time. Nana tried her best to inject her divine power into the 9-colored light, and the light became brighter and brighter. But in the next moment, the red light suddenly exploded, and burst forth with an unprecedentedly strong fluctuation. Tenryu's body quickly turned illusory, and finally fused with the red light, and a terrifying power instantly erupted. Boom, no. At this moment, there was only one thought in her mind: Xianyu is my child. Even if I have to pay with my life, I will protect him. Dazzling silver light suddenly burst forth from Nana's body, and a pair of enormous silver wings spread out, curling backward, and enveloping the entire Xianxia wing battleship. 9-colored light burst forth and spread over the wings, withstanding all the impact of the red light. Nana and the Xianxia winged battleship were instantly pushed away by the terrifying explosion of the red light and flew away like a meteor. Nana's silver battle armor shattered piece by piece before dissipating into specks of light. Cracks appeared on her wings, but the 9-colored light radiating from them didn't diminish in the slightest. Blood seeped out of her 7 orifices. Tenryu's attack was too terrifying at the cost of detonating his projection. If she had been alone, she might have been able to escape. However, in order to protect the Traistromsa wing battleship, she could not leave. Under her protection, the Traistromsa wing battleship transformed into a beam of light and flew frantically through space. Its speed had already surpassed the fastest battleship that humans could create. Inside the battleship, Lan Xuanyu had already crashed into one side of the battleship. His entire body was firmly pressed down by the powerful impact, and he couldn't move at all. Lan Xuanyu's companions were the same. Everyone was firmly pressed against the backs of their chairs. The terrifying impact made it difficult for them to even breathe. It was clear how terrifying the speed of the battleship was at this moment. The red light didn't show any signs of dissipating due to the continuous release of power. A layer of silver scales appeared on Nana's body, covering her entire body. However, these scales were still shattered under the impact of the red light. Every time a scale was shattered, blood would seep out of her body, and the 9-colored light in front of her chest would flicker in an extremely unstable manner. As time passed, more and more wounds appeared on Nana's body, and the red light finally showed signs of weakening. The 9-colored light in front of Nana was still shining brightly. Although she was injured quite badly, as the red light began to weaken, she had a chance to breathe. She had finally blocked it. As long as she could hold on until the red light dissipated, she would be able to save the Traistromsa wing battleship. At this moment, a special feeling made Nana's expression change drastically. She forced herself to turn her head and look to the side. What she saw was a blazing light. Tenryu had actually considered every possible situation. Just because a powerful being had snuck into the Dragon Origin planet didn't mean that there was anything wrong with the planet. However, if news of this spread, then his plan would be completely exposed. He knew that if the power released by exploding his projection was concentrated, it could severely injure Nana, but it might not be able to kill Nana. Therefore, when he exploded his projection, he had adjusted the angle. He had already known that there was someone Nana was willing to risk her life to protect in the battleship. Only then did he change the power into a pushing force, one that even Nana couldn't resist. Unless Nana was willing to abandon the Traistromsa wing battleship, she could only block this force for the battleship. This force would then push them towards the nearest star. Once they were within a certain range of the star's terrifying gravitational force and scorching heat would be something that even a god-tier powerhouse couldn't resist. Therefore, when the red light began to weaken, Nana and the others were already close to the star. They were about to enter the star's gravitational force. At a certain distance, Nana could barely resist the star's gravitational force. However, if they were too close, she wouldn't be able to resist it. God-tier powerhouses were never invincible. The pushing force was too fast. When Nana discovered the star, they were already a little closer. She could clearly feel the gravitational force behind her. They were already within the star's gravitational force. Perhaps in a few dozen seconds, the gravitational force would reach a level that she couldn't resist. At this moment, she didn't hesitate at all. The damaged wings on her back suddenly lit up, so much so that the interior of the battleship was illuminated by the blinding silver light. Boom, the silver light exploded. The huge wings on Nana's back were completely broken. The strong light illuminated everything around them. The already weakened red light was blocked for a moment. Nana suddenly half-turned. A huge silver dragon wrapped around the Traistromsa winged battleship and forcefully flung it away. Just as she completed this movement with great difficulty, the red light heavily hit her body, pushing her to accelerate again and fly towards the star. The Traistromsa winged battleship was flung far away, but Nana flew towards the star like a meteor. Her left arm spread out due to the strong impact. Her hand also spread out, as if she wanted to grab onto something. Her gaze was locked onto the battleship that was gradually becoming a black dot. Her eyes were filled with reluctance. Crystal clear tears quietly flowed, suffused with a faint silver light. Xianyu, goodbye. Mother has let you down. I'm a little afraid to speak. I've already planned this plot long ago. It's to draw out the villain that will appear later. Is Guyuna dead or not? I haven't thought about it yet. Let me think about it. I'll tell you the answer in the next book. Happy reading, wonderful reading, smiley face. Nana fell towards the star like a meteor. Her body continued to accelerate under the gravitational force of the star, but the nine-colored ball of light in front of her chest firmly stuck to her body. As the surrounding temperature became more and more intense, the nine-colored ball of light also began to become more and more intense. Gradually, her body was completely wrapped in it, and she turned into a nine-colored ball of light that fell towards the star. The dragon-shaped light around the Xianxia wing battleship gradually disappeared, and its speed also slowed down. It was completely free from the gravitational force of the star. Although they didn't fully understand what had just happened, they all saw Nana fall towards the star in order to save them at the last moment. Teacher Nana, Lan Xuanyu, who had recovered his ability to move, shouted and was about to rush downwards. A figure rushed to his side like lightning and hugged him tightly. It was Bai Xiuxiu. At this time, Bai Xiuxiu's face was already covered in tears. Xianyu, Xianyu. Nana had been sucked away by the star. With Nana's cultivation, she was unable to resist the star's gravitational force. If Lan Xuanyu rushed out, the result could be imagined. Nana fell from the star. Bai Xiuxiu's heart was also in pain, but she had also heard what Nana had said to Lan Xuanyu earlier. The shock in her heart was even more intense. In fact, she had always felt that the relationship between Teacher Nana and Lan Xuanyu was a bit strange. Their ability to control the elements was too similar. If it wasn't for Lan Xuanyu's golden-patterned blue-silver grass ability, she would even think that they were originally from the same bloodline. When Nana said that Lan Xuanyu might be related to her by blood, and might even be her child, Bai Xiuxiu's heart was still extremely shocked. If that was the case, then what was the relationship between Lan Xuanyu's biological parents and him? More importantly, if Teacher Nana was Xianyu's mother, then her death would be 100 times more painful for Xianyu. That was why she rushed over immediately and hugged Lan Xuanyu tightly, not letting him rush out impulsively. "Let me go, let me out." Lan Xuanyu's voice was completely hoarse, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Whether Nana-sensei was related to him by blood or not, she was the closest person to him. At this moment, how could he not understand that Nana had been protecting them all this time? That was why she was able to appear at this critical moment to save them. Without Nana's arrival, their entire class would have been annihilated by the terrifying Tenryu. However, in order to save them, Nana had paid the price with her life. This was something that he could not accept. Xianyu, Xianyu, don't be rash. Teacher Nana-sensei won't die, she definitely won't die. Bai Xiuxiu said anxiously, if you rush out now, you will only die in front of a star. It will be useless. Teacher Nana-sensei is so powerful, and she is good at controlling the fire element. Even if a star falls, she might not really die. Didn't she tell you to find Uncle Yu? Let's go back and find Uncle Yu first. Also, didn't you discover the enemy's big conspiracy? We must immediately expose this matter to the Federation. Teacher Tang taught us that we must be calm at all times. Being impulsive is useless. Do you understand? As she spoke, Bai Xiuxiu hugged him even tighter, not daring to relax at all. She was afraid that if she let go of Lan Xuanyu, she might lose him forever. At this time, the others had also surrounded them. Tang Yuga, Yuan and Hui Hui, Qian Lei, Lu Feng, and Lan Mengqin. Lan Mengqin had already taken out her emerald phoenix and played a song, calming everyone's surging emotions. There was no doubt that they had escaped death. Everyone's mood was as if they were in a perilous situation. Lan Xuanyu's breathing gradually calmed down. Although his eyes were red, he no longer struggled. He bit his lower lip, and after a long while, he nodded. Xiuxiu, let go of me, I won't be impulsive. Bai Xiuxiu looked up at him. At this time, Lan Xuanyu's eyes were red and his face was pale. One could imagine his current mood, but at least on the surface, he had calmed down. She tried to slowly loosen her arms. If Lan Xuanyu really wanted to rush out again, she would immediately hug him tightly. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath, suppressed his fluctuating mood, and said in a deep voice, "Return, immediately find the nearest satellite and send the news back. Everyone, return to your positions. Shuhan, continue to control the warship. I'm not suitable to command the warship in my current state. I need to calm down." With that, he turned and walked to the rear cabin. There was a lounge in the rear cabin of the wings of the Xianxia. Bai Xiuxiu breathed a sigh of relief and nodded to everyone, then followed Lan Xuanyu to the rear cabin. Lan Xuanyu indeed did not act impulsively. He went to the rear cabin and walked into the lounge. "Xianyu, can I come in?" Bai Xiuxiu asked in a low voice. "Come in." Lan Xuanyu extended his hand to her. Bai Xiuxiu held his hand. Only at this moment could she be sure that Lan Xuanyu's mood had indeed calmed down. "Xianyu." Bai Xiuxiu called out to him with a choked voice, then took the initiative to throw herself into his embrace. Lan Xuanyu hugged her and let her sit on his lap. Bai Xiuxiu's feelings for Nana were not inferior to his. Previously, she had reacted so quickly because she was more worried about him. Now that she had calmed down, the sadness in her heart surged, but she did not dare to show it too much, lest she agitated Lan Xuanyu again. Gently stroking her long dark blue hair, Lan Xuanyu said seriously, "You're right, Teacher Nana won't die so easily. She has the most powerful elemental control I've ever seen. She can practically transform herself into pure fire elemental energy. Although the stars are hot, they may not be able to melt her. What's more, she has that strange nine-colored light. That light should be the core of the dragon gods." The dragon gods, even in the divine realm, were powerhouses at the divine king level. "Xiaobao, come out." When the spaceship was flying at high speed, the treasure-hunting beast had already returned to Lan Xuanyu's body. At this time, he had gradually calmed down and immediately recalled everything that the treasure-hunting beast had said. With a flash of light, the treasure-hunting beast drilled out of Lan Xuanyu's forehead. Its expression was a little sluggish at this time. Lan Xuanyu said in a deep voice, "Xiaobao, let me ask you, when Teacher Nana appeared just now, you said that the core of the dragon gods was the core needed to revive the dragon gods?" The treasure-hunting beast had already woken up at this time and quickly nodded vigorously. "Yes, I'm sure. That's the core of the dragon gods. I definitely won't be wrong. It's the purest power of the dragon gods. What's more, the one holding the core of the dragon gods is His Royal Highness the Silver Dragon King. It's one of the two bodies that the dragon gods transformed into after they were split into two. I didn't expect His Royal Highness the Silver Dragon King to still be alive. You should be her son. There's no mistake. Otherwise, it's impossible for you to inherit the bloodline of the dragon gods." Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath. "Then let me ask you, now that Teacher Nana has fallen on the star, will she?" At this point, his expression had become conflicted. This answer was too important to him. He didn't even dare to think about the fact that Nana was his biological mother because as long as he thought about it, he would be in so much pain that he couldn't breathe. What's more, he didn't dare to admit it before confirming it with his parents. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to his parents. The treasure-hunting beast hesitated for a moment, then lowered its head slightly. Looking at its expression, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu's hearts couldn't help but tighten. "Master, I don't know." The treasure-hunting beast smiled bitterly and said, "Because I've never encountered such a situation before. If it's the dragon gods, I'm sure that the power of the star can't do anything to them. But if it's just the Silver Dragon King, I'm not sure. But the Silver Dragon King has the core of the dragon gods, so he should have a chance to survive. The energy level of the dragon god's core is extremely high, but only the real dragon gods can mobilize the core's power." Lan Xuanyu heaved a sigh of relief and asked, "In other words, Teacher Nana still has a chance to survive, but she will fall on the star. We have to save her. She can't come out herself, right?" The treasure-hunting beast nodded and said, "If she can survive, that should be the case. As long as you are within a certain range of the dragon god's core, you should be able to sense it. It's just that you are still too weak now. You can't survive on the surface of the star. So, Master, don't be impulsive." Lan Xuanyu nodded slightly. With the treasure-hunting beast's words, his heart relaxed a little. At least, he saw an opportunity. Even if this opportunity was very slim, it was much better than not having any chance at all. "Okay, you can go back first." Recalling the treasure-hunting beast, Lan Xuanyu tried to calm himself down as much as possible, and his brain began to work at high speed. Teacher Nana didn't die, and she won't die. He kept telling himself this in his heart. Only then could his emotions completely return to normal. If Teacher Nana was still alive, but she was stuck on the star, and she was injured, she wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. It was also very likely that she wouldn't be able to leave the star by herself. Then, the most important thing for him was to save her. He must save her, he must be able to do it. Thinking of this, the sadness in Lan Xuanyu's heart gradually subsided, and he suppressed it in the bottom of his heart. Bai Xiuxiu could also feel the change in him. She buried her head in his shoulder and hugged him tightly. In her heart, there had always been only two family members. One was definitely Nana, and the other was Lan Xuanyu. Nana's fallen Hengxin was definitely no less important to her than Lan Xuanyu. Only now did her vulnerability gradually reveal itself. Lan Xuanyu said softly, "Teacher Nana will be fine, she will definitely be fine. We will definitely be able to save her. The most important thing now is to pass the news back to the Federation, and we will return to the mother planet to ask for help. It's impossible to save her with our strength alone. However, Uncle Yu and the teachers of the academy are all possibilities. Pavilion Master Wang is still on the Dragon Source planet. Should we go look for him? I wonder how he is now," Bai Xiuxiu asked in a low voice. Lan Xuanyu shook his head and said, "We can't go to Pavilion Master Wang. Every origin dragon on the Dragon Source star had a Dragon Source crystal, and that guy's divine consciousness existed. It can be said that as long as there are dragon origin crystals, there is a possibility that he will discover that we are still alive. Once he finds out, he may attack us again. At the same time, he will also guess that the plan has been leaked. It was very likely to trigger the Federation's plan to sell the dragon origin crystals in advance. Now that the dragon origin crystal was widely used, once it was detonated, it would cause a huge and immeasurable loss to the Federation. Therefore, we have to make him think that we are dead and that the plan can continue. Therefore, we can't return to the dragon origin crystal. After contacting the Federation and the Academy, we will tell them what happened and have the Academy contact Pavilion Master Wang to ask him to return." Okay. Bai Xiuxiu calmed down after listening to Lan Xuanyu's analysis. The winged Xianxia accelerated at full speed and flew toward the nearest satellite. After flying at full speed for a day, they finally arrived at the nearest satellite in space. The most important function of a satellite in space was to relay signals. It could be connected to other satellites over long distances, allowing communication to be unimpeded in space. However, space was too vast. Apart from connecting to other satellites, if a battleship wanted to connect to a satellite signal and conduct long-distance communication, it had to be within a certain range of the satellite. After all, apart from super-large battleships like the Mothership, most battleships could not carry such a huge amount of top-grade space communication equipment. The satellite signal has been connected. Long-distance communication is now possible, Ding Zhuohan said to Lan Xuanyu from the main control seat. "Connect to the Academy first." "I want to talk to the Academy," Lan Xuanyu stood in the front cabin and said in a deep voice. Yes, it was unrealistic to report this matter directly to the Federation, because they did not know who to contact. The best way to deal with this was to inform the Academy about this matter first. Moreover, as long as Pavilion Master Wang's life was not in danger, he should have already sent back the news of their accident. They should also report to the Academy that they were safe. Soon, the signal was connected. "This is the Shrek Academy." Soon, a calm voice sounded. When they heard this voice, everyone in the winged Xianxia felt a great sense of relief. They finally heard the voice of the Academy. Lan Xuanyu said loudly, "Hello teacher, I am Lan Xuanyu, the graduating class monitor of the outer court. We were attacked by a strong enemy while completing the graduation exam mission at the Dragon Origin Star Base. We are now safe. I am calling the Academy, please connect me to the outer court's Dining Luohong's office." "Lan Xuanyu?" "Okay, wait a moment." The communication was connected. After more than 10 seconds, a voice came from the other side. "Xianyu?" The voice was full of surprise. Wasn't it Ding Luohong? Hearing this voice, Ding Zhuohan, who was sitting in the main control position, trembled slightly. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not make a sound. "Dining, I am Lan Xuanyu. When Ying Luohong heard his voice, she almost instantly bounced up from her seat with excitement. When she received the news that the winged Xianxia was attacked by a super powerhouse, she was completely dumbfounded. A powerhouse that even her teacher could not resist. How strong was he? Lan Xuanyu and the others' entire battleship disappeared. She did not know if they escaped or was destroyed by the enemy. Her heart was hanging high in the air. Wang Tianyu was seriously injured and was still recuperating on the Dragon Origin Star. The Dragon Origin Star base had already sent out battleships to search, and even contacted the nearest Federation fleet to search, but there was no news. Space was so big, it was really too difficult to find a battleship. Her son was also on the battleship. How could she not be anxious? Just when she was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, Lan Xuanyu's communication made her feel like she had encountered a good rain, and she was greatly relieved. Are you still safe? Is the whole class safe? Ying Luohong asked with a trembling voice. We are all safe, Di Ning, you can rest assured. Ding Zhuohan spoke before Lan Xuanyu could. Lan Xuanyu looked at him with some surprise, but did not think much about it, and echoed, yes, our class is safe. That's good, that's good. Where are you now? I will immediately inform the Federation to conquer and let the fleet pick you up. Ying Luohong was overjoyed when she heard Ding Zhuohan's voice, and finally felt relieved. Di Ning, we are now communicating with you from satellite number 6789 for 33. There is no need for a battleship to pick us up. After the communication, we will immediately return to the mother planet. There is important information to report to you now. Please record it and inform the Federation immediately. This is important information related to the Federation's safety. Lan Xuanyu said solemnly. Hearing his words, Ying Luohong's heart tightened. Her mood had stabilized at this time, and she said solemnly, okay, go ahead. Lan Xuanyu said, this time, we took the 5th level Heaven Fighter mission to investigate the mysterious area of the Dragon Source Star. Relying on the Tang Yuga's metal escape technique, we went deep underground and made an amazing discovery. At that moment, he told her in detail about the situation they found in the Dragon Source Star, as well as the discovery that there was a divine sense imprint in the Dragon Source crystal, and how they were attacked by the head of the Tenryu star, Tenryu. Listening to his words, Ying Luohong's pupils contracted. Compared with Lan Xuanyu and the others, she knew how widely the Dragon Source crystal was used now. Many battleships in the Federation's fleet were already using the Dragon Source crystal as energy. If there was a problem with the Dragon Source crystal, it would definitely be a huge problem. As Lan Xuanyu said, this was a major event that could affect the entire Federation. It might even be a disaster. What's more, since the Dragon Horse Galaxy had made such a conspiracy against the Federation, once it broke out, it would inevitably appear in conjunction with the war. This information is too important. Return immediately, as fast as you can. Don't delay, I'll immediately report to the Sea Gods Pavilion, and then inform the Federation. See how they handle this matter. You've already done a great service by reporting the situation immediately. That's all for now, I'm hanging up. Ying Luohong had just calmed down, but after listening to Lan Xuanyu's report, she felt a sense of trepidation. It must be known that even the Shrek Academy and the Tangmen had begun to use Dragon Origin crystals in some of their facilities. One could imagine how much Dragon Origin crystals had infiltrated the Federation. Who would have thought that the energy resources of a resource planet would turn out to be a big conspiracy? This had been inspected by the Federation's Academy of Sciences, and also by God-ranked powerhouses. There were too many things involved, and it was hard to say whether there were enemy spies within the Federation. After hanging up, Lan Xuanyu, who was on the Xianxia winged battleship, breathed a sigh of relief. Their mission had been completed, and the news had been sent back. Even if the Tenryu appeared and killed them now, they couldn't stop the Federation from discovering the huge conspiracy. It was just that the Dragon Horse Galaxy wanted to conceal this conspiracy, and the Douluo Federation definitely didn't want the other party to know that they already knew. Because so many Dragon Origin crystals were already in use, it was definitely not an easy task to get rid of them all, and the Federation also needed time to deal with it. And this wasn't something that Lan Xuanyu and the others needed to worry about, and they couldn't be involved in it. This matter had been completed, and Lan Xuanyu wasn't in the mood to think about how much credit he had. He just wanted to hurry back and find a way to rescue Nana's teacher. Help me dial another call. The number is... Yes. The call connected, and a gentle voice came from the other side, who is looking for me. The moment Lan Xuanyu heard this voice, the strong look on his face almost instantly collapsed, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Uncle Yu, it's me, Xianyu. His voice was choked, and he couldn't speak. Xianyu? Xianyu, what's wrong with you? Tang Lu immediately sensed that something was wrong with his mood, so he asked anxiously. Lan Xuanyu tried his best to control his emotions and said in a trembling voice, Uncle Yu, I'm fine. However, in order to save us, Teacher Nana was sucked away by the star. What? Tang Li's voice suddenly stopped. On the other side, Tang Lu, who was on vacation, turned pale in an instant. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and the image of the silver-haired, purple-eyed woman instantly appeared in his mind. Although it was only one meeting, his emotions had undergone a huge change after he returned. He was even certain that he must have known Nana before, and even had a relationship with her. Suddenly hearing the bad news, he felt his mind go blank. For a moment, all kinds of complicated emotions surged in his heart. He felt as if he had lost the most important thing in his life. Uncle Yu, Uncle Yu. Lan Xuanyu's voice came from the communication device. Speak, I'm listening. What's going on? Tang Lu tried his best to calm his emotions. Lan Xuanyu also tried his best to calm his emotions. He recounted his previous encounter in a trembling voice, including his own conjectures. However, he didn't mention that Nana said that she might be related to him by blood. After all, it hadn't been confirmed yet. After he finished recounting the entire process, Lan Xuanyu felt even more uneasy. Nana wasn't dead. This was his and Bai Shoushou's conjecture. However, they weren't god-level powerhouses after all, and they didn't know if god-level powerhouses could really withstand the high temperature of the star. Therefore, Prince Yu's opinion was very meaningful. If he said that Nana might not be dead, then their chances would be much higher. Uncle Yu, Teacher Nana, she. Lan Xuanyu was a little afraid to ask. He was really afraid that he would get the answer he didn't want to hear the most. I'm not sure, but maybe there's a chance. If it's as you said, she has control over the fire element. However, I don't know how long she can last, Tang Lu said in a deep voice. After hearing his words, Lan Xuanyu's chest heaved up and down, and his expression became a little more excited. In other words, we really have the possibility of rescuing her. Yes. Xianyu, how about this, you return to the Mother Planet immediately. We'll meet at the Shrek Academy on the Mother Planet. I'll think of a way with you. We'll meet. On the Mother Planet. Okay, thank you Uncle Yu. After hearing Tang Li's words, Lan Xuanyu immediately felt that he had a backbone and was greatly relieved. After hanging up the communication, Lan Xuanyu covered his face with both hands and rubbed it hard a few times. There was finally some good news. Boss, don't worry, Teacher Nana saved all of our lives. No matter the cost, as long as we can do it, we'll save her together. Qian Lei said to Lan Xuanyu. Yes, we'll save Teacher Nana together. Inside the warship, there was a lot of shouting. Thank you everyone. Lan Xuanyu tried hard to suppress his emotions. Let's go home, let's go home. Shuahan, let's go. Okay, let's go home. The graduation exam, which was the most important to them, turned out like this. No one had expected it. What they learned from this experience was their understanding of strength. When they faced Tenryu and Nana, they realized how weak they were. If they were on the battlefield, they were afraid that a trace of the aftershock from the two powerhouses would be enough to turn them into ashes. In the outer court, they were known as the strongest class in the outer court, which more or less made them feel a little complacent. But after this, they realized how weak they were. In front of the real powerhouses, they were not much different from cosmic dust. If it wasn't for Nana, 100 of them would have already died. The pride in everyone's heart was invisibly turned into ashes. They now understood that the road they had to walk was very, very long. Lan Xuanyu was even more clear that if he wanted to save Nana, it would be impossible to do it by himself or even with Prince Yu's strength. Only with the support of the academy would there be a chance. But to him, there was nothing more important than this. Even if he had to give up the qualification to enter the inner court, he had to save Nana. The Traistromsa wing set off again and returned to the mother planet. What they didn't know was that the news they sent back to the academy had caused a huge uproar in the Federation. Of course, this was no longer important to them. Although this experience was short, it was the closest they had ever been to death. 4 days later, the Traistromsa wings entered the Douluo planet's atmosphere at full speed. They had finally returned. When they felt the familiar and rich life aura of the mother planet, everyone's body and mind relaxed. This was the feeling of returning home. To the majority of the Shrek Academy students, returning to the mother planet and the academy was even more intimate than going home. This was the charm of the Shrek Academy. After passing through the atmosphere, the warship gradually stabilized and the soul communicator signal was connected. Lan Xuanyu checked his communicator and immediately saw the message that Tang Lu had left for him. Tang Lu told him that he had arrived at the Douluo planet and was waiting for him in Lan Xuanyu's dormitory. After seeing this message, Lan Xuanyu relaxed a little. Traistromsa wings, please enter the number 1 hangar to dock. A signal came from Shrek City's tower. Ding Zhuohan had always been the one commanding the warship because Lan Xuanyu was worried that his emotions would affect his cool-headedness. The warship slowly descended and finally landed on the largest hangar in the Shrek Space Center. To their surprise, there was already a group of people waiting on the tarmac on the ground. The warship stopped and the cabin door opened. Everyone from the Traistromsa wings came out in a single file. Outside the warship, among the people waiting, there were some familiar faces, and some unfamiliar ones. On the Shrek Academy's side, there was a white-haired old man standing at the front. He looked calm and expressionless. But even Master Shu was standing one step behind him, which showed how high his status in the academy was. Behind him, Ying Luohong, Tang Zhenhua, Xiao Qi, and the others were all there. Not only were there people from the academy, but there were also people from the Tangmen. On the Tongmen's side, the person standing at the front was the Douluo Palace's Vice Palace Master Tang Miao, and some other Douluo Palace experts. Other than the people from the Shrek Academy and the Tangmen, what Lan Xuanyu and the others noticed the most was a group of soldiers in military uniforms. The person standing at the front looked to be in his 50s. There was nothing special about his appearance, but he gave off a dignified feeling. 3 general stars hung on his shoulders, and outside the general stars was a golden sword-shaped pattern. Lan Xuanyu recognized that this pattern represented the Federation's most important organization, the War God Temple. There was no doubt that this was a general from the War God Temple, and was definitely a powerful war god ranked at the top. This kind of reception was definitely the Federation's top level. Naturally, it wasn't because of Lan Xuanyu and the others' identities, but because of the news they sent back. Lan Xuanyu was the first to get off the warship and walked towards the Shrek Academy's side. Master Shu took a step forward and came to the white-haired old man's side, and said to Lan Xuanyu, "This is Elder Yi, the first Vice Pavilion Master of our Sea God Pavilion." "Hello, Elder Yi." Lan Xuanyu hurriedly bowed. Ilao nodded slightly at him. "You have done well this time. The military will ask you in detail later, you just have to tell the truth. We will pay attention from the side." With Lan Xuanyu's intelligence, he instantly understood. The news they sent back was really too important. The Dragon Origin Crystal was involved in all aspects and had wide implications. The Federation also needed further confirmation. The higher-ups of Shrek Academy and Tangmen were here to support them. Tang Miao smiled and said, "Come, Xianyu, let me introduce you." As he spoke, he led Lan Xuanyu to the general. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly followed him to the general. When he got closer, he immediately felt an invisible pressure from the other party. It was a spiritual suppression, and it wasn't intentional. Tang Miao smiled and said, "This is the number 1 war god of the War God Hall, General Yumukin." The number 1 war god? Lan Xuanyu's heart trembled. This was an important figure in the War God Temple, second only to the Temple Master. Even the Vice Palace Master could only sit on equal footing with him. Yumukin nodded to Lan Xuanyu and said in a deep voice, "I also hold a post in the Heaven Reverse Division. The information you sent back this time is very important, But we still need to verify it further. Now? Lan Xuanyu asked. Yu Mukin said indifferently, now. Otherwise, why do you think we're waiting for you here? Although Lan Xuanyu was anxious to see Prince Yu, he also understood that this was an essential process. After all, this matter was too important. Okay. Lan Xuanyu nodded. Yu Mukin walked to the front of Elder Yi and said in a deep voice, Elder Yi, then I'll let people start to isolate and interrogate these young people. Okay, but don't take too long. Elder Yi said indifferently. Lan Xuanyu found that when Yu Mukin faced Elder Yi, his attitude was obviously different. It was less cold and more respectful. They didn't go anywhere else and directly went to the Shrek Space Center. Everyone in the Star War experimental class was taken to different rooms and all 33 of them were interrogated separately. Most of the inquiries were conducted by the military, but there were also people from Shrek Academy and the Tang sect who were listening in. This was also because Lan Xuanyu and the others were from Shrek Academy and had the Academy's support. If it were other people, they could only listen to orders in front of the War God Temple and would be directly taken back for strict interrogation. But for Shrek students, they obviously couldn't do it. The one who interrogated Lan Xuanyu was Yu Mukin himself. After listening to Lan Xuanyu's narration, Yu Mukin asked in a deep voice, you said that the Dragon Horse Galaxy's Tenryu star's first seat Tenryu, according to your opinion, what level should his strength be? Lan Xuanyu said, he should be at the Transcendent God level. Above level 120. How can you be sure? Lan Xuanyu said, if it's not at this level, Nana teacher won't be unable to resist the other party. Not to mention that the other party is just a projection and not the real body. If it's the real body, I'm afraid we won't be able to come back alive. According to my judgment, the reason why the divine sense in the Dragon Origin Crystal can't be discovered is because we don't have a divine sense that can reach his level. Then how did you find it? Yu Mukin asked in a deep voice. Lan Xuanyu hesitated for a moment, but still said, I once got a strange beast called Treasure-Seeking Beast. It used to live in the divine realm. It recognized the strength of the other party's divine sense and confirmed that the other party was comparable to a first-grade god in the divine realm. The first-grade god in the divine realm should be the transcendent god-level powerhouse we are talking about now. Treasure-seeking beast? Release it and let me see. Lan Xuanyu looked at Ilao next to him, and Ilao nodded to him. Lan Xuanyu then communicated with the treasure-seeking beast. With a flash of light, the treasure-seeking beast drilled out of his forehead. Seeing the appearance of the treasure-seeking beast, Yu Mukin was obviously stunned for a moment, but he still narrowed his eyes. His eyes flickered, and a divine sense instantly probed the treasure-seeking beast. The treasure-seeking beast still didn't understand what was going on, but it screamed and jumped up. Then, a terrifying aura instantly spread out from its body. Yu Mukin's face changed greatly as if he was struck by lightning. He instantly retracted his divine sense. On the other side, Ilao was also surprised, and a yellow halo bloomed around his body. But that terrifying aura only appeared for a moment and then disappeared. The treasure-seeking beast's face was also a little pale. Master, he's so strong, a second-grade god. The treasure-seeking beast looked at Yu Mukin, obviously a little scared. Yu Mukin's hand was raised, and his right palm turned bluish-purple. When his palm changed, Lan Xuanyu immediately felt a suffocating feeling. He completely believed that if the other party's palm hit him, he would die without a doubt. Don't be impulsive. That doesn't seem to be its own power. Ilao's voice came. Yu Mukin also noticed something at this time and frowned, or a simulation? The treasure-seeking beast shrank beside Lan Xuanyu and snorted, you used your divine sense to probe me, so what if I scare you? The aura of a god king, are you afraid? The light on Yu Mukin's hand converged, and he looked at the treasure-seeking beast, showing a bit of interest. It's indeed a divine sense fluctuation, otherwise it's impossible to simulate such an aura. You really came from the god realm? Then do you know why the god realm disappeared? The treasure-seeking beast snorted and said, when I left the god realm, it hadn't disappeared yet, how would I know? General you digress. Ilao said faintly. Yu Mukin looked at the treasure-seeking beast, and then looked at Lan Xuanyu. He was getting more and more interested in this young man. Lan Xuanyu was the class monitor of the outer courtyard graduate class. In terms of cultivation, he wasn't too strong. But today, Ilao came in person, which meant a lot of things. It could be seen that the Shrek Academy attached great importance to Lan Xuanyu. Then can you confirm that the Dragon Horse Galaxy powerhouse who attacked you that day is the first-grade god you mentioned? Yu Mukin asked the treasure-seeking beast. The treasure-seeking beast nodded and said, I can't be wrong. I haven't felt the aura of a first-grade god for a long, long time. But the level of a first-grade god and a second-grade god are completely different. At the level of a first-grade god, they can dominate one side. Even in the god realm, they have the power to control. For example, the 7 elemental gods of the god realm and the 7 original sin gods are all first-grade gods. Yu Mukin's eyes flickered as he turned to look at Lan Xuanyu, his heart slightly moved. This treasure-seeking beast was indeed very unusual. The most important thing was that it knew a lot about the divine realm. Even for these god-ranked powerhouses, the divine realm was a very mysterious place. It was something they yearned for. At his level, the only thing he was interested in was how to continue to become stronger. Just like what the treasure-seeking beast said, to become a first-grade god, to be able to control a first-grade god. But in front of Ilao, he naturally couldn't ask Lan Xuanyu if he was willing to give up such a thing. That was unrealistic. While his heart palpitated, he couldn't help but be secretly surprised by the background of Shrek Academy. At the level of true god, one was already the top existence in the Federation. Even Ilao, who was beside him, was also a true god. That's why the War God Temple sent him here. He was already standing at the peak of humanity. Although he wasn't necessarily Ilao's opponent, he was at least a powerhouse. Of the same level. If one were to compare the background, it was obvious that Shrek Academy was really a shocking existence. Yu Mukin continued to ask, especially about Tenryu's situation and state, as well as the process of Tenryu and Nana's battle. He also asked about the time when Lan Xuanyu knew Nana and Nana's situation. Lan Xuanyu answered one by one. This questioning took more than an hour. Lan Xuanyu's mood began to become a little irritable. The only thing he wanted to do now was to rescue Nana, and every minute he delayed, Nana might be in more danger. General Yu, I have already made it very clear. Moreover, this is the Heaven Fighter mission we completed. I also know that this matter has a wide range of implications for the Federation. But I am not a prisoner. Nana teacher fell on the star, her life and death is unknown. In a sense, it is also for the Federation. If you ask, the Federation can help me rescue Nana. You can ask whatever you want. Otherwise, I don't want to waste any more time. Lan Xuanyu suddenly said when Yu Mukin still wanted to ask some more details. Yu Mukin was slightly stunned. As the #1 war god and a true god rank powerhouse, it has been many years since someone dared to speak to him in such a tone. The person in front of him was merely a graduate of Shrek Academy's outer court. Lan Xuanyu turned to Ilao. Ilao, Nana-sensei is in grave danger. I hope to return to the academy immediately and discuss how to save her. I've already said what I need to say. Ilao nodded slightly. I understand your feelings. General Yu, what do you think? Yu Mukin narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, Ilao, this matter is very important. You also know it. It could even be said that it was related to the survival of the Federation. There was no room for error. Lan Xuanyu, I understand your feelings. However, between personal interests and the interests of the Federation, I hope you are clear about which is more important. Before this matter is confirmed, you and your classmates must be under the military surveillance. In a short time, I'm afraid you can't do anything. Of course, if it can be confirmed in the end, your contribution will also be great. The Heaven Fighter mission will at least be upgraded from level 5 to level 7, or even level 8. It will let you enjoy it for a lifetime. Lan Xuanyu listened to him and suddenly became anxious. General Yu, merit and honor are not important to me now. I just want to save Nana-sensei. I'm afraid I can't be monitored by the Federation. Ilao, I have to return to the academy quickly. I don't know how long Nana-sensei can hold on, whether she is still alive. But I must go and save her. Ilao frowned slightly, his eyes were calm, but he looked at Yu Mukin with an unquestionable look. Yu Mukin's face also sank. Young man, I have been very tolerant of you. Don't reach for a yard after taking an inch. Although he was very afraid of Yilao, this matter was too important. Lan Xuanyu was the key to this matter. How could he let him go easily? Reach for a yard after taking an inch, what can you do? At this time, a somewhat cold voice sounded. Yu Mukin and Yilao's face changed at the same time, subconsciously looked in one direction. A golden light flashed, a long leg stepped out of the golden light, and a figure appeared in the room. Uncle Yu. Lan Xuanyu saw the person, suddenly overjoyed. He stood up and threw himself into Prince Yu's arms. The treasure-seeking beast has not returned to his body, staring blankly at the sudden arrival of Prince Yu, muttering to himself, this is Jinlong Wandaran? Yu Mukin also stood up at this time, his face was dignified. When that person stepped into the room, he felt a huge threat. Like an ancient beast, bursting with a strong oppressive force. A faint golden halo was emitted from Prince Yu's body, cold and powerful, but full of blazing and crazy taste. It was as if an active volcano had suddenly been moved into the room. True god-level powerhouse, Yu Mukin could feel the other party's powerful strength in an instant. This person was also a true god-level powerhouse, and in his impression, he never knew a true god-level powerhouse. In the Federation, the number of true god-level powerhouses who could reach level 110 and above could be counted on one's fingers. He almost knew them. But the one in front of him was so unfamiliar. He was a high-ranking military official. The statistics of powerhouses were the most clear. He turned his head to look at Yilao. Yilao, is this person also from Shrek? Yilao glanced at him, then turned his eyes to Tang Lu. His eyes flashed a bit of a complicated look, even with some inexplicable and unclear emotions. Nodding, he said, yes. Yu Mukin sucked in a breath of cold air. Shrek Academy actually had a true god-level powerhouse that they didn't know about. This news was extremely important for the entire Federation. A true god-level powerhouse was already a strategic existence. A powerhouse of this level was even enough to change the balance of strength between the major forces. Let's go. Tang Lu patted Lan Xuanyu's back, not even looking at Yu Mukin. We can't go. Yu Mukin's eyes flashed, and with a step, he already arrived in front of Lan Xuanyu and Tang Lu. The air around his body suddenly dimmed. Tang Li's eyes were cold, and in his right hand, a golden light shone. It was a golden spear without a handle, both ends were golden spears. When the spear came out, his aura suddenly became crazy. With just you? The spear was raised, and a circle of golden halo suddenly appeared in the void. Yu Mukin didn't expect that the other party would actually make a move without saying a word. A huge black scythe that exuded a blue halo instantly jumped into his hand. But the next moment, he was shocked to find that he couldn't move. Those circles of golden halo, left and right, wrapped around him. The power he had just released suddenly converged back, as if it was completely out of control. Under the confinement of the golden halos, even a true god powerhouse felt powerless, as though he could not do anything. In the next moment, the treasure-seeking beast plunged into Lan Xuanyu's forehead. Tang Lu coldly snorted, tore open the space, and took Lan Xuanyu into it and disappeared. The circles of golden halo slowly dissipated after he disappeared. Yu Mukin's feet staggered slightly, and his eyes were full of horror. He was also a true god-level powerhouse, but he clearly felt that he couldn't match the other party. Yilao, what is the meaning of your Shrek Academy? He suddenly turned around and asked in shock and anger. Yilao faintly said, although this one belongs to the Shrek Academy, it can also be said that he doesn't. Because Shrek has no authority over him. In terms of status, he is far above me. What do you mean by we? What's more, your military can't put our students under house arrest. Let's call it a day. I'll take all the students away. Even if your palace master is here, the answer will be the same. Yilao's surprisingly tough attitude made Admiral Yu Mukin calm down. After all, this was Shrek City, the place where the Shrek Academy was located. Even with his identity and status, he didn't dare to force too much here. What's more, it wasn't just the Shrek Academy who expressed their stance, the people from the Tangmen also came today, which meant a lot of things. Well, Yilao, wait a moment. I'll summarize the situation, and then let the students return to the academy. Yu Mukin calmed down and showed a smile on his face again. At their level, they would never easily lose control of their emotions. Moreover, the previous man left a very deep impression on him, and he was very clear about Ilao's position in the Shrek Academy. He was the real number 2 figure in addition to the master of the Sea God Pavilion. Such an existence actually said that the status of the previous man was higher than him. What did this mean? This news alone was already very important for the War God Temple. The light flashed, and when the scenery in front of Lan Xuanyu was cleaned again, Tang Lu had taken him back to the Shrek Academy's dormitory. Everything was still a familiar scene, but for some reason, Lan Xuanyu felt that the dormitory was a bit cold. He still clearly remembered the voice and smile of teacher Nana when she was here. But at this moment, no matter how he called, he was afraid that he couldn't find the trace of teacher Nana. Uncle Yu. Looking at Tang Lu, his eyes suddenly turned red. Tang Lu patted him on the shoulder, his face solemn. Let's talk about the situation in detail first. I've also looked up some information about stars in the past few days. Don't worry too much, there should still be a chance. Okay. Listening to him, Lan Xuanyu's mood suddenly stabilized. A lot. The most important thing now was how to rescue Nana. Tang Lu pondered for a moment and said, according to the information I've looked up, if I fall in the star, I should be able to survive for a short time. But the gravity of the star is too strong, I'm afraid I can't get rid of it. And for a long time in the star, I can't say how long I can hold on. That's because it's very difficult for me to replenish my energy in an environment like a star. In this regard, your Nana teacher should have an advantage over me. She had the ability to control the fire element. At her level, almost any energy element in the outside world could be converted into her own power, or even into other elements. So, if the two of us fell into the star at the same time, she would definitely be able to last longer than me. Therefore, if I can go to the eternal star to look for her within a certain period of time, I should have a chance to find her. Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, therefore, the main problem we are facing now is how to find her. If we are on the surface of a star, I should have a chance to sense her aura. However, I have no way of surviving on the surface of a star. And how to get rid of the gravitational pull of the star? If you can't do it, I'm afraid there's no other way, right? Tang Lu said, that's right, and I'm afraid we can't do it with our strength alone. I can search for her on the stars in a short time. But I need a force to help me break free of gravity and pull me back. I'm not familiar with the Federation's technology. Do you know anything about it? To what extent can the Federation reach in terms of star exploration? Lan Xuanyu frowned. I'm not sure about that either. I'll go to the Tangmen and ask. In terms of soul guidance technology, the Tangmen are second to none. Tang Lu nodded slightly and looked at him seriously. Xianyu, you can't be impatient at a time like this. You must calm your mind. Let's work hard together and try to save her at all costs. Okay, thank you, Uncle Yu. Lan Xuanyu nodded vigorously. Then I'll go to the Tangmen. Go. Tang Lu didn't say anything about letting Lan Xuanyu rest first. At a time like this, he definitely didn't have the mood to rest. Lan Xuanyu rushed out of the dormitory and went straight to the Tangmen. Right now, he really hated himself for being so weak. This feeling was like the powerlessness he felt when he and his mother faced the villains of Sin Planet when he was young. Thinking of his mother, Lan Xuanyu hesitated for a moment. Should he ask his mother about his situation? But he decided not to ask now. His heart was in a mess now, and he didn't want his mother to be sad at this time. After all, nothing had been confirmed yet. Everything would wait until the rescue of Nana's teacher was over. When he rushed to the Tangmen as fast as he could, Tang Miao hadn't returned yet. He expressed to the people of the Tangmen that he wanted to meet someone related to soul guidance technology for consultation. He was also a member of the Tangmen. Soon, he saw someone familiar. Dangbo Xianyu, you're back? I heard you went to take the graduation exam. How did it go? Dangbo obviously didn't know about the important information Lan Xuanyu had sent back. In fact, the Federation had already sealed off the information. Only the core higher-ups knew about it and had already started to set up targeted measures. Brother Deng, I have something to trouble you with. Can you introduce me to the person in charge of soul guidance technology research in the Tangmen? I have something important to ask, Lan Xuanyu asked anxiously. Soul guidance technology? If it's not particularly complicated, you can ask me. I'm also doing research in this area, Dangbo said. Lan Xuanyu said, then do you know to what extent the Federation's exploration of stars can reach? Can they get close to the surface of stars? Dangbo was stunned. Explore stars? Why are you asking this? What does this have to do with you? Lan Xuanyu said anxiously, just tell me if there is. Dangbo said, the scariest thing about a star is not its high temperature, but its gravity. If you want to explore a star, you have to solve the problem of gravity first. The easiest way to solve this problem is to pull it in the opposite direction. As far as I know, the Federation still has some exploration of stars. But there aren't many resources that can be used on stars, so they haven't explored them in depth. It's also very difficult to explore them in depth. Among the currently known exploration methods, the best way to get close to the surface of a star is the interplanetary mothership's planet detector. This detector is made of ultra-strong rare metals and is controlled by the mothership through the gravitational chain. It can enter the surface of a star to explore, but it can't go deep. Stars are different from each other. There are many types, yellow giants, red dwarfs, etc. There are many ways to classify stars, and it's very complicated, so I won't talk about it. So, if you want to explore a star, you have to look at what type of star it is. The difference between the surface temperature and the internal temperature of a star is like heaven and earth. A normal yellow giant has a surface temperature of about 6,000 degrees, but the internal temperature can reach hundreds of millions of degrees. Different stars have different surface gravitational forces, especially in an ultra-high temperature environment. It's extremely difficult to resist the gravitational force. Some stars have a surface gravitational force that's only a few dozen times stronger than ours, but some stars have a surface gravitational force that's hundreds or thousands of times stronger than ours. So, even if the interplanetary mothership's planet detector wants to explore, it has to look at what type of star it is, the strength of its surface gravitational force, and the surface temperature. It should be fine if it's within 10,000 degrees, but it's very difficult to exceed 10,000 degrees. Why are you asking this? Don't tell me you're planning to go to a star to cultivate? Dangbo laughed at the end. The fire element in a star was naturally the most abundant, but it was obviously unrealistic to want to cultivate on a star. Lan Xuanyu frowned. Dangbo's words were very meaningful to him. In fact, he really didn't know enough about stars. He could only feel the huge gravitational force and terrifying heat from that star. If it was just based on the numbers, the situation of a star didn't seem to be completely impossible to resist. Most importantly, he learned from Dangbo that the Federation had the ability to explore stars. The planet detector belonged to the interplanetary mothership's planet detector. Brother Dang, other than this method, do our Tangmen have any technological methods to explore stars? Lan Xuanyu asked. There were only 7 planet-level space carriers in the entire Douluo Federation, and they were the flagships of the 7 universe fleets. Not to mention him, even the commander-in-chief of the Federation wouldn't be able to mobilize them easily. Dangbo shook his head and said, I can tell you with certainty that there isn't. Our Tongmen's research direction is not in this area. As for what it is, you still don't have the authority to know with your current level of authority. But we have never done any research on star exploration. Therefore, the most reliable way I know of to explore the stars is the planet-level space carrier. Lan Xuanyu nodded slightly and said, then I'll wait for Hall Master Tang here. When he returns, please help me report that I want to see him. Dangbo's words were only his own opinion. Lan Xuanyu still hoped to ask the higher-ups of the Tangmen. Tang Miao had just accompanied them to participate in the questioning of the War God Temple and the military. He should be back soon. Relatively speaking, he was the most familiar with the higher-ups of the Tangmen. All right. Then you can wait here with me for a while. I'll call you when the Hall Master comes back. Lan Xuanyu sat on the sofa in Dangbo's office and closed his eyes. Dangbo's words echoed in his mind. It was obviously not an easy task to save Teacher Nana. If he really had to use the planet-level space carrier, what would he have to do to make it possible? Also, how strong is that star? That's probably a very important question. Teacher Nana, you must hold on. No matter what, no matter the price, I will definitely save you. Thinking of this, he subconsciously touched the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd ring on his hand. He was now completely certain that his heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd was a divine artifact. If he used a divine artifact as a bargaining chip, would he be able to use the planet-level space carrier? If he wanted to use the mothership, he would not be able to rely on himself as a student. First, he would need the support of the academy, then the support of the Tangmen. Teacher Nana had saved the Treostrumsa wings, which meant that they had a chance to send back important information. This was a great contribution to the Federation. Lan Xuanyu outlined in his mind how he should leverage the resources step by step and finally get the Federation to agree to use the mothership. Amidst such chaotic thoughts, he unknowingly fell asleep. He was too tired. Ever since Nana had fallen on the star, he was mentally and physically exhausted. He had been thinking about what to do when he returned. Or maybe he was wondering if Teacher Nana was really his mother. Now that he had quieted down to think, the exhaustion of his brain gradually caused him to fall asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Lan Xuanyu felt someone pushing his shoulder. He subconsciously opened his eyes. He realized that he was covered with a blanket, and it was Dang Bo who had pushed him. Not far from Dang Bo, Tang Miao stood there. Ah. I fell asleep. Hall Master. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly stood up and bowed to Tang Miao. Tang Miao pressed his hand down. Sit down and talk. You've had a hard time coming back. Dang Bo pulled over a chair for Tang Miao, who sat down in front of Lan Xuanyu. Dang Bo, I'll talk to Xianyu alone. Tang Miao gestured to Dang Bo. Dang Bo nodded and gave him a glass of water. He also gave Lan Xuanyu a glass before turning to leave. Tang Miao looked at Lan Xuanyu and said with a serious expression, he has already told me the question you asked Dang Bo. I know you want to save your teacher. Yes. Lan Xuanyu nodded vigorously. Hall Master, Teacher Nana has a strong control over the fire element. She definitely won't die. Tang Miao said, but this is only your judgment. We all know how high the temperature of the star is. Xianyu, you have to be mentally prepared. There is no doubt that you have contributed greatly to the Federation in this matter. If it is finally confirmed to be true, then, this will be a contribution to turn the tide. It will be very beneficial to your and your companion's future development. Contributions are not important to me, Hall Master. I just want to save Teacher Nana. Do our Tangmen have the technology to detect stars? Lan Xuanyu asked anxiously. Tang Miao sighed softly. The answer Dang Bo gave you was also given to you by me. We Tangmen don't have in-depth research in this area. Moreover, the surface area of a planet is too big. If we want to explore the surface of a planet, the time we stay is also very important. Even if our battleships can stay on the surface of a star for a short period of time, it is very difficult to return under the strong gravitational force. Our power system is not enough to resist the gravitational force on the surface of a star. Therefore, Dang Bo is right. Only the gravitational chain on a planet-level space carrier has the ability to resist the gravitational force of a star. A planet detector is the only way to explore a star and explore it for a long time. Tang Miao's words confirmed Dang Bo's words, which also made Lan Xuanyu gradually calm down. In fact, this was not the worst outcome. At least there was still a way. It was not completely impossible. I understand. Hall Master, what kind of situation would it take to convince the Federation to send a planet-level space carrier to search? Lan Xuanyu asked directly. It's very difficult. Tang Miao shook his head and said, from the perspective of merit, this teacher of yours deserves the most credit for your contributions this time. However, you can't convince the Federation that she is still alive. As long as the Federation says that it is impossible for humans to survive on the surface of a star, they will not send out a space carrier. Moreover, once a planet-level space carrier is mobilized, it will be a fleet. A space carrier must be escorted by a complete fleet. This is because a space carrier is too strategic for the Federation. Just like the Transcendent from the Dragon Horse Galaxy you faced this time. With such a powerful cultivation, why would he scheme against us in secret? Why didn't he attack us openly? It's because he's afraid of our space fleet. A planet-level space carrier is an existence that can easily destroy a planet. The Dragon Horse Galaxy has many civilizations with extremely high levels of life and is our biggest opponent at the moment. However, in terms of technology, they are much inferior, so both sides are afraid of attacking. We don't dare to take the initiative to attack because we are worried that their top-notch experts will recklessly come to destroy us. They don't dare to come because they are worried that our fleet will deal a destructive blow to their planets. Both sides have tried to clash and both sides were injured. Among our 7 fleets, 4 of them are stationed near the Dragon Horse Galaxy. You should understand how afraid the Federation is of the Dragon Horse Galaxy. I didn't expect them to find another way and come up with such a method to deal with us. If they really succeed and cause damage to the Federation's fleet, the consequences will be unimaginable. Therefore, our space fleets are the greatest guarantee of the Federation's safety. Every fleet has its own mission. It's not easy to mobilize them. The contribution points this time are indeed important chips, but it's not enough. Do you understand what I mean? Moreover, on this matter, just relying on the Academy and Tang men to pressure us won't work. It might even have the opposite effect. You're a smart person, so you should understand what I mean. Lan Xuanyu pondered and said, is there no other way? Tang Miao said, I suggest you go to the Academy first and tell them about this matter to see their attitude. If the Academy is willing to support you, there's still a chance. Although the Academy is feared by the Federation government, its influence in the military can't be ignored. However, you'd better have another way. You have to think about it carefully. Thank you, Hall Master. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. Tang Miao said, Xianyu, there's one more thing I want to remind you of. I know you're very smart, and this matter is obviously very important to you, but don't mess up. Whether it's the Academy or Tang men, they all value you. You're also showing more and more ability. You still have a long way to go. Don't make any wrong choices because of this matter. Lan Xuanyu's eyes moved. Are you worried that I'll join the War God Temple because of this? I won't, don't worry. Not to mention that my personal strength is far from enough, even if it was enough, I wouldn't do that. I definitely have a way. Tang Miao smiled. Don't forget your identity as the successor of the life school. You can look for Master Shu about this matter. This identity of yours will be an important bargaining chip for you. N. After leaving Tang Men, Lan Xuanyu returned to the academy. On the way back, he received a message from Bai Xiuxiu that everyone had returned. After the questioning, the people from the War God Temple and the military left. Lan Xuanyu didn't need to care about how the War God Temple and the military would deal with this matter. He directly dialed Ying Luohong's sole communication number. He didn't have the qualifications to enter the inner court and needed to ask for the academy's support through Dining. Ying Luohong told him to meet her directly in her office. When Lan Xuanyu arrived at Ying Luohong's office, not only was Ying Luohong there, Tang Zhenhua was also there. Without waiting for Lan Xuanyu to speak, Tang Zhenhua already said in a deep voice, Xianyu, don't worry. We are duty-bound to save your teacher. We will do our best. If you have any thoughts, just say it. Lan Xuanyu looked at his teacher Tang in surprise, warmth surging in his heart. What he didn't know was that Tang Zhenhua said this not only because of their teacher-student relationship, but also because their son was saved by Nana this time. Nana was the savior of the entire Battlecraft combat experimental class. Ying Luohong nodded slightly when she heard this, and said, First of all, are you sure that your teacher is still alive? Lan Xuanyu nodded vigorously. Regardless of whether he was sure or not, he had to do it now. This was the only way for Nana to have a chance of survival. Ying Luohong said, That's good. I'll go ask the pavilion master about the inner court. Tell me what you think. Lan Xuanyu told them about the news he had just received in Tangmen, and then said, Dean, Teacher Tang. Teacher Nana not only saved us this time, but also gave us a chance to pass on the message. I think I can convince the students that we should give up the merit points. Please allow the Federation to accompany us in our search for Nana teachers. This was the most important method, and also the reason why the Federation had sent out the fleet. The most important thing now was to get the Federation to agree to use this reason. This required the support of the military. In this regard, I want to ask the Academy to help me. Also, Teacher Nana does not belong to the Academy, nor does she belong to Tangmen. She teaches at the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy and should have a certain relationship with the War God Temple. Wasn't she with War God and Peizhou in the past? I want to find the War God Temple. If we give this merit to the War God Temple, they might speak up for Teacher Nana. If Teacher Nana is saved, I can convince her to join the War God Temple, as long as she can come back alive. Ying Luohong looked at Lan Xuanyu in surprise. It was already quite good that he could think of these points in such a short period of time. Especially on the War God Temple side, this could be said to be a stroke of genius. Ying Luohong nodded and said, "This is a way. The Academy's side will be decided by the Pavilion Master. But this time, your entire class will be able to return safely. It's all thanks to your Nana teacher. I will definitely do my best. Furthermore, Pavilion Master Wang will be back soon, he should be on your side. We will work together to convince the Pavilion Master." "That's great. Then I will contact the War God Temple now." "Do you think I should contact the number 1 War God directly or contact War God in Peizhou?" Lan Xuanyu asked. Tang Zhenhua said, "Contact Yu Muqin directly. Yu Muqin is one of the most important higher-ups in the military, a true god-level powerhouse, the number 1 War God of the War God Temple. His status is illustrious. The effect will be better if you go from top to bottom. And Peizhou can be used as evidence to support your claim. If you can convince Yu Muqin, your chances will be much higher." Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, "Okay." Tang Zhenhua said, "There's no time to lose. Take advantage of the fact that Yu Muqin is still in Shrek City and look for him now. I'll give you the address." "Thank you, Teacher Tang. We should be the ones thanking you." Ying Luohong said sincerely, "How about this, let's split up. I'll go to the inner court now and try to see the Pavilion Master to report this matter. You go look for Yu Muqin. It's not convenient for the Academy to interfere with the matter of looking for the War God Temple, in case it backfires. Whether or not you can convince him will depend on you." Although Lan Xuanyu didn't quite understand what Ying Luohong meant by thanking him, he didn't have time to think too much at this time. After recording the address, he immediately set off for Shrek City again. At this time, he really didn't want to delay for even a second. The sooner he could set off to rescue the Nana teacher, the sooner he could save the Nana teacher. Shrek City. On the top floor of an ancient building, Yu Muqin had just hung up the communication with the military. Looking at the information on the electronic screen in front of him, he couldn't help but frown. From the inquiries of the Shrek Academy students, it was very likely that this matter was true. In other words, the dragon origin crystal that was regarded as an energy substitute by the Federation really had a big problem. This thing was probably not produced by the dragon origin star. The dragon origin crystal was simply made by the Dragon Horse Galaxy in order to subtly influence this kind of energy to invade the Federation. Once most of the space fleet's warships used this kind of energy, it was equivalent to burying a time bomb on every warship. The consequences of this were simply immeasurable. Fortunately, it was discovered in time, and the other party should have thought that the Federation hadn't discovered it yet. There was no harm done yet. The military's current suggestion to the Federation was to hold back their troops, including the mining of the Dragon Origin Star. They couldn't stop and let the other party discover clues. Then, after making sufficient preparations, they would solve this problem once and for all. This was already the best way. The most important thing was that before this, they couldn't take a step closer to examine the Dragon Origin Crystal, otherwise, they might be discovered and exposed by the other party. But because of this, they couldn't really confirm the situation of this information. Therefore, it wasn't that there were no other voices in the military, including the Federation. Especially the higher-ups of the Ministry of Finance, they were very disapproving of this information. It was really because the benefits brought by the Dragon Origin Crystal were too great, allowing the Federation to save a lot of resources to continue to manufacture space warships. One must know that the resources needed to maintain the supply of a fleet were astronomical. Only by occupying more resource planets could they replenish the consumption. However, with the obstruction of the Dragon Horse Galaxy, the speed of the Federation's exploration of the universe had been greatly reduced, and they needed to be on guard at all times. The speed of obtaining resource planets naturally decreased greatly. If the Dragon Origin Crystal was abolished, the exploration of the universe might even stagnate. The consequences of this were unpredictable. For example, if a war were to start in the Dragon Horse Galaxy, it would be very troublesome. However, if the problem with the Dragon Origin Crystal was true, it might bring about a devastating disaster, which was something the Federation couldn't afford in any case. Yumyukin's attitude was more in favor of replacing the Dragon Origin Crystal. The news this time was very real, and he also brought back some unclear information to support it. There were also satellites on the Dragon Origin star that detected huge energy fluctuations. What's more, there was Wang Tianyu's testimony. Although Wang Tianyu didn't find anything wrong with the Dragon Origin Crystal, it was absolutely true that he was facing a 12th order powerhouse. It was just that the other party didn't think that he knew the real situation, and he was anxious to kill Nana and Wings of Xianxia at that time, so he didn't have the chance to kill him. But all signs showed that the news was true. Now it was up to the Federation to decide. Report. The voice of the communications officer came. Come in. Yumyukin collected his thoughts. Shrek Academy Outer Court student Lan Xuanyu requests an audience. The communications officer said respectfully. Huh? The little guy I asked about today? Why is he here? Bring him to see me. Yumyukin's heart moved. Was there any inside story? Soon, Lan Xuanyu came to General Yumyukin under the leadership of the communications officer. Seeing this young man again, Yumyukin's mood was a bit complicated. Frankly speaking, his impression of Lan Xuanyu was still good. It was because this little guy was too good-looking. The leader of the graduating class of Shrek Academy's outer courtyard, he will definitely be able to enter the inner courtyard in the future. Moreover, the sudden appearance of the strange true god rank powerhouse today really left a deep impression on him. Hello, General Yu. Lan Xuanyu nodded to him. Looking for me, is there something you haven't reported before? Yumyukin motioned him to sit down. Lan Xuanyu sat down opposite him, nodded, and said, yes, there are some situations. Today in front of Elder E, it's a bit inconvenient to say. So after going back and settling down, I came to look for you again. Oh? Something inconvenient to say in front of Elder E? Yumyukin couldn't help but be a little surprised. He still understood the situation of Shrek Academy very well. The students who came out of the Shrek Academy, which one of them didn't have deep feelings for the Shrek Academy that couldn't be separated? There was almost never a situation where a student of Shrek Academy did something that damaged the academy. But this young man in front of him who was obviously prepared to be fully trained by Shrek, it seemed that he had something to hide from the academy. This situation was rare. Suddenly, it made him very interested. Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, yes. Nana's teacher is actually a person of the War God Temple. He knew that if he wanted to attract a person of Yumyukin's status, he must not beat around the bush. He must directly say something that would make the other party interested. Huh? Yumyukin was surprised. Is it the teacher who saved you? Isn't she your teacher? How could she be a person of our War God Temple? How come I don't know about this situation? According to what Lan Xuanyu said before, his teacher should also be a true god rank existence. Yumyukin didn't have time to investigate this teacher's identity and background. Because in the news that came back before, Lan Xuanyu mainly reported about the Dragon Origin Crystal, he didn't say anything about Nana. It was only when he asked about it today that he revealed it. Lan Xuanyu looked at his reaction and knew that Yumyukin hadn't investigated the Nana teacher yet. This was good news for him. He hurriedly said, Teacher Nana is not a teacher of our Shrek Academy. When I was still in Heaven Luo, she was my teacher. So to be precise, she is my teacher. After that, I came to Shrek to study, and she also went to the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy to teach. At that time, she was accompanied by our War God Hall's War God and Peijio. Therefore, although I'm not completely sure, Teacher Nana should belong to our War God Temple. Yumyukin was really surprised this time. He gestured to Lan Xuanyu and asked him to wait. Then he immediately pressed a button and connected the communication. Contact Impagio for me. Not long after, a voice came from the other side. Boss Yu, why are you looking for me? It sounded like Impagio was very casual with Yumukin. Obviously, the two of them had a good relationship. Xiao Pei, let me ask you something. There's a person called Nana, do you know her? Yumukin asked in a low voice. Nana? How do you know her? Is it because she's good-looking? Be careful, I'll tell second sister. Impagio said with ill intentions. The corner of Yumukin's mouth twitched when he heard this. Lan Xuanyu was still sitting beside him and he was talking to Impagio through the speaker. Cut the crap, tell me what you know. It involves important matters. Hearing his serious tone, Impagio didn't dare to tease him anymore. Did something happen to Nana? Hasn't she always been teaching at the Sun Moon Imperial Soul Engineering Academy, and there hasn't been any changes over the years? Her situation is rather special, and her information is top secret in the Federation. Our side is directly under the Hall Master. According to the authority, Boss Yu, you shouldn't know. You have to ask the Hall Master. N? Hearing her words, Yumukin's heart skipped a beat. Then ask the Hall Master, let's have a three-way call. This person is very important. Alright, I'll ask for instructions immediately. Impagio didn't dare to be negligent and quickly said. After hanging up the call, Yumukin looked at Lan Xuanyu and said, this involves the internal secrets of the War God Temple. Wait outside the door, I'll call you later. Alright. Lan Xuanyu knew that he was going to investigate Nana's identity. Lan Xuanyu waited outside for more than an hour. Just as he was getting more and more anxious, Yumukin's voice came from the room, calling him in. Entering Yumukin's office again, Lan Xuanyu calmed his mind. He couldn't solve the problem anxiously, he had to face this number one war god in a calm state in order to have a better chance of convincing him. Yumukin's gaze was complicated. From Impagio, he found out about Nana's origins. This person was actually an existence that had been resurrected from profound ice that was at least 1,000 years old. However, scientists had checked the records of powerhouses for nearly 3,000 years and there was no such existence of a god-ranked powerhouse. Ever since she was revived, she had been very well behaved for more than 10 years. Other than saving someone once, she had almost never made a move again. And the last time she saved them was Lan Xuanyu and his mother. Tell me about your relationship with Nana. Yumukin asked. Lan Xuanyu nodded, he had nothing to hide in this aspect. At that moment, from the time he met Nana in the mall, he became Nana's disciple. Under Nana's guidance, he continued to improve and finally got into the Shrek Academy. Later on, Nana also came to the mother planet and often came to give him pointers. He recounted the entire process. Yumukin nodded inwardly. What Lan Xuanyu said was almost the same as the information obtained by the War God Temple. In other words, this existence that was very likely to be a true god-rank powerhouse had always been under the surveillance of the War God Temple. Although she did not truly belong to the War God Temple, at least she did not belong to other forces. Relatively speaking, she had a closer relationship with the War God Temple. That was an 11th rank powerhouse. In the entire Federation, there were not many people who could reach this level. If she was really still alive, and he could save her, thinking of this, Yumukin's heart palpitated. He looked at Lan Xuanyu and said, you are the class monitor of this graduating class of the Shrek Academy's outer court. After graduation, what are your preparations? Can you get into the inner court? Lan Xuanyu was slightly stunned. He vaguely felt something in his heart, but he still nodded. It should be possible. Yumukin narrowed his eyes. Do you have any other thoughts? For example, join our War God Temple. The War God Temple is also thirsty for talents. With your talent, you are likely to get more resources than Shrek in the War God Temple. After all, the War God Temple is directly under the Federation. Lan Xuanyu vaguely guessed from the previous sentence that this number one war god had the intention to recruit him. Whether it was asking about Nana's situation or his own thoughts, it was naturally for the benefit of the War God Temple. If they wanted to mobilize resources like the mothership, the price they had to pay was definitely not small. And if the military wanted to persuade the Federation, it was bound to be driven by benefits. Otherwise, it would be difficult to persuade the Federation to do so based on Nana's merits alone. After all, no one could be sure that humans could survive on the surface of a star. This statement alone was enough to shirk the responsibility. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu did not refuse Yu Mukin's invitation in the first place. He was silent for a moment. After a while, his brain turned quickly and he made a decision in his heart. General Yu, thank you very much for your kindness. The War God Temple is also a place I yearn for. I once had a dream when I was a child. I wanted to be a warship commander. Although I also wanted to be a strong person. But I can't have both. So after I entered the academy, I chose the Star Warfare Command Department. Oh? You want to be a warship commander? Shrek Academy doesn't have any ideas in this regard, right? If that's the case, it's naturally a better choice for you to join our War God Temple. Although we also advocate individual strength more, if you enter the military with the identity of the War God Temple, your promotion speed will be much faster, and it will be easier for you to achieve your dream. Yu Mukin said with a smile. In fact, he didn't know much about Lan Xuanyu. The reason was very simple. The Shrek Academy blocked Lan Xuanyu's information very strictly. Even the War God Temple couldn't investigate much. But how shrewd and ruthless Yu Mukin was. He personally came out to support Lan Xuanyu, and another true God-rank powerhouse appeared and took him away. It could be seen how much importance the Shrek Academy attached to this person. It would be strange if the Shrek Academy didn't attach so much importance to him. So, he took the opportunity to invite him. Lan Xuanyu said, "Thank you, General Yu, but the academy has nurtured me. Now, I should be considered to have entered the inner courtyard. Moreover, I have some special identities in the academy, so it's difficult for me to leave. But in the future, after I graduate from the inner courtyard, I actually hope to join the army, serve in the army, and contribute to the Federation. Protect and defend our homeland." Special identity? These words made Yu Mukin raise his eyebrows slightly. Can you tell me about your special identity? Lan Xuanyu hesitated for a moment and said, I can tell you, but I hope you can keep it a secret for me. I know you represent the War God Temple, but can you only know about this matter? During the time he waited outside, he had already thought it through. The possibility of wanting this number one war god to help him was actually not big. Because compared to this true god-rank powerhouse, he was too weak. Only by letting the other party feel that he might have enough influence in the future, or be strong enough, could he really be recognized by the other party and consider his needs. Yu Mukin smiled slightly. It seems that your special identity is not simple. Okay, I promise you. Tell me. Lan Xuanyu said, I am the next successor of the Life School. Life Affinity Physique. The smile on Yu Mukin's face froze in an instant, and the shock disappeared in a flash. The next successor of the Life School? This news was too important. He never thought that Lan Xuanyu actually had this identity. If it had been a few hundred years ago, the Federation probably wouldn't have paid any attention to the next successor of the Life School of Thought, and he wouldn't have thought much of it. This was because Master Shu had a long lifespan. He had presided over the School of Life for far too long. However, things were different now. The Federation knew very well that Master Shu was nearing the end of his life, and it was very important who would inherit his position in the future. Although the School of Life was also a part of the Shrek Academy, the School of Life controlled the ability to communicate with the Tree of Eternity. They were also in charge of many secrets regarding the mysteries of life. In a sense, it was more like the Shrek Academy was protecting the School of Life, preventing them from being controlled by the Federation. However, the Federation had never stopped coveting the Life School of Thought. Who didn't want to live forever? Do the members of the Federation want to do that? Do the higher-ups of the War God Temple want to? These core secrets were all in the Life School of Thought. More importantly, the School of Thought controlled the mysteries of communicating with the Tree of Eternity, which meant that they controlled all the life attribute treasures produced by the Tree of Eternity. Master Shu didn't have long to live, and his successor was likely to control the entire School of Thought for hundreds or even thousands of years in the long river of time. Not to mention that the leader of the School of Thought was bound to be a god-rank powerhouse in the future. The power of the School of Thought alone was enough. In an instant, Yu Mukin had a whole new level of respect for the young man in front of him. Lan Xuanyu naturally felt the change in Yu Mukin's gaze, but his own gaze was very calm. If it was in the past, he would have kept this identity a secret. However, as he gradually grew up and became stronger day by day, he was admitted to the inner court. More importantly, there was nothing more important than rescuing Nana's teacher. Therefore, even in front of the War God Hall's powerhouse, he still revealed his identity. Master Shu's successor? I didn't expect that. I thought it would be that guy Lin Mahua. Yu Mukin said indifferently. Lan Xuanyu said, Senior brother Lin also recognized my identity as his successor, maybe because my life affinity and physique are better. Yu Mukin said, if I help you rescue your teacher, for the War God Temple, for the military, and even for the Federation, what benefits can I get? With his status, he didn't need to beat around the bush with Lan Xuanyu and directly asked. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath. He knew that the most important moment had come. Whether he could convince the person in front of him depended on his next analysis. There are 3 benefits. Lan Xuanyu said seriously, first, Nana's teacher fell in order to save us, and by saving us, we can bring back this important news. Helping the Federation has immeasurable benefits. Rescuing Nana's teacher can be considered as a merit. The Federation can use this to publicize and get the recognition of the majority of heaven fighters. Let everyone understand that for the Federation will spare no effort to support us. It's enough to let the military and the Federation government have greater prestige. Second, rescuing Nana's teacher. If she can come back alive, I can guarantee that she will join the War God Temple. A powerhouse at the level of Nana's teacher must have extraordinary significance for the War God Temple. Nana's teacher usually doesn't have any inclination, she's just good to me and Xiao. With us 2 disciples, plus the kindness of saving her, Nana's teacher will definitely not refuse. Thirdly, this rescue mission will also be acknowledged by me and my classmates. I can promise you in my personal name that in the future, I can do 3 things for the War God Temple. The premise is that it's not against morality, not against the Shrek Academy and hangmen. Yu Mukin looked at him with deep eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. It's a bit interesting. I agree with the first 2 points. You're right, these are all benefits. However, it seems a bit premature for you to put the 3rd point and the first 2 points together. You're only 18 years old. Even if you're the successor of the School of Life, who knows how long it will take for you to take control of the School of Life. Your promise, at least for now, doesn't mean much to the War God Temple. If I'm not wrong, your soul power cultivation should only be around the level of a soul king. With this level of cultivation, under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult for you to enter the inner courtyard of the Shrek Academy. I originally didn't understand why you could enter the inner courtyard of the Shrek Academy, but after you mentioned your identity as the successor of the School of Life, I understood. You were admitted as an exception. Of course, you should also have some talent in commanding in space battles. It's just that space battles require the accumulation of countless experience. How difficult it is to become a warship commander, you will understand in the future. Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, you're right. Then, General Yu, if I can convince you on the 3rd point, will you support me in rescuing Nana's teacher? Yu Mukin smiled and said, yes. From my personal point of view, just the first point alone is enough for me to agree with. I'm also a high-ranking member of the Heaven Reverse Division. The Federation can't let the Heaven Reverse fighters be bitterly disappointed. After all, the Heaven Reverse fighters carry out missions that risk their lives. Especially the news you brought back this time, it saved a huge loss for the Federation. Therefore, regarding the mobilization of the fleet, I will represent the Heaven Reverse Division and the War God Temple to persuade the Federation. But you still have to convince me on the 3rd point, because if you can convince me, I will go with you personally this time. You have to know that exploring the surface of Hengxin is not something a star detector can do. If you want to save people, you need a real powerhouse. And it's not something a single person can do. When Lan Xuanyu heard him say so, his eyes suddenly lit up, and his impression of the number 1 war god increased greatly. He said sincerely, thank you. He then stood up and walked in front of Yu Mukin. General Yu, if it's just the identity of the successor of the life school, it's really difficult to convince you. But it's a little different from what you just said. I'm not only the successor of the life school, but I'll also be one of the future Shrek 7 monsters. The next generation of Shrek 7 monsters. As soon as these words came out, Yu Mukin was stunned. You? Shrek 7 monsters? N. Not only that, I'm also a space warship pilot, Super God 58. Lan Xuanyu said seriously. Super God 58, hearing this title, Yu Mukin's eyes suddenly lit up. He was very clear about what Super God 58 meant. He was a military big shot. There were only 100 space warship pilots at the level of Super God in the entire Federation. To be precise, only the top 100 pilots in the entire Federation could have the title of Super God. How old was Lan Xuanyu? 18 years old. The peak age of a space warship pilot was 30 to 40 years old. At such a young age, he had already reached the peak level in the entire Federation in terms of space warship piloting. This showed his ability in warship command. The ability to pilot a space warship has always been considered to be related to warship command. Warships were actually bigger space warships in the universe. An excellent space warship pilot must have strong control ability. More importantly, he must have a keen perception of the battlefield, a strong view of the overall situation, and the ability to control the battle situation. These were also necessary for a warship commander. Therefore, almost all excellent warship commanders were once space warship pilots. Warship commanders were not necessarily excellent space warship pilots before, but excellent, especially top-level space warship pilots were almost all excellent warship commanders. An 18-year-old Super God-level space warship pilot, even Yu Mukin had never heard of it. Super God 58 is easy to verify. But I can't verify that you're the next generation of Shrek 7 monsters. This is all empty talk. How can you prove it? Yu Mukin also became serious, looking at Lan Xuanyu with burning eyes. If it was Shrek 7 monsters, the price of the 3 promises would be quite high. Even if they didn't target Shrek Academy and Tangmen, it was still a great asset for the Temple of War. Not to mention, this was a personal guarantee. From Lan Xuanyu to Yu Mukin. Lan Xuanyu pursed his lips and his aura suddenly changed. He opened his arms by his sides and the golden-patterned blue-silver grass and silver-patterned blue-silver grass drilled out at the same time. Faint golden and silver halos rose from his palms at the same time. Twin martial spirits. Yu Mukin's eyes became even brighter. He shouted, still not enough. The gold and silver colors converged in front of Lan Xuanyu's chest, and a 7-colored halo rippled out from his chest. A deep heartbeat sounded, and along with this heartbeat, Lan Xuanyu's aura instantly soared. Even with Yu Mukin's cultivation base, he could clearly feel the terrifying and powerful aura fluctuations originating from the bloodline. Pieces of colorful scales emerged from Lan Xuanyu's body and instantly covered his whole body. His aura had climbed to an extremely powerful level. Self-martial spirit fusion skill, peak bloodline. Very good. But it's still not enough, you only have 5 rings. As soon as Yu Mukin said this, he saw Lan Xuanyu's soul rings. A circle of blood-colored soul rings rose from Lan Xuanyu's feet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yes, he only had 5 soul rings, but in front of Yu Mukin, these 5 soul rings were all blood red, representing the blood red of the 100,000-year level. As a true god powerhouse, Yu Mukin could clearly feel that this was not an illusion. This was a true 100,000-year soul ring. A 100,000-year soul ring was the dream of all soul masters. A 100,000-year soul ring meant powerful strength. At this moment, this General Yu Mukin seemed to have something stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say a word. A 100,000-year soul ring, it wasn't that no one had a 100,000-year soul ring. However, to have 5 at the same time, and more importantly, even the first soul ring was a 100,000-year soul ring, what was this? Was it unprecedented? In the legends of history, it seemed that only the founder of the Tangmen, known as the strongest ancestor of modern humans, the thousand-hand Douluo Tang San, who became the sea god, had done it. However, it seemed that he also evolved all his soul rings to the 100,000-year level before and after becoming a god. And the young man in front of him only had 5 soul rings, but all 5 of them were already at the 100,000-year level. What this meant, even Yu Mukin couldn't say. This could no longer be described with the word genius, this was a real monster. If such a talent couldn't become Shrek's 7 monsters, then what kind of people could become Shrek's 7 monsters? The Federation knew that Shrek's 7 monsters were about to be replaced. Because Shrek's 7 monsters were too important to Shrek Academy, and even to the Federation. Therefore, when Shrek's 7 monsters were replaced, Shrek Academy needed to report to the Federation. The reason for this replacement was very simple, because there were too many powerful existences in the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Shrek Academy needed to select the most outstanding talents for training, striving to cultivate more God-rank powerhouses to face the possible war in the future. 500,000-year soul rings. There was nothing more convincing than this. What's more, the child in front of him had twin martial souls. On both of his arms, there were 5 blood-colored soul rings. In other words, these were not 500,000-year soul rings, but 10,000-year soul rings. How was this possible? How was this possible? Not to mention Shrek Academy, even the Spirit Pagoda, which had the most research on spirit souls and soul rings, couldn't do it. At this moment, the aura and cultivation that Lan Xuanyu was emitting was not something a Soul King could compare to. Even an 8-ring Soul Douluo could not compare. With the mystery revealed, Yu Muken finally understood why Shrek Academy valued this young man in front of him so much. He was worth it, the successor of the Life School, the candidate of Shrek's 7 monsters, a powerful talent. Almost all the halos were on him alone. So what if he only had 5 rings now? When he had 9 or even 10 soul rings in the future, how strong would he be? This was no longer just the talent of Shrek's 7 monsters, but even the talent of the future leader of Shrek's 7 monsters. Yu Muken knew the current leader of Shrek's 7 monsters. Although they were both true God-rank powerhouses, he knew very well that he was definitely not that guy's opponent. And in the near future, when the young man in front of him really grew up, his promise would be more than 1,000 gold coins. Thinking of this, Yu Muken no longer hesitated. He sat back in his seat, took a sip of tea in front of him, and calmed his somewhat agitated mood. I think you have successfully convinced me. I'll accept your 3 promises. I can also promise you. If there's anything about you, I'll keep it a secret. Even on the War God Temple's side, only I know. This secret will continue until you reach God rank. Speaking of this, Yu Muken sighed and said sincerely, in terms of cultivating talents, even if the War God Temple has received the Federation's support at all costs, it is still not as good as Shrek. Taking back the Dragon God's transformation and his soul rings, Lan Xuanyu knew that he had won the bet. He did not hesitate to expose his ability. He did not bet on whether Yu Muken would agree or not. In this regard, he was still very confident. He bet that Yu Muken valued him enough and was willing to keep his secret for him. He bent down and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Thank you, General Yu. If you can help me save Teacher Nana, Xianyu will remember your great kindness for a lifetime. If you need anything in the future, Xianyu will do his best within my ability. Yu Muken smiled with satisfaction. He waved his hand and said, sit down first. If you can really save your teacher, I'll give you a suggestion. With your talent, you can learn a lot in Shrek Academy's inner court, but you don't need to rush. 18 years old is the best age to be a soldier. I suggest you go to the front line and become a real warship commander. You can experience the real interstellar battlefield. Not much, 1 to 3 years. One is to establish your influence in the military and accumulate military merits. The other is also a better experience for you. This is not a mandatory requirement, but a suggestion for you. After the sharpening of the front line, I believe you will grow faster in the future. Moreover, through this matter, you should feel how big of a threat Dragon Horse Galaxy is to us. After we solve the Dragon Origin Crystal problem, the war with Dragon Horse Galaxy is inevitable. You can be considered to have a deep hatred with them. You can take this opportunity to get familiar with them and lay the foundation for your growth. In the future, when you are strong enough, you can take care of them. I'm afraid this war will last for a long, long time. Okay, I will seriously consider your suggestion. Lan Xuanyu nodded and asked, General Yu, if we go to the surface of the star to rescue Teacher Nana, do you have any suggestions? Yu Muken narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, powerhouses, the more God-ranked powerhouses the better. In fact, the star detector carried by the planetary-grade mothership can only detect within 10 kilometers of the star's surface. The gravitational force problem is easy to solve. Our mothership's gravitational force is strong enough. The more important threat is the temperature. The temperature of the star's surface is not constant. In fact, it is accompanied by unstable fluctuations on the surface. The temperature will also fluctuate accordingly. A moment ago, it was only a few thousand degrees, and the next moment, it may become tens of thousands of degrees. The star detector can't be too close, otherwise, it will be damaged quickly. Therefore, the solar power of a God-rank powerhouse will be very useful at this time. It can protect the star detector as much as possible, allowing it to get closer to the star's surface. More importantly, when we get close to the star's surface, someone will have to take action to rescue her. If we really find out that she is not dead, it will be very risky to save her. If he were to encounter the energy explosion of a star, he might very well die. This wasn't something an ordinary deity could do. At the very least, one needed to be a true deity to have a greater chance of staying on the surface of a fixed star for a period of time to save people. At the same time, it can also resist gravity and bring people back. The gravitational pull of a star is actually not that scary for people of our level. Your teacher must have been severely injured at that time, and in order to save you, he was sucked in. But your judgment is possible. She is good at controlling the fire element. A true God-level fire element control is indeed enough to raise the fire element to a temperature close to the surface of a star. Therefore, she might not necessarily die. At the very least, it could last for a while. The problem now is that we don't know how serious her injuries are. According to common sense, if one was seriously injured and fell from a star, the possibility of survival was not high. Unless she carried a defensive supreme treasure with her. Or a 6-word battle armor. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath. Teacher Nana should have a treasure on her that can protect her. The core of the dragon gods, of course, was a supreme treasure. The treasure-hunting beast had already told him, but he obviously couldn't say this. If that's the case, there should be some certainty. It's worth a try. Yumuka nodded. Well, I know you are anxious. Go back first, I will rush back to the military immediately. Negotiate as soon as possible and try to get the Federation's approval as soon as possible to rescue your teacher. What you have to do now is to go back to the Shrek Academy and get more deity-rank powerhouses to help you. Come with us on this trip. Yes. Thank you, General Yu. Lan Xuanyu's eyes were slightly red. The opportunity to rescue Nana's teacher had finally come. Just as Lan Xuanyu and Yumukan were communicating, a guest came to his dormitory. When Tanglu heard the knock on the door, he was a little surprised because Lan Xuanyu naturally didn't need to knock on the door when he came back. Generally speaking, he wouldn't have any guests here. Opening the dormitory door, Tanglu saw a woman wearing a hat with a veil hanging down to cover her face. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised because he knew this person. When he held a concert at the Shrek Academy, this person was below the stage, sitting in the middle of the first row. Obviously, she was the absolute top of the Shrek Academy. Can I come in? A pleasant female voice sounded. Please come in. Tanglu took a step back and opened the door. The woman walked in slowly, walked into the living room, glanced around, and nodded. The Academy's dormitory is okay, right? Tanglu nodded. It's very good. The woman sighed softly. When you were still here, the Academy was far from its current size. Back then? Tanglu's body shook. You knew me back then? The woman said lightly, if I didn't know you, do you think any outsider can enter the Shrek at will and go in and out of Shrek at will? Even the Federation Speaker and the War God Temple's Temple Master don't have this qualification. You can do this because you belong to Shrek in the first place. This is where you belong. Tanglu frowned slightly. You mean, I was originally from Shrek Academy? Subconsciously, he suddenly recalled the statue in Shrek City. The woman didn't speak again, but pulled a chair and sat down. You came this time because of Nana. I've heard about it. Do you want to save her? The woman said lightly. Yes. She's Xianyu's teacher, and I can barely be considered. Xianyu is very anxious, so of course I have to help him. Also, I seem to have known her before. I have an impression of her, and it's an impression that has greatly affected me. I have a feeling in my heart that I have to save her no matter what. Is that so? The woman's voice was a little strange. Yes. You really do have to save her. In the past, this was even more so. It wasn't easy to forget, so why do you have to remember? If you really save her and come back, you'll probably remember. Tang Lu frowned slightly. What are you trying to say? The woman shook her head. What if I don't let you save her? You won't let me? Why? Tang Li's voice rose a few octaves. The woman shook her head again. If I don't want to, no one in this world can help you. I can stop the Federation. I can stop all rescue operations for her. Tang Li's eyes turned cold, and a faint golden light burst out of his body. He said coldly, I can feel that you should be a high-ranking member of Shrek Academy. Isn't Shrek Academy a neutral and kind place? Why are you targeting Nana? Did she offend you? Offend me? Of course she offended me. If it wasn't for her. At this point, the woman's voice paused. She laughed self-deprecatingly. Forget it, even if it wasn't for her, it probably wouldn't have been my turn. I'm just here to vent my anger on you. Shrek will help Xianxia. After all, that's your... At this point, she suddenly stopped, stood up again, and faced Tang Lu, slowly took off the hat on her head. Tang Li's pupils instantly contracted, and he stared blankly at the face in front of him. Do you still recognize me? The woman asked softly. It was an extremely beautiful face, and her fiery red hair was scattered behind her head. However, from her neck, it could be seen that she was wrapped in a pink metal armor that extended all the way down. You. I think we know each other. You. Tang Li's voice trembled slightly. Now he was more and more certain that he belonged to Shrek. The woman chuckled and put on her hat again. Yes, you don't even recognize her. How can you recognize me? It doesn't matter anymore. I'm such a fool. It's been so many years. Why can't I see through it? But you're back, and I'm tired. I don't want to go on like this. I'll find a chance to return everything to you. You'll have to bear your own responsibility in the future. After saying this, she turned and walked out. She pushed open the door of the dormitory. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly turned back and the corners of her mouth trembled. There's something I've always wanted to say to you, but I've never said it. I'll say it now before you remember what happened in the past and before you put her in your heart again. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't have a chance in the future. There are many love stories among humans. Men and women often say things like I've loved you for 10,000 years and so on. But do you know? I've really loved you for 10,000 years. After saying this, her body suddenly became illusory and disappeared without a trace in the next moment. Only the slowly closing door of the dormitory seemed to indicate that she had been here. Tang Lu stood there in a daze. The woman came suddenly and left quickly. During the whole process, she said something he couldn't understand. But for some reason, when she said the last sentence, Tang Li's heart trembled violently. He subconsciously wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say at all. She sat quietly in the air 10,000 meters above the ground. The hat on her head had been taken off, and her long hair was flying in the air. Looking at the bright moon in the distance, she smiled. She smiled very happily. One day, I'll say this to him. It feels so relaxed. It's so good. It's good that he's back. At least, he's still alive. What else am I not satisfied with? Even if he likes me, what can I do? He's still who he used to be, but I'm no longer who I used to be. This is my love. Yes, this is it. It's pretty good. Tears flowed down her cheeks as she stared at the bright moon. Some things could be forgotten in the blink of an eye, but some things could last forever and never change. When Lan Xuanyu returned to the dormitory, his eyes were filled with fatigue. From Tangmen to Shrek, and then to the number one god of war. At every moment, his mind was in the most focused state. The worry in his heart made his mind tense. When he finally returned to the dormitory, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Xianxia, you're too tired. Don't force yourself too much. Tang Lu frowned slightly and sent a gentle soul power into his body. Lan Xuanyu smiled. I'm fine, Uncle Yu. There was some progress. General Feather agreed to help us explain to the Federation that we would use Nana's teacher's achievements as an excuse to request the Federation's fleet to rescue us. The Heaven Reverse Division and War God Temple will support this rescue. General Feather will also go with us personally. But he said that it's best to have as many experts as possible in this rescue. I'll go to the Academy and Tangmen tomorrow and see how many God-ranked experts I can get to help us. Yes. Tang Li's expression relaxed slightly. I've already thought about it. If it really doesn't work. If I can't mobilize the mothership, I'll go alone. I have accurate coordinates and a warship resupplying in the distance. I should have a chance. This is the fastest way. No, no way. It's too dangerous. Lan Xuanyu was shocked. He understood Tang Li's meaning. Tang Li wanted to go to the Eternal Star alone to search for Nana. Besides, you can't find Nana either. I can only sense her presence within a certain range because of our connection. How are you going to find her? Tang Li shook his head and said, No, I should be able to do it too. I have a feeling that as long as I'm within a certain range of her, I should be able to find her. Of course, if you can convince the Federation to send a mothership, that would be the best. The chances of success would be much higher. But we can't delay for too long. We have to prepare for both sides. No, Uncle Yu. Nana has already left me. No matter what, I can't let you take such a big risk. I can't lose you again. The emotional fluctuations of the day could no longer be controlled at this moment. Lan Xuanyu's tears flowed down his face. Most men's cries were silent, but it didn't mean that men didn't feel sad. Sensing his emotional fluctuations, Prince Yu put his arm around his shoulder and said, Don't worry, I understand your feelings. I'll definitely save her and bring her back under the premise of my own safety. We'll work hard together. Yes. After taking a shower and returning to his room, Lan Xuanyu found it difficult to meditate. His heart was full of longing for Nana. How could he calm down? What he hoped for the most now was that the Federation could approve the mothership to rescue her as soon as possible. Otherwise, he really had no other way. Although he convinced Yu Mukin with his talent, the more it was like this, the more powerless he felt. He felt powerless because he wasn't strong enough. If he was strong enough, why would he need to beg others? He sent a message to Bai Xiuxiu about today's situation and gave it to her simultaneously. Bai Xiuxiu told him that if he went to save Nana, she must go too. Lan Xuanyu agreed. At this time, he really needed someone by his side. Someone who could support him spiritually. He didn't know when he fell asleep. When the soul communicator vibrated the next morning and woke him up, Lan Xuanyu was still a little hazy. His head was also a little dizzy. With his cultivation, this was a situation that had never happened before. It was because his emotions were fluctuating too much. That was why such a situation occurred. Glancing at the soul communicator, he immediately woke up. The call was actually from Yu Mukin. Xianyu, the Federation held an emergency meeting overnight and agreed to the rescue. Yu Mukin's voice came. The moment he heard his words, Lan Xuanyu felt that the whole world around him seemed to have become colorful. He jumped up from the bed almost instantly and said with a trembling voice, Thank you, General Yu. Yu Mukin said, before the people are rescued, don't be happy too early. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Moreover, this is not my influence on the Federation alone. We and the Fighting Heaven Division support the rescue. Tangmen and Shrek Academy have both passed the message to the Federation, which also played an important role. Otherwise, this matter wouldn't have been decided overnight. The Academy and Tongmen's recognition of you is probably deeper than you think. It seems that we won't be able to snatch the people. From Yu Mukin's call, Lan Xuanyu learned that Shrek Academy and Tangmen had sent a clear message to the Federation yesterday. If the Federation didn't rescue Nana this time, Shrek Academy and Tangmen would no longer allow their academies and members to participate in the Fighting Heaven missions. The Fighting Heaven Division was already a very important department to the Federation. It had many top powerhouses. Although the management of the Fighting Heaven Division was lax and they issued missions in the form of missions, the rewards were also very generous. But the problem was that the missions of the Fighting Heaven Division were very difficult to solve for the Federation. There were even some things that weren't easy to deal with on the surface. Tangmen, Shrek Academy, Spirit Pagoda, and War God Temple. These 4 powerhouses were the foundation of the Fighting Heaven Division. If Shrek Academy and Tangmen withdrew, the losses of the Fighting Heaven Division would be too great. It was difficult to estimate. This was not something that could be compared to mobilizing a space fleet. Moreover, the request this time was reasonable. The Fighting Heaven Division and War God Temple had also expressed their support for the rescue. After all, this was a situation that only happened to complete the mission of the Fighting Heaven Division. After an emergency overnight meeting, the Federation naturally decided to mobilize the mothership to try and rescue the people. Lan Xuanyu and the others had already brought back the coordinates of that star. From the coordinates, the nearest space fleet would need about 7 days to arrive. Therefore, on the mother planet, as long as Lan Xuanyu and the God-rank powerhouses could reach the star within 7 days, they would be able to take action immediately. Without a doubt, this was already the best situation. It was the best situation without any delay. After receiving this good news, Lan Xuanyu felt radiant. He immediately told his teammates and Prince Yu about this good news. When he came to Ying Luohong's office again, Ying Luohong was already waiting for him and also told him the news. She also told him that Pavilion Master Wang had returned. This time Elder Yi and Pavilion Master Wang would accompany him to the academy. Master Shu's life force was weak, and the star's environment was too harsh. The impact on him, who was a plant, was too great, so he couldn't go with them. On the Tongmen's side, Lan Xuanyu also received Tang Miao's notice. The Douluo Palace's Hall Master Meng Fei and Tang Miao himself would accompany him to save Nana. There was no need for Lan Xuanyu to beg them one by one. The Shrek Academy and Tangmen were equivalent to giving him the greatest support. As the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed. Only when something really happened would you know who was the best to you. Although Lan Xuanyu was still burning with anxiety because of Nana's matter, he also felt warmth. He silently remembered this kindness in his heart. In the future, he had to become stronger and be someone who could help others. This world was warm, so he had to offer his warmth for the warmth of the world. The battleship heading to the star finally decided to take the War God Temple's battleship. The War God Temple's War God No. 17 battleship would send them there. They set off a day later. The students of the Star Combat Experimental class all expressed their desire to go, but were rejected by Lan Xuanyu. Everyone had just finished their graduation exams and were very tired. They needed to rest and wait for the final exam results. Moreover, with their strength, they wouldn't be of much use even if they went. Lan Xuanyu himself had to go because of his connection with the Nana, which would be of great help in the exploration. Therefore, it was finally decided that Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu would go with the other god-level masters. The divine rank powerhouses heading to the rescue this time included Prince Yu, Yi Lao, Yu Mukan, and Meng Fei, the 4 great true god powerhouses, as well as Wan Tianyu and Tang Miao, the 2 great divine rank powerhouses. Just the number of true god experts alone was close to half of the total number of people in the Federation. Even if he met the first seed of the Tenryu star in the Dragon Horse Galaxy, Tenryu, he would have the strength to fight. Of course, Prince Yu was not in the Federation's divine level records to begin with. Such a lineup filled Lan Xuanyu with confidence. Nana's teacher was definitely still alive, and they would definitely be able to rescue Nana. There wasn't much to prepare, so Lan Xuanyu rested for a day. The next day, at the agreed time, everyone boarded the War God No. 17 warship at the Shrek City Space Center and set off. The War God No. 17 warship was a meteor-class attack warship. It was well equipped. As a warship belonging to the War God Temple, it could be said that this warship was armed to the teeth in all aspects. It was also equipped with the Federation's highest technology at all costs. The interior of the warship wasn't small, and there was an exclusive resting area. The 6 great divine rank powerhouses sat at the front, while Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu sat at the back. Given the warship's flying speed, they would only need 4.5 days to reach their destination. Among the 6 great divine rank powerhouses, Prince Yu sat at the edge, and the other 5 divine rank powerhouses' gazes fell on him the most. In the past 2 days, information about him had naturally appeared on the War God Temple's desk. When Yu Mukin saw that Prince Yu was actually the most popular celebrity in the Federation, his jaw almost hit the ground. Since when were celebrities true gods? How could this be just inconceivable? Regarding this, the 2 Tongmen's divine rank powerhouses felt the same. Only the Shrek Academy knew about this situation long ago. Regarding Prince Yu's origin, Yu Mukin was the most curious. A true god powerhouse couldn't possibly appear out of thin air, right? However, regarding the Tang Lu, there was no record at all. After investigating, he could only find out that he was picked up from the sea by Yu Qingling. His origin was unknown. Tang Lu, who was picked up, had already lost his memory. Later, under the advice of Yu Qingling, he became a celebrity, but he didn't expect to become famous overnight. Tang Lu didn't seem to feel anything about the gazes of others, he just sat there with his eyes closed. Since seeing Nana, he felt that his memory was about to recover. After experiencing several severe headaches, he vaguely felt something. After seeing the mysterious woman that day, this feeling became even stronger. Although he didn't understand why the black-clothed woman would say that she had loved him for 10,000 years, was this an exaggeration, or was there some meaning in it? He had a feeling that if he could successfully rescue Nana, he should be able to gradually find the mystery, and even recover his memory. Regarding his memory, he didn't think too much about it. His current life was quite good. However, ever since he met Nana, he really wanted to regain his memories. Especially the memory between him and her. The 6 god-level powerhouses were very silent. For their cultivation, it was normal for them to meditate for a few days at a time. Wang Tianyu's complexion wasn't very good. Although his injuries had basically recovered, the blow to him that day was still quite big. Of course, he just happened to meet the opponent's full-strength attack at that time. But ever since he became a god-level powerhouse, he had never been in such a sorry state, even when facing a true god-level powerhouse. This made his competitive spirit a little unbearable. Originally, he was only prepared to cultivate steadily, but now, he began to have a radical heart again. And he also had a whole new level of respect for Nana's strength. He couldn't even block a single blow, but Nana not only blocked the opponent, she even saved all the members of the Wings of 33 Heaven and the entire Star War experimental class. Even among the true god-level powerhouses, she should be in the upper echelons. Bai Xiuxiu snuggled up to Lan Xuanyu and took the initiative to hold his hand. What happened this time was a huge blow to them. But it was also because they had gone through thick and thin together that the relationship between them also warmed up. At least in front of others, Bai Xiuxiu wouldn't be so shy when Lan Xuanyu took the initiative to approach her. In fact, she also wanted to ask Lan Xuanyu what Nana's teacher meant that day. Why did Nana say that it might be his mother? She had seen Lan Xuanyu's parents before. But before Nana was rescued, how could she ask? With Bai Xiuxiu by his side, Lan Xuanyu's mentality was much more stable. In his mind, he also began to think about how to carry out this rescue operation. Time passed in a relatively silent process. 4.5 days later, in the distance, the star had already appeared in Lan Xuanyu's field of vision again. When Lan Xuanyu saw this star through the porthole again, he immediately stood up and clenched his fists tightly. Bai Xiuxiu stood beside him and subconsciously held the necklace with a silver scale on her neck. That was a keepsake that Nana had given her. Previously, she had put in so much effort and finally obtained the current situation step by step. She didn't care how much she would have to pay in the future. Lan Xuanyu was completely willing. On the way here, his heart was filled with anticipation. But when he really got close to this star and really saw the huge fireball floating in space, his heart unconsciously sped up. How could he not have a question in his heart? Was Nana really still alive? After all, it was a star. A star in a life-forbidden zone, just like the feeling of being close to home. When he really faced it, it touched him the most. He was really worried. What should he do if he couldn't find Nana on the star? His heart began to become more and more chaotic. He didn't dare to imagine what kind of mood he would have if he couldn't find Nana. Especially what Nana said to him at the end. Was she really his mother? At this moment, a big hand landed on his shoulder. Lan Xuanyu looked back and saw Prince Yu's tall and straight figure beside him. Don't worry, we will definitely be able to find her. We will definitely bring her home. Prince Yu's eyes were gentle, but in the depths of his eyes, there was an unusual determination. Lan Xuanyu nodded vigorously. Prince Yu's words were like a shot of cardiac stimulant, allowing him to quickly shake off all the negative emotions. The warship hovered in space. They had already arrived at the designated coordinates. Now, all they needed to do was wait for the arrival of the space fleet. Admiral Yu Mukin had also come to Lan Xuanyu's side at this time. According to the data of this star in our database, its temperature and volume belong to the middle level among the yellow giants. It's not the worst case, but it's also not the best case. The gravity is very strong. Lan Xuanyu had also seen all the data, according to the opinion given by the Federation. For the sake of time and safety, the search could be carried out 3 times, each time not exceeding 3 hours of the mother planet's time. If they couldn't find her after 3 times, the space fleet would need to return. After all, any space fleet shouldered an important mission. This was already the greatest support given by the Federation. Wang Tianyu also came to the porthole and looked at the star outside. He said in a deep voice, for teacher Nana to be able to resist the sky dragon for such a long time, her cultivation is most likely at the peak of the true god level. With her cultivation, she can control the fire element. With her ability to control fire, it's very likely that she won't die. Xianyu, rest well and maintain your best condition. Yes, thank you, Pavilion Master. Waiting was often the greatest torment, especially at a time like this. However, while some things could be avoided, some things could not be avoided. When there was really no way to avoid it, how should one choose? Only strength. Lan Xuanyu's current state of mind was changing in this kind of tempering. You can't see the rainbow without experiencing the wind and rain. The tempering of one's cultivation could be completed through hard work, but the tempering of one's mind often required one to experience the most painful mental torment. Imperceptibly, the youth was growing. Even though he would never wish for such a growth to occur. 2 days passed very slowly. Even though he was meditating, it still seemed to pass very slowly. It wasn't until an alarm suddenly sounded that everyone was abruptly awakened. Lan Xuanyu was the first to jump up from the ground. When the alarm sounded, it was obviously not a warning sign. There were 6 god-grade powerhouses on the warship. Even in outer space, the 6 of them were enough to ensure the warship's safety. The moment Lan Xuanyu pounced in front of the porthole, his entire body trembled. An indescribable emotion instantly spread in his heart. For the first time in his life, he was filled with gratitude towards the Federation. He was filled with an indescribable intense warmth. At the same time, he was also shocked. Even though he had seen the space fleet many times through the screen, when he actually saw it in outer space, the shock was far from what the screen could compare to. Outside the porthole, the first thing he saw was a huge, terrifying existence that was like a city. The huge warship that was more than 10,000 meters long had a unique shape. The warship had an irregular shape. It was rectangular in shape with a more rounded bottom. At the front was a huge sphere with a diameter of more than 500 meters. All sorts of lights could be seen flickering on it. Even in the vast expanse of space, it was like an interstellar beast, floating in midair. Mothership, this was a space mothership. The Douluo Federation's top fighting force. Every mothership consumed almost all the resources of a resource planet to build. On a mothership, there were more than 100,000 soldiers working. This was a huge city in itself. This was the ultimate weapon of mankind, the most terrifying existence. Its main cannon could easily tear apart a planet. Its protective shield could not be broken even by a transcendent. It contained the crystallization of all the wisdom of mankind. It was precisely because of such a terrifying existence that the Douluo Federation could continue to conquer the outside world, expand their forces, obtain more resources, and allow humans to migrate and reproduce better. Around this huge mothership, there were 4 huge warships that were more than 4,500 meters long, even though they were relatively tall and slender. The most obvious feature of the four warships was the countless ferocious cannon muzzles. They were like giant dragons, revealing their claws and fangs without any concealment. Lan Xuanyu had never seen such a warship with his own eyes before. It was a Dragon King-class frigate. In a space fleet, it was a second-grade warship that existed to protect the mothership. The four Dragon King-class frigates could cooperate with the mothership to fight. 5 in 1, they displayed the most powerful combat strength. As long as there was a frigate, the mothership would not be directly attacked. Any existence that wanted to get close to the mothership would be torn apart by them. Other than the four Dragon King-class frigates, there were 12 War God-class battleships that were between 2,000 and 4,000 meters long. This was also the main warship of the space fleet. Generally speaking, a large fleet only needed a War God-class battleship as the core, coupled with a Meteor-class attack ship, a Meteorite-class reconnaissance ship, a supply ship, a transport ship, and other warships. It would be able to take shape. At this moment, these 12 battleships could only protect the mothership from the periphery. Other than these 17 huge warships, there were countless Meteor-class attack ships and Meteorite-class attack ships. Even in space, when Lan Xuanyu saw them through the porthole, he felt as if they covered the sky. Even the light of the stars seemed to be blocked by them. This was a space fleet. There was no man who did not like warships and did not desire to be a warship commander. This was Lan Xuanyu's childhood dream. This was the ultimate power. The strongest power of mankind. The Federation's 7th Fleet. It's also the latest fleet in service. All the equipment is second to none among the 7 fleets. It uses all the latest technology. It's the crystallization of countless scientists' efforts. The fleet commander was my teacher when I was studying in the Star Warfare Command Department, General Bai Ling. This time, I also won his consent before I proposed this rescue to the Federation. General Bai Ling gave great affirmation to the important information you brought back this time. He took the initiative to propose to the Federation that he, who was closest to the star, would come to assist in the rescue. Even as a general, one of the military's absolute upper echelons, when Yu Mukin saw the space fleet outside, he still felt his blood boil. Boy, the strength of an individual is ultimately insignificant. Even with our cultivation base, in front of this space fleet, we are still insignificant. So, your choice is right. Becoming a warship commander is the ultimate goal of a man. General Yu, it's not good for you to poach in front of us like this. A laughing voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Yu Mukin was also somewhat helpless. He turned his head and looked. Am I wrong? The one who spoke was not the two from Shrek Academy, but the palace master of Tangmen Douluo Palace, Meng Fei. The middle-aged man who looked very gentle and had a gentle temperament. Meng Fei laughed and said, yes. You're right. When I was young, I also had the impulse to be a warship commander. But the military is intricate, and all kinds of relationships are complicated. The 7 fleet commanders each have their own sphere of influence. What's more, the Federation does not allow Shrek Academy's graduates to enter the military. If you can solve this problem, then come and recruit our Xianxia. Yu Mukin snorted, I've always been against the Federation's unspoken rules. Excellent talents should be used on the edge of the blade. Don't worry, this time, I'm going to find a way to break this system. And it's on Xianxia. Huh? Meng Fei looked at Lan Xuanyu with some surprise, and the other god-ranked powerhouse's eyes also fell on Lan Xuanyu. Yu Mukin said, you don't have to look at him. The reason why I support him this time is because he promised to do 3 things for me in the future. I have a suggestion. Before entering Shrek's inner courtyard to study, let him come to the army and serve in the front line for a year. To increase his experience in the military, if he can really get outstanding merits, it proves that the talents cultivated by Shrek Academy can also become a mainstay in the army. This is very good for us to fight against the system, as well as for his personal growth. Old Yi's voice faintly sounded, let's talk about it after we succeed in saving him. Yu Mukin's eyes moved slightly, nodded, and said, that's natural. His proposal was of course selfish, but it was on the surface, because his proposal was good for Lan Xuanyu himself. After Lan Xuanyu revealed his situation that day in order to persuade him, Yu Mukin carefully thought about this young man's situation. It wasn't admiration, but some fear. Because he saw that this young man, who was still unknown in the Federation, was likely to become the mainstay of Shrek Academy's next generation in the future. The current Shrek 7 monsters, which one of them wasn't an all-powerful existence? Lan Xuanyu may not know, but he was very clear. For example, the seemingly harmless middle-aged man in front of him, the palace master of the Tangmen Douluo Palace, one of the top Tangmen, second only to the sect master of the Tangmen, was one of the current Shrek 7 monsters. Moreover, he wasn't the leader of Shrek 7 monsters. Who was the leader of Shrek 7 monsters? It was the current Tangmen sect master. He was an existence that ruled over a great force, with the potential that Lan Xuanyu had shown, who would dare to say that he would not be the next leader of the Shrek 7 monsters. Under normal circumstances, the Shrek Academy wouldn't let him appear in the Federation's field of vision before he matured. However, the incident happened suddenly, and it was related to the Federation's survival. Lan Xuanyu finally appeared, and coupled with Nana, he had already entered Yu Mukin's field of vision. Tangman and Shrek Academy wouldn't allow it, but it was a gesture of goodwill, and it might even be for his own good. Letting him enter the military and let him gain experience in the military would definitely change his attitude towards the military in the future. What kind of place was the army? It was the best place for people to grow, it was also the easiest place to influence people, and it was the place that gave people the most collective sense of honor. Therefore, Yu Mukin's approach was a thoroughly open conspiracy. He didn't intend to get anything from Lan Xuanyu, he just wanted to contribute to his growth. It was the same way that Master Shu treated Lan Xuanyu. I'm good to you, how can you not have a good impression of me? Sure enough, even Yi Lao didn't refuse, which meant that Yu Mukin's goal had basically been achieved. Reporting to the general, we have received the mothership signal, permission to disembark. Disembark, Yu Mukin said in a deep voice. The Federation's 7th Fleet had gradually stopped, and the various lights on the surface of the warships began to dim. This was to save energy. The amount of energy consumed by a fleet every second was an astronomical figure. 2 guidance ships had already arrived near the War God 17 warship of the War God Temple, and conducted communication and scanning. After the detection was completed, the command to disembark was given. The group of warships opened a path, and the War God 17, under the guidance of the guidance ship, flew at a gentle speed in the direction of the mothership. Lan Xuanyu had been standing beside the porthole, and the sparks in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Those seemingly cold battleships made his blood boil. This was a space fleet, A space fleet composed of hundreds of warships. The dark blue appearance of the War God class warship was really dazzling. The caliber of the main cannon could simply fit a small warship. Such a cannon, what kind of terrifying power would it have? A warship at the level of a warship was much larger than the first level of a meteor-class warship. Controlling it must be different from controlling a meteor-class warship. I really want to try it. As they got closer, they finally saw the ferociousness of the Dragon King-class warship. How many muzzles were there? It was impossible to count. It was simply like a big hedgehog that could release spikes at any time. Those muzzles of different lengths should be different types of soul guidance cannons. This was simply a ferocious existence in the world. If the mothership gave him the feeling of being heavy, then the Dragon King-class warship gave him the feeling of being ferocious. The 4 Dragon King-class warships were like 4 divine beasts, guarding the mothership. Their firepower was enough to seal off all the space around the mothership. The light on the mothership was faintly discernible, and the huge sphere in front of them emitted a faint white halo. If he looked at that huge light sphere seriously, Lan Xuanyu would even feel a little dizzy. It could be seen how terrifying the energy undulations were. The deck of the mothership looked much more peaceful than the Dragon King-class warship, but the boundless eerie light showed how dangerous it was. Under the guidance of the guiding ship, they finally entered the mothership's range. As they got closer, they felt even more insignificant. The mothership was simply too big. It was a huge warship that was over 10,000 meters long, and when they got closer, they felt like they couldn't see the end of it. Its width was over 4,000 meters. Below, a metal deck opened, revealing the entrance. The warship slowly entered. The thrusters were extinguished, and there was naturally a suction force that guided the warship inside. After gliding for a few minutes, the warship came to a steady stop. Lan Xuanyu was a little nervous, but also a little excited. When he saw such a huge space fleet, his confidence in this rescue mission increased by a lot. He wasn't the only one who saw a space fleet for the first time. Prince Yu also saw it. Prince Yu was equally shocked. When he swept past the warships, he felt a little overwhelmed. He had once destroyed a warship in space with his bare hands, and his perception was many times stronger than Lan Xuanyu's. But the more it was so, the more he could feel how terrifying this mothership was. It was a fatal sense of danger. He felt that if he went against it, he would definitely die. An individual's strength was so insignificant in front of such a terrifying war machine. And the Douluo Federation had a total of 7 such fleets. It was also because of this that the Douluo Federation was able to expand and obtain resource planets so quickly in the past few hundred years. If not for the Dragon Horse Galaxy, the Douluo Federation would have at least doubled the size of the star domain now. The warship came to a stop, and there were already Soul Guidance cars waiting outside. Or rather, there were shuttles inside the warship. Yes, the mothership was simply too big. For the sake of efficiency, shuttles were the most important means of transportation here. When they walked down from the warship, there were a total of more than 10 people waiting outside. General stars shone. All of them were generals and above. Among them, there was a man with short white hair standing at the front. There were 4 general stars on his shoulders. This was the highest military rank in the Federation, a general. Needless to say, everyone knew that this was the Commander-in-Chief of the 7th Fleet, the Fleet Commander, General Bai Ling. He was one of the top few big shots in the military. There were 7 great fleets in the Federation, and the Commander-in-Chief of each fleet was a general. In addition, there was also the Minister of the Military and the Chief of Staff. There were a total of 9 generals. General Bai Ling was one of the younger ones among the 9 generals. He was 75 years old this year. But he looked like he was in his 50s. Yu Mukin quickly stepped forward and came in front of General Bai Ling. He stood at attention and gave him a military salute, "Teacher." General Bai Ling smiled and patted him on the shoulder, "Don't be so courteous." As he spoke, he had already passed Yu Mukin and came in front of Ilao. He said respectfully, "Hello, Ilao. I really haven't seen you for many years." Ilao smiled slightly, "Yes. It's been many years since you left the mother planet. You've been out all these years and rarely went back." General Bai Ling sighed softly, "It's my duty." Hall Master Meng, Hall Master Tang, Pavilion Master Wang, hello everyone. It's an honor for you to visit the 7th Fleet. With a smile on his face, he greeted all the deity-level experts present, but his gaze swept past young noble Lu, whom he did not recognize. In fact, he didn't see Prince Yu's cultivation. Yu Mukin, who was already standing behind him, moved his lips, and his voice passed into General Bai Ling's ears. General Bai Ling's eyes moved slightly, and he looked at Prince Yu. "Hello, welcome to the 7th Fleet." Although Prince Yu looked unfamiliar and didn't look old. However, any true god expert was definitely an existence worth paying attention to. The age of a god-ranked expert was never seen on the surface. "Commander, you're too polite. I'm Tang Lu. We're just here to save people. We're very grateful for your support." Tang Lu nodded slightly to him. "The matter of saving people should not be delayed. Let's go to the command center to discuss the specific method. Proceed immediately." As a military commander, General Bai Ling also had a swift and decisive style. Lan Xuanyu stood silently behind Tang Lu. He was far from being noticed by the military boss. However, Yu Mukin seemed to have deliberately pushed him to the front and took the initiative to say to General Bai Ling, "Teacher, let me introduce you. This is Lan Xuanyu from Shrek Academy. He's the one who brought the important news back to the Federation and made a great contribution." "Oh?" Only then did General Bai Ling notice Lan Xuanyu standing at the back. He nodded at him. "Young man, you're not bad. You've made great contributions to the Federation. If it is confirmed in the end, this merit is enough for you to live in glory for the rest of your life." "Thank you, General." Lan Xuanyu respectfully bowed to General Bai Ling. Not for anything else, but for the fact that this general supported him in saving Nana's teacher. He was sincerely grateful to this general. please. General Bai Ling gestured to Yilao. The gazes of the god-level experts who came along naturally fell on Yilao. Regardless of whether it was cultivation, age, or experience, this person would definitely be the leader. However, what none of them expected was that Yilao turned to Prince Yu, who was not far away, and gestured to him, please. In an instant, the atmosphere became strange. Even with General Bai Ling's status, he couldn't help but widen his eyes and constrict his pupils. What was Yilao's status? He was very clear about it. In Shrek Academy, it could even be said that in the entire Federation, in terms of seniority and experience, Yilao could be said to be second to none. But he actually asked the young man to go first, and more importantly, he used the word sir. This was an honorific. With Yilao's status, he actually used honorifics to a person whom General Bai Ling felt was a bit unfamiliar. What an inconceivable thing this was, not to mention General Bai Ling and Yu Mukin. Even on the Shrek Academy's side, Wang Tianyu was also stunned. Looking at Tang Lu with a puzzled gaze, the two Shrek Academy's hall masters also had a shocked expression. Tang Lu himself felt somewhat baffled and could only say, please go first. Yilao shook his head and insisted, please go first. Tang Lu glanced at Lan Xuanyu. Although he was very puzzled in his heart, at this time, he also knew that he couldn't waste too much time here. Rescuing Nana was more important. He simply said, then let's go together. After saying that, he and Yilao walked forward side by side. General Bai Ling walked in front, and the other military people followed behind. Yilao seemed to be walking side by side with Prince Yu, but if one paid attention, one would notice that he seemed to be deliberately lagging behind Prince Yu by half a step, unwilling to really walk side by side with him. Wang Tianyu was relatively in contact with Yilao the most. Yilao's personality was calm, he was usually approachable, and he didn't care much about etiquette. Even if the younger generation joked with him, he would gladly endure it, and more often than not, he would laugh. To be able to make this person pay so much attention to etiquette, then what was the identity of this Prince Yu? Everyone boarded the shuttle with a strange mood. The shuttle's speed was very fast. With General Bai Ling around, there was naturally no obstruction along the way, and all the cars inside made way. They directly arrived at the command center of the mothership. The command center had already prepared a large conference room. Inside the conference room, there was a wall made up of soul screens. What was displayed on it was the situation of the star. After entering the command center, they took their seats. Among the God-rank powerhouses who came this time, Yilao took the initiative to sit in the second position. Although Tang Lu was puzzled, he didn't decline modestly this time and directly sat down in the first position. Modesty meant wasting time. Right now, there was nothing more important than rescuing Nana as soon as possible. Therefore, the seating arrangement at the long table became. The main seat was General Bai Ling, and on his left were the military generals led by Yu Mukin. On his right were Tang Lu, Yilao, Meng Fei, Wang Tianyu, Tang Miao, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu respectfully sitting at the end. With his identity as a student of the Shrek Academy, being able to sit at such a conference table was enough to be proud of. Everyone sat down, and General Bai Ling said in a deep voice, saving people is more important, so I'll get straight to the point. On the way here, I've already ordered a life detection on this planet. The sunspots have a huge impact, coupled with the high temperature. Although our life detector is very powerful, it's still greatly affected. Under the preliminary coverage, we didn't find any life forms. Hearing his words, Lan Xuanyu's heart tightened and he subconsciously clenched his fists. Bai Xiuxiu also grabbed his wrist. General Bai Ling continued, but the detection of stars has always been a problem. After all, the unstable temperature of stars and the high temperature inside make it impossible for us to explore deeply. At present, this yellow giant is still stable and hasn't exploded too much. This is a relatively good situation and is beneficial for our further exploration. The star detector is ready and can set off at any time. The gravitational chain can guarantee that the detector can be retracted at any time within 10,000 meters of the star's surface. But the premise is that this yellow giant doesn't have any more sunspots. For this rescue, I think safety is the most important. With 6 of you going together, it's enough to stabilize the star detector for a certain period of time. But all of you are the mainstays of the Federation and cannot be lost. Therefore, the star detector can only get within 5,000 meters of the star's surface at most. It can't go any deeper. The gravitational chain will control this. I hope everyone can understand. All the god-level powerhouses nodded. Under normal circumstances, star detectors were not allowed to go within 10,000 meters of the star's surface. Otherwise, there was a risk of damage. And with 6 god-level powerhouses guarding it, it wasn't a big problem to go within 5,000 meters, but it was obviously risky. 5,000 meters was the limit that General Bai Ling could approve of. So, that is to say, within 5,000 meters of the star's surface, if you find something and want to save people, you will need to leave the protection of the detector and go in person. This is very dangerous and the risk is great. Has everyone decided who to send out? Me, Tang Lu said without hesitation. End of chapter. General Bai Ling's gaze subconsciously fell on him. Looking at Tang Li's calm expression, he couldn't help but secretly admire him. Going to the surface of a star to save people, not to mention doing it, even listening to it was incredible. Can you ensure safety? And get rid of the gravity? General Bai Ling asked in a deep voice. It should be possible. Tang Lu said seriously. General Bai Ling nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he said, then, the biggest problem you have to face is the change in the surface temperature of the star. According to the data obtained so far, the surface temperature of this star fluctuates between 6,000 degrees and 10,000 degrees. But if there are strong fluctuations in the inner sunspots, the temperature will rise sharply. It will even rise to tens of thousands of degrees. Even if you are a true god powerhouse, I'm afraid it will be difficult to bear. What's more, you have to get rid of the gravity and return to the star detector. This process is the most dangerous. I will be responsible for the rescue. Eldery said in a deep voice. Meng Fei said, I will be the third rescue. General Bai Ling said, this will be safer. Mukin, you will go this time. Yes, I will go with you. Yu Mukin said in a deep voice, I will be responsible for maintaining the star detector and bringing them back. Pavilion Master Wang and Hall Master Tang will help me guard them. This is safer. Then, I suggest that if we find the one we want to save, Senior Tang will be responsible for the surface rescue. Eldery will be about 2,000 meters away, and Hall Master Meng will be at 4,000 meters away. Finally, they will return. Everyone nodded. This was basically the best way. General Bai Ling said, then, the most important problem we will face now is to find her and ensure that she is still alive. On the surface of a star, the role of various detectors will be greatly affected. The high temperature will distort the detection waves, and the huge gravity of the star will also affect it. I don't know what preparations you have in this regard. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly said, I can sense Teacher Nana. And her artifact is also with us. If we are at a certain distance, we should be able to feel her presence. Bai Xiuxiu said, I also have her token. I should be able to sense it. General Bai Ling frowned. Your mental strength is not yet at the level of divine sense, and it will be greatly affected on the surface of the planet. It will be a problem even if you can detect the star detector, so how can you find people? Tang Lu said in a deep voice, I'll help them. I should be able to sense Nana as well. I'm with Xianyu and Xiuxiu. As long as she's still alive, we should be able to find her on the surface of the star. General Bai Ling glanced at him, and after a moment of silence, she nodded and said, Everyone, we came here with the greatest hope in our hearts. However, I have to remind everyone that safety is the first priority. Each of you has other responsibilities. Secondly, time was limited. If things don't work out, we have to end this search and rescue when the time is up. I hope you can understand. It would be best if the rescue was successful. He had made it very clear. It would be best if they succeeded, but if they failed, they could only search and rescue within a set time. When the time was up, the fleet had to leave. The star detector would cooperate with them to search 3 times, each time for 3 hours. If there was no result after 3 times, the 7th fleet would have to return to the station. I understand what you mean. There's no time to lose, let's get started as soon as possible. Tang Lu said in a deep voice. General Bai Ling nodded and said, "The star detector is ready. I'll send you to adapt now. There will be 2 attendants on the mothership to accompany you there. They will be responsible for the internal operation of the star detector. The main operation of the star detector will be done by the mothership's gravity chain. It will maintain communication and move according to your requirements. If there are sunspots or communication interruptions, the mothership will immediately retrieve the star detector to ensure your safety." Everyone nodded. General Bai Ling's entire arrangement was very clear and impeccable. After the short meeting, everyone immediately took the shuttle to the star detector. General Bai Ling still had to preside over the mothership, so he naturally would not accompany them. He was accompanied by a major general and a senior colonel. Lan Xuanyu had been clenching his fists. The important moment had finally arrived. Whether or not they could save Teacher Nana, and whether or not Teacher Nana was still alive, all depended on their rescue operation. Tang Lu looked very calm, but in his eyes, there was a clear light shining. Yi Lao was the closest to him. From Tang Lu, he could feel a kind of firmness, a firmness that made people feel stable. This feeling made Yi Lao a little absent-minded. Not long ago, he had also felt this firmness. The star detector was a flat circular metal body. It was about 25 meters in diameter and 7 or 8 meters tall. When the detector's metal door opened, it could be seen that the outer layer of the star detector was very thick. There were a total of 8 layers of metal superimposed to form the outer wall. Between each layer of metal, there was a special filler. There was no doubt that this was to strengthen the defense and isolate the temperature. It was like a huge safety shield. Because the outer wall was very thick, the internal space was not particularly big. There were many precision instruments inside. There were no portholes, and everything from the outside world was transmitted in through the sole screen. The 2 officers of the 7th Fleet briefly explained the functions of the star detector. The detector itself had a very strong detection ability. But because it was mainly used to detect stars, its detection ability was mainly focused on the analysis of various types of energy. It could analyze the various elements on the surface of the star. But it did not have the ability to detect life. After all, who would look for life on a star? The most useful detection device was the magnified observation of the star's surface. It could search for objects unrelated to the star as much as possible. This was the most meaningful thing for their search and rescue operation. However, after entering, Lan Xuanyu and Prince Yu looked at each other and couldn't help but frown slightly. The reason for their frown was very simple. This star detector's protection was too good. Yes, it was too good. So good that it would affect the detection of the outside world with spiritual power. The external high temperature could not enter, but if their spiritual power wanted to go out, it would be very troublesome. The layers of metal and fillers isolated the external radiation, but if their spiritual power and divine sense wanted to go out, it would definitely consume a lot. Let's check it out first. Tang Lu said to Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu nodded. After all, they had 3 chances. Tang Lu turned to the Major General and said, "Excuse me, is there any communication device that can allow us to maintain communication with the detector while saving people outside?" The Major General said, "Yes. We have a communication device made of special metal that can guarantee communication on the surface of the star. It won't break below 10,000 degrees Celsius. But if it exceeds 10,000 degrees Celsius, it might melt. So, we have to protect it well." "Okay, please prepare it for us." Tang Lu nodded. Everything was ready. After communicating with the mothership's command center, Major General Zhang Zikai told everyone that the first search and rescue operation would set off in 10 minutes. Everyone sat down cross-legged and focused on meditating, adjusting their state of mind. Even God-rank powerhouses didn't dare to be careless when facing a star. The other warships of the 7th Fleet slowly separated. The huge mothership, under the protection of 4 Dragon King-class frigates, slowly approached the star. The star detector needed the mothership's gravitational chain to protect it. It could be retrieved at any time through the gravitational chain. The internal preparations had been completed. The mothership could begin the search once it was in position. This was the first time in the history of the Douluo Federation that a star rescue operation was carried out. Therefore, although the interior of the star detector was quiet. In fact, all the information and signals had been transmitted and displayed on the big screen in the mothership's command center. This rescue was the first of its kind in the Federation. It was of great research significance to rampage exploration and the ability of human powerhouses to adapt to the star's high temperature and gravity. The scene of the rescue was also transmitted back to the mother planet, the Federation headquarters. Of course, there was a delay due to signal transmission problems. But the communication facilities on the mothership were the most advanced, so the delay was not long. Only the mothership could be equipped with this level of communication transmission facilities. This kind of transmission could not be described by the speed of light. It was similar to the space jump transmission of a wormhole to maintain high speed. It was one of the Federation's most advanced technologies. It was also the most significant scientific breakthrough in the past 100 years. General Bai Ling personally oversaw the command center. Prepare the star detector, 1-minute countdown. A countdown timer appeared on the big screen. In the lower abdomen of the mothership, pieces of metal armor flipped open and moved, revealing a path. The star detector was slowly pushed out, and the 4 Dragon King-class frigates all lit up. All kinds of weapons, equipment, and protective shields were ready for combat. A space fleet was thrown in to save a person. How great was the consumption of this? Any movement of the mothership had to be guarded by the Dragon King-class frigates. So at first, the Federation hesitated even though they knew that Nana had made great contributions to the Federation. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Star detector, fire. The surface of the star detector lit up, and the next moment, he was ejected by a strong beam of light. In the center of the flat and round star detector, a white beam of light shot out and went straight to the star. Strangely, the white light did not disappear, and was always connected to the star detector. Gravitational chain. This was the gravitational chain that only the mothership would be equipped with. It would pull the star detector and retract it at any time. The star detector vibrated slightly, and the big screen showed that they were leaving the fleet and rapidly falling in the direction of the star. Below, the star that looked like a big fireball was rapidly enlarging in their field of vision. At this time, everyone was in position. The God-rank powerhouses each had a position, and each position had a special place to inject soul power. The top powerhouses could strengthen the star detector's protective shield by injecting soul power. The only problem was that there was no detection device to amplify soul power here. Because normal star detectors did not need it at all. There was no time to install it temporarily, so this was the only way. We are about to enter the range of 30,000 meters from the star. The temperature is rising. Increase the gravity. Major General Xianxia shouted in a deep voice. If you looked from space, you could see that the gravitational chain connected to the star detector was already taut. It was as if the gravity of the star was competing with the gravitational chain of the mothership for the ownership of the star detector. The closer they were to the star, the stronger the gravitational force would be. Everyone could not help but tense up. At this time, there was no change in the internal temperature of the star detector. The strong isolation measures completely isolated the high temperature from the outside. Lan Xuanyu could vaguely sense that their current location should be about the same as the place where Nana was sucked away last time. Nana-sensei, we are here to save you. You have to hold on. Command Center, requesting an increase in gravity to slow down our descent. Xianxia was still communicating with the command center. This was very necessary. If the descent was too fast, it was very likely that the star's gravitational force would increase too fast, instantly exceeding the gravitational chain. If the gravitational chain was not adjusted in time, the detector could be pulled directly into the star. The gravitational chain's gravitational force increased, and the star detector's descent began to slow down. At this time, they could already see the general appearance of the star through the big screen. Gold, brown, and red intertwined. From time to time, there would be bursts of fire, and huge flame bubbles would expand. Extinction of life, blazing high temperature, the various detection devices on the star detector began to turn on, scanning the star below. A large amount of data began to appear on the data screen on one side. Lan Xuanyu was not familiar with these detection devices, so he could only understand the changes in temperature. The surface temperature of the star was not constant, and it changed almost all the time. And for humans, the speed of this change was extremely fast. Even in the star detector, Lan Xuanyu could feel the abundant and extremely active fire elements. Around his body, there was even a faint red halo that was faintly discernible. The god-level experts were naturally able to sense his condition. They also understood what it meant. Fire elemental affinity physique. Yu Mukin's face showed a bit of a playful smile. This kid, it seemed that he was hiding a lot of things. It turned out to be a fire elemental affinity physique. No wonder he dared to come in person. We are about to reach a height of 10,000 meters above the star's surface. Please prepare yourselves. Major General Xianxia reminded. The star detector's normal detection distance was 10,000 meters from the star's surface. If they continued to go deeper, they would need additional power to protect them. Yu Mukin nodded. Ready. Keep the gravitational chain stable, and then descend. Yes. Even as a major general, Zhang Zikai was only responsible for the controls. The real commander inside was General Yu Mukin, the #1 god of war. At 10,000 meters, the star detector's internal temperature began to change, and the detector itself was trembling unsteadily. This was caused by the two gravitational forces competing for the detector. Request to increase the gravitational chain, prepare to go deeper. Zhang Zikai reported to the mothership. Increase the gravitational chain. After 30 seconds, we can go deeper. With the increase in the gravitational chain, the stability of the star detector also increased. The two of you, let's begin. Yu Mukin gestured to Wang Tianyu and Tang Miao. The three of them pressed on the armrests of their seats. A faint halo rippled out from Tang Miao's body. The halo was light blue, and immediately, a cool feeling filled the interior of the star detector, directly suppressing the temperature that had begun to rise. Immediately after, the vibration of the star detector completely disappeared and it stabilized again, just like when it had just left the mothership. Yu Mukin, Wang Tianyu, and Tang Miao, the three god-level powerhouses, injected their soul power into it to form a protective barrier around it. This was the standard ability of the star detector. In fact, when exploring a star, under normal circumstances, there would be a god-level powerhouse following them. This was to prevent a sudden sunspot explosion or an explosion on the surface of the star. They would protect the detector as much as possible and give the detector time to be pulled back by the gravitational chain. At this time, the three god-level powerhouses released their protection together, so the star detector was naturally as stable as Mount Tai. It was almost impossible for a god-level powerhouse to survive on the surface of a star, but a true god-level powerhouse could survive for a short period of time. As long as they could get rid of the problem of gravity, they could survive. This time, 11th order powerhouses had personally come. It could be said that the rescue was already of the highest standard. And the reason for so many powerhouses to come was very complicated. Naturally, it was not because of Lan Xuanyu alone. It's starting to descend. 9,900 meters. The star detector continued to descend. If one looked from the outside, they would find that there was an additional layer of white light around the detector, isolating it from the high temperature. That was the combination of its own protective barrier and the soul power of a god-level powerhouse. The star continued to enlarge. At a height of 10,000 meters, the surface of the star could already be seen very clearly. The closer they got, the clearer they could see it. With the protection of the three god-level powerhouses, the detector was very stable. About to reach a height of 5,000 meters. Maintain stability. The direction of movement is pending. Major General Zhang Zikai reported. Yu Mukin said in a deep voice, move in the opposite direction according to the rotation of the star. Uniform speed, full exploration. Yes. Maintained at an altitude of 5,000 meters, the surface of the star could be seen clearly through the soul screen, and the various details on the surface could be clearly seen. Especially since the detector could enlarge the image. Lan Xuanyu and Tang Lu were already standing in front of the detector and watching attentively. Tang Lu placed his hands on Lan Xuanyu's shoulders while Bai Xiuxiu handed the silver dragon spear to Lan Xuanyu. Then, he took off the silver dragon scale necklace on his neck and put it on Lan Xuanyu's neck. The real search began now. Lan Xuanyu closed his eyes and held the silver dragon spear in his hand to support his body. He silently felt the Nana aura on the silver dragon spear. The silver dragon scales on his neck emitted a faint cool aura. That familiar feeling made his breathing quicken. Without a doubt, these two things had Nana's aura. A gentle spiritual power surged into Lan Xuanyu's spiritual sea. Immediately, he felt his senses expand. The layers of barriers of the star detector seemed to have disappeared at this moment. The first thing he felt was blazing heat and endless fire elements. If the fire elements on the mother planet were only the size of dust, then the fire elements here were like longans. The dense fire elements felt Lan Xuanyu's aura and naturally produced a sense of intimacy. However, the fire elements here were obviously much more violent and didn't approach him because of Lan Xuanyu's spiritual power. Of course, this was also because Lan Xuanyu's spiritual power was magnified with the help of Tang Lu. His senses continued to extend downwards. The blazing heat caused everything around him to distort slightly. When his spiritual power covered the area, he could only feel the aura in a very small area. It wasn't even as clear as what he could see on the big screen. Focus and guard. Don't look. Feel her aura. Tang Li's voice sounded in his ears. Lan Xuanyu immediately woke up. The spiritual power that he had released slowly condensed into a ball and floated outside the star detector. He silently felt the surrounding aura, the aura of the fire elements, and any special aura that might appear in the air. Even if it was a slight fluctuation, as long as it was similar to Nana's, he would be able to feel it. The search began in this manner. Under the guidance of the mother planet, the star detector began to explore the surface of the star. Lan Xuanyu observed on the screen with his spiritual power. Time passed minute by minute. The protection of the three God-rank powerhouses was quite stable. This also made the two military powerhouses in charge of operating the detector feel at ease. This was the first time they were participating in the detection at this height. The size of this star was on the smaller side compared to other stars. This was a very good situation. Even so, its surface area was still very large. The range of the star detector's detection was limited after all. According to his previous calculations, he might not be able to scan the entire surface of the star even if he scanned it 3 times in 3 hours each time. But there was no other way. The 7th Fleet couldn't stay here for a long time. They were doing something that was very likely to be meaningless. It had been almost 10 days since he had fallen. Could a person, even a true God-rank powerhouse, survive on a star for 10 days? No one was sure about this. The hope was actually very slim, at least in the eyes of most people. The reason the Federation took action was to give an explanation to the Heaven Reverse Division. It was also a form of publicity between the Federation and the Heaven Reverse Division. The military took action more because if such a person really existed, there was a high possibility that the person would be won over to the military. After all, he was under the control of the War God Temple. Also, it was a responsibility of the military to their fellow soldiers. The War God Temple belonged to the military. 3 hours was not a long time. When Lan Xuanyu started to feel dizzy, the time for the first probe was up. The gravitational chain began to pull the star detector back. Lan Xuanyu's consciousness also returned to his body. His face was obviously pale. He staggered a step and didn't fall down with the help of Tang Lu. Even with the help of Tang Li's consciousness, he still used up a lot of his spiritual power. He hurriedly sat down cross-legged and meditated silently. No, they didn't find anything. Other than the fire element, they didn't find anything on the star. As they gradually left the star's gravitational pull, Major General Zhang Zikai's voice became more relaxed. The location of the probe has been recorded. The next probe will exclude it. He wasn't a God-rank powerhouse, and he didn't have the ability to survive on the surface of a star. Probing at a height of 5,000 meters was still a very dangerous thing to do. Under the guidance of the mothership, they flew and probed at a very fast speed. In 3 hours, they basically completed a week's worth of probing. They circled around the star. The location of the probe was mainly in the middle of the star. The advantage of probing at a height of 5,000 meters was that they could explore more clearly. However, the disadvantage was that the range of probing would be much smaller than at a height of 10,000 meters. However, this couldn't be helped. Looking for someone on the surface of a star was like looking for a needle in a haystack. If they were at a height of 10,000 meters, it was very likely that they wouldn't even find Nana if she passed over them. However, according to the current probing method, it was impossible for them to cover the entire range of the star in 3 probes. When Lan Xuanyu's spirit recovered a little and he woke up again, the probe had already returned to the mothership. His mood was obviously a little low. When he really started probing, he understood more clearly how difficult it was to rescue someone on a star. Teacher Nana, Lan Xuanyu began to feel anxious. Everyone else went to rest. Only Tang Lu and Bai Xiuxiu stayed by his side to accompany him. Don't worry, this is only the first time. There are still 2 more chances. We will definitely find Teacher Nana, Bai Xiuxiu said in a low voice. Okay. Lan Xuanyu nodded and took her hand. He wasn't the only one who was anxious. How could Bai Xiuxiu not be anxious? However, she kept comforting herself. Resting and waiting were often the most torturous processes. Especially in the current situation. The next probe would be on the upper hemisphere of the star. Although it was impossible to explore every place, the 3 probes would definitely cover as much area as possible. After 4 hours of rest, the star probe was adjusted and the second probe began. The process of the probe was the same as the last time. It was still pulled by the mothership's gravitational chain. It descended to an altitude of 5,000 meters and began the probe. This time, at Lan Xuanyu's suggestion, the speed of the star probe's flight was increased. With the previous experience and Tang Li's help, at an altitude of 5,000 meters, as long as there was a slight change in the aura, he should be able to detect Nana. The accelerated speed was to be able to explore more places in 3 hours. The circumference of the center of the planet was the largest, and the upper hemisphere was naturally smaller. In the case of saving time and speeding up, they could basically explore 2 laps in 3 hours. Yu Mukan helped Lan Xuanyu fight for it. For the second exploration, they only completed 2 laps. This way, the area covered would be much larger. General Bai Ling also agreed to this suggestion. Under the protection of the God-ranked powerhouses, the star probe would not have a security problem, and the time would not be increased by much. However, what made everyone's heart begin to feel heavy was that after 2 laps of exploration, they still found nothing except for the fire element. Lan Xuanyu's face became even paler. There was only 1 chance left. If they still couldn't find Nana's trace, it would basically announce the death of Nana. This was something he didn't want to accept in any case. The rest time this time was longer because the previous consumption was greater. General Yu Mukan went to General Bai Ling again to buy 4 hours for Lan Xuanyu's last exploration time. This was already the limit he could do. When Lan Xuanyu boarded the star detector for the 3rd time, his lips were tightly pursed, and his right hand was always clenching the silver dragon scale necklace hanging on his chest. Teacher Nana, I beg you, please let me feel your aura. He silently muttered in his heart. He was really scared, and his heart was filled with indescribable fear. Not only him, but Tang Lu was also silent, and his expression became extremely dignified. Under such pressure, he found that his memory was recovering little by little. In the depths of his mind, a figure kept flashing. The silver-haired, purple-eyed woman suddenly smiled sweetly, and then helplessly smiled, and then her expression became resolute. He was now completely sure of her importance to him. They must have known each other before, and must have a very close relationship. At this moment, the tension in his heart was no less than Lan Xuanyu's. He really had the impulse to rush to the star to find Nana. The star detector slowly slid out of the mothership and landed on the surface of the star for the 3rd time. Inside the detector, the atmosphere became obviously heavy. If they couldn't find her this time, Oldie came to Lan Xuanyu's side and said in a deep voice, "Child, heaven helps the worthy. Before the final result comes out, you must not give up hope. Only in this way will you have the greatest possibility of finding her. Your mentality will affect your perception during the search." Thank you. Lan Xuanyu's spirit was lifted. Yes, they still had a chance, and they couldn't lose hope. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and stabilized his mind. This time, no matter what, they must find Teacher Nana, they must, 10,000 meters, 8,000 meters, 6,000 meters, 5,000 meters. The star detector arrived at the detection point again. The detection began. Lan Xuanyu tried hard to control his spiritual force and sensed with rapt attention. Tang Li's spiritual force guided his spiritual force and enhanced his perception. After several cooperation, they had a tacit understanding at this time. The detector circled the star, flying continuously and steadily. All detection devices had been activated. Lower hemisphere, 1 round, 1 hour and a half. The second circle was even closer to the bottom. 1 hour and 20 minutes passed. They didn't find anything. Everyone tensed up. They only had a little more than an hour left. They could only search one more time. The previous 2 large circles did not find anything, which seemed to mean that the search and rescue was over. Through the previous exploration, they had already explored most of the surface of the entire star, but they did not find anything at all. Lan Xuanyu pursed his lips tightly. His face was already very pale, but he didn't have the slightest intention of withdrawing his spiritual power. Tang Li's expression was solemn. His handsome face even looked a bit more ferocious at this moment. The third circle, this was the last exploration opportunity that Yu Mukin won for Lan Xuanyu. Oldie and Meng Fei had already stood up and came to the big screen. They were watching it attentively, hoping to find some clues in this final scan. Nothing, still nothing, time was up, and the third round was complete. However, there was no trace of Nana. Lan Xuanyu's body swayed and was hugged by Bai Xiuxiu beside him. At this moment, Bai Xiuxiu's mind was full of Nana's warm smile. Tears uncontrollably burst out from her eyes, instantly wetting Lan Xuanyu's lapel, but she didn't dare to cry out loud. Xianyu, a man's strength is limited. General Yu Mukin sighed and said in a deep voice. Lan Xuanyu really did his best. In the process of these 3 rounds of exploration, although Lan Xuanyu almost didn't speak, his persistence, his all-out effort, and his emotional fluctuations were all seen by Yu Mukin. For his master, he could do this, it was really good. Frankly speaking, Yu Mukin was somewhat envious. He also had a disciple, but compared to this young man in front of him, his disciple was not just a little bit inferior. Lan Xuanyu's eyes were somewhat absent-minded. He had no choice but to withdraw his spiritual power because he could no longer clearly feel everything in the outside world. General Yu, let me rest for a while. I can continue exploring after I recover. I can do it. Lan Xuanyu's voice was trembling, and his body was also trembling. If it weren't for Bai Xiuxiu hugging him tightly, he would have fallen to the ground. Xianyu, we've done our best, and you've done your best. Sometimes, we have to believe in fate. Oldie said in a deep voice. Although Meng Fei and Tang Miao didn't say anything, their expressions were also dim. The scale of this search and rescue was indeed top-notch in the Federation. However, water and fire were merciless, and the star was blazing. They all understood that Nana had probably been completely swallowed by the star long ago. Everything that can be done has been done. Xianyu, my condolences. Wang Tianyu sighed. Mu Chen looked at Zhang Zikai and said, prepare to return. They had already given them their greatest support. The space fleet was a national treasure and had its own responsibilities. It was impossible for them to keep doing things here that were meaningless to them. Lan Xuanyu closed his eyes in pain. He had really tried his best, and he really didn't know what else to do to find Nana. However, he was unwilling to believe that Nana was dead. No, Nana. Teacher won't die. He muttered as tears streamed down his face. Bai Xiuxiu helped him sit on the ground and buried her head in his shoulder. She finally couldn't control herself and burst into tears. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a loud shout stopped Zhang Zikai, who was about to contact the mothership to retrieve the gravitational chain detector. The person who stopped Zhang Zikai was none other than Tang Lu. Everyone's eyes fell on him at the same time. Among them, Yi Lao's gaze was the most complicated. Tang Li's gaze was firm. Give me a few more minutes, let me go out, let me make one last attempt. You want to go out? This? Zhang Zikai looked at Yu Mukin. Yu Mukin said in a deep voice, without finding the target, it will be very dangerous to go out blindly. I want to go out. Tang Li's eyes bloomed with light. At this moment, his pupils suddenly became vertical, and a terrifying murderous aura suddenly burst out from his body. On the surface of his skin, golden lines emerged, releasing extremely unstable energy fluctuations. Lan Xuanyu was also shocked by Tang Li's sudden burst of aura, because in his bloodline vortex, the bloodline aura became irritable with the change in Tang Li's aura. Yu Mukin's face was gloomy. Just as he was about to say something, Yi Lao said in a deep voice, "Let him go out and try. Perhaps he really can do it. Just a few minutes, I will apply to General Bai Ling." With that, he came to the front of the communicator. "General Bai Ling, I am Yi Zichen. Please allow me to open the star detector's hatch and let one of us explore outside. If there is no discovery within 10 minutes, return immediately. This is Shrek Academy's request." "Thank you." Yes, Yi Lao was one of the few people who could represent Shrek Academy. General Bai Ling's voice came from the other side. "Yi Lao, I understand your feelings. Give me another 10 minutes, but please be sure to start the search under the guarantee of safety. At this time, you on the star detector are the Federation's most precious wealth. Reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, smiley face. Okay, don't worry," Yi Zichen said in a deep voice. After Yi Lao and General Bai Ling's confirmation, the star detector was about to be activated. One had to know that even 5,000 meters away from the surface of the star, the temperature outside was still thousands of degrees. Just the moment it was activated, it could damage the detector. Yi Lao said in a deep voice, "When it opens, General Yu, Meng Fei, you two are responsible for guarding the detector. I will be responsible for ensuring that the exit is not destroyed. Tian Yu, you and Tang Miao are responsible for strengthening the shield." After saying this, his gaze turned to Tang Lu. Tang Lu nodded at him, took a deep breath, and was about to turn to the exit. At this moment, one of his hands was suddenly grabbed. Tang Lu suddenly turned around and saw Lan Xuanyu. It was Lan Xuanyu who grabbed his hand. Lan Xuanyu struggled to stand up from the ground. "Uncle Yu, Teacher Nana has already fallen on the star to save us. I have already lost her, I can't lose you too. So, if it doesn't work, you must come back safely. Promise me, okay?" At this moment, he was unprecedentedly weak. Looking at Lan Xuanyu's big eyes filled with tears, Tang Li's eyes instantly became moist. He opened his arms, hugged him, and patted his shoulder hard. "Child, believe me. I will definitely come back. Your Nana teacher will also come back." I suddenly remembered her name. "Her name is Guyuna, Silver Dragon Wuling Guyuna." After saying this, he strode to the exit and said in a deep voice, "Open it." Guyuna, Silver Dragon Wuling Guyuna. Hearing these words, for some reason, Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Not only him, but everyone present more or less felt a sense of familiarity. Only Yi Lao seemed to have expected this and maintained a calm expression. Major General Zhang Zikai was the most nervous. Not to mention 5,000 meters, even if it was 10,000 meters, he had never activated the star detector outside the surface of the star. This was simply too dangerous. The outer layer of the detector was the strongest, but the inner layer was easily damaged by high temperatures. Moreover, as someone who wasn't a god-level powerhouse, it was impossible for him to survive in a high temperature of several thousand degrees. "Brother Meng Fei, let's do it," Yu Mukin said in a deep voice. Both of his hands pressed on the armrest. His entire body turned into an incandescent color in an instant, and a huge amount of soul power surged out. It was the same for Meng Fei. The two of them were like two incandescent lamps that were lit in an instant. The incandescent light bloomed outwards. Immediately, a layer of white light rushed out from the surface of the star detector, instantly expanding the shield. Wang Tianyu and Tang Miao also injected their soul power and directly connected it to the shield. At this moment, the shield of the star detector was as solid as a real entity. "Activate!" Yu Mukin shouted. Zhang Zikai gritted his teeth, pressed a button, and instantly opened the hatch of the stellar detector. The hatch slowly opened, and even with such a strong protective shield, a scorching heat wave still swept over. A golden halo burst out from Tang Li's body, and a faint dragon's roar echoed. Yi Lao took a step forward, and a yellow halo rushed out from both sides of Tang Li's body, forcefully pushing back the heat wave and protecting the detector's door. Tang Lu didn't turn around again, and Lan Xuanyu, who was staring at his back, pursed his lips tightly. In the next moment, a golden light flashed, and Tang Lu had already resolutely rushed out. As he rushed out, golden dots of light flashed on his body, and pieces of complicated and gorgeous golden armor quickly drilled out, covering his entire body. Huge golden wings spread out behind him, and a double-pointed spear fell into his hand. This scene looked familiar to everyone. The double-pointed spear, the golden armor, and that handsome face. Yu Mukin seemed to have caught something and opened his mouth. His pupils also contracted violently. "Close the hatch," he shouted. The hatch of the stellar detector quickly closed. Under the protection of Yilao's soul power, it didn't suffer any damage and quickly closed, isolating the high temperature of the outside world again. At this time, on the big screen, Tang Li's figure appeared. He had rushed out of the protective shield, and his whole body burst out with golden light, reflecting the void. He was suspended outside the detector, 5,000 meters above the surface of the star. One must know that there was no gravitational chain on Tang Li's body. He was completely relying on his own cultivation to float in space. This scene not only could be seen by the stellar detector, but also by everyone on the 7th Fleet's mothership. In the mothership's headquarters, the scene had been magnified on the largest soul screen. General Bai Ling stood in the center of the screen, and beside him were all the senior members of the 7th Fleet, and even the captains of the 4 Dragon King-class frigates were there. At this moment, they all had the same thought in their hearts. Could humans really be strong enough to resist the gravitational force and the high temperature of the star? The shock brought to them by this scene made these military bigwigs, who had always been confident that the space fleet was the Federation's strongest combat power, a little shaken in their hearts. Golden light surrounded Tang Li's body, and huge golden wings spread out behind him, resisting the huge gravitational force. The blazing high temperature made his golden battle armor look even more crystal clear. His eyes were still bright and full of spirit, and he was not affected by the high temperature at all. Facing the star, Tang Li looked up to the sky and let out a dragon roar. Suddenly, a huge golden dragon head suddenly rushed out of his chest. The moment the huge dragon head rushed out, it had turned into a golden dragon, surrounding his body, blocking the invasion of the high temperature and gravitational force. He raised the spear in his hand, and a high-pitched dragon roar continued to sound, calling out in the direction of the star. Yes, he was no longer probing. He was using his own method to find Nana, searching for her aura, and waiting for her response. Even Tang Lu himself didn't know if this was meaningful, but when the name of the silver dragon Wuling Guyuna appeared in his mind, he suddenly felt that he should do this. He should call out to her like this. Another loud dragon roar sounded, and with Tang Li's body as the center, a golden vortex appeared and rotated violently around his body. Inside the star detector, Lan Xuanyu only felt that the golden bloodline in his body began to become violently agitated in the dragon roar, fluctuating extremely unsteadily. It was as if Uncle Yu was calling out to him. At this moment, Tang Li seemed to be talking to the entire star, waiting for its response. Could he find her like this? Everyone had the same doubts in their hearts, but Tang Li's dragon roar became more and more resounding. Ordinary people only felt that he was strong, able to resist the gravitational force and temperature of the star, but the 3 true god powerhouses in the star detector were all shocked. They could clearly feel the rising blood and chi fluctuations and soul power fluctuations on Tang Li's body. They were all true gods, but they felt that Tang Li's aura continued to erupt like a geyser. Every time it erupted, his aura would become stronger, and it was far from what they could compare with. If Yu Mukin's cultivation was around level 111, then Mengfei was probably around level 113. According to the old man, he could reach the bottleneck of level 115. Then, at this time, the aura displayed by Tang Lu had already exceeded level 117. What kind of terrifying cultivation was this? Don't look at the difference of just a few levels. At the level of level 110 and above, the difference of one level was like heaven and earth. According to the old man, Mengfei, and Yu Mukin. Facing the current Tang Lu, they might not be able to win against him. This was where the gap lay. Yu Mukin was really glad that when Tang Lu wanted to take away Lan Xuanyu, he didn't impulsively stop Tang Lu. Otherwise, even 2 of him wouldn't be enough to fight him. This is the existence standing at the peak of the Federation's strength. I wonder if the master of the Sea God Pavilion and the head of Shrek's 7 monsters can compare with him. There was no response, but Tang Li's dragon roar didn't weaken at all. Moreover, he moved. He took a step and went 100 meters away. Yes, 100 meters closer to the star. Another step and he was already 500 meters away. Around his body, a faint red flame began to appear, surrounding the golden light. One could imagine how terrible the high temperature he was facing at this moment. However, his face was still the same as before, as if the high temperature didn't exist at all. Gravity didn't affect him at all. He walked and stopped when he said he would. He took another step forward and was already suspended 4,000 meters away from the star, but the blazing high temperature could only surround him. Inside the star detector, Lao said to himself, in terms of physical strength, I'm afraid the whole human race doesn't have it. Who can compare with him? Lao, do we need to prepare for him? Meng Fei asked in a low voice. Lao shook his head and said, at this distance, it shouldn't be necessary. He can do it. Yu Mukin sucked in a breath of cold air. He asked himself that he absolutely couldn't do it like Tang Lu, who could freely stay so close to the star's surface. Moreover, this was not the end. Tang Lu took another step. This time, the golden light on his body suddenly became stronger. In his body, the surrounding Jinlong suddenly changed. The part below the neck became like a real thing, only the head was still illusory. It seemed that there was some force preventing the golden light from spreading to Jinlong's head. Tang Lu seemed to feel something and murmured, the 17th layer, it's time to break through. For you. He opened his arms on both sides of his body, and the next moment, a deafening dragon roar sounded. Remember to collect the book in the library, the fastest way to read it. Even in space, at this moment, the entire 7th Fleet could hear the dragon roar and feel incomparably shocked. Tang Li's body flashed, and he instantly merged with the Jinlong, transforming into a huge Jinlong over 100 meters long. Jinlong raised his head, and a blinding golden light burst forth. A golden halo of light with a diameter of nearly 10,000 meters spread outward, and in that instant, all of the surrounding scorching air was pushed away. Everyone could clearly see that the huge Jinlong's head had become bright, as if something had been broken through in an instant. At that moment, Jinlong's body suddenly contorted, as if he was in great pain. With a flash of light, the treasure-hunting beast rushed out from Lan Xuanyu's forehead. It looked at the big screen in front of it and said in a trembling voice, King Jinlong, is he going to recover all his strength? No. That would be a destructive force. King Jinlong? Lan Xuanyu looked at the treasure-hunting beast in surprise. The treasure-hunting beast said that the aura emitted by Nana's body was the aura of the Silver Dragon King. According to the legends of the dragon gods, weren't the dragon gods divided into King Jinlong and the Silver Dragon King? Could it be that Teacher Nana and Uncle Yu were the two parts of the dragon gods that were separated? The huge Jinlong was constantly twisting and rolling in space, and violent bloodline aura fluctuations were madly rushing out, bursting out. At this time, it was already 3,000 meters away from the surface of the star. If the star had a large energy explosion, the flames on the surface would even cover its body. But it didn't seem to feel the slightest bit. As true. God-rank powerhouses, Elder Yi, Meng Fei, and Yu Mukin could clearly feel that Jinlong's aura was rising steadily, and it was breaking through at an astonishing speed. Level 118, Level 119, Jinlong's aura had reached the peak. Peak true God rank. One had to know that if a true God rank powerhouse wanted to continue to break through, the accumulation required was almost despairing. Only with great luck, extremely high comprehension, and persistent belief and hard work could there be such a possibility. They had never seen a powerhouse at this level who could break through at such a speed. Many titled Douluo had to spend their whole life to advance from level 97 to level 99, let alone from level 117 to level 119. This kind of breakthrough speed was unimaginable. Moreover, the huge Jinlong's aura was still rising. Ao, 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 the impassioned dragon roar became more and more intense, but Tang Li's situation didn't look good. The huge Jinlong's body was expanding, gradually expanding from 100 meters to 300 meters, But a large number of cracks appeared on the scales on the surface of the body, and there was a faint blood mist. But as soon as the blood mist spurted out, it would be swept up by the golden light and disappear without a trace. Uncle Yu. Lan Xuanyu clenched his fists. He didn't know what Tang Lu was doing, but he had a feeling that Tang Li's current state was very similar to his state when he broke through, but he didn't know how many times more dangerous it was than when he broke through to 5 ring. The blazing bloodline aura undulations caused Lan Xuanyu's heart to become more and more restless. Jinlong continued to roll in the air, and more wounds appeared on its body. These were wounds that came from the inside out. It was as if the power in its body was about to burst out. The light in its dragon eyes was also faintly discernible, sometimes golden, sometimes blood red. It seemed to be struggling to release something. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt a heat in his chest. He subconsciously looked down and saw that the silver dragon scale necklace hanging around his neck was actually emitting a faint silver halo. There's a reaction, Teacher Nana's item is reacting, it's reacting. Lan Xuanyu shouted loudly, his voice hoarse from overexertion. One could imagine how excited he was at this moment. However, he couldn't tell Tang Lu. At this moment, a silver light flashed, and the silver dragon spear suddenly floated up around Lan Xuanyu's body. In the next moment, the silver light flashed, and the silver dragon spear disappeared. Teacher Nana. This time, Bai Shoushou was also excited. The silver dragon spear was gone. It had been teleported away. That was Teacher Nana's weapon. Then, they saw the silver dragon spear. It appeared in front of the huge Jinlong that Tang Lu had transformed into. In front of him, the tip of the spear was pointed at Jinlong's forehead. The huge Jinlong, whose body was violently twisting, suddenly froze. Its golden eyes gradually became clear and clear. Clear! Roar! The dragon roared at the sky, and golden light erupted from within. In that instant, the golden light flashed. The dragon's body actually reached a length of 1,000 meters in an instant. The dazzling golden light illuminated the sky, causing the 7th fleet in the distance to be somewhat overshadowed. It broke through. Yilao exclaimed. Yes, at this moment, whether it was him, Meng Fei, or Yu Mukin, they couldn't feel the strength of Tang Li's aura. Because at this moment, Tang Lu had broken through to another level that they couldn't reach, level 120, becoming a transcendent god. In the next moment, the silver spear in the air changed direction, turned into a silver light, and fell horizontally. The 1,000-meter-long Jinlong flapped the huge wings on its back and chased after the silver light. This scene was completely displayed on the screen of the star detector. Millions of soldiers of the 7th Fleet were watching this scene. For a moment, there was complete silence. Yu Mukin couldn't help but look at Yilao, and asked with a trembling voice, who is he, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, smiley face. Yilao closed his eyes. He knew that at this time, it was no longer possible to hide it. He looked like he let out a sigh and said, 10,000 years ago, Shrek Academy was destroyed by a Godslayer missile. That was the darkest era since the establishment of Shrek Academy. The Abyss invaded and almost destroyed the Federation. At that time, the leader of Shrek Academy's revival appeared. He led the Shrek 7 monsters of that generation to rebuild Shrek Academy with the help of the Tangmen and built the current Shrek City. He planted the seed of life at the bottom of Sea God's Lake. In the end, the seed of life absorbed the energy of the Abyss and became the eternal tree. He was the hero of the Federation and one of the most important figures in the history of Shrek Academy. He was the leader of the Tangmen and the master of the Sea God's Pavilion. He was the all-powerful Dragon King Douluo who fell with the Silver Dragon King, Jinlong Moon Tang Wulin. Boom! Everyone present was shocked by Yilao's words, and their minds went blank. Jinlong Moon Tang Wulin. This name had great significance to Shrek Academy, to the entire Douluo Federation, and to the history of Soul Masters. Without him, humanity might have been destroyed. There were even legends that said he was the son of the sea god Tang San, the founder of the Tangmen, and a true descendant of the Divine King. At this moment, Major General Zhang Zikai and the senior colonel couldn't hear Yilao's voice. Naturally, there was no sound coming from the communicator on the mothership. It was sealed by Yilao's divine sense. Only the few god-rank powerhouses present, Lan Xuanyu, and Bai Shoushou could hear it. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. He suddenly remembered that when he first met Nana, it was in that mall that he bought the Jinlong Moon Tang Wuling figurine. Yes. Just now, when Uncle Yu left the stellar detector, he looked exactly like the figurine. However, the real Jinlong's Moon Whisper battle armor looked even more gorgeous than the figurine. After all, this was a real battle armor. Uncle Yu was someone from 10,000 years ago? Then how did he survive until now? Wasn't it said that even with the help of the School of Life, humans could only live for 1,000 years at most? Didn't he die back then? Yu Mukin stuttered. Ilao smiled bitterly, yeah. Back then, we all witnessed his death with our own eyes. When he became the pavilion master, I was just an outer court student, an ordinary student of Shrek Academy. Therefore, when I saw him for the first time 10,000 years later, I couldn't believe my eyes. But when I felt his aura, even though he hadn't fully recovered at that time, I was certain that I didn't recognize the wrong person. It was him. It was really him. The fastest way to read books is at the book-seeking pavilion. At that time, there were only a few people who could survive until now and know his identity. I'm one of them. Yu Mukin swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Everything could be explained. He finally understood why Yi Lao was so respectful when facing Tang Lu and deliberately lagged behind when walking with him. If this was really the legendary Dragon King Douluo, then in Shrek Academy, he really had an incomparably high status. Then, suddenly, Yu Mukin jumped up from the chair. To make him lose his composure like this, it could be seen that he thought of something important. His voice trembled a little, then he said, that Nana teacher is, Yi Lao nodded, his eyes were a little complicated, and said, she is the real king of beasts, the god of all soul beasts, the former master of the spirit pagoda, the master of the beast god Di Tian, and also the lover of the dragon king Douluo. In the end, because both sides were in the human and soul beast camps, they became lovers who loved and hated each other. She is the silver dragon Douluo, silver dragon Wuling Guyuna. Yi Lao couldn't help but recall the extraordinary years 10,000 years ago. At the most critical time of mankind, Jinlong Moon Tang Wuling, silver dragon Wuling Guyuna, how dazzling these two names were in the Federation. Resounding. He clearly remembered that confession, that last duel. Who knows how many people shed tears and how many people regretted it for the rest of their lives. They are actually still alive. How is this possible? How is this possible? Yu Mukin had completely lost his composure. Yi Lao sighed softly. Pavilion Master Tang revealed his martial soul true body, coupled with his yellow Jinlong spear. His identity can no longer be hidden. The historians of the Federation will definitely guess his identity. So, there is nothing to hide. He was once a great hero of mankind and made great contributions to the Federation. Now, he is back. Yu Mukin's heart was a little messy, no, very messy. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Lan Xuanyu was even more confused than him. Because, Lan Xuanyu remembered his Nana teacher, the silver dragon Wuling Guyuna that Uncle Yu and Yi Lao said to him before falling to the star. Bai Xiaoxiao said blankly, yes, he is. I remember, at that time, it was he who avenged my parents. I always wanted to find him to repay his kindness, but I never found him. It's him, that's right, it's him, Uncle Yu is our family's great benefactor. He drilled into the star. Major General Zhang Zikai's voice suddenly sounded. Everyone realized that the rescue was still going on, and they all looked at the big screen. Sure enough, the huge Jinlong transformed by Tang Wuling went directly to the surface of the star, splashing a shocking fire rain. In the next moment, the huge body drilled out again, following the silver spear in front of it and continued to fly. This is the star, mothership. Pass the order, seal all communication equipment and monitoring equipment of the fleet, and issue a gag order. Everything seen today will be kept a secret by the entire army. If there is a leak, the punishment will be severe. General Bai Ling issued the order without hesitation. When the huge Jinlong appeared and invited the star, he realized that something big might have happened. The powerhouse who was respected by Yi Lao probably had an extremely unusual identity. Was he a hidden boss of the Shrek Academy or the Tangmen? How to do it depends on the judgment of the Federation. The time to retreat was not important now. This person had just broken through, and from the news from the star detector, he had broken through to the transcendent rank. He was probably the first transcendent in the history of the Douluo Federation. What can this transcendent do? Look at what the Tenryu Star's chief did before. It was said that a transcendent could destroy an asteroid with his own strength. This was definitely a strategic power that could be compared to a mothership. In the star detector, Lan Xuanyu was extremely nervous. Even though his spiritual power had been overdrawn and his body was very weak, he could not care less at this moment. His eyes were fixed on the big screen. There was no need for anyone to say anything. Major General Xianxia had already locked onto the image of Tang Wulin, who had transformed into King Jinlong. Tang Wulin was very fast. Under the guidance of the silver dragon spear, he quickly traversed the surface of the star. The huge gravitational force and terrifying flames did not seem to affect him at all. This was the strength of a Tier 12 powerhouse. Even a star could not devour him. The star detector continued to maintain an altitude of 5,000 meters. According to Tang Wulin's movements, the mothership continued to move forward. The star detector continued to move, maintaining its distance from him. A huge Jinlong passed through the blazing flames on the surface of the star. Jinlong's flames, this was a spectacular sight. What kind of spectacular scene was this? It could definitely be described as a miracle. Reading pleasure, reading pleasure, reading pleasure, smiley face. This was also why General Bai Ling wanted to block the news and images as soon as possible. A level 120 transcendent was too important to the Federation. It must not be easily known by the enemy forces in the universe. Time passed by minute, and King Jinlong, transformed by Tang Wulin, had been tossing and turning on the surface of the star for more than half an hour. If it were a true god, they would not be able to hold on for such a long time and disappear into the flames. However, other than the scales on King Jinlong's body having a touch of red, it did not seem to have changed much. Right at this moment, the gargantuan golden dragon king suddenly stopped, and immediately thereafter, it plunged headfirst into a vast expanse of viscous reddish-golden liquid, quickly disappearing without a trace. He actually went deep into the star. One must know that the temperature inside the star and the surface of the star were worlds apart. The temperature inside the star was at least several times higher than the surface of the star. Everyone's hearts were in their throats at the same time. Although a transcendent was powerful, it was definitely not without limits. Could he really do this? He did not let everyone wait for too long. 5 minutes later, the huge golden figure reappeared. At this moment, the huge body had completely turned red. Red flames lingered on the surface of the body. One could imagine how high the temperature of the golden figure was at this time. Everyone noticed that one of its front claws was holding a red thing, but they could not see what it was. Roar, amidst the passionate dragon roar, its eyes seemed to be filled with excitement. Its huge body rushed straight into space. Behind it, a crimson flame was left, and it was dragged thousands of meters away like an afterimage. The huge gravity of the star could not affect its flight. In the blink of an eye, it had already flown into space. Empty space. Prepare to support. Boss shouted, and the star detector had already gone to meet it. However, at this moment, a thought was transmitted into the minds of everyone in the detector. Don't worry about me, I will directly enter space to cool down. The huge golden wings on Jinlong's back flapped, and its huge body swayed as it flew straight in the direction of the mothership. Immediately contact the mothership and inform the mothership of the situation. Do not launch an attack. Yu Mukin quickly reacted and anxiously said to Zhang Zikai. To a Federation fleet, the mothership was the core. Therefore, if an external object approached the mothership, it would be destroyed. At this time, King Jinlong was only flying up to lower the temperature. If he was attacked, he would be in big trouble. Most importantly, this was a transcendent expert. The Federation couldn't wait to befriend him. In fact, Yu Mukin's worries were superfluous. General Bai Ling had been paying attention to the situation on the surface of the star. When he saw King Jinlong flying towards the mothership, he immediately ordered all the fleets to make way. King Jinlong did not fly directly to the mothership. Instead, after rushing out of the gravitational field of the star, he hovered in the air. In space, he quietly stopped there, and the red color on his body was gradually fading. The star detector began to return under the guidance of the gravitational chain and quickly flew in the direction of the mothership. Lan Xuanyu's gaze fell on the screen, staring at the thing in King Jinlong's claw. Unfortunately, with King Jinlong's huge dragon claw covering it, coupled with the red light somewhat affecting his vision, he couldn't see clearly what it was. However, his heart still beat faster. He vaguely guessed that Uncle Yu might have succeeded. The lower abdomen of the mothership opened and sucked in the star detector. On the other side, King Jinlong's body temperature had dropped, and his body began to shrink. Only then did he fly in the direction of the mothership. Under the mothership's abdomen, the largest passage opened, revealing a spacious space. King Jinlong flew directly into it. His body kept shrinking in the process, and finally, he returned to his human form and landed steadily in the passage. The vacuum had no effect on him at all. As soon as the star detector stopped, Lan Xuanyu and the other transcendent experts rushed out. There were already vehicles waiting for them, and they were taken directly to the passage open to King Jinlong. A series of metal doors closed, isolating the outside world from the mothership. When Lan Xuanyu and the others arrived, General Bai Ling was already waiting there with the generals of the 7th Fleet. The metal doors slowly rose, and outside, a figure appeared in everyone's sight. He was still covered in a gorgeous golden battle armor. The fastest way to read books in the library was to read. It wasn't that Tang Wulin didn't want to put away his battle armor, but because his clothes had already disappeared in the high temperature. Putting away his battle armor meant that his body was exposed. Lan Xuanyu immediately saw that Tang Wulin was holding something in his hands. The heat receded, and it finally revealed its true appearance. It was a huge silver egg that was nearly 1.5 meters tall. At this moment, Tang Wulin was holding it above his head with both hands. The surface of the egg was surrounded by silver light, and there were countless complicated patterns on it. Exuding a gentle energy, Lan Xuanyu ran in front of Tang Wulin in a few steps and said with a trembling voice, "Uncle Yu, this is..." Tang Wulin's eyes originally had a faint red light flickering in them, but after seeing Lan Xuanyu, the red light gradually faded. "Don't worry, she's fine. She just entered a dormant state and turned her body into elements to resist the high temperature. As a result, there is a phenomenon of atavism. I can feel that her huge life force hasn't dissipated at all. There are signs that as long as she has enough time, she will definitely recover." "Great, this is really great." Lan Xuanyu was so excited that he jumped up. He clenched his hands tightly and hugged Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin smiled and said, "Yes. There's no better news than this." At this moment, the others had already come forward to welcome them. When General Bai Ling saw Tang Wulin again, his expression was completely different. He respectfully said, "Everything you have done is like a miracle in our eyes. Please take a rest first." "What do you want?" Tang Wulin said, "Just give me a quiet room. I really need to rest. However, I have to return to the mother planet as soon as possible. She needs the nourishment of life energy." Yu Muka nodded quickly and said, "We can set off at any time." Tang Wulin said, "Give me a day. After a day, we will return." "Good." Soon, the best room on the mothership was arranged for Tang Wulin and the silver dragon egg in his hand. Lan Xuanyu followed Tang Wulin all the way to the room. Looking at the huge egg, he was filled with eagerness. In fact, he always knew that the rescue of Nana was likely to be unsuccessful. When they really turned the impossible into a possibility, when a miracle really happened, it was difficult to describe his mood at this time. Teacher Nana was still alive, she was really still alive. What could make people happier than this? Tang Wulin carefully put the silver dragon egg on the ground, looked at Lan Xuanyu, and said softly, "Xianyu, your spiritual power is also overdrawn. You go and rest first. I also need to rest and adjust. Then we will return to Shrek Academy as soon as possible. After we go back, your teacher Nana still needs some time to recover, but you can rest assured that I will put aside other things and stay by her side." Okay. Uncle Yu, then you should rest quickly," Lan Xuanyu said hurriedly. Tang Wulin just went deep into the star to save people. The consumption must be huge, so he naturally needs to rest. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly left the room. Although his spiritual power was overdrawn, it was strange that he was in an indescribable excitement. Even the previous feeling of weakness disappeared. Reading pleasure is wonderful, smiley face. As the door closed, Tang Wulin's calm expression gradually changed, and a touch of pain instantly appeared on his face. Previously, when he was in front of Tang Wulin, he tried his best to suppress his body's reaction, but at this moment, he seemed to be unable to suppress it. Waves of evil thoughts kept rushing to his head, and in the depths of his heart, there seemed to be a demon-like voice constantly shouting and roaring, wanting to break through the last barrier and completely conquer his spiritual sea. His eyes turned blood-red again, and a fierce aura burst out from his body, filling the entire room. His body began to tremble violently, and the golden scales on the surface of his body rippled extremely unstable. From time to time, they would turn blood-red, exuding a strong killing intent. At this moment, on the surface of the silver dragon egg, a faint silver halo spread out. As if sensing the fierce aura, this silver halo was cold and gentle, and wherever it passed, the blood-red color quickly faded. Tang Wulin hurriedly pressed his right hand on the silver dragon egg, and his body shook slightly. The silver halo climbed along his palm, and soon spread to every part of his body. With the help of the silver dragon egg, his expression became calm again, and he breathed a sigh of relief. The 17th seal has been broken. The 18th seal is also unstable. I can't let it out. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be me anymore. Just like this, he pressed one hand on the silver dragon egg, and his aura gradually stabilized. There was no doubt that the time of this rescue would be recorded in the history of the Douluo Federation. The first star rescue in the history of the Douluo Federation was a success. The first transcendent in the history of the Douluo Federation successfully broke through. No matter which one of these two events, it was enough to cause a sensation, not to mention the two of them together. Other than Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu, the one in the best mood at this time was General Yu Mukan. This #1 war god felt that he was simply possessed by the god of luck. He was so glad that he had agreed to Lan Xuanyu's request to pressure the Federation on behalf of the military to carry out this rescue. Lan Xuanyu would remember his kindness. Moreover, the one who rescued this time was actually the legendary silver dragon Wulin Guyuna, and the one who rescued him was the real #1 person in the Federation 10,000 years ago. In fact, he should also be the #1 person in the Federation now, Jin Long Yueyu Tang Wulin. These two were still alive. Who would have thought this? Let's not talk about their respective positions in the original forces. Just their individual abilities alone were enough to affect the Federation's divine-level experts' power structure. There was no doubt that Jin Long Yueyu Tang Wulin and Silver Dragon Wulin Guyuna could block Tennu and not die for so long in the star. He was definitely a peak true god-level existence. This time, he would undoubtedly gain the favor of the three of them, including Lan Xuanyu. This was extremely good news for the War God Temple and himself. Regarding this, General Bai Ling had already given him very high praise in the headquarters. The situation of this rescue definitely could not be hidden from the Federation's upper echelons. All the information had been quickly summarized and reported to the Federation's parliament and the military. The military directly ordered General Bai Ling to send a reliable fleet to escort Lan Xuanyu and the others back to their mother planet. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu was completely unaware of everything in the outside world. He was meditating with Bai Xiuxiu to recover. The aura of the dragon gods on his body was also very beneficial to Bai Xiuxiu. It would purify her abyssal ice demon dragon bloodline and help consolidate her mutated martial soul. In the meditative state, Lan Xuanyu was affected by his state of mind. He was in a very strange state. His consciousness wandered around in his mind and his spiritual sea was surging. Nana's successful rescue had greatly stimulated his spirit. This made him even more determined in his heart. Where there was a will, there was a way. Nothing was impossible in this world. As long as you wanted to and dared to do it, you would have the foundation for success and the possibility of success. Therefore, his mental willpower became unprecedentedly firm. It was under such a state that his mental power subtly advanced and launched an attack toward a higher level. There were several ways for a person's spiritual power to evolve. As one grew older, one's spiritual power would continue to improve. It would continue until one's body reached the optimal stage and then gradually decline. There were also some special spiritual power cultivation methods that could increase one's spiritual power. Then there was the strong stimulation. If the stimulation was positive, then it would also greatly increase the growth of one's spiritual power. It was just like the enlightenment during soul power cultivation. Lan Xuanyu was currently in this last state. From great sorrow to great joy, in just a short period of 10 days, he had experienced the greatest spiritual fluctuation in his life. At this moment, he had finally reached a relatively happy conclusion. After calming down, his spiritual power was rapidly recovering, and it was also undergoing a qualitative change. His spiritual power had already reached the pinnacle of the spirit abyss realm, and now that it had evolved again, it was already progressing toward the spirit domain realm. A day quickly passed by. When Lan Xuanyu awakened from his meditative state, he felt as if everything around him had become clearer again. It wasn't that the room he was in had become clear, but that everything he could perceive had become clear. He could clearly capture the frequency of Bai Xiuxiu's breathing and feel every minute fluctuation in her heartbeat. Even the alloy was unable to impede the extension of his senses. It was as if the sounds outside could become noisy or silent at his will. His spiritual power no longer seemed to be an unfathomable and invisible power. Instead, it had become a type of special energy that he could completely control. Even without his purple demon eyes, he could still manipulate it according to his will. The difference between soul power and soul power was that his will would appear wherever his spiritual power was directed. This was a very peculiar feeling, and he felt as if he could control and sense everything in the outside world with the extension of his spiritual power. He vaguely sensed that his spiritual level seemed to have entered another realm. Was this the spirit domain realm? Had he broken through to the spirit domain realm? Generally speaking, if a soul master could reach the spirit domain realm, then they would possess a spiritual skill of their own, or even a spiritual domain. However, Lan Xuanyu hadn't sensed such a powerful change yet. However, he was sure that he had definitely made a breakthrough. The soul communicator on his wrist began to vibrate slightly, and Lan Xuanyu looked down to find that he had received a message informing him that he should prepare to set off after resting, and that the shuttle was already waiting for him at the entrance. Right at this moment, Bai Xiuxiu seemed to have sensed that Lan Xuanyu had awakened, and she also opened her eyes. The redness and swelling in her eyes had already disappeared following her cultivation, and she was looking at Lan Xuanyu with an elated smile on her face. Lan Xuanyu grabbed her hand and pulled her into his arms before hugging her tightly. "You're taking advantage of me if you're gentler, humph." Bai Xiuxiu punched him on the shoulder, and her dark blue hair spread out in front of Lan Xuanyu, and a sense of bliss enveloped them. "We're going back to the mother planet. Uncle Yu said that we have to go back as soon as possible. Teacher Nana needs life force energy to recover." "All right." The two of them stood up, left the room, and boarded the shuttle. The shuttle had already been programmed in advance, and it quickly began to move forward within the mother ship. Now that everything had been settled, Lan Xuanyu was in a much better state of mind, and only then did he have the time to observe the mother ship. The mother ship was so massive that it was like a city. Even though he had only been here for a short period of time, he could vaguely understand from the words of others. There were over 200,000 people on the mother ship. Among these people, there were combat units, research units, command units, and so on. The division of labor was clear, and each had their own role. Many times, a space fleet would carry out a mission for several years, or even more than 10 years. Some people even couldn't return home for half of their lives once they came out. Therefore, in the space fleet, there was no prohibition against love. In fact, in order to be able to maintain the mood of the soldiers, to maintain a certain balance, the number of female soldiers equipped with the fleet was never small. Therefore, the number of female commanders was also quite large. The Interstellar Command Department of the Advanced Academy even had preferential treatment for female students. But compared to recruiting male students, it increased the image and temperament inspection. Therefore, in the fleet, there was never a lack of beauties. In the mothership, there were even schools of various levels. Once a woman got pregnant and gave birth, she could get the best education. A space fleet was a world of ecological balance. Many children had never left the mothership from birth until they were in their teens. They would subconsciously think that this was their home. Bai Xiuxiu looked at Lan Xuanyu from time to time. She could feel the eagerness in Lan Xuanyu's eyes. Want to be a commander? Command the warship? Bai Xiaoxiao asked softly. Lan Xuanyu nodded. This was my childhood dream. When I really saw the space fleet, this feeling was even stronger. The feeling of roaming the universe is really wonderful. Bai Xiaoxiao smiled slightly. Yes. Every time our Traistrumsa winged warship flies in the universe, there will be a special feeling of freedom. I also like it very much. Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, anyway, if I join the army, I will definitely pull you along. Previously, Admiral Yu Mukin said that he hoped that I could train in the fleet for a period of time. To be honest, I am a little tempted. After going back this time, I will ask for the Academy's opinion. Bai Xiaoxiao said, wherever you are, I will be there. I don't have any other relatives. Touching her long hair, Lan Xuanyu couldn't hide the smile on his face. This experience was full of ups and downs, but it also improved his relationship with Bai Xiaoxiao. What Lan Xuanyu did not expect was that they would not be returning on the War God 17 warship, but on a battleship. It was a battleship belonging to the 7th Fleet and was escorted by 4 Meteor-class assault ships. In truth, with 6 divine-level experts present, there was no need for this at all. By doing so, the military was expressing its attitude. It was a sign that they were taking this matter seriously. Without a doubt, this attention was not for the Shrek Academy and the Tangmen. Naturally, it was not for Lan Xuanyu either. Instead, it was given to the Dragon King Douluo, Jinlong Yueyu Tang Wulin, whose identity had already been confirmed. With his influence on the Shrek Academy and the Tangmen, his return would have a significant impact on the Federation. Right now, both the Federation and the military were unsure of what would happen next. Hence, it was necessary to express their goodwill first. One had to know that even after 10,000 years, Tang Wulin's prestige still had a huge influence in the Federation. Not to mention anything else, he was the one who resolved the conflict between humans and soul beasts. It was his orders that allowed the soul beasts to have their own place of residence. Whether it was the soul beasts on Douluo planet or the Elven planet, there was no doubt that they were grateful to him. Furthermore, there was also the return of the silver dragon Wulin Guyuna. The scientists had unfrozen Guyuna, but they had never been able to figure out her identity, causing the Federation's Academy of Sciences to feel awkward. This person's influence on the soul beasts would undoubtedly be greater. Back then, she was even humanity's greatest enemy. But the situation now was obviously different. Back then, between Guyuna and Tang Wulin, the situation where they had no choice but to stand on opposite sides due to their respective races and love and hate each other would no longer occur. This was because humans and soul beasts had already coexisted peacefully and had even given the soul beasts 2 administrative planets to live on. The fundamental conflict had disappeared. Hence, whether it was in terms of influence or personal strength, the Federation attached great importance to these 2. The key was that the Federation didn't know what they wanted to do next. According to the information that they already knew, whether it was Guyuna's Nana teacher or Tang Wulin's Prince Yu, they seemed to have lost their memories of their past. After appearing for more than 10 years, they didn't have any intention of doing anything and just lived a peaceful life. If it wasn't for this incident that drew them out, they would even be living peacefully in the Federation. It was precisely because of this that another target appeared in the Federation's attention. That was the student from Shrek Academy, Lan Xuanyu. Guyuna's appearance was to rescue Lan Xuanyu. According to the information collected from the wings of the 33 heavens, Guyuna finally told Lan Xuanyu that she might be his mother. This piece of information was very important. Tang Wulin and Guyuna were once lovers. Guyuna's child was naturally also Tang Wulin's child. In other words, Lan Xuanyu might very well be their son. All kinds of information regarding Lan Xuanyu were immediately placed on the desks of the Federation's higher-ups. Lan Xuanyu didn't know that this rescue incident would have such a huge impact on him. But even if he knew, he would still do it. There was nothing more important than saving Nana's teacher. No matter what kind of pressure he would face in the future, he felt that it was worth it. Riding on a battleship was indeed much more comfortable. The huge battleship that was more than 2,000 meters long had all kinds of facilities. There was a special resting area, entertainment area, and living area. It was almost no different from a small town. Lan Xuanyu and the others were naturally arranged to stay in the best place. Tang Wulin continued to meditate and rest with the silver dragon egg. Lan Xuanyu also meditated with Bai Xiuxiu on the way back. There was a strange change in his spiritual power, and he knew that this was a rare opportunity. The reason why a domain hadn't appeared was very likely because he was on the verge of breaking through to the spirit domain realm. The spirit domain realm was an important threshold for spiritual power breakthroughs. If one's spiritual power could reach this level, it would greatly increase their chances of becoming a limit Douluo in the future. This was also a path that one had to take to become a god. Even though the rescue of Nana had been successful, Lan Xuanyu's thirst for power had been ignited once again. He could feel that he was extremely weak among all the other god-rank powerhouses. There was no way he could become an influential figure in battle unless he became a god. After the graduation exam, he should have been able to take a breather and relax. But under the pressure, he was determined to work even harder to improve himself. He had to start his next breakthrough as soon as possible. The battleship's flight in space was very stable. It didn't even feel like it was in space. The internal mimicry system even made people feel like they were living on land. 4 days later, under the protection of 5 battleships, they arrived outside the mother planet's atmosphere. The battleships belonging to the 7th Fleet wouldn't stay on the mother planet and would return directly to the 7th Fleet. Lan Xuanyu and the others boarded the War God 17 battleship and returned to the mother planet. They returned directly to Shrek City. The air system was activated, and a rich aura of life immediately surged in. Lan Xuanyu opened his eyes and looked out the porthole at the familiar scene. At this moment, he suddenly felt that he had grown up. He was no longer the original teenager, but a young man who was about to start taking responsibility. Sunlight shone on his body through the porthole. Bai Xiuxiu, who was sitting beside him, could clearly see his long eyelashes. Under the sunlight, his body seemed to be shining with a golden light. She couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. They were back. After rescuing Nana's teacher, they had successfully returned. The battleship stopped steadily at the Shrek City Space Center. There was no grand welcoming team outside, only the vehicles of Shrek Academy, Tangmen, and War God Temple. Let's part ways here. Xianyu, I'm looking forward to your news. General Yumukan said with a smile. Lan Xuanyu bowed to General Yumukan and said seriously, I will definitely consider it. General Yu, thank you again for your help. Yumukan patted him on the shoulder and showed a meaningful smile, the reward for you should be coming soon. After that, the general said goodbye to the others, got on the car, and left. The people of War God Temple left, leaving only the people of Shrek Academy and Tangmen. Mengfei stood beside Elder Yi and looked at Tang Wulin, who was holding the silver dragon egg in his right hand, and asked tentatively, are you going back to Tangmen with us or Shrek Academy? Tang Wulin said, let's go back to Shrek Academy. She needs more vitality to recover. Zichen, find me a place on the eternal tree. I need to take her into seclusion for a while. Yes. Elder Yi respectfully agreed. Uncle Yu. Lan Xuanyu called out, looking at Tang Wulin with a complicated expression. At this moment, he could also guess something, but he still needed to confirm it. Tang Wulin gently touched his head, my memory has recovered a little, but not completely. Recovery. This time I'm trying to recover more memories and think about everything clearly. The original memory seal. It's more to escape. But I think there's no need to escape now. We're in Shrek Academy, don't worry. This world is already strange to me, it should belong to you more. Do whatever you want. Even if you do something wrong, there's still me. After that, Tang Wulin opened his left arm, took Lan Xuanyu into his arms, and hugged him tightly. Lan Xuanyu's eyes were slightly red, and there was an indescribable emotion spreading in his heart. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't say it. Tang Wulin took the lead to get on the car with the silver dragon egg in his hand, and the others also got on the car. Mengfei and Tang Miao looked at each other, and Tang Miao said, let's inform the boss quickly. This matter is simply too important. Well, that's natural. Let the boss make the decision. However, I can see that Senior doesn't seem to want to participate in the management of the academy or the Tang sect anymore. Is it too calm? Yes. His real age is more than 10,000 years old? He's older than Elder Yi. His thoughts are not something we can guess. In any case, we have gained a new backer, right? I didn't expect him to really be able to do it. Everything seemed very calm. Shrek Academy's Soul car drove into the campus. It was the holidays now, so the campus was very quiet. A strong aura of life lingered, and lush plants could be seen everywhere. The Soul car sent Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu to the dormitory area and stopped. The two of them got out of the car. The car window opened, and Tang Wulin nodded to Lan Xuanyu. He suddenly raised his hand, and a golden light flashed. Dazzling. Lan Xuanyu was stunned for a moment, and then he felt something in his hand. Lan Xuanyu looked down. The golden double-tipped spear that was in Tang Wulin's hand was now in his hand. This is a gift from my sister, and now I'm giving it to you. Its name is the Yellow Jinlong Spear, and it will suit you very well if you use it with your right hand. Tang Wulin smiled and waved at Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu looked down at the yellow Jinlong spear in his hand and subconsciously took 2 steps forward, but the Soul car had already driven in the direction of Sea God Lake. Lan Xuanyu stopped in his tracks, his emotions surging. He's my father? Of course he had heard the story of Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna. If Teacher Nana was his mother, then there was no doubt that Tang Wulin was his biological father. Everything seemed to have been revealed. Didn't the Jinlong King bloodline and Silver Dragon King bloodline in his body come from his biological parents? However, how was he going to find his original parents and ask them about this? Originally, he thought that if he could save Teacher Nana, he would ask his mother. But when he really saved Teacher Nana, he found that he still couldn't ask. It was really a little hurtful to ask his parents if he was their biological son. However, all the evidence showed that Lan Xiao and Nanqing were not his biological parents. Don't be troubled. You have 2 fathers and 2 mothers, isn't that good? They are all your family. Bai Xiuxiu's voice rang out from behind him. You're related by birth, and you're also related by raising. Lan Xuanyu's heart trembled slightly, and he suddenly turned to look at her. Bai Xiuxiu said gently, you are so smart, what can't you see? Your relationship with Teacher Nana and Uncle Yu is already beyond doubt, what else do you need to prove? There's no need. Uncle Lan and Auntie Nan will always be your parents. There are more people who love you, you should feel happy, so why are you confused? After hearing her words, Lan Xuanyu felt enlightened. Yes. He had an additional pair of parents. This should be a happy thing, so why was he confused? What else did he want to ask? There was no need at all. No matter what, Lan Xiao and Nanqing were his parents. He smiled, a bright smile appearing on his face. He suddenly gave Bai Xiuxiu a bear hug. He hugged her tightly. First of all, I have 2 dads and 2 moms, so do you. My parents, in the future, aren't they your parents? You are so annoying. At this moment, the soul communicator on Lan Xuanyu's wrist suddenly vibrated. He didn't look at it. Bai Xiuxiu was with him, and Teacher Nana was saved. In his opinion, there was nothing more important now. Hurry up and answer it. Bai Xiuxiu hit him. I'm not answering. Lan Xuanyu continued to hug her. What if it's something important? What if it's the school's leaders looking for you? Bai Xiuxiu blushed and pushed him. Lan Xuanyu let go of her helplessly and looked at his soul guidance communication device. Upon seeing it, his expression froze. What's wrong? Bai Xiuxiu leaned over and looked at the screen of his soul communicator. There were 2 words on the screen, Mom. Lan Xuanyu's mom was obviously not Gu Yuna. Bai Xiuxiu looked up at him, and for a moment, her expression was a little complicated. Lan Xuanyu took a deep breath and gave her a don't worry look before answering the call. Mom, it seems like our hearts are really connected. I just returned to the school, and you called. Lan Xuanyu said with a smile, no. Different from before. The other side was silent. Mom, what's wrong? Lan Xuanyu asked, puzzled. Xianyu. Nanqing's voice was a little hoarse, as if she had been crying. Mom, are you okay? Did Dad bully you? I'm going to be on vacation soon, so I'll go back to see you in a few days. I'll support you. Xianyu, Hua. Nanqing was already crying on the other side. Mom, don't cry. Mom, I love you, and I love Dad. No matter when, no matter what happens, I'll always be your son. How about this, I'll take Xiaoxiao and go back to see you, okay? We'll go home now. Lan Xuanyu said gently. Okay, okay. On the other side, only Nanqing's crying could be heard. Lan Xuanyu listened to her crying, and his heart tightened. At this moment, he was even more determined. Mom, you'll always be my mom. We're going to become flying people. Bai Xiaoxiao looked at Lan Xuanyu, who had hung up the call. Equal sign, why don't you not go? It's too tiring to keep going. Lan Xuanyu looked at Bai Xiaoxiao, who had obviously lost some weight, with some heartache. What are you talking about? I'm going to cheer you on. Let's go. With that, Bai Xiaoxiao grabbed his hand. They didn't go back to the dormitory at all. Instead, they took out their soul guidance car from the storage-type soul guidance device and sped away. Heaven Luo planet. Nanqing sat in the bedroom in a daze. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying. Lan Xiao was sitting beside her. Today, they had just been questioned by the Federation. They couldn't hide anything anymore. They weren't the only ones who knew that Lan Xuanyu was born from an egg. Their colleagues at that time also knew. There were many things that couldn't be investigated. To their surprise, the Federation didn't punish them for this. They didn't say anything at all. They didn't say anything and just sent them back politely. Nanqing realized something and called Lan Xuanyu. She was most worried about Lan Xuanyu. She was worried that his identity would affect him. But from Lan Xuanyu's words just now, she could tell that he knew. And he wasn't affected by his identity. What did Xianyu say? Lan Zhao's breathing was a little rapid. He said that he loves us. No matter what, he will always be our son. He also said that he will bring Xiaoxiao back to see us. Hubby, sob sob sob. Nanqing threw herself into Lan Zhao's arms and cried loudly. Lan Zhao let out a long breath. We have to face what we have to face. We can't be so selfish after all. Xianyu's identity shouldn't be ordinary. He is my son. Nanqing choked. Yes, he is. Lan Xuanyu called Lu Feng at the Shrek City Space Center and asked him to inform everyone that he and Xiaoxiao were safe and that teacher Nana had been rescued. Everyone could have a holiday. He and Bai Xiaoxiao could also have a holiday and go home for a few days. Naturally, he didn't need a civilian spaceship to return home. He directly drove the wings of the 33 Heavens back. Even if it was only the two of them, they would have no problem piloting the battleship in non-combat situations. The cruise mode was enough to bring them to Heaven Luo planet. A few days later. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Nanqing jumped up from the sofa out of reflex. Over the past few days, she had heard knocks on the door more than once. Even though she knew that Lan Xuanyu wouldn't come back so soon, she still rushed to the door as soon as possible. But this time, Xianyu. Nanqing screamed. She hugged Lan Xuanyu tightly as tears streamed down her face. Lan Xuanyu, who was travel-worn, was shocked. He quickly carried Nanqing back into the house. Bai Xiaoxiao closed the door. She closed the door. Mom, don't cry, don't cry. Lan Xuanyu comforted her with his gentle water attribute soul power. He stroked Nanqing's emotions and comforted her softly. But Nanqing was still choking. Her body trembled slightly and couldn't calm down for a long time. Lan Xiao wasn't at home. He should have gone to work. Lan Xuanyu hadn't returned to this familiar home for a few years. The home was no different from before. It was still so familiar. Even the smell hadn't changed. Hua, after a long while, Nanqing finally calmed down. She dialed the number with her trembling hands. I'll tell your father to come back quickly. A few hours later, Lan Xiao returned home. Lan Xiao pursed his lips when he saw Lan Xuanyu. Dad. Lan Xuanyu took the initiative to give him a hug. Lan Xiao smiled a little. More. Although they hadn't seen each other for a while, he didn't feel the slightest bit of unfamiliarity from his son. This made him feel a lot more at ease. Nanqing looked at Lan Xiao, then looked at Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xiao nodded at her. Nanqing whispered, Xianyu, there are some things that you should know. Back then, Mom, you don't have to say anything. Didn't I say when I wrote to you that day? I'll always be your son. No matter what, no one can change this. I love you, and I love Dad. That's enough. I don't want to know what happened in the past. It's not important. All I know is that all of you have raised me since I was young. Without you, I wouldn't be here. Lan Xuanyu's words made Nanqing choke with sobs again. Lan Xiao walked over and hugged his wife. He said softly, like I said, the child has grown up and is more sensible. Yes. No matter what, he'll always be our son. You're the only one who's worried for nothing. Nanqing suddenly raised her head and retorted, Am I the only one who's worried? Who's the one who stayed up in the middle of the night? Who's the one who secretly smoked on the balcony until dawn? The smoke is enough to kill people. Humph. Do you think I don't know, am I right? Lan Xuanyu smiled when he saw them bickering out of habit. He was also relieved. Dad, Mom, Xiao and I came back for a vacation this time. Our graduation exams are over, and it shouldn't be a problem for us to get into Shrek Academy's inner court. We've been exhausted from the exams recently. You have to cook more delicious food for us. We'll freeload at home before school starts. We won't go anywhere. Yes, on the way back, Lan Xuanyu had already decided to spend some time with his parents. He had been busy with cultivation these past few years, so he rarely came back. He was about to enter the inner court, and he might join the fleet in the future. He would definitely be even busier. He could take advantage of this time to stay at home. His Uncle Yu and teacher Nana stayed in Shrek Academy's inner court to recuperate. They were also in seclusion, so they didn't need his company. Before leaving, he specially called Luohong and asked her for leave, which was approved. They had a month's vacation, so they could relax and rest. Great. No problem, Mom will go out and buy delicious food for you. I guarantee you'll be 3 times fatter before you go back. Nanqing's mood had obviously adjusted. Seeing her son and hearing his words, she was very relieved. Don't go first. Lan Xiao pulled Nanqing back, then looked at Lan Xuanyu and said, Xianyu, we already understand your intentions. Dad is very happy, really, very happy. Speaking of this, Lan Zhao's eyes were a little red, but there are some things you should still know. After all, this is related to your background, and it will also help you figure out your background in the future. Helplessness. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. He originally didn't want to know how he came to Nanqing and Lan Zhao's side. After all, that was no longer important. Back then, your mother and I also lived on the mother planet. We piloted an exploration spaceship in the far north of the mother planet to explore. We never expected that a very strange-looking gold and silver two-colored egg would appear. A baby. Yes, that's you. Lan Xiao described in detail how he and Nanqing found Lan Xuanyu in the far north. Again. Because there were no traces of the egg on your body, we didn't know how to report it to the Federation. After discussing it, your mother and I decided to adopt you and treat you as our own child. Therefore, we don't know your specific background, we only know that you should have an extraordinary background. A few days ago, the Federation government called us over and specifically asked about you. We were very worried that something had happened to you. Fortunately, you're fine. Your mother cried not only because she was afraid that you wouldn't recognize us, but more importantly, because she was worried about your safety. A child born from an egg. Lan Xuanyu's gaze was a little dull. Although he had already guessed that he wasn't Lan Xiao and Nanqing's biological child, he didn't expect his background to be so strange. Was it born from an egg? What the hell is this? And it's an egg that was picked up from the far north, smiley face. In other words, Lan Xuanyu wasn't a pure human. All sorts of thoughts flashed through Lan Xuanyu's mind. Bai Xiao, who was sitting beside him, was also dumbfounded. He wasn't a human? Only soul beasts could be born from eggs, right? So, he and I, the atmosphere in the room was a little strange. Perhaps it was because he had experienced too many storms during this period, but Lan Xuanyu gradually came back to his senses. He smiled bitterly and said, I didn't expect this to be how I came to be. However, this seems to confirm history. Lan Xiang and Nanqing looked at each other. Lan Xiang frowned and said, confirm history? What do you mean? Lan Xuanyu muttered, Dad, do you remember? When I was young, you often told me stories. One of the stories was about Shrek's revival 10,000 years ago. At that time, Shrek Academy was destroyed, and the destroyed Shrek Academy was rebuilt with the efforts of that generation's Shrek's 7 monsters. Only then did the current Shrek Academy exist. The leader of the Shrek 7 monsters was called Tang Wulin, the Dragon King Douluo Tang Wulin. That was also the era when humans and soul beasts reconciled. In the final battle, the Dragon King Douluo Tang Wulin and his lover, the Silver Dragon Douluo Guyuna, fought fiercely. In the end, both of them died in love with each other and disappeared without a trace. According to historical records, the direction they disappeared in was the north. Nanqing couldn't help but ask, what does this have to do with you? Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly and said, Teacher Nana should be the Silver Dragon Princess Guyuna. After 10,000 years, she was revived from the ice by scientists. The place where she was found was in the extreme north. Nanqing suddenly realized something and immediately covered his mouth. Lan Xiang also lost his voice and said, You mean? Lan Xuanyu nodded silently. Yes, she is very likely my biological mother. That's why I felt the attraction of our similar bloodlines when I first met her. She was severely injured in order to save me, and is still in a deep sleep in the academy. When she saved me, she told me that she could be my mother. If I really came from the extreme north. Lan Xiang and Nanqing were also a little stunned. They never would have thought that the teacher they found would be Lan Xuanyu's biological mother. More importantly, did Lan Xuanyu come from 10,000 years? All of this was too inconceivable. The silver was the princess, the Dragon King was the legendary Dragon King. The Shrek of Shrek, and the Dragon King Douluo, the Dragon, and Tang Wulin T. Of Shrek of a name, and was Wulin's teachers, a T of a S was. The only. After all, even the founder of Tang Men, Tang San, had never held 2 positions at once. They finally understood why the Federation had politely sent them back after asking them about the situation back then. All of this was very likely related to Lan Xuanyu's true identity. Nana has lived for 10,000 years? Then your biological father. Nanqing asked softly. Lan Xuanyu laughed bitterly. You know him, and you've seen him before. Do you remember Uncle Yu? Back then, you even said that I looked a little like him. He should be the Dragon King Douluo. Nanqing and Lan Xiang were completely speechless. Everything was like a fantasy to them. The pair of lovers from 10,000 years ago, who could even be said to be the first couple from 10,000 years ago, were still alive, and the son they had raised was actually their son. This could no longer be described as unbelievable. Lan Xiang looked deeply at Lan Xuanyu. After a long while, he said, Son, you've been through a lot during this period of time, haven't you? Lan Xuanyu laughed bitterly and nodded. I've only gotten used to it recently. In fact, the main reason he accepted this was because of the entire process of rescuing Nana. Nana's falling star was too much of a shock to him, so much so that other things were relatively easier to accept. Dad, Mom, don't worry. I'm fine. Right now, Uncle Yu and Teacher Nana are recuperating at the academy. No matter what happens in the future, one thing won't change. You'll always be my dad and mom. Even if I acknowledge them in the future, this won't change. What Xiaoxiao said to me that day made me understand immediately. Other people only have one pair of father and mother, but I have 2. Isn't this twice as happy as other people? If it weren't for you, I might have already died in the northernmost land, let alone today. So, I'll only love you more in the future. My precious son. Nanqing shouted and rushed over to hug Lan Xuanyu. She kissed his face a few times and hugged him tightly. Lan Xiang smiled with tears in his eyes. Originally, we didn't plan to tell you this for the rest of our lives. Your origin is too mysterious, and we were worried that it would affect you. Similarly, we also had our own selfish motives. We only have one son, and we were worried that you wouldn't be able to accept the truth after knowing it. Now, you're fine, really fine. Son, Mom will cook for you. I'll make something delicious for you. Nanqing suddenly jumped up and rushed to the kitchen. Lan Xiang hurriedly said, slow down. You're still in such a hurry. Bai Shoushou also stood up and said with a smile, I'll go help Auntie. Then, she also went to the kitchen. Only the father and son were left in the living room. Lan Xiang wiped away the tears in his eyes and said with a smile, then, what do you plan to do in the future? Will it affect you? Lan Xuanyu knew that his father was referring to his origin. He shook his head and said, it shouldn't affect me too much. I think that whether it's Uncle Yu or Teacher Nana, they don't have any desire for power. They'll probably choose to live in seclusion in the future. It won't affect the Federation or anything. Uncle Yu told me before that he wants to live in Shrek City. As for me, I'll probably still study in the inner court. I've already been admitted to the inner court. And I'm qualified to compete for the position of Shrek's 7 monsters. I must become this generation's Shrek 7 monsters. Although the pressure will be great, my life will become more exciting. Recently, I've been in contact with a lot of things. I just found out that the peace of the Federation is brought about by the protection of powerful forces. And we've always had powerful enemies. In the future, I want to contribute to the peace of the Federation. What he didn't say was that he still wanted to take revenge. He wanted to take revenge for almost losing Teacher Nana. He still deeply remembered that guy's projection. When that person said to him, isn't it good to be alive, that feeling of superiority. This experience made Lan Xuanyu's desire to become stronger much stronger. He wanted to become stronger, to be able to contend against those top-notch experts, to be able to defeat powerful enemies, and to be able to protect his family. Son, you've already grown up. You can choose what you want to do. Regarding this, Mom and Dad won't give you too much advice. Moreover, you've already grown to the point where our opinions can no longer affect your development. But, as a father, I only have one request. I just want my son to be safe. So, no matter what you do, no matter what choice you make, you have to protect yourself well and keep yourself safe. We don't need you to come back to see us often, but at least let us know about your news often. When you have time, call back often and let us hear your voice. Mom and Dad will be very happy. Lan Xuanyu said, Dad, don't worry. I'll definitely pay attention to my safety. I understand. My life doesn't only belong to me, but also to my family. Right, do you want to move to Shrek City with Mom? The air there is very good, and the life energy there is much richer. It'll be very good for your body. Moreover, when I enter the inner courtyard, I should spend most of my time in Shrek City. If you go over, our family will be able to reunite often. We're going back to the mother planet? Lan Xiang was stunned. He really hadn't considered this problem. Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, I've already entered the inner courtyard. According to the rules of the academy, the family members of the inner courtyard students can be approved to live in Shrek City. As long as I apply, there shouldn't be a problem. As for your and Mom's jobs, I can also help you ask. It should be possible to transfer them. Whether it was Lan Xiang or Nanqing, their positions weren't important, so it wouldn't be too difficult to transfer them. Lan Xiang said, I'll discuss it with your mom first. Speaking of which, when we left the mother planet, we were really reluctant. After all, that was the place where we were born and raised. If we could go back and live in Shrek City, which is like a holy land to the entire Federation, from my point of view, of course I'm willing. The most important thing is to be able to see you often. Move to Shrek City? I have no objections. I completely agree. Nanqing poked her head out of the kitchen, looking pleasantly surprised. Son, is it really okay? It won't cause you any trouble, right? Lan Xuanyu hurriedly shook his head and said, of course it won't cause any trouble. As long as you are willing to go, I will definitely be able to handle it. Hubby, what about you? Will your job? Nanqing looked at Lan Xiang. Lan Xiang was now a senior colonel. He had been following the exploration team to explore planets all these years and had completed a lot of missions, so he was promoted. Lan Xiang smiled slightly and said, ever since Xianxia went to Shrek, I was often not at home. I've really let you down all these years. For the sake of you and your mother, work is not important. I'll just apply for a transfer. I won't go exploring in the future. I'll stay at home with you and make it up to you. Really? Nan Chang's eyes suddenly opened wide and bright. That kind of excitement could not be concealed at all. Lan Xiang smiled and nodded to her. Nanqing blinked, hubby is so good, I love you. I'll continue to make delicious food for you. Lan Xiang blushed at her words, but there was an indescribable comfort in his heart. Especially after the worries of the past few days, he suddenly felt relaxed both physically and mentally. This matter was settled. The whole family would return with Lan Xuanyu when he returned to Shrek Academy, and the whole family would move to the academy. The following matters were handled by Lan Xuanyu alone. He first talked to Deming Luohong and made an application. This kind of thing was naturally very easy. With the confirmation of the identities of Prince Yu and Nana's teachers, Lan Xuanyu's status in the academy was undoubtedly one step higher. Soon, Ying Luohong told him that not only did she agree to his family moving, but also specially arranged a residence for Nanqing and Lan Xiang in the academy. They did not need to live in the city. This way, he would be closer to Lan Xuanyu, and the life force within the academy would be even denser. Although they could only stay in the outer court was more than enough for Lan Xiang and Nanqing. They couldn't bear the life energy of Eternal Sky City. The work aspect was even easier to solve. When Nanqing and Lan Xiang proposed to be transferred to the mother planet, the military approved it immediately. He arranged for them to work at the War God Temple in Shrek City. They were all very leisurely jobs. Lan Xuanyu was originally going to contact General Yu Mukin on foot. Anyway, he still owed the general 3 things. Now it seemed that he didn't need to be so troublesome. He could deal with it directly. Of course, the military's motive for transferring Lan Xiang and Nanqing to the War God Temple's branch was obvious. It was to express goodwill to Lan Xuanyu. This was an obvious plot, and Lan Xuanyu couldn't refuse it. The following period of time could be said to be the most leisurely period of time after Lan Xuanyu was admitted to the Shrek Academy. He didn't pay attention to the outside world, and no one came to disturb him. He just rested at home with Bai Xiuxiu. During this period, he contacted the academy and asked about Prince Yu and teacher Nana. The news from the inner court was that Prince Yu had taken the silver dragon egg and went into seclusion. He had been in seclusion and hadn't come out. Lan Xuanyu still had great confidence in Tang Wulin. His uncle Yu had broken through to the unprecedented level of 120. If he said that Nana was fine, then Nana definitely wouldn't have any problems. Previously, he was really too tired. It wasn't easy for him to relax. Besides his daily cultivation, Lan Xuanyu took Bai Xiuxiu to play around Heaven Luo planet. He lived a leisurely life every day. He also inquired about the situation of his former classmates. Most of his former classmates were admitted to advanced Soul Master academies to continue their studies, and some joined the army. Everyone had a different path to choose from. Vacation time always passed very quickly, and it was the same for everyone. But the vacation was still going to end, and it was time to return to Shrek. Nanqing and Lan Xiang had already packed their things. There weren't many things at home, and those that needed to be taken away could be placed in Lan Xuanyu's ring of destiny. With spatial equipment, it was easy to carry things. Lan Xuanyu still personally piloted the wings of the Xianxia for the return trip, and there was no need to take a civilian spaceship. Nanqing and Lan Xiang had taken warships many times, but it was their first time piloting one personally by their son. When they entered the wings of the Xianxia and saw the advanced equipment and instruments, they didn't recognize many of them. Moreover, this was a warship that could be piloted by one person. The warship took off and returned to Shrek. The return trip was smooth, and Nanqing and Lan Xiang weren't too reluctant to leave Heaven Luo planet. This was out of Lan Xuanyu's expectations. In fact, this was because they had never treated Heaven Luo planet as their home. Their home was only the mother planet. Being able to return to the mother planet had always been their dream, and this time, it could be said that their dream had come true. The wings of the Xianxia landed smoothly at the Shrek Space Center. This time, Lan Xuanyu didn't retrieve the warship, but informed the Tangmen to perform maintenance on the warship. The academy had already sent a car to wait at the space center. Although he hadn't officially joined the inner court, Lan Xuanyu had already started to enjoy the treatment of the inner court. Back at the academy, the teacher in charge of administration arranged accommodation for Nanqing and Lan Xiang. Lan Xuanyu was pleasantly surprised by the place they were staying in. The academy had actually arranged a single house for them by the sea god lake. It wasn't very big and only had one floor. It was hidden among the lush plants by the lake. But outside the window was the vast and misty sea god lake. Under the immersion of the rich life aura, this small wooden house seemed to emit the radiance of life. To be able to live in such a place was a happy thing for anyone. Because they had just arrived, the rich life aura even made Lan Xiang and Nanqing feel sleepy. The life aura was too strong, and they also needed some time to adapt. After settling their parents, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu didn't have time to return to the dormitory. The administrative teacher informed them that Deaning said that once they returned, they had to report to the dean's office in the outer court. The two walked quickly and directly arrived at the outer court's office building. It was completely different from when they left. Now, their eyebrows were wide open, their bodies and minds relaxed, and their spirits were completely at their best. Dong dong dong, there was a knock on the door, and Ying Luohong, who was sitting in the dean's office, showed a smile on her face. Come in. The door opened, and Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu walked in from outside. Hello, Dean. Although she was already very familiar with them, when Ying Luohong saw them again at this time, she still had a feeling that her eyes lit up. Bai Xiuxiu's bright eyes were looking at them, her long dark blue hair was scattered behind her, her white skin seemed to have a lustrous luster, her smile was sweet, and her pair of beautiful big eyes became more and more lively. Lan Xuanyu had an imposing appearance, with a faint smile on his face, and his eyes were bright and full of spirit, but also deep and restrained. He had obviously become more and more calm, and there was a feeling of restrained heroism. There was no doubt that the final exam and the rescue of Nana had a big impact on them, and during this period of vacation, they had adjusted very well, and were now in their best state. It seems that you are in a very good state. Very good, very good. Sit down. Ying Luohong pointed to the sofa with a smile. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu sat down. I asked you to come back and report immediately, mainly for the inner court. Ying Luohong stood up from behind the desk and sat down on the sofa opposite them. Although Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu were sure that they would be able to enter the inner court, when they heard Ying Luohong's words, they still felt nervous. In fact, any outer court disciple would be nervous at this moment. What do you think of the final exam? Ying Luohong wasn't in a hurry to announce it and asked with a smile. Lan Xuanyu touched his nose and said, it should be pretty good. After all, we exposed the conspiracy. I wonder if the problem of the Dragon Origin Crystal has been solved? Ying Luohong said, you are asking about the Federation's secrets. I can only tell you that I have no comment. But at the same time, I can tell you that your commendation has been given. Commendation? Heaven Fighting Division? Lan Xuanyu's eyes lit up. Then did they give our Heaven Fighting mission a higher level? It should be able to be raised. Was it so dangerous this time? If it weren't for Teacher Nana, we definitely wouldn't have been able to come back. Ying Luohong nodded and said, that's right, if Teacher Nana hadn't saved you, you wouldn't have been able to complete this mission. Therefore, from a certain point of view, you have borrowed Teacher Nana's strength for this mission. It wasn't completed by yourselves. Therefore, the level of your Heaven Fighting mission this time has dropped a bit. Ah? Lan Xuanyu was shocked, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. He originally thought that with their great contribution this time, the level of their Heaven Fighting mission could be raised. If it could really be raised a bit more, maybe the whole class would have the possibility of entering the inner court. Seeing his change in expression, Ying Luohong smiled and said, okay, I won't tease you anymore. The level of the Heaven Fighting mission has indeed dropped, but it's on the basis of the 8th level. The Heaven Fighting Division's clear commendation is that the mission you completed this time will be evaluated as an 8th level Heaven Fighting mission. Teacher Nana played an important role in it. The evaluation of this 8th level mission is divided into 2 parts. It is divided into 2 7th level Heaven Fighting missions. The exploration is completed by you, and the return guardian is counted on Teacher Nana. Although she doesn't belong to the Heaven Fighting Division, the mission is still considered completed by her. Therefore, your final commendation is evaluated as completing the Group 7th level Heaven Fighting mission. Upon hearing her words, Lan Xuanyu finally heaved a huge sigh of relief. Bai Xiuxiu, who was sitting beside him, exclaimed, "Doesn't that mean that we've completed the Academy's graduation assessment, and the entire class can enter the inner court to study?" That's right. Back then, the Academy had stipulated that they had to complete at least a level 5 Heaven Duelist mission in order to graduate. Only if they could complete a level 7 mission would they be considered for the entire class to enter the inner courtyard. At that time, whether it was the Academy or Lan Xuanyu and the others, none of them had actually considered the difficulty of reaching the 7th level. This was already a world-class difficulty. Only those who had made outstanding contributions to the Federation would be able to accomplish this. But who would have thought that by a freak combination of factors, they would actually succeed? Furthermore, he had achieved such great success. The entire class from the outer court had been admitted into the Shrek Academy's inner court. This was simply unprecedented. For a moment, Lan Xuanyu's breathing became somewhat hurried. Ying Luohong said somewhat helplessly, "You don't know, but Hall Master Tang Miao has come to our academy several times from Tangmen. He said that we didn't keep our word. We originally said that most of the 33 wings of heaven would go to Tangmen, but now we won't let them go. He has a big problem with us." Lan Xuanyu said, "Then what should we do? Wasn't that right? It was originally agreed that apart from the students who were admitted into the inner court, the rest of the 33 wings of heaven would enter Tangmen." Ying Luohong said, "We can only let them wait. After discussing with your classmates, we let them join Tangmen, but study in the inner court first. After they graduate from the inner court in the future, they will officially enter Tangmen. Only then will the Tangmen be satisfied." Lan Xuanyu smiled and said, "This is also quite good. Let the academy cultivate and train us more. Wouldn't it be better to enter Tangmen in the future?" Ying Luohong said, "How can it be that simple? In principle, the inner court disciples of the academy don't join other organizations, including Tangmen. This time it can be considered an exception. So, even if you graduate in the future, it can be considered that you will stay in the academy and Tangmen at the same time." Lan Xuanyu said, "This is really good news. Everyone must be very happy." Ying Luohong said, "Happy is happy, but after school starts, you have to remind your classmates. This time, you were all admitted into the inner court as an exception, but it doesn't mean that you will definitely graduate from the inner court in the future. In fact, in your class, there are only a dozen people who really meet the requirements of the inner court. The others have limited talent. If you want to graduate from the inner court, you will need to put in more effort." Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, "That's for sure. You can rest assured. And to be admitted into the inner court, everyone will be very excited and will definitely work harder." Ying Luohong said, "Regarding your whole class entering the inner court this time, the teachers of the other grades in the outer court have a lot of opinions. After the academy discussed it internally, and with the communication from the War God Temple, they decided to change the direction of your early teaching. It is also a joint attempt between us and the War God Temple." Lan Xuanyu stared blankly for a moment. "Let us join the army?" Ying Luohong nodded, "That's right. For a long time, Shrek Academy's inner court disciples were not allowed to join the army. There are many reasons for this, but the main one is that our inner court disciples are very outstanding. If we join the army, it will be easier to accumulate military merits. And the loyalty of the inner court disciples to the academy is extremely high. Regarding this, the Federation is worried. Therefore, not allowing the inner court disciples to join the army has already become an unspoken rule. But this time, for some reason, both the army and the Federation have loosened their mouths and allowed you to enter the army as an intern, and with military ranks. As for the specific plan, Pavilion Master Wang is currently communicating with the War God Temple. All of you from the 33 wings of heaven will go. How long will this take?" Lan Xuanyu asked. Ying Luohong said, "I'll tell you a bit. This time, you will most likely have to face a real war when you enter the army. This is also related to the mission you completed in the graduation exam. The issue of the dragon origin crystals made the Federation furious, and will launch a war with the Dragon Horse Galaxy. It's not clear how long the war will last, but it won't be a full-scale war. You will be given a certain mission, which is estimated to take 1 to 2 years. The real tempering of war will be very helpful for your growth. After you return, you will enter Eternal Sky City to study. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu looked at each other. We will obey the Academy's arrangements. Ying Luohong smiled and said, What? You don't want to go? Lan Xuanyu said, Not really. I just prefer the life of the Academy. Moreover, Eternal Sky City has always been a place we yearn for. He was naturally a little unwilling in his heart. He yearned for a space fleet, but his parents had just arrived, and he had just been admitted to the inner court. He was looking forward to studying in Eternal Sky City. Ying Luohong said, Entering Eternal Sky City is a matter of sooner or later. This time, you can join the army, and the corresponding military ranks you get in the Heaven Fighting Division will also have an effect. Accumulating military merits will be of great help to your future development in the Federation, and even your development in the Academy. Don't forget, you are still a competitor of the new generation of Shrek 7 monsters. You are the last batch, so in a sense, you are currently lagging behind. The tempering in the army and the military merits you get will be an important competitive bargaining chip. Don't underestimate the military tempering this time. After you return, the competition for Shrek 7 monsters will officially begin. And all your performance is within the scope of the assessment. To put it simply, the fact that you've completed a rank 7 Heaven Duelist mission has given you a huge bonus in the competition. Lan Xuanyu's heart trembled. Yes, Shrek 7 monsters were his most important goal. Dean, when do we set off? Lan Xuanyu asked. Ying Luohong smiled and said, There's no hurry, let's wait for the Academy's notice. There's one more thing. I'm informing you that the completion of this heavenly battle mission is of great significance to the Federation and you will be joining the military. Therefore, the military has decided to make an exception and promote you as the commander. You will be promoted by 2 ranks on the basis of the military rank corresponding to your points. After joining the military, you will still be in charge of commanding your classmates. Okay. Lan Xuanyu didn't think too much about the military rank, and felt that it didn't matter. After all, they wouldn't really join the military, they were just going to gain experience, and after the experience, they would still have to return to the Academy. Your classmates are coming back one after another. Talk to them, make some preparations, and wait for them at any time. Academy notice. Yes. After leaving Ying Luohong's office, Lan Xuanyu showed a thoughtful look. Bai Xiuxiu touched his shoulder. What are you thinking about? Lan Xuanyu shook his head and said, Nothing. I just think that when we enter the military this time, the mission we need to complete may be very difficult. Otherwise, Deaning wouldn't have said that this is also one of the contents of the assessment for us as candidates for Shrek 7 monsters. Bai Xiuxiu said doubtfully, It won't be too dangerous, right? After all, it's a real war. We're in danger. Lan Xuanyu said, No. It's impossible to control it even if we study it. War, on the battlefield. Anything can happen if we go up. We have to be prepared when we get back. The outer court is about to open. After studying, the Academy won't let us delay too much. It's estimated that it won't be long before we set off. We should still it was better to be prepared for a rainy day. You're in charge of that. Everyone trusts you. Lan Xuanyu nodded, then raised his wrist and dialed Tang Li's communication number. They had already returned. The one he wanted to see the most was Tang Lu, especially after confirming the relationship between Tang Lu and himself. It rang for a long time before the communication was connected. Uncle Yu, I'm back. Did I disturb your seclusion? Lan Xuanyu asked in a low voice. Tang Li's voice came from the other side, It's okay, I know you're back. Wait for me at the dorm. Okay, I'll get you. Hearing that he was coming to find him, Lan Xuanyu's heartbeat quickened. Okay. Uncle Yu said that he would come to the dormitory to look for me, Lan Xuanyu said to Bai Xiuxiu, who was beside him. Bai Xiuxiu nodded. She held his hand and said, Don't worry. Nothing will happen. I also went back to my dorm. I haven't stayed here for a long time, so I needed to tidy up. Go quickly. The relationship between Lan Xuanyu and Tang Lu was now basically clear. This was the first time they had met alone after confirming their identities. Naturally, she would not disturb them at this time. Yes. When Lan Xuanyu returned to his dorm, he felt that everything was so familiar, even the aura was familiar. When he left last time, he was still with Tang Lu to rescue Nana. Now that the problem had been solved, Lan Xuanyu could not help but feel nervous when he had to meet the former Tang Lu, the current Dragon King Douluo Tang Wulin. He did not know how to face him. A golden light flickered, and Tang Wulin seemed to appear out of thin air. This time, he did not even have to tear open a spatial door. He had already appeared beside Lan Xuanyu. He was wearing white casual clothes, and his long blue hair was draped behind him. There was a hint of fatigue in his eyes, and his face was slightly pale. Uncle Yu, are you okay? Seeing him like this, Lan Xuanyu was shocked. His initial nervousness disappeared, and he hurriedly asked with concern. Tang Wulin shook his head and smiled. I'm fine. It's just that this breakthrough has some effect. I still need to go into seclusion for a long time. Study hard. I know that you're going to the army. This is a good opportunity for you to train. Back then, I also joined the army. You also joined the army? Lan Xuanyu looked at him curiously. Tang Wulin smiled and nodded. Yes. I even served as a general. Lan Xuanyu's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, do you remember the past? Tang Wulin nodded, then shook his head. I can only remember part of it. The more I remember, the more my head hurts, so I don't dare to think too much. However, I remember some important things. As he spoke, his gaze landed on Lan Xuanyu's right thumb. I remember this thing in your hand. This ring. This is the weapon we obtained after defeating the Abyssal Plane and killing the Abyss Holy Lord. The Heavenly Sacred Splitting Abyss Halberd. The Heavenly Sacred Splitting Abyss Halberd can be said to be a superdivine weapon. It's one of the 2 known superdivine weapons. Back then, I was the one who refined it into a ring to propose to your mother. I don't know why it's in your hands. Lan Xuanyu's heart trembled slightly. He could feel that Tang Wulin wanted to say something to him, but he couldn't. He couldn't say it. And he himself was a little afraid to ask about the past. Tang Wulin sighed softly. All the things in the past are in the past. The biggest problem in the past is no longer there. This is really good. Don't worry, your Nana teacher's vital signs are very stable. I can feel that she is conscious and is gradually recovering. It's just that this time, her injuries are more serious. This method of hers also needs time to recover. In Eternal Sky City, there is the life energy of the Eternal Tree. Recuperating, she will definitely recover. I won't go anywhere. I will always be by her side. You are working hard. When you go up, do what you need to do. Don't worry about us. We will be fine and wait for you at the academy. When you come back, every time you break through in the future, we will be by your side to protect you. There shouldn't be a problem. Uncle Yu, you have to take care of yourself too. Lan Xuanyu said. Don't worry, for you, I will be fine. Tang Wulin smiled slightly. I'm going back. I won't be at ease if I don't watch over her. Child, be careful. I wish you all the best. Remember, no matter what difficulties and obstacles you will face, as long as you rush through, it will be a different world. After that, he took 2 steps forward, opened his arms, and gave Lan Xuanyu a big hug. Lan Xuanyu's body trembled slightly. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he didn't. Tang Wulin patted Lan Xuanyu's back. The next moment, he turned into a golden light and disappeared in front of Lan Xuanyu. The golden light dissipated, and Lan Xuanyu's heart surged with a sense of loss. Before Tang Wulin's arrival, he had already prepared himself, but when he really saw Tang Wulin, he still had mixed feelings. Perhaps he would have 2 names in the future. One would be Lan Xuanyu, and the other would be Tang Xian. After Tang Wulin left, Lan Xuanyu's mood calmed down after a long time. He first called Bai Xiuxiu and told her that Nana teacher was fine. He had just ended the call with Bai Xiaoxiao when a call came in. Boss, wow, you're back. We brothers have all entered the inner court, did you know? The whole class E. That's awesome. Haha. Who else could laugh so arrogantly except for Qianlei? Lan Xuanyu said, I know, the dean just called me. You guys are back too, Qianlei said, everyone is back, but there are many people who didn't leave at all. We're all waiting for the results of this exam. Everyone is very worried about the results this time, especially Old Bing and a few others. They might get into the inner court, but they might not. This time everyone is happy. Lan Xuanyu laughed too. That's right. Everyone is happy. We don't have to be separated. However, we may go to the army to gain experience for a while. Qianlei said, I heard about this too. It's good to go to the army. We'll drive a battleship. Lan Xuanyu said in surprise, you're good. You're quite well informed. Qianlei chuckled and said, of course, don't we have an insider here? Boss, you don't know, but there was a big gossip when you weren't here. What gossip? Lan Xuanyu asked doubtfully. Dining and Teacher Tang got back together. Heh, getting back together, isn't that amazing? Lan Xuanyu said in surprise, got back together? Is it true? He clearly remembered how Ying Luohong gritted her teeth in front of Tang Zhenhua. Of course it's true. That's not all, they actually have a son, and he's in our class. Lan Xuanyu was stunned. If you say that, then it's definitely not you. Who is it? No matter how smart he was, he couldn't guess for a while. It's Ding Zhuohan, that outwardly cold guy. Don't you think he looks a bit like Teacher Tang? Qianlei said with a smirk. Lan Xuanyu was speechless. He really didn't think they looked alike. Teacher Tang used to have stains on his face most of the time, so he couldn't see what he looked like. Also, Yuri saying that Zhuohan is Teacher Tang and Ding Ying's son? This guy hit it really well. Ah. Lan Xuanyu's heart was burning with the fire of gossip. You can't blame him. This kid's eyes were red from crying that day. He didn't know that Teacher Tang was his father. His dad, after the final exam, Ding Ying and Teacher Tang got back together and told him. So tell me, we have a mole. You don't know, Teacher Tang used to be so strict with us, but now, he's chasing Zhuohan all day long. That can only be described as flattering. I want to laugh when I think about it. Boss, with a father suddenly appearing, how big is the shadow in Zhuohan's heart, how big is it? Lan Xuanyu was speechless for a while. Is there anything else? If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. He really wanted to ask Qianlei, do you know how big my psychological shadow is? I also have a new father, is something the matter, boss? Have you noticed a problem? We haven't even entered the inner court yet, and the classrooms in the outer court have already been occupied by the new 6th grade. We don't even have a place to gather, Lan Xuanyu was stunned. That's right. They have not been granted entry to Eternal Sky City, and they have even though he had graduated from the outer court, he had nowhere else to go. Where is everybody going to meet? This is really a problem. I'll go back and ask the dean how to solve it. However, it probably won't take much. We'll be leaving the academy soon, so let's wait for the news first. Don't fall behind in your cultivation. Yeah, that's for sure. After hanging up the communication, Lan Xuanyu was not in a hurry to find Ying Luohong and ask for a place for the whole class to gather. He decided to make a trip to Tangmen first. Since he could go to the army to gain experience at any time, he had to prepare early. That was war. He dialed Dang Bo's number. Brother Dang, I'm back. Is Palace Master Tang here? I want to look for him. Okay, I'll go over now. Knowing that Tang Miao happened to be in the Douluo Palace, Lan Xuanyu left the dormitory and headed straight to Tangmen. Half an hour later, he met Tang Sen at the Tangmen headquarters. When Tang Miao saw Lan Xuanyu again, the way he looked at him was different. In terms of psychology, Tang Miao, Meng Fei, and the others were the ones who were really big. In terms of seniority, not to mention Tang Wulin, even Lan Xuanyu could be considered their ancestor. During this period of time, Lan Xuanyu brought Bai Xiaoxiao back to Heaven Luo planet for a vacation. It was relaxing, but the Shrek Academy, Tangmen, and War God Temple were all in an uproar because of the appearance of Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna. The three sides kept discussing, and later, even the Spirit Pagoda got the news from somewhere and got involved. Don't forget, Gu Yuna was the pagoda master of the Spirit Pagoda back then. At that time, this Silver Dragon Princess was even known as the strongest pagoda master in the history of the Spirit Pagoda. Then, the discussion between the three sides became a quarrel. The most important question they discussed was, since these two were back, whose side should they stay with? Shrek Academy was the most relaxed because Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna were in Eternal Sky City. Tangmen was fine too. They were on the same side as Shrek Academy. The War God Temple was more aggrieved. In the words of Shrek Academy, Tangmen, and Spirit Pagoda, did these two have anything to do with them? In the end, the War God Shrine said, at least Gu Yuna was resurrected by the Federation. There was no conclusion to the discussion. Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna were in seclusion, and no one knew when they would come out. They could only wait for them to come out of seclusion. One was a transcendent god, while the other was a peak true god. Even the Federation government could not do anything about these two super powerhouses. They could only choose for themselves. At this time, other than the Spirit Pagoda, the other three factions realized a problem. There was someone who would have a huge impact on Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna. This person's opinion would definitely guide the two super powerhouses. Therefore, Shrek Academy, Tangmen, and War God Temple knew that Lan Xuanyu was their child. They all tacitly hid it from the Spirit Pagoda. Very few people knew this secret, and the Spirit Pagoda did not have any sources of information. Therefore, roping in Lan Xuanyu became the only breakthrough for the War God Temple. For this reason, they did not hesitate to break the unwritten rule. That Shrek Academy's inner court students were not allowed to join the military and extended an invitation very enthusiastically. On the Tongmen's side, Tangsen was undoubtedly the proudest. This was because he was the first to represent the Tangmen in roping in Lan Xuanyu. Back then, it was only because he fancied Lan Xuanyu's talent and ability, as well as his life school of thought. His identity as the successor. At this moment, when Tang Miao saw Lan Xuanyu again, the feeling was completely different from before. In the past, he had always treated this young man with the mentality of a teacher. Now, he realized that if he were to really talk about seniority, it would be a mess. Xianyu, you just came back. What's the matter? Tang Miao quickly concealed himself. He felt a little awkward and asked affectionately. Lan Xuanyu said, Hall Master, it's like this. The academy informed us that our class is allowed to advance to Thaner Court and join the Tangmen. In the next year or two, or even longer, we will be able to go to the front lines to train. You also know that the front lines are not the Douluo world. That is a real battlefield. On the front lines. On such a battlefield, we can encounter danger at any time. Our Tongmen's soul tool technology is the Federation. It's second to none. Can you give us something good? This way, you can protect us. Secondly, you can help us accumulate more military merits. Tang Miao said helplessly, I was wondering why a brat like you would be so solicitous for no reason. So you're here to ask for benefits. Tell me, what do you want? Don't even think about the warship. 33 days, smiley face, Tang Miao rolled his eyes and said, is this a problem of me being stingy? This is an interview. The ecological battleship is still in the experimental stage. It's impossible for you to take it away. Lan Xuanyu said helplessly, then weapons and equipment should be fine, right? Tang Miao said doubtfully, you have the Treasturmsa Wings battleship and the Treasturmsa mecha. What other equipment do you need? Lan Xuanyu said innocently, antimatter missiles or something. Just some will do. Tang Miao looked at his beautiful big eyes. Why do I feel that you have violent tendencies? The first time you piloted a battleship, I remember you used an antimatter missile. Don't you know how terrifying this thing is? If it's not done properly, you might end up setting yourself on fire. He knew very well that Lan Xuanyu didn't want the antimatter missile as a deterrent. He really dared to use it. Lan Xuanyu sighed and said, even this won't do? Hall Master, look, our entire class is from Tangmen. If there are any casualties at the front lines, it will be our Tongmen's loss. No matter how important these resources are, they are still dead objects. People are alive. We are all disciples of the Shrek Academy's inner courtyard. Alright, stop talking. Come with me. I'll get you something good. Tang Miao shook his head helplessly, turned around, opened the door, and walked out. In fact, the Tang men naturally knew about the Treostromsa wings joining the army this time and had also discussed it. Even if Lan Xuanyu didn't come today, the Tang men would still give them some good things. Just as Lan Xuanyu said, talent was the most important. Furthermore, Lan Xuanyu had a special identity. In a way, this was the second generation of a god. And he was the second generation of a super god, the only one in the entire federation. This couldn't be publicized. Otherwise, Lan Xuanyu would definitely become the most popular person in the entire federation. Coupled with his handsome looks, it wasn't impossible for him to become the Federation's husband. Tangman and Shrek Academy were naturally not the kind of organizations that would be biased because of their membership. However, Lan Xuanyu's identity was too special. Coupled with his own talent, it was almost certain that as long as he grew up normally in the future, he would definitely become a high-ranking member of Tangman and Shrek Academy. As such, his safety was of paramount importance to both the Tang sect and Shrek Academy. The impact of his safety was too great. Once he truly matured, it was impossible to predict what heights he could reach in the future. Furthermore, he would affect the number one couple in the world of soul masters, Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna. Following Tang Miao, they passed through a few elevators and went deep into the underground world of Tangmen. They were surrounded by metal. Even with Lan Xuanyu's spiritual cultivation, which had already stepped into the spirit domain realm, he couldn't detect too far. Without a doubt, there was a device here that specialized in isolating spiritual power. Even Tang Miao had special equipment to scan when he passed through a few of the doors. He could only enter after changing a few identity cards. Lan Xuanyu didn't ask. He just followed behind Tang Miao. The tighter the protection, the more important what Tang Miao was going to show him. Finally, when Tang Miao brought Lan Xuanyu to a metal door, a terrifying feeling appeared in Lan Xuanyu's senses. The metal door in front of him was pitch black. Just from the outside, he could feel its weight. What was even more terrifying was that there was a 3-meter-tall red skull drawn on the metal door. There was also a pair of skulls crossed below. It was shocking that such a sinister pattern would appear in the depths of Tongmen's headquarters. Lan Xuanyu didn't need to ask to know that the thing behind this metal door must be an extremely terrifying existence. Tang Miao turned to look at him. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he nodded at him. Then, he walked to the metal door and took out a golden key. This golden key was the size of a palm and was engraved with complicated blood-colored patterns. He inserted the metal key under the huge blood-colored skull. Then, he tapped on the soul communicator in his hand. "Old Meng, we're here." Not long after, the hall master of Tongmen's Douluo palace, Meng Fei, arrived. He also held 2 golden keys in his hands. "Hello, Hall Master Meng Fei." Lan Xuanyu hurriedly bowed to him. Meng Fei nodded and sighed softly. "I don't even know if it was right or wrong to let you come here, but boss said to let you come, so we brought you here. This place is where our Tangmen store the most dangerous weapons. If you want to enter, you need 3 keys. I have 1, Tang Miao has 1, and the other is in the hands of the Sea God Pavilion's Pavilion Master. If the sect master was here, the key in Tang Miao's hands would be in his hands. We need 3 people to confirm before we can open this door." As he spoke, he slowly inserted the golden key in his hand into the door. Lan Xuanyu was also very curious. The weapons in this sect were actually so important. Could it be that they were more important than the ecological battleship? What kind of existence would that be? Without a doubt, for the Tangman and the Shrek Academy to be so precious, the things inside must be the crystallization of Tongmen's technology. Right at this moment, with a series of chattering sounds, the huge metal skeleton door in front of them slowly opened to both sides, revealing a passage. Naturally, there were lights inside. This place was undoubtedly deep underground, but the air inside was very fresh and dry, giving off a very comfortable feeling. "Follow us." Meng Fei led the way. Lan Xuanyu and Tang Miao followed behind. The interior was completely a metal tunnel. Walking in, Lan Xuanyu felt like his thoughts were being imprisoned. His spiritual power couldn't even penetrate the surrounding metal walls. This feeling was extremely strange. It was as if this was a cage imprisoning some primordial beast. Walking in, what appeared in front of them was a spacious space. The air inside was fresh. It was obvious that there was a special ventilation system. The temperature was around 0 degrees Celsius and it was slightly cold. The air was relatively dry, but it also maintained a suitable humidity. In this spacious space, there were metal platforms. Each platform was over 100 square meters in size. There were transparent covers on them, and some things were placed in these covers. And it was these things that emitted a colorful halo, giving people a dazzling feeling. However, this dazzling feeling didn't make people feel that it was brilliant. At least, Lan Xuanyu didn't feel that way. In his perception, a fear that came from the depths of his soul instantly lingered in his heart. It was real fear, so much so that his body trembled. He had experienced this feeling before. It was the moment when the Tenryu star's first seat Tenryu attacked him. Therefore, he understood that this was a feeling that he would only have when he encountered an irresistible force and was completely unable to resist. He would definitely die. What the hell are all these things here? It appeared on the nearest metal platform in front of Lan Xuanyu. There were many metal slots on it, and in each slot, there was a metal ball that emitted a gentle yellow halo. These metal balls didn't look big and were about the size of a human fist. The yellow halo inside circulated, as if there were thousands of yellow threads going deep inside, emitting a continuous and constant yellow halo. There were a total of 36 such metal balls on this huge platform. On the metal platform next door, there was also a metal groove, but the shape of the things inside was different. They looked like wine bottles, with a conical front and a streamlined body. It emitted a deep blue halo, as if it was carved out of sapphire. It gave people a very strange feeling. Mengfei glanced at the stunned Lan Xuanyu and said, "You should have learned about the history of Tangmen at the Shrek Academy." Shrek Academy and the Tangmen encountered a huge disaster, which almost destroyed the Shrek Academy and the Tangmen. If not for the early preparations, if not for the teachers of Shrek Academy sacrificing their lives to buy some time for the students, perhaps the Shrek Academy would have disappeared in the long river of history. It was also at that time that the surviving powerhouses of the Academy and the Tangmen joined forces and jointly elected the Dragon King Douluo as the master of the Sea God's Pavilion and the master of the Tangmen of that generation. He rebuilt the Shrek Academy and rebuilt the Sea God's Lake. Only then did the Shrek Academy and the Tangmen exist today. It can be said that he is the great hero of the Shrek Academy and the Tangmen. Lan Xuanyu's heart trembled. Of course he knew who Mengfei was talking about. Although he had always known about this history, when he really connected it to that person, he still felt like he was in a dream. That person's contributions to the Shrek Academy and the Tangmen could even be said to be contributions to the entire human race. He was not inferior to the founding ancestor of the Tangmen, the sea god Tang San. The source of that disaster was the 2 stolen Godslayer stationary soul cannonballs of the Federation. Those cannonballs, which were said to be able to kill even gods, destroyed the entire Shrek city at that time. Who knows how many people died because of it? It was not until the Tangmen and Shrek Academy were rebuilt that the sapling of the eternal tree grew strong and resolved the problem of the abyss. After the huge threat of the abyss, we actually did not find the real culprit. Or rather, the culprit was the entire Federation government. Because at that time, the alliance of the Shrek Academy and the Tangmen had already threatened the Federation government. The rule of the Federation. If we wanted to take revenge, we would even have to overthrow the Federation government. However, after the restoration, the Academy and the Tangmen did not do that. Because we all knew that if we really wanted to overthrow the Federation government, whether we succeeded or not, we would face a situation of misery and suffering. At that time, the life of the mother planet had just recovered, and it was the time when it needed to recuperate the most. The direction of human technology development was definitely interstellar migration. Therefore, the scapegoats were the scapegoats of the Spirit Pagoda at that time were the Pagoda Master of the Pagoda, and the case of the Eternal Case declined from then on. It was also at that time that we realized how wary the federal government was of Shrek Academy and the Tang sect. At that time, the Federation Academy and Shrek Academy were almost, because, was not strong enough, at least not strong enough to make the alliance feared. Of the Shrektang Academy, the Academy, and the Academy governments. Academy. Became stronger was and the empire was. Academy and. Under the leadership of a great scientist, the Academy and the Tangmen carried out in-depth research on soul weapons. The Tangmen gradually became the Federation's strongest research organization. The Federation government knew about this, but they could do nothing about it, let alone stop us. The Godslayer missile was also known as a Class 12 missile. It had a complicated structure and was very powerful. At that time, there were only 3 of them. The last one was used to fight against the Abyss Plane, and it played a great role. So, from then on, the Tangmen began to develop large-scale weapons. Weapons of mass destruction were not for killing enemies, but for self-protection. Only with strategic weapons could we make the Federation government not dare to act rashly. The Tangmen also had their own fleet, but our fleet's largest warship was only at the level of a battleship. Because the Federation government would never allow us to build a space fleet with a mothership. This War of the Nation plus 0055. This was the Federation government's bottom line. We didn't want to fall out with the Federation government, so, on the warship level. On the surface, the Federation government is still the strongest. Of course, the premise is that we don't consider our ecological warship. Lan Xuanyu nodded silently. The role and usage of the ecological warship was different from the Federation's standard war. Warships were extremely different. Just like the silver-armored rock warship, although in terms of individual power, it was definitely inferior to a mothership. It had many advantages that motherships did not have. However, the ecological warship was destined to be unable to be mass-produced. After all, the corpses of top-grade soul beasts were too rare. We are not the strongest in terms of warships, but in terms of weapons and equipment, the Federation government has to admit that the Tangmen are at the forefront of the Federation. The Godslayer missile was said to be able to kill gods, but in fact, it couldn't even kill an ultimate Douluo. At that time, the master of the Sea God Pavilion, Atlas Douluo Yunming, could have escaped if not for protecting the Academy. But now, our Tangmen research. Only the weapons produced could truly pose a threat to the gods. However, these weapons are what we call taboo weapons. Where you are now is our Tangmen's taboo armory. Big about 2,300 years ago, one of our Tangmen ancestors used a weapon from the taboo armory when he was carrying out a mission to fight the heavens. At that time, the Federation fleet was invincible, opening up new territories and expanding in the universe. It was the most successful time. It was also at that time that the Federation government wanted to take action against us again. And our ancestor used a taboo weapon and detonated it on an asteroid. That asteroid was completely destroyed, and at the same time, 7 god-rank powerhouses of the enemy were destroyed. They were the strongest opponents we encountered during our exploration of the universe. It was also that detonation that greatly reduced the enemy's strength, and in the end, their administrative planet was occupied by us. Although that administrative planet was not suitable for human survival, it became one of our most important resource planets. That time, we took action to let the Federation government understand that Tangmen and Shrek Academy cannot be acted rashly. After that, that ancestor used our Tangmen's taboo weapon to display his might many times during the heavens fighting missions, and helped the Federation government to completely destroy the enemy forces. Eventually, he became the only level 9 heaven fighter of the Heaven Fighting Division. The Federation government also understood from that time that Tangmen and Shrek Academy were not something they could easily deal with. It was because of this that they were able to live in peace for more than 2,000 years. The Federation government has always known about me. They have the taboo armory, and they have tried to find out about our taboo armory. They have also tried to use our taboo armory, but we have rejected them one by one. This is the foundation of protecting Tangmen and Shrek Academy, as well as our independence. This time, you are going to train with the military. We shouldn't have brought you here, but the issue of your safety has risen to the highest level in the Academy and Tangmen. It is almost certain that the military will definitely try to rope you in. We are not worried about this. What we are worried about is that if the Federation government takes action against you because of your special identity, you need to have the power to protect yourself. The Emerald Demon battleship can allow you to sail in the universe, but you need to have enough strength to escape. After all, you are not strong enough now. Therefore, this time, we will let you bring some protective items to the military. Come, let me introduce you to the good things of Tangmen. Speaking of this, Meng Fei revealed a strange smile. Lan Xuanyu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Taboo weapons. Just hearing the name made people feel that they were very powerful, let alone using them. Hall Master, can I really use taboo weapons? Lan Xuanyu asked tentatively. Meng Fei chuckled. Don't give me that. When you were in your teens, you already dared to throw antimatter missiles at Sin City. What's there that you don't dare to do? I just want to remind you that unless your life is in danger, don't use taboo weapons. If you use this thing, the impact will be too great. Yes, that's for sure. Meng Fei said, also, don't mention anything about taboo weapons to anyone, even your best friend. You can't let them know that this thing exists. Yes. As she spoke, Meng Fei had already brought Lan Xuanyu to the metal platform with the yellow ball of light. We call this taboo weapon the Wrath of God. If I remember correctly, you're also a blacksmith, right? What level are you at now? Meng Fei suddenly asked. Lan Xuanyu said, I can barely soul refine. I'm at the 7th rank. Hearing his words, Meng Fei and Tang Miao couldn't help but look at him in surprise. 7th rank blacksmith? Lan Xuanyu was only 18 years old. An 18-year-old 7th rank blacksmith was as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. They were definitely geniuses of the forging world. Tang Miao asked, who taught you forging? Lan Xuanyu blinked and said, Uncle Yu. Tang Miao and Meng Fei immediately revealed looks of realization. Meng Fei couldn't help but exclaim, reincarnation is an art. No wonder. Back then, Senior Tang was the best blacksmith in the entire Federation. He was the strongest God-rank blacksmith back then. He taught you. No wonder you were able to advance so quickly. Shrek Academy studies are so arduous. It's really not easy for you to reach the level of soul refinement. You're a blacksmith, so you naturally understand that in terms of forging, you can purify rare metals and even forge rare metals. In the end, the metal can reach 100 refinement, 1000 refinement, spirit refinement, soul refinement, and even the highest level, divine refinement. Metals at the divine refinement level have already left the category of metals and can be described as heavenly treasures. That is an existence that has truly been given a soul and life. It possesses powerful abilities. It was also necessary for the production of forward battle armor. Only suits of forward battle armor that were constructed from divine-grade metals and nurtured by divine-grade powerful beings could continue to evolve. It required at least 4 types of divine-grade metals to evolve into a 5-word battle armor, and 6 types of divine-grade metals or more to evolve into a 6-word battle armor. In reality, only 7 sets of 6-word battle armor have ever appeared in human history. Lan Xuanyu's eyes lit up with excitement upon hearing this. He had already reached the level of soul refinement, but he had never learned about 5-word and 6-word battle armor. He only knew that before the mother planet evolved, human battle armors were at most 4-word battle armors. Only then did 5-word battle armor and 6-word battle armor come into being. It was no wonder that Uncle Yu wanted to teach him the fusion refinement method and ensure that he could successfully complete the fusion refinement process before proceeding with soul refinement. It turned out that fusion forging had such a great effect. Meng Fei pointed at the god's fury in front of her and said, the modern energy source is because we, the Tangmen, invented the single positive circulation source core, which allowed us to make rapid progress. It was able to carry a huge amount of energy with a small volume that allowed us to travel to the stars. The god's fury in front of you is actually also a single positive circulation source core. However, what makes it special is that this is a single positive circulation source core refined from an entire piece of divine-grade metal. A divine-grade source core. You should know that the ecological battleship has very strict requirements for its energy source. It needs to be at least a spirit-refined rare metal to become its energy source. Only then can it be converted into a single positive circulation source core through internal conversion. soul refined metals are naturally better. As for divine-grade metals, they can't be converted into a single positive circulation source core through a reactor and be used directly as an energy source. At the very least, the Federation doesn't have this technology. Only we, the Tangmen, can use some special methods to create it. During the process of creating a divine-grade source core, we discovered that when a divine-grade metal was refined into a source core, the energy within it was indeed enormous. However, it was precisely because it was so enormous that it couldn't be used as a continuous and stable source of energy. Once it was broken, it would immediately cause a huge explosion. It couldn't be used as an energy source. Just to figure out the reason, we spent more than 1,300 years. During this time, hundreds of researchers died in the explosion of divine-grade metals. They were the most outstanding talents of the Tangmen, but they were also a group of madmen among us Tangmen. However, it was precisely because of these madmen that we were able to create the forbidden weapon. We discovered that divine-grade metals couldn't be used as an energy source. The main reason was their sublimation. When divine-grade metals are in the final stages of forging, they will undergo a baptism of lightning tribulation. You haven't reached that level yet, so you don't know. In normal forging rooms, even divine-grade blacksmiths won't be able to forge for many years. This is because every time they undergo a lightning tribulation, they will suffer irreversible damage. Only someone with a body as strong as Senior Tang can truly continue to forge divine-grade metals. Only he can become a divine-grade powerhouse as a divine-grade blacksmith. Whether it's us or the Federation government, we have conducted many experiments. For example, we let divine-grade powerhouses learn forging. Or we nurtured geniuses into divine-grade powerhouses in forging rooms. None of them succeeded. Divine-grade powerhouses can't even do the most ordinary 1,000 refinements when they learn to forge. None of the genius blacksmiths can become divine-grade powerhouses when they become divine-grade blacksmiths. This is because when they become divine-grade blacksmiths, they will be injured after undergoing a lightning tribulation. Not only their bodies, but even their spiritual senses will be damaged. During the soul refinement stage, if they spend more time on cultivation, they won't be able to become divine-grade blacksmiths even if they become divine-grade powerhouses. To put it simply, if a soul master wants to become a divine-grade blacksmith, the prerequisite is that they can't become divine-grade powerhouses. This is because divine-grade powerhouses can't attract lightning tribulation. In other words, the lightning tribulation attracted by divine-grade powerhouses will only target them and not the metals. Lan Xuanyu understood a little. Divine-grade blacksmiths needed to become divine-grade blacksmiths before becoming divine-grade. However, after becoming divine-grade blacksmiths would be injured by lightning tribulation and could no longer evolve. He had to ask Uncle Yu about this when he got back. Meng Fei continued, therefore, divine-grade metals can only be used to create battle armors or top-grade mechas. However, they can't be used as energy sources. The Federation's most high-end energy source is a single positive circulation spring core created from soul-refined metals. The divine-grade spring core created by the Tangmen has become a one-of-a-kind product, and it's also a top secret. Our ancestors and scientists have been researching what the use of such a spring core is. The energy contained within it is thousands of times greater than soul-refined metals. It would be too much of a waste to not use it. After being baptized by lightning tribulation, metals undergo a qualitative change. It's the same principle as us soul masters becoming divine-grade powerhouses. After the qualitative change, the metal itself has already become a life form and an energy body. As for the spring core, it's equivalent to fusing everything into one. It can even be said that the life of a divine-grade metal is the price to form the spring core. The energy contained within the spring core will become berserk. In other words, the divine-grade spring core has emotions. Therefore, it's completely uncontrollable and can't be used as an energy source. Therefore, after continuous development and research, we discovered that although the divine-grade spring core can't be used as an energy source, it can be used as a weapon. However, divine-grade metals are not easy to forge, and they have a life of their own. Using them to create weapons is really heaven-defying. Therefore, after completing the research back then, the Tangmen ancestors discussed and decided to seal this technology and no longer create God's Fury. Therefore, the 36 God's Fury that you see are already out of production. Every time one is used, there will be one less. This is the crystallization of our technology from 7,600 years ago. Lan Xuanyu said in surprise. In other words, these 36 dragons' wrath have already been created. It's been 7,600 years? Yes, and as long as it's not triggered, it will remain stable. The way to use it is also very strange. Our scientists discovered it after countless experiments. Don't these god-level spring cores have emotions? They are unwillingness, anger, and other emotions. These emotions will become the independent emotions of the dragon's wrath. We can't let the energy leak because that will cause the dragon's wrath to explode, but we found a way to let its emotions out. As long as the user's spiritual power cultivation reaches the spirit abyss realm and uses god-level metal to guide the emotions out of the dragon's wrath, then the dragon's wrath's emotions can be vented. The god-level metal used to guide the emotions must be communicated with the dragon's wrath in advance and be responsible for calming the dragon's wrath's emotions. It must also promise to guide it to another piece of rare metal in the future and recast its god-level body, allowing it to be reborn. This way, the dragon's wrath will completely listen to the user's instructions, and the user can detonate the dragon's wrath at any time. Lan Xuanyu was dumbfounded. Is it so complicated? No, it's not complicated. You just need to take the god-level metal we provide and stick it on its surface, then use your spiritual power to tell it how long to detonate. The god-level metal we provide only needs to stick to it for 30 seconds to convince it. Lan Xuanyu felt like his horizons had been broadened. The dragon's wrath was clearly a super bomb that detonated. The method was so strange. The explosion of the dragon's wrath will produce a terrifying shockwave that covers an area of 10,000 meters in diameter. Domain: the power is equivalent to the full power of a god-level powerhouse, the power of a god-slaying stationary soul cannon shell. About 100 times the force. Within this range, any corner will be hit by such a blow, even if the battleship's protective shield is destroyed. Even a battleship's protective shield wouldn't be able to withstand it and would be shattered. Lan Xuanyu sucked in a breath of cold air. Isn't that even more powerful than an antimatter missile? The two are not in the same category. Antimatter missiles can't break through the defense of a battleship. Moreover, antimatter missiles are much larger. Most importantly, the dragon's wrath has a special characteristic that we call the holy light. When the dragon's wrath explodes, with the explosion as the center, within a diameter of 3 meters, it would become an absolutely safe zone. In other words, when the dragon's wrath exploded, its power was directed outward. What was released was actually safe at the center of the explosion. Therefore, when they encountered a powerful enemy that they could not fight against, you can detonate it, even if you hold it in your hand and detonate it. You will be fine. What will be fine is the explosion. Point to the people within a radius of 3 meters and 10,000 meters. You can do that? Lan Xuanyu was completely dumbfounded. This is the wisdom of the Tangmen scientists. Crystals. This thing could actually protect its owner? Dragon's wrath is a taboo weapon with consciousness. It protects the central area and ensures the safety of the user. It was safe because it had to ensure that the user returned alive and helped it to be reborn. This is not using any technology. It was achievable in a short period. So, after you use Dragon's Fury, you must return the divine metal as soon as possible. Come, we will deal with the problem of reforging the body for the dragon's wrath. Of course, the safest way. Yes, you will detonate it at a fixed time and retreat 10,000 meters away at the fixed time. After all, this thing is already. No one has used it for thousands of years. If you don't have that absolutely safe 3-meter range, you will die without a burial ground. Yes, yes. Lan Xuanyu nodded repeatedly. Meng Fei and Tang Miao both realized that this child was looking at the 36 Dragon's Fury in front of him with a dazed expression. His beautiful big eyes seemed to be glowing. Crack, crack, giving this thing to him was really the right thing to do. Is it? Boss doesn't seem to know this kid. How bold is he? Tang Miao sent a voice transmission to Meng Fei. Meng Fei coughed. I understand what boss means. Let this child carry a taboo weapon. This is to protect his safety. Secondly, it is to let the military and the Federation government know that he is our Tang clan. He is a member of the Tang clan and has the full support of the Tang men. Anyone who wants to touch him has to consider Tang clan. If Shrek Academy has joined forces with me, then so be it. As long as he is safe. Alright. Dang, at this moment, they realized that Lan Xuanyu was knocking on the shield. The two of them were shocked. Meng Fei said, "What are you doing?" Lan Xuanyu said, "Hall Master, how do I open this? I can take away these dragons' fury." "You put it away. Heart, the internal space of my ring of destiny is very safe." "Take it away? You're planning to take it all away?" Tang Xin stared at him with wide eyes. "Ah? Didn't you give it all to me?" Lan Xuanyu was also stunned. The corner of Meng Fei's mouth twitched. She resisted the urge to slap this kid. "You dare? You really dare to say that I'll give it all to you? Do you know the value of this thing? Are you going to blow up the mother planet? Take it all away. Dragon's fury, you can take one." "Only one? That's too little. What if I encounter a few strong enemies in a row?" Lan Xuanyu blinked. "Why don't you give me 10? I promise I won't use it recklessly." "Don't even think about it." Tang Miao couldn't help but slap away Lan Xuanyu's hand that was on the shield. Lan Xuanyu frowned slightly and said, "Then if I use it up, there's nowhere to replenish it." 5. 1 is fine too. I feel that 5 schools should be barely enough for us during our time in the army. Meng Fei suddenly felt that Tang Xin's suspicions were correct and hurriedly said, "Xianyu, there's something you need to understand. You have to understand this first. We didn't bring you to the Forbidden Armory and allow you to use Dragon's Fury. We didn't bring you this thing to kill enemies. We let you keep it to protect yourself and use it as a protective talisman." Yes, I understand. Hall Master, 3 pills then. At least 3 pills. After all, I don't know. How long will you be gone this time? Lan Xuanyu blinked his big eyes again. It won't be as long as Nana this time. Sorcerer is following me and protecting me. I have to rely on myself. I brought back such an important thing last time. If that Tenryu from the Dragon Horse Galaxy finds out that I'm not dead, he might come to kill me. One Dragon's Fury can only let me choose my life once. I'm afraid it's far from enough. Meng Fei closed his eyes and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Alright, 3 it is." "Thank you, Hall Master." Lan Xuanyu was overjoyed. Then, under the gazes of Meng Fei and Tang Miao, he stepped onto a metal platform. "Then let's move on to the next one." "What's this?" Tang Sen and Meng Fei looked at each other. Tang Sen said, "What next one?" "Is the Dragon's Fury not enough?" Lan Xuanyu said innocently. "Hall Master just said that the Dragon's Fury is a weapon developed by the Tangmen 7,600 years ago. The Dragon's Fury must be the weakest here. It can't truly display the strength of our Tangmen weapons. There are still so many forbidden weapons behind, dozens of them. It's not easy for me to come here. Hall Master, aren't you going to introduce them to me? At most, I'll ask for less of each. How about it? Get out." Meng Fei and Tang Miao said in unison. Half an hour later, Lan Xuanyu stood dejectedly outside the Tangmen headquarters and rubbed his nose. So stingy. Wasn't he just a little greedy? He was actually chased out. Yes, he was chased out. Meng Fei and Tang Miao hadn't been angry for who knows how many years, but they still chased him out. They felt danger from Lan Xuanyu. Ever since they found out about Lan Xuanyu's identity, Meng Fei had discussed with Tang Xin that in the future, when Lan Xuanyu grew up and became really strong, they could consider letting him inherit the position of Hall Master of the Douluo Palace. They could snatch people from the Shrek Academy. Now, he had already given up on this idea. If this kid had the taboo arsenal, who knew what he would do? This kid seemed to have an unusual passion for powerful taboo weapons. However, although Lan Xuanyu was chased out, there were 3 more gods' wrath glowing with a yellow halo in his ring of destiny. There was also a piece of divine tier metal placed separately, as well as a pendant. The interior of this pendant was also made from a divine tier source core, but it was one of the crystallization of Tongmen's latest technology. It could not produce a strong destructive power, but it could release a strong defensive power in an instant. The defensive range was 10 meters in diameter. Once used, it would release a protective shield with a diameter of 10 meters around Lan Xuanyu's body. The protective shield could last for 1 minute, and its defensive strength was equivalent to that of a Dragon King-class frigate. As for the protective shield of a Dragon King-class frigate, even a Tier 11 powerhouse could not destroy it. Even if a Transcendent wanted to destroy it from the outside, it would take time. In other words, this was equivalent to an invincible shield. This could be used 3 times. Were Meng Fei and Tang Miao really stingy with Lan Xuanyu? Of course not. Just this invincible shield pendant alone was worth more than the total of 36 God's Wrath. Until now, only 3 of these pendants had been produced in the entire Tangmen. It was called God's Protection. In other words, when Lan Xuanyu used God's Wrath, even if he did not have the 3-meter protection of God's Wrath, God's Protection could still protect him. God's Protection could also be activated automatically. When there was a powerful energy pressure from the outside world, it would be automatically activated. Although Lan Xuanyu did not know the exact value of God's Wrath and God's Protection, he could guess that this was not something that could be measured with money. Its value was simply too high. He did not bring back much, but Lan Xuanyu had completely achieved his goal. 3 God's Wrath, weapons of mass destruction, could do too many things. Until he returned to the academy, his mind was still filled with the image of the taboo arsenal. There were so many good things inside, but he did not know what they were for. The God's Guardian around his neck was taken from the innermost part of his body. It was obvious that the items in the forbidden arsenal were arranged according to their importance. I really want to know what those things are for. That blue bottle must be more powerful than God's Wrath. It wasn't until nightfall that Lan Xuanyu's heart gradually calmed down. He walked into the meditation room and prepared to meditate. What he needed the most now was to increase his cultivation and strive to break through to a higher level as soon as possible. No matter how powerful a weapon was, it was still an external object. Only when one is strong can one be truly strong. The scene of Tang Wulin transforming into a 1,000-meter-long dragon to rescue Nana on the surface of a star had left a deep impression in his mind. He made Lan Xuanyu understand that when a person's strength reached a certain level, it could be compared to technology. Right at this moment, Lan Xuanyu's soul communicator rang. It was from Tang Zhenhua. Teacher Tang. Lan Xuanyu answered the call. Tang Zhenhua's voice came from the other side. Tomorrow morning, log into Douluo world. Ah? Lan Xuanyu was a little surprised. Is it the Starry Sky version or the normal version? The normal version. Tang Zhenhua said. Lan Xuanyu asked curiously, Teacher Tang, haven't we already graduated? They had already graduated from the outer court. Logically speaking, they should either go to the military or the inner court. What was the purpose of logging into Douluo world? Tang Zhenhua said, a surprise training. After you go to the military, you will perform missions in the most dangerous Dragon Horse galaxy. That is, you will go to the 7th fleet that you have seen. There, you will encounter very powerful opponents. After all, you were just students before and have never really gone to the battlefield to kill enemies. Therefore, the Academy has decided that it is necessary to test and train your killing skills. The battlefield is not a child's play. Many times, it will be a situation where either you die or I die. Okay. Lan Xuanyu asked for the time. Surprise training on killing skills? In fact, it was mainly about the mentality of killing, right? In terms of ability, being able to graduate from the outer court already meant a lot of things. To really kill enemies, the mentality needed to be passed. This was something that even the 7 Holy Abyss couldn't cultivate. After a night of meditation, early the next morning, Lan Xuanyu logged into his simulation cabin at the designated time. Speaking of which, he hadn't entered Douluo world for a long time. The cabin door closed. Not long after, light and shadow flickered, and he had already entered Douluo world through scanning. Soon, he met up with his classmates at the gathering place. Boss. Qian Lei walked up with a smile and gave Lan Xuanyu a bear hug. The others were also there. Looking at Lan Xuanyu, they were all very excited. Although they didn't know the identity of Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna, they already knew about the rescue of the Nana teacher. They were their saviors. At the same time, they were also collectively accepted into Shrek Academy's inner court. For some students with weaker cultivation, this was simply a joyous event. It was something they didn't even dare to think about before. Therefore, now the whole class could be said to be jubilant. Just looking at them, Lan Xuanyu could feel everyone's excitement. Taking advantage of the fact that Tang Zhenhua hadn't arrived yet, Lan Xuanyu clapped his hands and attracted everyone's attention to himself. The academy is going to give us a surprise training, and it won't be aimless. It's said to train us in killing skills, but more importantly, it should be our mentality against the enemy. After that, we will go to the 7th Fleet, join the army, and become soldiers. Soldiers have many qualities. Although we are only temporarily joining, everyone still has to pay attention. After joining the army, we will be facing a real war. On the battlefield, there is absolutely no room for mercy. So, everyone, please be strong. Boss, don't worry. Isn't it just killing enemies? We don't have any psychological burden to kill aliens. Qianlei said with a smile. Lan Xuanyu glanced at him, and he discovered that most people's mentality was similar to Qianlei's. Excited, expectant, and happy faces. Sighing softly, Lan Xuanyu's eyes swept over everyone with deep meaning. I hope your excitement can last for a while. If he could find the problem, it was impossible that the academy couldn't. Right now, the Wings of 33 Heavens mentality was a bit off. They were a bit too excited. Moreover, they didn't have enough understanding of going to the army. Also, Lan Xuanyu had already discovered that the students in the class relied too much on him. Previously, in order to let the whole class enter the inner court, he didn't deliberately control this aspect, but now that they had entered the inner court. In the future, the learning process of the inner court would definitely not be simple. Being able to enter the inner court didn't mean that they would definitely be able to graduate. There were still many problems they would face in the future. Therefore, taking advantage of this time, it was necessary to let them get some reminders. Therefore, he didn't remind everyone that the following surprise training would probably not be simple. Everyone needed this kind of training. At this moment, Tang Zhenhua arrived. Today, Teacher Tang looked particularly energetic. His hair was cut short, and each strand was standing upright. His face was cold, and he looked somewhat like a soldier. Lan Xuanyu took the initiative to welcome him. Teacher Tang. All of you, follow me. After speaking, Tang Zhenhua turned and left. Everyone hurriedly followed behind him. At this time, the smarter ones had already noticed that the atmosphere was a bit off. Ding Zhuohan followed from behind and bumped into Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu turned to look at him, and Ding Zhuohan gave him a questioning look. Lan Xuanyu shrugged, indicating that he didn't know what the training was about. Lan Xuanyu actually wanted to ask, aren't you Teacher Tang's biological son? If you don't know, how would I know? Ding Zhuohan blinked and suddenly had an ominous premonition. This father of his, whom he had not known for many years, had been at his beck and call ever since he acknowledged him. But his attitude today was a little wrong. His father didn't even look at him. But most people hadn't realized the problem yet. They were all excited and looked forward to the upcoming life in the inner court and the military life. Qianlei was chatting with Lu Feng proudly. Frenzy, our heavenly fighter points should be quite a lot of military merits. I think that I should at least be a major. I might even be a lieutenant colonel. We will be officers in the future. Lu Feng glanced at him. What's the use of that? Actually, I hope to start from scratch as an ordinary soldier. Qianlei waved his hand and said, that's impossible. We are top students who graduated from the Shrek Academy's outer court. With my ability, I won't be allowed to start from scratch. Have you seen a soul sage starting from scratch? Ha ha ha, in the future, I will become a god-rank powerhouse. Your eyes are almost on top of your head. Shut up. Lan Mengqin kicked him in annoyance. He chuckled and rubbed his head. Brother-in-law, aren't I happy? Now I am finally relieved that I've been saved. Recently, my heart has been flying every day. Speaking of which, Jinbaold weary going to join the army. I'm afraid we won't be able to make it in time for the Sea God Fate blind date. When we come back, I'll be on a blind date. I'll confess to you again at the meeting. I've long heard that our academy's See God Fate blind date is very interesting. Who's your wife? Shut up. Lan Mengqin kicked him again, her face slightly red. Qianlei chuckled and moved closer to Lan Mengqin. No matter how Lan Mengqin punched and kicked him, he was not angry at all. Instead, his face was full of happiness. After helping Lan Mengqin solve her mother's life force problem, his relationship with Lan Mengqin had indeed have made considerable progress. This made Qianlei so happy that he felt like he was about to fly. Especially after graduating successfully, this sense of happiness was further enhanced. Now, he only felt that he had roots. You're a winner in life. At this moment, Tang Zhenhua, who was walking at the front, stopped. Only then did Qianlei realize that they had been led into a small alley. There was a door in front of Tang Zhenhua. The strange thing was that the door was dark red. Buddha has blood flowing down. Tang Zhenhua took out something and stuck it on the door. Only then did the dark red door open silently. A faint chill seeped out from the door, and Lan Xuanyu and the others who were walking in front couldn't help but shiver. Battle Tang Zhenhua didn't let them enter directly. Instead, he turned around and faced the entire class. Subordinate, after entering this door, each of you will be sent to a separate place to undergo the trial. No, you have a team, but you don't have a mecha. You can only rely on yourself. You're going to face all kinds of things. Enemies. The way to pass the trial is very simple. After you kill 10,000 enemies, you can come out. Here it comes. If it's not enough, you can't come out. By the way, let me remind you that the Academy's inner court is filled with all of you. The matter of entering the inner yard is full of controversy. Many people think that the test for you is not enough. Therefore, if anyone can't walk out smoothly this time and has a mental breakdown and leaves the trial, then they won't be allowed to enter the inner court. Okay, go in now. Everyone who was originally happy was stunned when they heard Tang Zhenhua's words. Wasn't this a surprise training? How did it become a trial? Moreover, the losers would be eliminated. They couldn't enter the inner court? Teacher Tang, is this true? Weren't we already allowed to enter the inner court? Why are we still taking the test? Qianlei couldn't help but ask with an expression of disbelief. The other students had the same expression. Tang Zhenhua snorted coldly. Do you think that entering the inner court is safe? To tell you the truth, the inner court also has a very high elimination rate. Entering the inner court doesn't mean that you can definitely graduate. This is your first test to enter the inner court. The losers will be eliminated. The time it takes to complete the trial will determine the evaluation you get in this test. It also relates to what kind of status you will have in the military in the future. In the 7th Fleet's trial, you will still be separated and won't be together. Starting now, go in. If you don't enter within a minute, it will be considered as giving up. Tang Zhenhua's cold voice made everyone feel as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads. The first trial of the inner court came out of nowhere. Although the Douluo world was only a simulated world and not a real world, if they were eliminated, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Lan Xuanyu didn't say anything. He didn't even encourage his teammates. He took the lead and stepped into the dark red door, his figure disappearing into the door. He couldn't help his classmates forever. Everyone had to walk their own path. He had done everything he could. After entering the inner court, whether they could stay or not depended on themselves. This trial. The most important thing was to test their individual ability and willpower. At this time, he couldn't help others. Everyone had to rely on themselves to walk out. Eliminate 10,000 people. Trial of thrills, the second to walk in was Tang Yuga. Her expression was calm, even a little indifferent. She walked in without hesitation. Ever since her background was revealed, she had been in a bad mood. During the graduation exam. After the graduation exam, she didn't even go home because she didn't know how to face her parents. The others walked in one after another. Some people had already understood, and their expressions became calm. Some people were still in a state of confusion. But they all realized that this trial was terrifying. It wasn't that simple. 28600 Tang Zhenhua watched all the students enter the door before closing the dark red door. His expression was no longer cold, and he muttered, "The academy is a little cruel. They actually let these children participate in the trial of blood." Trial, this should be done after 1 to 2 years of study in the inner court. It seems that they are going to the front line this time. The mission they are carrying out is not that simple. Trial of blood was not a regular training program in the Douluo world. To be precise, ordinary people couldn't enter this place through the simulation pod because the trial of blood was too difficult for ordinary people. It was very easy to cause psychological trauma. It was specially developed by the researchers of the Shrek Academy and the Tangmen. It was hung in an area in the Douluo world. Only approved personnel from the Shrek Academy and the Tangmen could enter. In fact, each major force had an area like this, which was exclusive to them. As long as they submitted to the Federation government, the government would be approved to set it up after paying a certain fee. In fact, the Douluo world itself was an existence that brought huge benefits to the Federation government. After Tang Zhenhua sent them in, he quickly exited the Douluo world and went straight to Ying Luohong's office. In the office, a lot of people had gathered at this time. If Lan Xuanyu was here, he would notice. Among these people, he only knew a few. Wang Tianyu was among them. Lan Xuanyu knew Ying Luohong, Xiaoqi, and Tang Zhenhua. The rest were unfamiliar faces to Lan Xuanyu and the others. There was no doubt that these unfamiliar faces were from the inner court of the Shrek Academy. The big screen on the wall of Ying Luohong's office was already showing images. They could observe the students of the Star War experimental class who were undergoing the trial of blood through the big screen. In case of any special situation, they could also interrupt any student's trial in time. Previously, Tang Zhenhua wasn't bluffing to scare the students of the Star War experimental class. The students who couldn't pass the trial of blood would really be eliminated. Just as Lan Xuanyu had predicted, the trial of blood was a test of their strength, and also a test of their willpower. Willpower was very important in the inner court. After reaching a certain level of cultivation, if a soul master wanted to continue breaking through, he would often have to take a certain amount of risk. The higher the talent of the student, the greater the risk. This point could be seen very clearly from the situation that Lan Xuanyu encountered when he broke through. Therefore, willpower became the most important thing. When breaking through, the strength of one's willpower often determined the success or failure. A soul master with strong willpower, even if his talent was a bit lacking, was very likely to go further. Of course, which student of the Shrek Academy wasn't talented? However, willpower was often not something that could be determined by talent. They needed countless experiences in order to go further. The performance of the Star War experimental class in the outer court for 6 years could be said to be amazing. They had accomplished many things that other outer court students couldn't do. However, the teachers of the academy also saw very clearly that the Star War experimental class. The reason why they were able to achieve this was because of Lan Xuanyu and other highly talented students. They played a very big role, and the results of their class were all team results. This was of course a good thing for a team, but it wasn't always a good thing for an individual's growth. As the leader, Lan Xinji naturally had a lot of silver refining, but his large contribution would inevitably lead to the other students becoming dependent on him. Therefore, when these students were approved to be promoted to the inner court, the teachers of the inner court had a discussion. The first problem to be solved was the dependence of the other students on Lan Xuanyu. In such a united team, if everyone could become stronger, when they reunited as a team, that would be a truly powerful team. The fact that the inner court had decided to make an exception and allow them to enter meant that they were prepared to nurture everyone in their team into talents. The first thing he had to do was to strengthen each of the wings of the Traistrumsa heaven. The trial of blood was a test. Those with weak willpower would definitely be eliminated in this trial. This meant that when they passed the graduation exam and other tests, they relied too much on the group. Their individual strength was not enough to follow the group and continue moving forward. Just as Tang Zhenhua had said, it wasn't as if one could sit back and relax after being promoted to the inner court. In fact, the competition in the inner court was even more intense. Outstanding people will become more and more outstanding, and those who constantly fall behind can only quietly withdraw. This was also the reason why Shrek Academy had so few inner court students. Every student who graduated from the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy was one of the top talents of the current federation. However, they would not accept the recruitment of the major forces and would only choose to stay in the Shrek Academy or the Tangmen. Teacher Wang, whose is it first? Ing Luohong asked Wang Tianyu. Wang Tianyu said, let's look at an ordinary student first and choose randomly. Yes. Ing Luohong agreed and pressed the control button to randomly draw. Soon, a figure appeared on the screen. It appeared on the big screen. This was a student who looked a little short and thin, not like an adult who had passed the age of 18. He looked like he was only 14 or 15 years old. Even Xiaoqi and Tang Zhenhua, who were form teachers, had to take a closer look to recognize him. Who is he? This child really didn't have much of a presence in the class, and his ability was below average. His name is Tan Xiaodao, and his martial soul is Ming Hongdao. He is below average in the class, 6 ring, 2 word. Battle Armor Master. Xiaoqi reported to Wang Tianyu. Okay, let's see his performance. Wang Tianyu nodded. Xiaoqi and Tang Zhenhua looked at each other and couldn't help but sweat. The dozen or so outstanding people in the class, including the 7 members of Lan Xuanyu's team, including Ding Zhuohan and the 3 members of Ice Sky Tree's team, there was absolutely no Tan Xiaodao. This child usually kept a low profile and didn't seem to work that hard in his cultivation. To put it simply, he was following the crowd. Xiaoqi was really a little worried. He was looking at the performance of such a student right from the start. If his performance was not good enough, he would leave a bad impression on the inner court teachers present. Unfavorable. The inner court teachers didn't say anything. Everyone's eyes were focused on Tan Xiaodao. At this moment, Tan Xiaodao was walking on a corridor that was about 3 meters wide but so long that one couldn't see the end. Walk. The front of the corridor was dark, and the walls on both sides had a dark red glow. As he carefully walked forward, he looked left and right. He walked lightly, as if he was afraid of stepping on something. It was as if he had stepped on something. He didn't even release his martial soul. The only thing that made the teachers a little curious was that this child actually had a smile on his face the entire time, and it was an excited smile. Tang Zhenhua wondered if this child had yet to recover from the excitement after passing the graduation exam. In the past, he would more or less be biased during the teaching process, at least in his heart. Outstanding students would definitely receive more attention from him. According to Tang Zhenhua's memories, Tan Xiaodao's ability in battlecraft combat was ranked 2nd to 3rd in the entire class. If he was at the bottom, he would be at the very bottom. If he had to evaluate it, Tan Xiaodao definitely didn't have the qualifications to enter the inner court. At this moment, a black shadow silently appeared behind Tan Xiaodao. This position was Tan Xiaodao's blind spot. In addition, the black shadow used the dark area to hide himself, so Tan Xiaodao didn't seem to notice him at all. The black shadow moved at an extremely fast speed, pouncing towards Tan Xiaodao like a ghost. At this moment, Tan Xiaodao was poking his head forward, seemingly unaware of the attack behind him. Many inner court teachers couldn't help but frown when they saw this. His vigilance was too poor. This wasn't the time to test his willpower yet. This child wouldn't fall at the hands of the first enemy, right? Just as the black shadow was about to pounce on Tan Xiaodao suddenly moved. His movements were very small, and it felt as if his right shoulder had shrugged backwards. A red light flew past like lightning, and with a soft pu sound, the black shadow had already fallen. Tan Xiaodao turned around to look at the black shadow on the ground. It was a man with a pale face, dressed in black. Tan Xiaodao squatted down. Not only did the smile on his face not weaken, but it also became a little more surprised. The Douluo world was really realistic. Interesting. Of course, he didn't know that all the teachers could hear his voice. At this moment, the inner court teachers who were still frowning were surprised. This child's move just now was simply too neat. It seemed that he didn't even release his soul ring and had already dealt with the enemy. Although the assailant was only a 4-ringed soul sage, wasn't it a little too easy to deal with him? Moreover, he seemed to be very interested in the enemy and was carefully observing him. Wang Tianyu couldn't help but glance at Xiaoqi. The corner of Xiaoqi's mouth twitched. I didn't teach this. He suddenly realized that he didn't know much about his students. Ying Luohong smiled bitterly. Teacher, I really was randomly selected. Keep watching. Wang Tianyu said indifferently. He still knew a lot about the Star War experimental class, and knew that among those outstanding students, there was definitely no one like this. Tan Xiaodao played with the corpse on the ground for a while, rubbed the blood on his hand on the corpse's clothes, then stood up and muttered, "This place is good, I like this place. Why didn't the academy open earlier?" As he spoke, he no longer tentatively moved forward like before, but suddenly sped up and ran forward. His forward speed was medium, in line with the speed of a six-ring Soul Emperor. In the corridor, figures quietly emerged from the darkness. Because he was moving forward very fast, for a while, there were figures pouncing on him from all directions. He he he. Tan Xiaodao's laughter rang out, and in the next moment, it was as if a blood-colored rose had bloomed in the darkness. Streaks of blood-colored blade light blossomed, and the black shadows that were rushing towards him were immediately cut in half. Moreover, they were all cut in half from the top of their heads. One after another, the two halved corpses fell to the ground, and the ground was almost instantly dyed red with blood. Walala, walala. Tan Xiaodao made a strange sound from his mouth, as if he was dubbing for the fallen corpses, while he continued to run inside. If this child hadn't killed anyone before, I would have twisted his head off and kicked it like a ball. This killing is too neat. And inner court teacher couldn't help but say. Standing beside him was a female teacher with a pale face. She chuckled and said, interesting. Blood saber lineage. This child is probably a weirdo in the blood saber lineage, so he can be admitted to our academy, right? Blood saber? Wang Tianyu looked at her. The female teacher nodded, and, from the saber technique, yes. Minghong saber, you may not have any impression of it, but if I say blood saber Minghong, you will probably remember it. Wang Tianyu's eyes moved. Slay all evil in the world, slaughter all injustice in the world, blood saber Minghong? That group of extreme guys? Yes, it's them. They were a group of paranoid lunatics, but their movements were erratic, and the Federation couldn't do anything to them. Later on, it was said that he went to the heavenly planet and killed a lot of people there. After that, he was hunted down by the major forces on Heaven Planet, and there was no more news about him. I didn't expect that a successor would join our academy. Wang Tianyu frowned. How's Tan Xiaodao's record? The records are normal, and all the temperament assessments are normal. It's a bit of hatred for evil. Ying Luohong had already pulled out Tan Xiaodao's records. Since he's from the blood blade lineage, there's no need for me to look at him. Let's change it. How can the blood saber lineage be afraid of killing people? Wang Tianyu couldn't help but laugh. He didn't reject blood blade Minghong. Blood blade only killed evil people. Of course, good and evil was their own judgment. That was why the Federation didn't tolerate it. Shrek Academy had always only accepted monsters. Even if they were a little extreme and abnormal, as long as there was no problem with their temperament, they could still tolerate it. If there was a problem with Tan Xiaodao, the past 6 years of studying in the outer court would have shown it long ago. Ying Luohong pressed the random selection again, and with a flash of light, the screen switched. Clang clang clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out. A dark golden light danced in the corridor, blood splashed, and pieces of flesh fell to the ground. Yes, it was just pieces of flesh, because there was no complete corpse at all. It was a little girl who looked thin and small. Her left hand was stretched out in front of her, steadily holding a dark golden zither. Her right hand was strumming the zither, and dark golden blades of light flew out from the zither. As she strummed the zither, she walked forward. Moreover, she was the kind that was jumping around, and singing nursery rhymes. La la la, la la la, go to school, go home. The crisp and pleasant sound, and the pieces of flesh that kept falling around her, formed a particularly impactful picture. This time even Ying Luohong's expression was a little strange. Martial soul, Guzheng. This child is called Piao Xiaosu. Devil Guzheng. Did she get in with that Tan Xiaodao? Bloodblade Minghong and Devil Guzheng are a pair. The female teacher from before couldn't help but say, Dining, the outer court really perfectly implements the school's motto of only accepting monsters and not ordinary people. Bloodblade Minghong and Devil Guzheng were absolute representatives of monsters. Teacher, why don't we change another one? Ying Luohong asked Wang Tianyu tentatively. Let's change. Wang Tianyu's expression was also a little strange. It seemed that there were really hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this Star War experimental class. Neither Tan Xiaodao nor Piao Xiaosu were among the outstanding students. The reason why they didn't show their brilliance seemed to be because they were overshadowed by Lan Xuanyu and the others. This solo operation seemed to have given them a stage to show off their skills. The screen changed again, and this time, Wang Tianyu looked at Ying Luohong with a little dissatisfaction. The reason was very simple. The one who changed this time was the class monitor of the Star War experimental class, Head Wing, Lan Xuanyu. Teacher, should I change another one? Ying Luohong was also a little tired, she really chose randomly. Don't change, take a look at Lan Xuanyu. It just so happens that the teachers of the inner court are very interested in him, a five-ring soul master, being able to command the whole class. Wang Tianyu also wanted to see Lan Xuanyu's performance. The teacher's eyes were focused on Lan Xuanyu in the screen. At this time, Lan Xuanyu had already walked into the tunnel for some time. From front to back, left to right, and even from top to bottom, silhouettes would constantly appear to attack him. Lan Xuanyu had already understood before coming in that this trial was more of a test of their spirit. It was also a tempering of their abilities. Therefore, he was very serious. 5 soul rings hovered around his body, and after being concealed by the treasure-seeking beast, these 5 soul rings were now white. Yes, they were just white for a 10-year soul ring. Lan Xuanyu didn't know that there were people who could watch his assessment. Anyway, the soul ring color could be whatever he wanted. The reason why he chose the 10-year white was because the lighting effect was better. It could make the surrounding light brighter. At this moment, there were 6 black shadows pouncing towards him like lightning. For a moment, there were a lot of air-piercing sounds in the air. Lan Xuanyu stomped his right foot in front of him, and huge earth spikes instantly pierced out. Before the 6 figures could even get close to him, they were already picked up like candied haws. Then, yellow light surged and their bodies were directly swallowed up and disappeared. Lan Xuanyu put his hands in his pockets and walked forward at a constant speed. He didn't need to use his eyes to look at these attackers at all. They were really too weak. What he was feeling now was his spiritual power that was about to step into the spirit domain realm. In his spiritual perception, no matter where the enemy appeared, he would be the first to discover them, and then the elements he controlled would instantly attack. At the beginning, he was still a little nervous. After all, Teacher Tang had made this assessment so serious, but he soon discovered that those who attacked him only had 4-ring cultivation. It seemed a little simple to deal with them. The wind elements bound the air, the earth elements penetrated, and then the earth elements buried them. How disgusting it was to be bloody. Using the earth elements to bury them, what the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. He began to speed up, and as he walked, figures were constantly swallowed up by the green and yellow light. In the Douluo world, all kinds of elements were very abundant, and it was very comfortable to use them. If it weren't for the fear of affecting the student's assessment, Lan Xuanyu would have wanted to use an elemental storm to see how much elemental storm could accumulate here. Outer Court Dean's office. Is this white soul ring a lie? And Inner Court teacher couldn't help but say, this elemental control is as easy as moving an arm. How much spiritual power does he have, Dining? Ying Luohong said, he should have walked a long distance in the Spirit Abyss realm. Spirit Abyss realm spiritual power is indeed very strong, but the problem is, why can't I feel his soul power consumption as a 5-ring soul master in a continuous battle? It's as if he has a soul core? The teacher continued to ask. I don't know about this either. Ying Luohong looked at Xiao Qi, who also shook his head repeatedly. Wasn't that so? Behind Lan Xuanyu, there were already hundreds of opponents buried. But he still looked relaxed and at ease. The amount of soul power he released every time was about the same, and he didn't have the slightest intention of conserving soul power. This was clearly something that only a 7-ring soul master with a soul core could do. He didn't even use his battle armor and didn't rely on its amplification. Was this elemental control ability something a 5-ring soul master could do? Could the Inner Court teachers believe it? Let's continue watching. Wang Tianyu waved his hand. Only then did the teachers quiet down, and Lan Xuanyu had already passed through the corridor in front of him and arrived at a relatively wide place. In this spacious space, a 2-meter-tall man stood there silently, as if he had been waiting for his arrival. 2 purple and 4 black soul rings hovered around the man's body, revealing the cultivation of a 6-ring soul emperor, which formed a sharp contrast with the 5 white soul rings on Lan Xuanyu's body. The man had a heavy sword in his hand and wore a pitch-black armor, battle armor. His battle armor didn't have wings and looked like a one-word battle armor, but it was much thicker than an ordinary one-word battle armor. At a glance, it was obvious that its defense was very astonishing. Humph. When the black-armored man saw Lan Xuanyu, he snorted coldly and suddenly took a step forward. His left foot stomped heavily on the ground, and the earth rumbled. A powerful vibration shook this space with a diameter of less than 30 meters. Green wind rushed towards the opponent from all directions. It was the same tactic as before. Wind bind, the black-armored man moved. Black flames seemed to be spewing out from behind him, propelling his body towards Lan Xuanyu like a bolt of lightning. The heavy sword in his hand slashed upwards, and in the process of slashing upwards, the green wind was sliced apart. At the same time, his 3rd soul ring flickered, and a layer of dark purple patterns appeared on the surface of the heavy sword. In the air, a faint, viscous aura of darkness erupted. In this short period of time, he had already rushed to within 5 meters of Lan Xuanyu, and the heavy sword in his hand was about to chop down. It was also at this moment that Lan Xuanyu took a step forward. His body suddenly lit up, and the glaring golden light dazzled even the spectating teachers. All the darkness was instantly dispelled. When the image on the screen became clear again, the first thing the teachers saw was the figure that had rushed towards Lan Xuanyu because he was very tall. And Lan Xuanyu was right in front of him. That tall black-armored warrior raised his heavy sword with both hands, but his sword didn't chop down. His entire body was emitting smoke, purple smoke. Then, Lan Xuanyu's left hand pressed down on his chest. Lan Xuanyu withdrew his hand and calmly walked around the black-armored warrior. He continued to walk forward and walked into the back of the tunnel. At some point in time, a hole had appeared in the chest of the black-armored warrior. Then, his black armor began to swell. Accompanied by a series of clanging sounds, icicles burst out of his body, drilling out of his body and armor. His entire body was like a huge ice flower. Facing a 6-ringed soul emperor wearing a one-word battle armor, he was insta-killed. Even a 7-ringed soul sage might not be able to do this, right? This elemental control. After determining that the opponent had a dark attribute martial soul, Lan Xuanyu released the power of the light element. He used the light element to restrain the dark element, weakening the opponent's mobility and defense. His left hand smashed the opponent's breastplate, and the ice element drilled in, causing the opponent's blood to burst out with countless icicles. This was the entire process of the battle. How did he smash the battle armor? When he smashed it, Lan Xuanyu's left hand was covered in scales and appeared to be in the shape of a claw. The scene changed. Lan Xuanyu had already entered the back of the tunnel. All kinds of elements constantly appeared around his body. Any enemy that rushed out would be annihilated in a short period of time. He walked forward step by step without the slightest pause or hesitation. It was as if to him, killing these enemies was an extremely normal and simple matter. Willpower was never something that one was born with. It was something that could only be improved through constant training. Although Lan Xuanyu wasn't old, he had experienced too many things over the years. As the class monitor, he had to face all kinds of situations calmly and lead his teammates forward. But even with such willpower, he had collapsed not long ago because of Nana's fall on the star. Rescuing Nana and finally succeeding, wasn't it a journey of tempering his heart? At this moment, Lan Xuanyu only had one thought in his mind, and that was to become stronger, to become strong enough to protect his family and friends. Only by defeating the enemy could he better protect what he wanted to protect. Being kind to the enemy was being cruel to himself. Under the influence of this firm willpower, he wouldn't be affected at all. 17 people have passed the first round. Ying Luohong reported to Wang Tianyu in a timely manner. The so-called first round was the 6-ringed black-armored warrior just now. This was something everyone had to face. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu wasn't the fastest to pass this round in the class. In front of him, more than a dozen people had already passed. 18 people, 20 people. There were still more students passing this round of assessment. For students who were able to graduate from the outer court, this round wasn't difficult. It was more of a test of their determination and willpower when facing the enemy and killing them. Very fast. An inner court teacher said in a low voice. Tang Zhenhua looked at the inner court teachers and said, "Their willpower will be stronger than you imagined." The training in space combat was of great help to the students' willpower. Without strong willpower, how could they face the pain of overloading the soul guidance warship every time? Every time they were able to enter the simulation cabin for the soul guidance warship training, it required strong willpower. After seeing the performances of Tan Xiaodao, Piao Su, and Lan Xuanyu, Tang Zhenhua's mentality had already stabilized. As the saying goes, concern makes one confused. He suddenly felt that he should trust this group of little guys more. They were able to reach this point not only because of Lan Xuanyu's role. Was Lan Xuanyu's role great? Of course it was great. Not only did he help the students a lot, but more importantly, he played an exemplary role. Just like when he was piloting the Soul Guidance warship, he was able to reach the 58th rank, so all the students naturally regarded him as their goal. For ordinary warship pilots, their biggest dream in their lives was to enter the top 10,000 in the Federation. But for the wings of the 33 heavens, they didn't feel anything at all about entering the top 10,000. Their class leader was in the double digits. Even if they entered the top 1,000, they felt that they were still far from the class leader. It was the same in actual combat. If the class leader could do it with 4 rings, why couldn't we with 5 or 6 rings do it? The class leader spent so much time forging our battle armors. If we couldn't graduate, would we be able to face the class leader? Furthermore, if the class leader could do it, so could we. When Lu Feng and Qian Lei first entered Shrek, what was their cultivation level? Now, both of them had broken through 7 rings. Who didn't feel stifled in their hearts? Shrek Academy had a high degree of freedom in learning and cultivating. Everyone had put in a lot of hard work. Only they knew the best. The fact that the Star Combat Experimental class could come this far was inseparable from everyone's hard work. The people on the screen didn't change, but 5 minutes later, the data showed that all 33 students had passed the first level. No one was unable to advance because they were afraid of the enemy. Lan Xuanyu continued to advance with this map. At this moment, he even closed his eyes. He wasn't advancing very fast, which was why he was lagging behind some of his classmates. As he advanced, he constantly used his spiritual power to sense where the enemy appeared and then used his spiritual power to control the elements to eliminate the enemy. He was completely using his spiritual power to fight. The elemental heart formed naturally by the 4 basic elements surrounded the dragon core and constantly replenished his soul power through mutual generation. As an elemental envoy, it was too easy for him to mobilize the elements, and he didn't consume much energy. The combination of the various elements became more and more exquisite under the control of his spiritual power. He had already forgotten where he was. He was just immersed in the sea of elements as if he was cultivating daily. Gradually, the teachers discovered that there was a faint halo under Lan Xuanyu's feet. That light. At first, it was very dim and wasn't obvious under the illumination of the 5 white soul rings. But it accompanied him. As he continued to advance and kill his opponents, the halo became more and more obvious. Within the halo, there were mysterious patterns. The path was faintly discernible. Spiritual domain? He's going to reach the spirit domain realm? A teacher couldn't help but ask. The office was silent. Everyone knew what the spirit domain realm meant to a soul master. Spirit domain realm. His spiritual power had reached the super level, which was the foundation for rank 95 and above. If he reached the spirit domain realm, if his spiritual power was stable and his spiritual domain was strong enough, he would definitely become an ultimate Douluo in the future. The matter was settled. Even Wang Tianyu's spiritual power was far from reaching the spirit domain realm when he was 18 years old. But Lan Xuanyu had done it. At this moment, Pavilion Master Wang couldn't help but have the same thought as Meng Fei. Reincarnation is a skill. The other party's genes were powerful. They couldn't be compared. Lan Xuanyu himself felt more and more that something seemed to be drilling out of his spiritual sea. His surroundings became clearer and clearer in his perception, and his body also had a desire to move forward. The feeling of something being released took a step forward and blended in step by step. The path ahead suddenly opened up, and an empty space with a diameter of more than 500 meters appeared in front of him. The empty space was filled with thousands of people. They were all dressed in black, and each of them had a different face. There were old and young, men and women. They all held weapons in their hands and looked at Lan Xuanyu ferociously. In the next moment, they rushed toward Lan Xuanyu like a tide. The second stage of the trial of blood had arrived. Human C. None of the enemies here were strong. Their cultivation levels were between 3 and 4 rings, but there were thousands of them. It was definitely not an easy task to kill their way out of such a sea of people. More importantly, killing a lot of people would affect anyone, even if this was a virtual world. The elements around Lan Xuanyu's body surged. As long as an enemy came within 10 meters of him, they would lose their lives. For a moment, the smell of blood became abnormally thick in this special environment. That thick smell of blood made Lan Xuanyu frown slightly, and his spiritual sea seemed to jump. The aura that seemed to originate from his bones instantly surged out. It was also this that seemed to pierce through the last layer of window paper. The halo under Lan Xuanyu's feet seemed to glow. Suddenly, a burst of light burst forth. It was a strange halo, and everyone could feel the existence of that halo. It was as if there was a call from afar. The teachers of the inner court of Shrek Academy who were watching the battle were all stunned for a moment. Mysterious patterns spread from Lan Xuanyu's feet to the surroundings, spreading to every corner. The dazzling art flashed past, and everyone in the spacious pavilion quieted down. Everything seemed to have become quiet. Light shone. Everything seemed to have frozen. Lan Xuanyu stretched out his left hand, which was covered in silver scales. A silver-patterned blue-silver grass quietly drilled out. Blue, red, yellow, and green halos quietly surged, forming a vortex that expanded in his palm. He stepped forward step by step, and the motionless enemies in front of him turned into ashes and disappeared. The four-colored vortex in his hand continued to expand. Even after eliminating those enemies, there were no signs of instability. The qualitative leap in his spiritual power allowed Lan Xuanyu to have greater control over his elemental storm. It made the elemental storm more stable and more terrifying. His spiritual domain is related to time? An older teacher from the inner court said hoarsely. Everyone knew that the power of space and time were the most difficult to control, but they were also the most powerful abilities. After breaking through to the divine rank, the greatest gain was that they would have a certain understanding of space, and thus be able to use some of the power of space. Compared to the power of space, the power of time was undoubtedly more mysterious. It was one of the mysteries of the universe. Some people even said that the combination of space and time gave birth to the entire world. Lan Xuanyu's spiritual domain was actually related to time. How could this not be shocking? The only one who could still remain calm was Wang Tianyu. After rescuing Gu Yuna, he looked into many historical records. He read a lot of historical information about the Jinlong Moon language and the Silver Dragon Wuling dance. In the relevant records, the Dragon King Douluo Tang Wuling's spiritual domain was called Space-Time Backtrack. It could turn back time and was extremely powerful. Therefore, when Lan Xuanyu's spiritual domain awakened an ability related to time, he wasn't surprised at all. Who asked him to have such a powerful father? This was determined by his genes. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu had already walked to the center of the open space. He raised the four-colored vortex in his hand high above his head and it grew several times bigger. Its diameter was 3 meters and it was still growing. The speed of its growth was also increasing. The surrounding enemies were still unable to move, and the halos under their feet were still there. Time freeze, life withering. Compared to time backtrack, time freeze seemed to be weaker. However, the duration of Lan Xuanyu's time freeze was related to the opponent's strength. The weaker the opponent, the longer they would be controlled by time freeze. Moreover, the time freeze domain also had lethality. It would continuously devour and affect the life force of all enemies within its range. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu had just obtained this powerful spiritual domain, and his use of it was limited to time freeze. Although the number of enemies he was facing right now was huge, the difference in strength between them and him was too great. Furthermore, this was the Douluo world, and these enemies were not stronger than ordinary people in terms of spiritual power. There were too many of them, so how could they wake up from Lan Xuanyu's time freeze domain? The four-colored light finally burst forth, and a terrifying elemental storm erupted with Lan Xuanyu's body as the center. Rip, it tore apart everything around it, destroying everything around it. The countless enemies were wreaking havoc in the elemental storm. Under the storm, it disappeared silently. There were no screams, no blood, only pieces of dust. This is the strength of a five-ring soul master? I don't believe that this is the strength of a five-ring soul master even if you beat me to death. An inner teacher said. =, 8-ring, pure elemental control soul master, can he achieve such a powerful group attack? If he accumulates power, he should be able to. His soul skill just now should have taken a long time to accumulate power. An elemental storm generated by the four elements of water, fire, earth, and wind. This is a four-element bonus, a bit like a four-elemental martial soul fusion skill, so the bonus is very big. His control of the elements is too strong, and the strength of the elements is also extremely strong. Could it be a four-elemental user? I also think it's a four-elemental user. His big move seems to take a long time to accumulate power, but if combined with his time-freezing type spiritual domain, it's simply a perfect match. Its large-scale lethality is terrifying. Especially against opponents with weaker cultivation but large numbers, it's simply too useful. No wonder he can lead this class. Although he's only 5-ring, his overall strength is probably around 8-ring, right? This is what we've seen so far. The most terrifying thing is this 5-ring. A 5-ring soul master has the combat strength of a normal 8-ring soul master. Then when he's 8-ring, won't he be able to slaughter gods? Cough cough, Pavilion Master Wang, I'm not talking about you. Pavilion Master, I'm also good at elemental control. I think this child is good, let's take him under my wing. I'll accept him. An inner court teacher with a white beard said with a smile. Wang Tianyu glanced at him and said, this child won't acknowledge anyone as his teacher. Second round, passed, one person. Ying Luohong's voice sounded. Yes, there were more than a dozen people who surpassed Lan Xuanyu previously, but he was the first to pass the second round. Thousands of people. They were all taken care of by him. At this time, he had already walked into the back passage, the third passage. Lan Xuanyu didn't know how many stages there were in the trial of blood. He only remembered that Tang Zhenhua said that he had to kill 10,000 people here. Although he didn't calculate carefully, he felt that after this was over, most of them should have been killed. To be honest, using a large-scale lethality soul skill to slaughter was less of a psychological burden. After all, it was over in an instant, and there were no corpses all over the ground. Walking into the third passage, his spiritual power continued to probe, but he was surprised to find that there were no enemies in his perception. However, an oppressive force came from all directions and pressed down on his body. It was a kind of pressure that made it difficult for him to breathe. It was as if there was an invisible force suppressing him, as if it wanted to crush him. As he moved forward step by step, the pressure became stronger and stronger. Gradually, the pressure began to change. It was no longer coming from all directions, but from the front. The enemy was in front. At this moment, in the trial of blood, everyone was passing the second stage, which was the most difficult stage for them. Just as Lan Xuanyu had thought before, soul masters with large-scale destructive soul skills would have an easier time in this trial because they would be able to kill faster. On the other hand, soul masters who could only engage in close combat were under much greater psychological pressure. A faint silver light flowed around Lu Feng's body. His speed was incomparably fast. Against third and four-ringed opponents, it was a one-sided slaughter. However, corpses fell under his white dragon imperial spear and fell into the spatial cracks. The surroundings were completely blood-red, so much so that his eyes had turned red. All kinds of negative emotions brought about by the slaughter began to gradually appear. Vaguely, blood energy began to spread around his body. Frenzy, stop for a moment and calm down. Right at this moment, a silver light bloomed out from Lu Feng's body like a waterfall. Under the silver light, a large number of enemies who were pouncing over disappeared into thin air, swallowed by the torn void. A silhouette materialized beside his body, and a pair of eyes that emitted a silver halo stared at his eyes that had already turned red. The white dragon imperial spear in Lu Feng's hand almost pierced the light figure that suddenly appeared in front of him, but he stopped in time. He was slightly absent-minded. Sit down and rest. Let your heart calm down. You have to treat yourself as a general on the battlefield. You are facing enemies who want to exterminate your family. Only by killing them can you protect your companions and family. Only then can you continue to move forward with your companions. The deep voice lingered in Lu Feng's mind. He had already calmed down a little. He sat down on the ground and ignored the enemies around him. He sat cross-legged and focused. The one who appeared beside him and helped him at the critical moment was naturally his spirit soul, the thorn dragon. This was the benefit of having a true spirit soul. A true spirit soul possessed the knowledge and experience of past cultivation and could help a soul master fight at critical moments. In this situation, fighting was not the most important thing for Lu Feng. Keeping his heart calm and not being engulfed by killing intent was the most important thing. With the help of the thorn dragon, it was much easier for him to pass this stage. Lu Feng was not the only one. Almost everyone received the help of a spirit soul at this stage. Xianxia was also in the second stage, but he covered his eyes with both hands and muttered, "Fatty Jean, you're so disgusting." Not far in front of him, the golden behemoth was wantonly slaughtering. Not only was it killing, it was also eating, crunching crunches as it ate. Beside Xianxia, huge doors of light opened, and more than a dozen behemoths gathered around him. The lethality of these ordinary behemoths was far from what 3-ring and 4-ring soul masters could contend against. Furthermore, as Qianlei's cultivation increased, the behemoths he summoned also grew taller and taller, developing towards adulthood. At this moment, the golden behemoth was already more than 6 meters tall. When it opened its sharp claws, it was definitely much more terrifying than the dark golden terror claw bear. Its instinct was to kill, and no one was more excited than it in this trial of blood. During the process of killing, its instincts increased, and Fatty Jin's body even became stronger. The blood energy here was accelerating its evolution. On the other hand, soul masters with area of effect defensive abilities would have an easier time in this trial. Bai Xiuxiu was one of them. Although the range of death withering was not as large as the elemental storm, it was still very large. However, within 100 meters of her body, no enemy was able to step into her territory. Wherever it passed, the enemies would melt and be engulfed by death withering. She didn't need to do anything. She just needed to wait for her enemies to charge into death withering and be annihilated, while she maintained death withering. She already had a soul core, and her endless soul power ensured the strength of her death withering. The entrance to the third stage was right in front of him. The trial of blood tested one's willpower, and it ended at the second stage. As long as one passed the second stage, they would pass the trial, and wouldn't be eliminated from the inner courtyard. This was the rule. The third stage tested the abilities of the participants. Lan Xuanyu was the first to pass the second stage, so he was also the first to see his opponent for the third stage. This was an open space. It wasn't as big as the second stage, but it was still 100 meters in diameter. The dome was about 20 meters high, and there was a person standing in the middle of the open space. Although there was only one person, Lan Xuanyu's expression turned serious for the first time. That person was holding a spear. As he stood there, it was as if he had fused with the entire world. More importantly, there were 9 pitch-black soul rings on his body. 9-ring titled Douluo. Yes, this was the third stage of the trial of blood, extreme suppression. The goal of this stage was to squeeze out the potential of the students when they faced a strong opponent. The rules of the inner courtyard didn't require the students to win this stage. The most important thing was that the students had to be suppressed to their limits in this stage. Generally speaking, inner courtyard disciples could reach 8-ringed and above after cultivating for 1 to 2 years in the inner courtyard. There was still a huge gap between 8-ringed and 9-ringed soul masters, but they wouldn't be defeated instantly. Under the suppression of a 9-ringed soul master, an 8-ringed soul master's potential was most easily unleashed. Outer Court Dean's Office. The big screen was already showing the scenes of several students bravely charging through the second stage. Star War Experimental Class. The members had already entered this stage and were all fighting with all their might. At this moment, the teachers of the inner court had already seen through the clues. These children of the outer court were really powerful. Almost everyone had a real spirit soul to help them fight, which allowed them to stay as clear-headed as possible in the trial of blood. When they were controlled by killing intent, their spirit souls would come out to protect them, giving them a chance to regain their consciousness. With the two working together, eliminating the opponent was only a matter of time. What surprised the teachers of the inner court was that none of the students showed any fear of battle. In the second stage, facing so many enemies, they all chose to attack. This made the teachers of the inner court very satisfied. If the graduates of the outer court were to be timid in the face of a large number of enemies, they would really be disappointed. Luohong seemed to have thought of something and adjusted the screen to show a student. Jiayu was already covered in his two-word battle armor. He was a six-ringed soul emperor and had a lower cultivation compared to the other students. His strongest ability was actually the martial soul fusion skill he used with Li Han and Li Ben, but the problem was that he could only rely on himself now. Jiayu's martial soul was very strange. It was a sea creature summon. If there was water, even if it wasn't seawater, his fighting strength would be greatly increased. For example, in the sea, even if he only had a six-ringed cultivation, his fighting strength could surpass most of the people in the class. However, there was no water in the trial of blood, nor was there an ocean. The first thing he had to do was to swim. He had to first start the battle with sea creatures, which consumed a lot of soul power. More importantly, Jiayu was the only one in the class who didn't have a spirit soul. Back then, on Sanluo planet, only he and Lan Xuanyu didn't have a spirit soul. Jiayu's problem was that he could only choose sea creatures as his spirit soul, so that it could be compatible with his martial soul. Although Sanluo planet's soul beasts were willing to go with Lan Xuanyu and the others, they weren't sea creatures. Even Li Han, whose martial soul was tied, was recognized by the soul beasts, but Jiayu didn't. All along, in terms of individual fighting strength, Jiayu was the weakest in the class. Therefore, Luohong adjusted the screen to his side to watch the situation of his challenge. From the previous trials, the performance of the Battlecraft Combat Experimental class was commendable. The students had displayed powerful abilities. From the expressions of the teachers in the inner court, it was obvious that they were satisfied with the results of this trial. Therefore, what Luohong needed to focus on now was Jiayu, who was most likely to have problems. Although Jiayu had a martial soul fusion skill, the second trial tested his willpower. At this moment, Jiayu didn't enter the second stage. Instead, he stopped at the entrance because he was a little dumbfounded when he arrived here. Looking at the densely packed enemies in front of him, he knew very well that he would not be able to get past them. He didn't have a spirit to help him, and he didn't have a soul core either. More importantly, he was unable to fully unleash the power of his martial soul in this environment. It could be said that from any angle, fighting in this place was disadvantageous to him. Therefore, when he arrived at the entrance, he was a little dazed. Yubumi, his mouth is incomparably erect. Cheat that time, he, Li Han, and Li Ben were eliminated during the entrance exam, but because of their sea soul fusion skill. The three of them were specially recruited because their martial soul fusion skill, Bright Moon, and Lan Xuanyu would produce a qualitative change when used together. To the three of them, this was definitely a great surprise, especially to Jiayu. Only he knew his own problem best. From the day he entered the school, Jiayu understood that his strength was the weakest in the class. Although Lan Xuanyu's soul power cultivation was low, his talent was extremely good. Moreover, his intelligence had already allowed him to sit on the class monitor's seat. Jiayu being able to enter the Shrek Academy was already the pride of his whole family, and even their district. He cherished this opportunity very much. Every day, he worked hard silently. No one knew, and he wouldn't tell them that he never fell behind. In the Battlecraft Combat Experimental class, all 7-ring soul sages were like that. Rank 65 soul power was naturally nothing, but with Jiayu's talent, this was already something to be very proud of. He was born in a small village by the sea. In that village, most soul masters had marine martial souls. Such soul masters were also called sea soul masters. Even his classmates didn't know that Jiayu was the first sea soul master in history to enter the Shrek Academy. Sea soul masters were greatly restricted. In the sea, their strength would increase by several times, and they would be much stronger than soul masters of the same rank. However, once they left the sea, their strength would be greatly affected. With the development of interstellar space, the disadvantage of sea soul masters became more and more obvious. Not to mention the #1 academy in the Douluo continent like the Shrek Academy, even other advanced academies were unwilling to accept sea soul masters under normal circumstances. Under such circumstances, not only did Jiayu not fall behind, he even rushed to the end with his companions. One could imagine how much effort he had put in. Without the sea, his speed of improvement was slower than most people, even slower than Lan Xuanyu. All of his Shrek emblems were used to pay for entering the sea god lake to cultivate. Lan Xuanyu and the others didn't know. They knew that every time they entered the sea god lake to cultivate, Jiayu was not far away, soaking in the sea god lake. He cultivated silently in the water. It was with the help of the sea god lake that he was able to keep up with everyone's pace. Therefore, Jiayu really cherished the opportunity to study at the Shrek Academy. Every time he felt that he couldn't hold on and couldn't keep up with his companions, he would clench his teeth and constantly remind himself how difficult it was to obtain all of this. And every time he broke through the bottleneck and reached a new level, he was even more convinced that everything he had done was meaningful. He really loved the Shrek Academy, and he really liked everything here. Jiayu usually didn't speak much. Even when he was with Li Han and Li Bin, he would just stand to the side and listen with a smile. But the determination in his heart was never inferior to anyone else's. He was very clear about what he wanted. Being able to enter the inner court this time had a huge impact on him. He never thought that one day he would actually be able to enter the inner court of the Shrek Academy. To him, this was absolutely the most inconceivable thing. He was also the first sea soul master to enter the inner court. He had already made up his mind that no matter how bitter the following cultivation was, he wouldn't leave the inner court. Therefore, when Tang Zhenhua said that if the students couldn't pass today's trial of blood, they would be eliminated from the inner court, Jiayu's eyes turned red. After the trial of blood began, he didn't hesitate at all and killed his way here. However, when he saw the thousands of strong enemies in front of him, he understood that he probably wouldn't be able to pass this stage. There was a limit to one's strength. No matter how firm one's will was, there was nothing one could do if one wasn't strong enough. Illusory shadows rushed out from Jiayu's side. Those were the appearances of sea spirit beasts. They blocked the enemy's attacks and guarded the entrance. Under the sea spirit beast's bites, the enemies were torn into pieces one by one. Jiayu's aura began to change at this moment. Even the teachers watching the battle in front of the screen seemed to feel a sense of determination and desperation from him. A faint red halo began to appear on the surface of Jiayu's body. What is this child doing? Tang Zhenhua looked at Xiaoqi with some doubt. Xiaoqi also shook his head in confusion. I don't know either. Teachers, Jiayu's ability is actually quite special. He is a rare sea spirit master. It is very likely that he is the first sea spirit master in the history of our Shrek Academy. Out of the sea environment, his ability will be restricted. At the same time, he is indeed the weakest in our class. However, when he works together with the other two students, he can unleash a 3-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. It is very powerful and extremely rare. He can also receive the amplification from the class monitor, Lan Xuanyu. He said this because Xiaoqi could also see that Jiayu would not be able to pass the stage. However, he did not wish for any of his students to be eliminated in today's trial of blood. Everyone had worked hard and had finally been specially approved to enter the inner court. If they were eliminated just like that, he could imagine how huge a blow the children's hearts would receive. He had seen Jiayu's hard work. Because of his talent and martial soul, Jiayu had always been extremely hardworking. Let's see how far he can go, Wang Tianyu said indifferently. Hearing those words, Xiaoqi inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Pavilion Master Wang's meaning was clear. As long as Jiayu could display sufficient willpower, then even if he couldn't pass this stage, there was still a possibility of him not being eliminated. This was already the preferential treatment given to the Star War experimental class. The Academy placed great importance on the Star War experimental class. The most important thing was their unity. Shrek Academy had always been known for nurturing elite talents and top-notch talents. However, in the process of nurturing, these elite talents were usually individual heroes, and very few of them were strong as a team. Even the Shrek 7 monsters were only 7 people. Furthermore, when they became strong, they would split up and do things separately. In the 33 Wings of Heaven, everyone's strength was outstanding compared to their peers. In addition, they were so united. Their future development was simply limitless. Furthermore, Tongmen's ecological battleships were maturing day by day. The biggest advantage of ecological battleships was that they required fewer personnel. Shrek Academy and Tangmen had already discussed internally. In the future, the Wings of Traistrumsa would very likely be assigned a powerful ecological warship to represent the Tangmen and Shrek Academy's powerful combat strength. Therefore, Wang Tianyu absolutely did not wish for any of them to be eliminated in today's trial of blood. At this moment, the Jiayu on the battlefield began to change. The light emitted from his body grew stronger and stronger, and there were even faint flickering flames. The blood-red halo started to spread outwards, and wherever it went, his aquatic soul beasts became clearer and more powerful. A strange smile appeared on Jiayu's face. At this moment, he looked somewhat ferocious. On the surface of his skin, streaks of blood-red patterns appeared, as if blood vessels were about to burst out of his body. This kind of feeling was truly frightening. He slowly raised his right hand. He didn't know when, but his right hand had turned completely blood-red. It was so blood-red that it was almost transparent. The blood-red color began to spread from his palm down to his wrist, then gradually spread to his shoulder, and continued to spread down. The clothes on his body began to shatter inch by inch, and even the battle armor on his body was dyed the same blood-red color. In just 10 seconds, his entire body had turned into a blood-red existence, as if he was carved from a blood-red crystal. Go to hell, all of you. Blood sacrifice, blood sea evil spirit. Boom, amidst the violent explosion, Jiayu's blood-red body exploded, and countless blood-red lights burst forth, instantly turning into a huge wave that covered the sky and earth. The blood-red wave rushed forward crazily, covering the entire second stage. In the sea of blood, aquatic soul beasts drilled out crazily. They had all turned blood-red, and in the sea of blood, they swelled to 10 times their original size, crazily devouring all the opponents in front of them. In front of the screen, there was complete silence. When all the teachers saw this scene, there was only one feeling in their hearts, and that was horror, even if this was the Douluo world and one wouldn't really die. How terrifying was it to use one's own body as a sacrifice to unleash a death attack? In the history of Soul Masters, there were very few Soul Masters who had such abilities. Everyone was afraid of death, and they would subconsciously be afraid of death. Only those who were truly fearless of death, and under the circumstances of coincidence, could have such an ability. 10,000 years ago, in the same era as the Dragon King Douluo Tangwulin, there were 2 powerful existences known as the Heartless Douluo and the Amorous Douluo. They were once the higher-ups of the Tangmen. They had a powerful martial soul fusion skill, a martial soul fusion skill that used one's life as a sacrifice. It was with that martial soul fusion skill that they sealed the powerful abyssal plane, giving the Dragon King Douluo Tangwulin time to finally defeat the abyss. And the ability that Jiayu displayed at this moment was released at the cost of his own life. This was no longer a matter of willpower. The teachers were even a little afraid that he would go crazy. Wherever the blood sea evil spirit passed by, it was really a disaster. The enemies who had previously blocked Jiayu were torn to pieces one after another. They became sacrifices for the blood sea evil spirit. And as it continued to devour the enemies, the sea of blood even became stronger, and the sea creatures inside also became stronger. The sea of blood surged and rushed straight to the entrance of the 3rd stage. It drilled in crazily. It rushed inside. Wang Tianyu had already subconsciously sat up straight, and his expression was a little dazed. If he did have doubts about the individual strength of the young people in the wings of the 33 heavens before, then this doubt was quickly disappearing. This was the weakest person in the wings of the 33 heavens. The power that he erupted with was actually so terrifying. Right at this moment, a figure burst out from the passageway of the third stage. Countless spear lights bloomed, and blood-colored sea soul beasts fell one after another under the spear lights. However, the sea of blood seemed to have found a vent as it swept up and rushed crazily towards that figure. That's right, this place was indeed not suitable for Jiayu to fight. However, after he released the blood sea evil spirit, he used his own blood as the price to form a sea of blood here. In this sealed environment, the sea of blood surged and would not disperse at all. Facing any life form, it would attack indiscriminately. This sealed world had instead greatly increased the strength of the blood sea evil spirit. If it was in an open terrain, the blood sea evil spirit would continuously disperse and gradually dissipate. But here, they had just devoured thousands of lives, and the blood sea evil spirit had already risen to an extremely terrifying level. Under the gazes of many inner court teachers, the figure with the spear light was actually drowned by the crazy blood sea evil spirit. Although countless sea soul beasts were killed one after another, even more sea soul beasts advanced dauntlessly. 10 minutes later. Ing Luohong's somewhat strange voice sounded, the third stage. Passed, one person. Yes, dead. That 9-ring soul Douluo powerhouse was dead. He died under the blood sea evil spirit. The weakest person in the Star War experimental class was the first to clear the stage. Even though he paid the price with his life. However, he used a powerful blood sacrifice soul skill to destroy the second and third checkpoints one after another. I'll go take a look at Jiayu. Xiaoqi suddenly realized something and stood up to leave. After releasing such a powerful blood sacrifice soul skill, even in the simulated world, his body and mind would probably be affected to a certain extent. Just like in the Spirit Ascension platform of the Spirit Pagoda. I'll go with you too. A teacher from the inner court who was good at healing followed Xiaoqi and quickly moved forward. Those who came to watch the trial of blood today weren't only the teachers from the inner court, but also the form teachers from the other grades in the outer court. They were all standing at the back. They were really unconvinced that the entire Star War experimental class could enter the inner court. This meant that when the class they taught graduated in the future, the number of people who could enter the inner court would definitely be reduced. It was also because of their dissatisfaction that the Academy awakened and allowed the Star War experimental class to go to the army to train for a period of time and test them further. But at this moment, these form teachers were completely silent and couldn't say anything. Too strong, he was really too strong, even the weakest Sea Soul Master was able to unleash such a decisive ability. Don't think that you won't feel anything if you die in the Douluo world. In fact, in today's trial of blood, everyone's pain was 100%. In other words, if they were injured, it was no different from being injured in the real world. Dying was no different from dying in the real world. Jiayu obviously knew this and even decided to release the blood sea evil spirit. This determination made everyone understand that when necessary, he would definitely be able to use this soul skill even in the real world. How many people at his age could have such determination, and this was the one ranked at the bottom. Let's take a look at Lan Xuanyu's side, Wang Tianyu said solemnly. Yes. The scene changed and returned to the cave. The third stage. When Lan Xuanyu faced the strong enemy in front of him, his first reaction wasn't fear, but excitement. He actually knew that his overall combat strength should be comparable to an 8-ring soul master. Especially after awakening his spiritual domain, this feeling was even stronger. Ever since his cultivation had broken through, he had yet to meet a true opponent. The opponent in front of him was giving him immense pressure, but at the same time, it was squeezing out his potential. He really wanted to know how long he could last against a 9-ring title Douluo. In other words, he wanted to know how far he could go. The strong light flickered in the air. Lan Xuanyu's face revealed a trace of divine light. He clasped his hands in front of his body. Water, fire, earth, and wind, the 4 basic elements, were faintly discernible around his body. A layer of golden scales covered his entire body first, immediately following which all of his joints began to shimmer with light. The golden scales began to protrude outward, fusing together with his suit of battle armor to encapsulate his entire body. His soul power was connected to his battle armor. A powerful aura fluctuation instantly erupted from Lan Xuanyu's body. Roar! An impassioned dragon's roar erupted from his mouth as a huge Jinlong head emerged from his body and roared furiously at the tidal Douluo in front of him. At this moment, the tidal Douluo moved. He pointed his spear forward and turned into a spear light that instantly arrived in front of Lan Xuanyu. Fast, it was simply too fast. With a thrust of the spear, it was as if all the light in the surroundings had been devoured by it. Even the 4 basic elements around Lan Xuanyu's body were drawn in at this moment. In Lan Xuanyu's world of perception, he was already in a state where there was nothing around him other than the other party's spear. Right at this moment, Lan Xuanyu's eyes lit up and a faint white light flickered in his eyes. The spear that was charging forward actually stopped for a moment. In the next moment, a 7-colored light shot out and a dark blue halberd blocked the spear. The heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd was in the form of a halberd with a blade on both sides. It was best at locking other weapons. Time freeze caused the other party's attack to pause for a moment. In the next moment, it was locked by the halberd blade of the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. Even so, the huge impact still caused Lan Xuanyu to retreat continuously. The heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd was also pushed by the other party's spear and smashed towards him. At this moment, the 7-colored light had already spread to every corner of his body. Facing a tidal Douluo, how could Lan Xuanyu dare to hide anything? He had already used the dragon god's transformation. His strength, his perception of the elements, everything was rising in an instant. It was a feeling of merging into one in an instant. The white light in Lan Xuanyu's eyes turned golden at this moment. "Condense," he shouted. The tidal Douluo's attack suddenly paused. Lan Xuanyu's feet were rooted to the ground, and at the same time, his left hand had already struck forward. In an instant, a 4-colored light bloomed crazily. A small elemental storm, the tidal Douluo only felt that the elements in front of him had become violent, crazily tearing at everything around him. Even space seemed to be torn apart at this moment. His body paused and he fell back slightly. However, his retreat pushed Lan Xuanyu forward. This was because Lan Xuanyu's heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd had locked onto the other party's spear, which was equivalent to being dragged by the other party's spear. With the strength of a tidal Douluo, he was actually unable to pull his spear out of the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd's seal. This was a contest of strength. Although Lan Xuanyu was only 5 ring, his strength was above Qianlei's. Every time his body evolved, the first thing to evolve was his physical strength. This was because only a sufficiently strong body could allow him to withstand the impact of the breakthrough. Therefore, Lan Xuanyu himself wasn't completely sure how strong his body had become. At this moment, although he was being pulled by the tidal Douluo, he wasn't pulled away from the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. Golden light flickered, and a golden light flashed with a deep dragon's roar. Yellow Jinlong spear. This was a gift from Tang Wulin. The surface of the yellow Jinlong spear also had a trace of 7 colors. Under the injection of these 7 colors, the tip of the yellow Jinlong spear burst forth with a 3-foot-long spear light and arrived in front of the tidal Douluo almost instantly. At the same time, the light patterns under Lan Xuanyu's feet became even more complicated, and the aura on his body became violent in an instant. It was the 4th soul skill of the golden-patterned blue-silver grass, Jinlong's berserk domain. The tidal Douluo frowned slightly and suddenly let go of the spear in his hand. The spear disappeared the moment he let go of it. It was a martial soul, and the appearance or withdrawal of a martial soul was completely under the control of a soul master. Letting go of the spear, the 9 soul rings on the tidal Douluo's body disappeared for a moment, and he instantly floated back, just in time to avoid Lan Xuanyu's yellow Jinlong spear. In the next moment, the spear reappeared in his hand. Thousands of spear lights shot out from the spear, sealing off all of Lan Xuanyu's escape routes. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu felt as if his entire body was enveloped in a storm, and every spear light was fatal to him. They weren't something that the 2-word battle armor on his body could completely block. Even in the dragon god's transformation state, he would definitely be injured if he was stabbed by such a spear light. Taking a deep breath, the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd and the yellow Jinlong spear in his hands were withdrawn at the same time. Lan Xuanyu's body seemed to have suddenly become much slimmer at this moment. The golden light in his eyes turned purple, and indistinct purple lightning shot out from his eyes. Everything around him suddenly became sluggish. The time freeze domain had once again taken effect, causing the speed of the spear light to seem to have slowed down for a moment. Right at this moment, Lan Xuanyu sprang into action. His body flashed through the air like a wraith-like figure as he did his best to evade the oncoming spear projections. This was none other than the Tongmen's secret technique, Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track. With the assistance of his time and space freeze domain, he could use his purple demon eyes to identify the incoming spear projections and evade them with his Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track. He looked as if he were a rainbow projection as he shuttled through the oncoming spear projections. Not only that, but a series of ice walls, earth walls, fireballs, and wind blades were also being unleashed in a frenzy to keep the oncoming spear projections at bay. Even if he could only stall them for an instant, he would still be able to buy himself some time. The most powerful ability that Lan Xuanyu was displaying right now was that he was able to sense the speed and direction of the spear projections as soon as his elemental power was able to block the oncoming attacks, thereby allowing him to evade them in a timely manner. His spiritual power had reached the spirit domain realm, and his senses had evolved into a whole new world. One had to realize that even among normal 8-ring soul Douluos, it was extremely rare for their spiritual power to reach the spirit domain realm. After a titled Douluo reached the spirit domain realm, what they wanted to do the most was evolve their spiritual power to the spirit domain realm in order to have a chance to become a hyper Douluo. Lan Xuanyu was only a 5-ring soul Douluo, yet his spiritual power had already reached such a high level. This also made his elemental control extremely powerful. It was important to remember that all 5 of his soul rings were at the 100,000-year level. Each and every one of them possessed elemental envoy level control. All of a sudden, the entire cave had been transformed into a colorful world. After Lan Xuanyu passed through the oncoming spear projections, there were already many scars all over his body, but none of them had struck any of his vitals. Lan Xuanyu's chest was rising and falling violently. In the face of such immense pressure, he was already doing everything in his power. The combat prowess of a titled Douluo really was extremely powerful. Furthermore, he was very much suspecting that this titled Douluo before him was a titled Douluo from the Shrek Academy, rather than a normal titled Douluo. The spear flashed through the air again without any pause. In an instant, Lan Xuanyu felt that the spear lights in front of him had weakened, but they were still dense, sealing off the entire space. Even with his purple demon eyes, he couldn't find any flaws in them. And within this dense spear light, there was a faint ferocious aura. Once he was entangled by the spear light, it was very likely that he would face a fatal blow. Lan Xuanyu furrowed his brows. He had activated his dragon god's transformation to its strongest state. Even his heartbeat could be heard clearly. Lan Xuanyu's eyes became brighter and brighter. His toes touched the ground, and he turned around to run. Yes, he ran away. The spear light from before was too fast, and there was no way to escape. Although the dense spear light in front of him had sealed the space, its speed had slowed down a little. The wings on his back flapped, and under the propulsion of the wind element, he quickly ran back the way he came. The terrain here was too narrow. If he were to fight a titled Douluo here, he wouldn't even have the space to move. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so difficult to dodge the spear light just now. When the other party's attack method changed, Lan Xuanyu immediately turned around and ran. At the same time, he turned around and ran. He raised his hand and threw out something. It was a yellow ball. When he tossed this thing out, even the titled Douluo could feel an immense threat from it. The spear light suddenly stopped, and the spear light instantly stopped. But immediately after, with a whoosh, the yellow ball suddenly disappeared. Lan Xuanyu used the wind element to condense it into a thin thread and pulled it back into his hand. Taking advantage of this short period of time, Lan Xuanyu had already rushed out of the cave and arrived at the empty space of the second stage. He spread his wings and flew into the air. At the same time, his heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd appeared in his hands. He only had the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd, and not the Jinlong spear. After all, he wasn't familiar with the Jinlong spear, but he was much more familiar with the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. The titled Douluo frowned and also came to the empty space outside. He looked at Lan Xuanyu suspiciously. What was that thing you used just now? Just now, when he saw the yellow ball, a soul-trembling fear appeared in his heart. Otherwise, his attack wouldn't have stopped. He had already expected Lan Xuanyu to run. Therefore, he was prepared to stab with his spear. But at that time, he saw the yellow ball. In that instant, he felt that if he stabbed with his spear, he might die. He subconsciously stopped his attack. Lan Xuanyu grinned. "So you can talk. What are you talking about?" "I don't know." This titled Douluo appeared to be in his 30s. His appearance was very ordinary, very ordinary. However, the aura on his body was filled with an oppressive sharpness. He didn't speak again. A pair of wings slowly spread out on his back. They were pitch-black wings. At the same time, black armor covered his entire body. Under his feet, a dark purple halo lit up. Lan Xuanyu's lips twitched. "There's no need for that. You're using your 3-word battle armor to deal with a small fry like me?" Lan Xuanyu was met with a spear projection that was even faster than before. Not only that, but Lan Xuanyu felt as if the space around him had suddenly warped violently. His mind was churning, and a burst of powerful spiritual intent surged directly toward his mind. His opponent also had a spiritual domain. They were both at the spirit domain realm. This was a sure-kill spear strike coupled with a spiritual domain. What was even more terrifying was that the battle armor halo beneath his opponent's feet also lit up. Lan Xuanyu was instantly immobilized. 3-word battle armor domain, spatial seal. Effect, 1 second of restriction. If his opponent was extremely powerful, perhaps he would only be restricted for an instant. However, in a battle between powerful beings, even an instant could decide the outcome of the battle. After arriving in this empty space, this titled Douluo unleashed his full power. Spiritual domain, soul tremor, battle armor domain, spatial seal. There was also that extremely fast spear strike enhanced by his battle armor. He wanted to use his actions to tell Tang Wulin that his opponent wouldn't give him a chance to speak, nor would he give him a chance to live. Against any enemy, victory was often decided in an instant. This was an absolute gap in cultivation ranks, an absolute gap that couldn't be overcome. This spear strike was meant to teach Lan Xuanyu a lesson. If this were in the real world, he would undoubtedly die in the face of such an attack. The trial of blood wasn't just a trial. In reality, it was also meant to deal a blow to the students of the Star Combat Experimental class so that they wouldn't be too arrogant after entering the inner court together. This would allow them to be more cautious when facing powerful enemies. However, it was also at this moment that the titled Douluo saw the strange smile on Lan Xuanyu's face. A yellow ball of light silently floated up above his head. In the next instant, an extremely terrifying sense of danger swept over him. The spear projection and the domain he had used. They were all effective in an instant. However, at this moment, the titled Douluo felt an indescribable sense of danger. All the weapons and equipment in the real world could be judged through projection and brought into the Douluo world. In the Douluo world, these weapons and equipment would have their original power. Of course, the premise was that the Douluo world could judge the power of these weapons. Of course, the wrath of a dragon had appeared in the history of mankind, and it had played a huge role. In the Douluo world's library, this kind of thing naturally existed. However, it only existed a few thousand years ago and never appeared again. When Lan Xuanyu retreated just now, the first time he threw out the dragon's fury, it had already been triggered. The explosion time was set to 5 seconds. That's right, 5 seconds. Throw, withdraw, 1 second. Rush out, 1 second and 5 seconds. Being chased by the opponent, 1 second. At this moment, it was about time. Lan Xuanyu had already released the time freeze domain when he rushed out, causing his opponent's attack to slow down by a beat. Then, he was greeted by the abilities of the two domains. The spear light had already arrived in front of Lan Xuanyu. He couldn't move at all and could only watch as the spear light was about to pierce his chest. Even his 2-word battle armor had a hole in it. However, the light of the dragon's fury had already begun to bloom. At this moment, the moment the opponent's spear pierced his body, what Lan Xuanyu would do was to use the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd to lock the opponent's spear so that he wouldn't be able to escape immediately. The absolute safe distance of the dragon's fury was only 3 meters in diameter, and the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd and the opponent's spear were much longer than 3 meters. Therefore, what this titled Douluo would face was the eruption of the dragon's fury. The moment the spear pierced the battle armor, the titled Douluo had already seen the blue light that had lit up in Lan Xuanyu's right hand. The heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd had appeared. He immediately determined what Lan Xuanyu wanted to do. If his spear pierced through Lan Xuanyu's heart, the other party's body, battle armor, heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd, and the possibility of using the time freeze domain again would cause his body to stop for a moment. And if that happened, he would die. Therefore, his spear didn't pierce through Lan Xuanyu's body. Almost in an instant, he suddenly twisted his body and kicked Lan Xuanyu's chest, sending him flying into the distance. He then used the recoil to rush out of the third stage's cave. Boom, the dazzling golden color seemed to have turned the entire world into a golden sea. The teachers who were watching the battle in the outer court dean's office could no longer see what was happening on the screen. A blazing light erupted. An extremely intense light shot out. The entire cave trembled violently, collapsed, and melted. Ear-piercing alarms kept ringing. This was a rare situation where the energy inside the Douluo world was overloaded. What is that? An inner court teacher couldn't help but ask. Most of the teachers shook their heads in confusion. Tongmen's taboo weapon, how could anyone recognize it? It hadn't appeared for thousands of years. If Meng Fei and Tang Miao knew that Lan Xuanyu had used the dragon's fury not long after obtaining it, even though it was only in the Douluo world, they would probably vomit blood from anger. Lan Xuanyu's reason was simple. In fact, he already had this idea before he entered the Trial of Blood. Previously, when he was clearing the second stage, he had hesitated whether to use Elemental Storm or Dragon's Fury. His understanding of the power of a taboo weapon like the Dragon's Wrath was only from Meng Fei. As for the specific power, he still needed to test it himself before he could know if it was reliable or not. Especially the center of the safe zone. Was it really safe? This would decide how to use Dragon's Fury in the future. From the moment he obtained this item, Lan Xuanyu had been thinking about how to use this killing weapon to its maximum potential. As for what Meng Fei and Tang Miao said about saving his life, he had heard it. But if it was to save his life, one was enough. If he just took the other two and didn't use them, wouldn't it be a waste? There were still so many Tang men. Lan Xuanyu had never been timid. In fact, he was very bold. His calmness was mostly when the team was on the move. He had always been a person who dared to take risks. Don't forget how his first teacher, Yin Tianfan, taught him. Tang Zhenhua's teaching method was actually similar. When the team was on the move, Lan Xuanyu had actually been suppressing his unconventional and risky fighting style. But he had always felt that this fighting style could allow him to obtain the greatest benefits at the smallest price. Recently, his will had grown again and he had become more mature, but his adventurous spirit had also become stronger. How could he become stronger quickly without taking risks? After his classmates entered the inner court, Lan Xuanyu had already put down the burden in this area. What he wanted to do the most now was to make himself stronger. Reality proved that the power of the dragon's fury was more terrifying than imagined. Everything around him was vaporizing. Ear-piercing alarms kept ringing. Wang Tianyu set in. A low voice, immediately increase the energy injection and isolate the space. If the Federation comes to ask, just say that we are conducting some experiments inside the Douluo world. Something went wrong with the experiment and caused an explosion. There's no need to say anything else. Yes. A teacher in charge of the Douluo world hurried over. Wang Tianyu's expression was very ugly and somewhat ashen. The teachers didn't recognize the dragon's fury, but would he not? Of course he knew what it was. Were Tang Miao and Meng Fei crazy? They actually gave this thing to this brat? Moreover, this brat actually dared to use it in the Douluo world? Wasn't he afraid that the Federation would know that the Tang men had reactivated the forbidden weapon? The golden light lasted for more than a minute before gradually subsiding. When Lan Xuanyu saw his surroundings clearly, even as the culprit, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Everything around him was melting. That's right, it was melting. When he entered, the exit to the second stage had already disappeared. The entrance to the third stage had also disappeared. Everything around him was golden red, making him feel like he had reached a star. All the rocks were melting and the hole was getting bigger. He could even vaguely see some strange lights flickering above his head. It made this world no longer seem so real. The power of this dragon's fury was not bad. Lan Xuanyu's eyes were sparkling. What he wanted to do the most now was to loot the Toman's forbidden arsenal. With this thing around, there were too many things that could be done. Just as Lan Xuanyu was getting excited, a loud boom came from the cave wall in the distance, and a somewhat battered figure flew out from inside. Not dead? A few question marks appeared above Lan Xuanyu's head. He didn't die from the explosion. Yes, the person who rushed out of the cave wall was the titled Douluo from before. It had to be said that luck had a lot to do with this person not being killed by the explosion. The power of the previous explosion was definitely terrifying. He immediately returned to the cave of the third stage. And he immediately blasted the entrance to collapse. The explosion of the dragon's fury was omnidirectional and couldn't have targeted the passageway of the third stage. In addition, Lan Xuanyu was sent flying by his kick and crashed into the distance, increasing the distance between them. But even so, he still felt as if he was being smelted. The terrifying heat and explosive power almost tore him apart. At this moment, this titled Douluo's appearance was a little worrying. The three-word battle armor on his body was in tatters, and there were still some left on his body, but they were all swaying. The pair of wings on his back were long gone. Half of his body was charred. Smoke was still coming out of his body. His appearance was as miserable as it could be, and it was completely different from the demeanor of the previous generation of experts. Cough cough. Lan Xuanyu coughed. Senior, actually, I didn't want to do this either. But you're too strong, so I had to do this. It's okay, I promise not to. Let's have a fair fight. The titled Douluo spat out a mouthful of blood. A fair fight? To think this brat could say that. Ah? You mean, you don't want a fair fight? You want to try that feeling again? That's fine. Anyway, it won't really be consumed in the Douluo world. As he spoke, Lan Xuanyu flipped his wrist and took out another dragon's fury. Stop it. The titled Douluo finally couldn't help but speak again. You can't use that thing again, or it will destroy this virtual world. Ah? So it's like that. Okay then. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly put away the dragon's fury. In fact, he didn't plan to use this thing again. He raised the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd and spread out the wings on his back. The wind elements accelerated as he pounced towards the other party like lightning. Yes, he took the initiative to attack. A fair battle. 5 minutes later, the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd pierced through the chest of the titled Douluo. Why did Lan Xuanyu choose to rush out to fight earlier? With the wings of his two-word battle armor, he could fly. In aerial combat, don't forget that he was a super god 58. Although flapping wings to fight was not quite the same as fighting in a fighter, there were actually many similarities. With enough space, Lan Xuanyu's combat strength could be greatly increased while flying in the air. What's more, he was facing a half-crippled titled Douluo. Outer Court Dean's office. Bang bang bang. Wang Tianyu slammed the table in front of him 3 times and said angrily to Ying Luohong, immediately, bring that stinky brat over here right now. Ying Luohong wanted to laugh, but she also knew that it wasn't good to laugh at this time. Teacher, don't be angry. I think this is a special situation. Ying Luohong comforted Wang Tianyu appropriately. Wang Tianyu rubbed the space between his eyebrows. He realized that he really had a headache. Was there a need to say who gave him the dragon's fury? Tang men were really daring. They actually dared to give such a dangerous thing to this kid. It was undoubtedly for him to bring to the military. If it were any other inner court disciple who dared to do this in the trial, Pavilion Master Wang would definitely not tolerate it. But considering that he had a rank 120 father, although he didn't know if Prince Yu was protecting him, he felt that it was better not to try. Bring him over here first. Wang Tianyu's anger obviously decreased a little. As he spoke, he stood up and walked out. Obviously, he didn't intend to continue watching this trial of blood. Before the start of this trial, No one thought that anyone in the Star War experimental class would be able to pass the third stage. But now? 2 already, yes, 2 already. It was hard to say if there were any more. I hope there won't be any more. When Lan Xuanyu stood in front of Wang Tianyu, he still felt a little guilty. But he didn't regret it. If he didn't experiment, he really didn't dare to use such a powerful weapon like the dragon's fury. At the very least, it was difficult to determine the specific power of this thing. It had been there for thousands of years. What if it was damaged? And facts had proven that Tongmen's products were all top-notch. This thing was not damaged at all, and its power was still so terrifying. Do you know how much trouble the Tangmen will be in if the Federation finds out that someone used the dragon's fury in the Douluo world? Wang Tianyu said angrily, and how much trouble will it be for the academy? Was that thing something that could be used casually? Is there something wrong with Meng Fei and Tang Miao's brains? They actually gave this to you? Lan Xuanyu probed. I'm afraid you'll have to ask the two of them. You still dare to talk back? Wang Tianyu glared at Lan Xuanyu, and a strong pressure suddenly hit him in the face. Lan Xuanyu took a step back and smiled apologetically, but he still held on. The increase in his spirit domain realm spiritual power had significantly enhanced his spiritual resistance. Wang Tianyu's chest heaved up and down violently. Why did you use it? Give me a reason. Lan Xuanyu blinked. It's mainly for an experiment. After all, the dragon's fury hasn't been used for thousands of years. I'm afraid that this thing will expire. What if it doesn't work when I'm on a military mission? Wouldn't that be a big problem? Furthermore, I know that our academy's exclusive Douluo world area is isolated from the entire Douluo world. It shouldn't be discovered by the Federation. But I didn't know that the virtual world would be destroyed by powerful weapons. Isn't it fine for battleships to fight in space? That's different. This was a complicated matter. Are you really planning to use the dragon's fury? Wang Tianyu looked at Lan Xuanyu and didn't know what to say. Lan Xuanyu said seriously, for the Federation, it's my duty. Am I praising you? Wang Tianyu almost slapped him, but considering that a certain someone might also slap him, he endured it. Pavilion Master, don't worry, I won't abuse it. Also, it seems that opening the Forbidden Armory requires a key from our Pavilion Master's hands. So, hee. Lan Xuanyu's smile was a little cheap, at least in Wang Tianyu's eyes. Get out, I don't want to see you again. In order to not be angered to death, Wang Tianyu decided to chase this kid out. Seeing that he had passed, he would be a fool if he didn't run. Lan Xuanyu turned around and ran out. Stop. Wang Tianyu stopped him again. Please instruct me. Lan Xuanyu quickly turned around and smiled. Go back and find Master Shu, he has something to talk to you about. You can call him through to him. Also, judging from your battle today, there are no problems with your talent and abilities in all aspects. But you need to work on your combat skills. Your strength hasn't been fully mobilized, so don't underestimate combat skills. Only powerful combat skills can allow you to unleash your full combat strength, or even exceed your standard. I don't have anything to teach you in this aspect, you can ask Senior Tang for advice. Thank you, Pavilion Master. Lan Xuanyu bowed sincerely to Wang Tianyu, then turned around and ran. The trial of blood ended in an hour. 3 people passed the third stage. Yes, 3. Other than Jiayu and Lan Xuanyu, there was one more. The third person who passed also died together with his opponent. It was similar to Jiayu's situation, but the battle process was completely different. Of the 12 heavenly stems Qilins, 11 died in battle, and the last one self-destructed. Heavenly stems became one. Tang Yuga died together with that powerful title Douluo at the cost of falling into a coma in the real world after the battle. Trial of Blood, the second stage. Out of 31 people who passed, only 2 people failed. And these 2 people also fought to the last moment because their martial souls weren't suitable for group battles. Moreover, they didn't have a soul core and couldn't continue fighting, so they didn't pass. No one was soft-hearted, no one was timid. The Star Combat Experimental Clash used their overall valiant performance to prove that they deserved to enter the inner court. After returning to the dormitory, Lan Xuanyu seriously summarized the gains and losses of today's battle. especially when facing the pressure of a tidal Douluo. Overall, it was alright, but just as Wang Tianyu had said, he lacked explosive offensive power in battle. When fighting against opponents of the same level, this wasn't obvious. The Heavenly Sacred Splitting Abyss Halberd's powerful attack that ignored defense made up for this. But when he faced an opponent at the level of a tidal Douluo, the problem appeared. His opponent was so strong that he couldn't hit him with the Heavenly Sacred Splitting Abyss Halberd. After all, the Heavenly Sacred Splitting Abyss Halberd was a melee weapon. He also knew some combat skills. Jinlong rising to the heavens and Jinlong shaking the earth were all combat skills. But these didn't seem to be enough. At least in terms of attack power, it wasn't enough. He contacted Master Shu and Master Shu told him that he would look for him tomorrow. As for contacting Tang Wulin, Lan Xuanyu hesitated for a moment, but he didn't choose. His uncle Yu was in closed-door cultivation and helping teacher Nana heal. He had already disturbed him once and didn't want to disturb him again. Sitting in the meditation room, Lan Xuanyu took out the yellow Jinlong spear that Tang Wulin gave him and placed it horizontally on his legs. The dragon patterns on the surface of this double-pointed spear were faintly discernible, and the golden spear blades on both ends emitted a faint light. A fierce aura was faintly discernible. This was a gift from Uncle Yu. Lan Xuanyu gently stroked the surface of the spear with both hands, feeling the aura of the spear. There was no doubt that this was a powerful weapon at the divine artifact level. The fierce aura it contained made Lan Xuanyu tremble with fear. Compared to it, the Heavenly Sacred Splitting Abyss Halberd was more restrained and profound. But the aura of the yellow Jinlong spear was wild and intimate. It was a feeling that this was originally a part of his body. Touching the spear, Lan Xuanyu's mind gradually sank. Unknowingly, the spear in his hand trembled slightly. In the next moment, Lan Xuanyu's mind froze and his vision blurred. He was surprised to find that he seemed to have entered another space. This was an empty hall with huge stone pillars on both sides. They were dozens of meters tall, and because the light was dim, he couldn't even see the dome clearly. There was an invisible sense of pressure in the hall. What is this place? Lan Xuanyu subconsciously looked around. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded, "Xianyu, when you came here, it must have been the moment when you calmed down and seriously felt the Jinlong spear. The reason I gave you the Jinlong spear was not to make it your weapon. The Heavenly Sacred Splitting Abyss Halberd is much stronger than the Jinlong spear. It is an extremely rare superdivine weapon." The voice belonged to Prince Yu and Tang Wulin. Hearing his voice, Lan Xuanyu immediately calmed down. For us soul masters, we rely more on our martial souls when we fight. As the world of soul masters developed, from the era of cold weapons during your grandfather's generation, to the era of the Sun-Moon Empire's invasion with soul tools when the continental plates collided, the Sun-Moon Empire invaded. 10,000 years ago, mechas and battle armors matured. Times have always changed, but the only thing that hasn't changed is that the foundation of soul masters is still their own strength. My memories are gradually recovering. Although I can't completely remember everything in the past, I still remember many important things. In the past, the reason why I didn't want to remember was perhaps because everything in the past was too painful. At that time, your mother and I were on two different sides. She represented the interests of soul beasts and was the true king of soul beasts. Soul beasts were on the verge of extinction under the suppression of us humans. This was a battle between two races. And because your mother loved me, she would rather die than hurt me at the last moment. At that time, even though we were already the strongest existences at that time, we were still unable to change the problem of the two races opposing each other. Before we left, I left a message to our companions, hoping that they could let soul beasts and humans coexist peacefully in the future. The ending of that era was a tragedy. It ended with the tragedy of your mother and me. At that time, we didn't know that she already had you. If we knew, we would rather betray the entire world than let you suffer any harm. And now, when I gradually recover my memories and gradually discover our true relationship, I don't even have the right to say that I love you. 10,000 years, we made you suffer for 10,000 years. I'm really sorry. Hearing this, Lan Xuanyu's eyes gradually turned red. In fact, he had never hated his teacher Nana and Uncle Yu. All these years, they had always been by his side and helped him grow. Even if they didn't know that they were related by blood, they would still be related. Now that he heard Noble Li's words, he finally understood why Noble Lu only spoke a few words to him that day before he left. In order, your mothers. As parents, this is what we should do. If I was there at that time, I would have made the same choice. After I came back, I chose to go into seclusion because there were some problems with my breakthrough. There's a problem with King Jinlong's bloodline. Not only did King Jinlong inherit the strength and physical strength of the dragon gods, but he also inherited the evil and violent aura of the dragon gods. This is something you have to pay attention to in the future. The realm of the gods does exist, and I can tell you with certainty that your grandfather was the founder of the Tangmen, the strongest person in the continent 30,000 years ago, the sea god Tang San, and the king of the realm of the gods. The realm of the gods disappeared because of a great disaster in the universe. The realm of the gods was swept away by the space-time turbulence and disappeared. But I can feel that your grandfather and the others are still alive. One day, they will come back. It was during that calamity that the Golden Dragon King, one half of the dragon gods that had been sealed, escaped. Although he was killed by your grandfather, he injected all his essence into my body, intending to destroy me and make your grandfather and grandmother suffer. In desperation, your grandfather placed 18 seals in my body to prevent me from absorbing too much immortal spiritual energy and stimulating the essence of King Jinlong in my body. Before the realm of the gods was swept away, he placed me on the Douluo continent. That's how I came to be, the me who grew up on the continent. It can be said that King Jinlong's bloodline gave me my strength, but it's also the biggest problem that has always troubled and restrained me. Back then, when your mother and I were frozen in the eternal ice, my King Jinlong bloodline had already broken through the 16th seal, which gave me that kind of strength. This time, in order to save your mother, I broke through the 17th seal with the help of 10,000 years of accumulation. King Jinlong's consciousness awakened again and fought with me for control of my body. Fortunately, because of you, my heart has always been firm. I went into seclusion to better suppress it. I suppressed it at the 18th seal and strengthened the seal at the same time. Before your grandfather returns, I have to ensure that this seal remains sealed. Otherwise, once the Golden Dragon King's soul is completely released, there's a very good chance that I'll completely lose control. I really want to always be by your side and accompany you as you grow. But right now, my own problems are too serious, and I can't affect you. In the process of your cultivation, you must remember to maintain a balance between King Jinlong's bloodline and the Silver Dragon King's bloodline. I completely understand your situation now. The core of the dragon gods is in your mother's body. When she wakes up, she will give you the core of the dragon gods. When your cultivation reaches the limit in the future, there's a chance that you can revive the real dragon gods. I hope you can do what your mother and I were unable to do. As for the dragon god that you resurrect, it must abandon its ruthlessness and only leave behind the existence of kindness. This is our greatest hope. And at that time, perhaps you can also help me solve the problem in my body. In front of you, I can't even say these words. Because there's actually some fear in my heart. I don't know what you will think of us. But I really want to tell you about the love your mother and I have for you. When I found out that you were my child, I really wanted to give you my life to make up for the past 10,000 years that I owed you. I'm sorry, son. I'm really sorry. But I really can't help but want to say this to you. On behalf of your mother and I, we love you. Tears flowed uncontrollably down his face. Lan Xuanyu could clearly hear the deep emotions in Tang Wulin's voice. He was born from an egg. Back then, his parents chose to commit suicide. After being frozen for eternity, he didn't know how many years it took for them to give birth to him. As the ice melted, they separated. And it was precisely because of the great pain in their hearts that they chose to lose their memories. When they woke up, they lost their memories. But in reality, it wasn't them who abandoned him. I really don't hate you. I never have. With you around, I only have happiness and happiness. Lan Xuanyu murmured, his tears flowing more violently. Tang Wulin's voice seemed to let out a long breath. After saying everything, I feel a little better. Although I don't know if you can accept it. But, child, you have to learn to be strong. To be honest, compared to me, you're still happy. Until now, I haven't seen your grandfather and grandmother. I've also been missing my father and mother. Back then, although your grandfather and grandmother were swept away by the space-time turbulence, your grandfather left me a lot of things. The yellow Jinlong spear in your hand was left to me by your aunt. She is my only older sister. You must have heard of her. She is the dragon butterfly Douluo from 10,000 years ago. My brother-in-law, who is also your uncle, is the founder of the Spirit Pagoda, Spirit Ice Douluo Hui Yuhao. Your grandfather also left his golden trident to me. The golden trident, also known as the sea god's trident, is your grandfather's super divine weapon. But because of the enmity between it and the heavenly sacred splitting abyss, I didn't give it to you. Your grandfather is the wisest person I have ever met. Everyone says that your mother and I turned the tide and defeated the abyssal plane, but they don't know that this was all in your grandfather's plan. Without your grandfather's plan, the abyssal plane wouldn't have been able to become nutrients for the Douluo continent, and we wouldn't have been able to win the final battle. Under normal circumstances, the weapons of a soul master are all transformed from the martial soul. Later, soul tools appeared, but to a truly powerful soul master, soul tools are just external objects. In order to fight against soul tools, soul masters created battle armors. Unlike mechas, battle armors are like a part of our bodies. However, in the end, it is still an external object. Among the external objects, the only thing that can greatly increase a soul master's combat strength is a divine weapon. I know a lot of divine weapons, but only two can be called a true super divine weapon, and that is your sea god's trident left to me by my grandfather and the heavenly sacred splitting abyss spear in your hand. Only the strong could have such equipment. The heavenly sacred splitting abyss spear comes from the abyss. There is only one plane. It is big, and until now, I have not discovered all of its mysteries. The continent plane, its power is always strong. Back then, after obtaining the heavenly sacred splitting abyss spear, I turned it into a marriage proposal ring and gave it to your mother. In April, I think she gave the ring to you. Child, feel the heavenly sacred splitting abyss spear. If you can really understand its mysteries, your future will be limitless, and you might even surpass the dragon gods. Become a god. King, create the divine world. The yellow Jinlong spear is imprinted with some of the skills your grandfather taught me back then. Study hard. Understand, but don't copy. Every soul master is different. Back then, my teacher told me that I wanted things. He had found his own path. You've grown very quickly, and you also possess both the Jinlong King bloodline and the Silver Dragon King bloodline. They would definitely fuse into the bloodline of the dragon gods. In this process, you have to move forward steadily and find your own. Open this road. The skills I teach you are based on my understanding. You can learn from them, but don't copy them completely. Imitation. Only by finding your own path can you become a true expert. Alright, it's your grandfather's turn. Back then, when I first met him, it was here. There's a place. Now, I'll show you the spiritual space. But your grandfather's figure is made up of offits formed by my divine sense. He can't communicate with you. Study hard. Your grandfather was the divine king of a generation. An expert at the pinnacle. Even now, I don't dare to say that I've completely mastered the divine skill he taught me. The voice stopped abruptly, and a figure gradually appeared in the depths of the palace. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly wiped away his tears. After listening to Tang Wulin's words, he finally understood that the legend was true. Jinlong Yueyu Tang Wulin was actually the Thousand Hands Douluo, the son of sea god Tang San, and he was the sea god. Tang San's grandson. A faint golden halo flashed around the figure. After it condensed into form, he subconsciously looked at it. Lan Xuanyu. Yi Xian felt an indescribable sense of intimacy in his heart. In terms of appearance, Tang Wulin and Tang Lu were similar, but Yu Wulin was better looking. He could imagine that his grandmother must be very beautiful. The sea god had a special temperament. It made people unconsciously want to get close to him. Their eyes met. This person, although Lan Xuanyu knew that this sea god was condensed from Tang Wulin's divine sense, he felt as if he was seeing the real person. Hello. Lan Xuanyu bowed. Tang San smiled, waved his right hand, and the sea god's 3 landed in his palm again. Far away in space, a gentle colorful ball of light was slowly flying. Its aura wasn't very strong, but when creatures in space discovered it, they would subconsciously avoid it. If one looked carefully, they would discover that this colorful ball of light was very strange. As it flew, a tail flame would appear behind the ball of light, and the core of the ball of light was like a planet. At this moment, in a palace inside the colorful ball of light, a blue-haired man with blue hair, the long-haired man suddenly opened his eyes, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. In front of him, a crystal was emitting a 9-colored light. A group of people sat around it, and they were all in a state of meditation. The blue-haired man stood up and whispered, "Yuhao, come and replace me." "Okay." A light flashed, and a figure appeared beside the blue-haired man. He bowed to him first, and then sat down cross-legged in his place. The blue-haired man took a step, and disappeared into the void. In the bedroom, a beautiful woman was leaning against the bed canopy. She seemed to be knitting something. Long and long. Her scorpion braid hung down to one side. A light flashed, and the blue-haired man appeared in front of the bed. "Oh, why are you back so early? It's not time to change shifts yet." She turned her head and looked at her husband in surprise. The woman clapped her hands. The blue-haired man's eyes revealed a trace of excitement. "I found it. Xiao Wu, I found it." Xiao Wu jumped up from the bed and jumped into the blue-haired man's arms. Her voice trembled as she said, "Don't lie to me, did you really find it?" "Yes, just now, I felt my son's aura." "That's right, he's still alive, and he's even stronger than before. He should be a rank 1 god. There's only his aura." "I knew it, my son wouldn't die so easily." "That's great, that's really great. My feeling can't be wrong, that's our bloodline." Ming Ming Ming. Xiao Wu hugged the blue-haired man tightly and cried loudly. "Don't cry, baby. This is great news. We should be happy." Ming Ming Ming. Xiao Wu cried even harder. The blue-haired man hugged her and said gently, Ever since we lost track of him, we have been flying in the direction where his aura disappeared. Just now, I sensed his aura again. I have already adjusted the coordinates. I believe that this time, we will definitely be able to rush back in the shortest time possible." "Okay." Xiao Wu buried her face in his arms and nodded vigorously. The blue-haired man heaved a sigh of relief. "Our family is finally reunited." Xiao Wu raised her head and looked at the blue-haired man with teary eyes. The blue-haired man lowered his head and kissed her gently on the lips. "Are you still making clothes for our son? You have to make them bigger. He should be about the same size as me. He should be slightly taller than me." Tears kept falling from Xiao Wu's face. She raised her hand and gently stroked Tang San's face. "It's great that we can find our son. With him around, I can rest assured." "Rest assured about what?" "Alright, I have to go back quickly. I need to rest less recently so that I can return faster. The coordinates will be affected by the wormhole, so there will still be deviations. I have to constantly adjust them to save time." Okay." Xiao Wu nodded obediently. At this moment, Tang San's body suddenly trembled. He turned to look at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's heart tightened. Her face was slightly pale. "What's wrong?" Tang San looked at her in shock. I think I feel it." Xiao Wu hugged his hand tightly. She lowered her head and said, "What do you feel?" "A new life. I feel a new life." Tang San said excitedly. "Tui, you wish." "I'm not pregnant." Xiao Wu snorted and pushed him away. "No, it's not you." Tang San hurriedly said. Xiao Wu suddenly raised her head, her eyebrows furrowed. For a moment, the cold air in the room was so strong that even Tang San, the divine king, was shocked. "Who is it? Tang San, you dare to cheat? What are you thinking?" Tang San didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What do you mean cheat? Whether it's in this life or the next, I only love you and will only love you. The new life I'm talking about is not here. It's on our son's side. We seem to have a grandson. It was still very weak, but it was mixed with my son's aura. I couldn't be wrong. It seems to have triggered my divine sense. We should have a grandson. Wulin, this brat, is really something. Ha ha ha, I'm going to be a grandfather. Xiaowu was also stunned. Her murderous aura instantly dropped. You have a grandson? Do you have a grandson? This is really great. Ha ha ha, today is really a beautiful day. I'll hurry back and try to see our precious grandson as soon as possible. Ha ha ha. Xiaowu rolled her eyes. Didn't you say that you wanted to see your son earlier? She coughed lightly and covered her mouth with her right hand as if she was laughing. However, Tang San did not notice that there was a dark red mark on her palm. Tang San chuckled. I already have a grandson. Why do I still need a son? His mission has been completed. With that, he turned around and walked out. At this moment, a girl with long pinkish blue hair walked in. When she saw him, she said in surprise, Father, I was wondering why you how suddenly ran away. It turns out that you called him to take over your shift. You're just slacking off, humph. Tang San snapped, a grown girl can't be kept at home. She's forgotten her father when she has a husband. Right, you should work hard and quickly give me a grandson. With that, he strode out. Tang Wutong watched Tang San leave in surprise. She turned to Xiaowu and asked, Mother, what's wrong with father? Why is he suddenly urging me to have a child? Xiaowu giggled. He must have been provoked. There's news about your brother. As she spoke to her daughter, she silently placed the hand that was covering her mouth behind her back. A faint halo flickered, and the smear of dark red disappeared. Condemned by the masses. Turn the complicated into the simple. Lan Xuanyu muttered and repeated the same sentence. In front of him, Tang San held the sea god's trident and took a step forward. The trident instantly turned into countless light shadows. The light shadows overlapped in the air and finally turned into the main body. The entire space was compressing and trembling as it went from dispersing to fusing. This was no longer a simple skill, but a comprehension and control of space. When the trident stabbed out, it made one feel as if there was nowhere to hide. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu had also released his heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. He imitated Tang San's actions and stabbed out. The light shadow seemed to have a telepathic connection with him. When he stabbed out with the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd in his hand, the light shadow had already floated behind him and overlapped with his body. The power of the bloodline in his body flowed naturally, and his soul power was injected, stabbing out naturally. The trajectory of his soul power and even the circulation of his spiritual power appeared clearly in Lan Xuanyu's memory. When the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd stabbed out, his bloodline vortex seemed to have become its source of power, and his spiritual power made him feel as if he had completely become one with the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. Previously, when he used the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd, he completely relied on its ability to ignore defense. As long as he hit his opponent, he would definitely be able to severely injure them. As his strength increased, simply using it could no longer keep up with his abilities. The condemned by the masses came at the right time. With just one move, the entire process had already been engraved in the depths of Lan Xuanyu's memory. Sea God Tang San also disappeared. Lan Xuanyu looked around and couldn't find his grandfather. He then looked at the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd in his hand. He closed his eyes and recalled the feeling when he stabbed out with the halberd. After a long while, he suddenly opened his eyes, took a step forward, and stabbed forward with the halberd. Light and shadow appeared and instantly merged into one. The general shape was correct, but compared to the feeling when Sea God Tang San stabbed out, it was still worlds apart. However, Lan Xuanyu wasn't disappointed at all. The improvement of one's skills required continuous cultivation. No matter how high one's comprehension was, it was impossible to sublimate without hard work. In this virtual space, he stabbed out with the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd again and again, feeling the profundity of that strike time and time again. Gradually, his bloodline vortex fused with the elemental fluctuations. Every time he stabbed out, he seemed to have a different comprehension. It was like meditation. Unknowingly, he had already integrated into the process of continuous practice. Ever since Lan Xuanyu broke through to 5 ring, his cultivation had actually taken a huge leap. 500,000-year soul rings were of great help to him. What he lacked was the process of mastering it through a comprehensive study. It wasn't that his control of the elements wasn't enough, but the fusion of the golden-patterned blue-silver grass and silver-patterned blue-silver grass. This was a problem that Tang Wulin and Gu Yuna hadn't encountered back then. But Lan Xuanyu had to face it. King Jinlong and the Silver Dragon King weren't equivalent to dragon gods, but the perfect fusion of King Jinlong and the Silver Dragon King. Only then would they be dragon gods. This fusion process wasn't just the bloodline vortex in his body that was constantly fusing, but also in his spiritual world. Every time he used his own strength, he had to have a feeling of fusion. The dragon god's transformation was only a simulated fusion state, and the real fusion still depended on him. Fusion, improvement, breakthrough. This was what he should be doing right now. It was precisely under such circumstances that he was given the opportunity to do so. That was why he had a different feeling every time he stabbed out with the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd. In this kind of perception, he could clearly feel his own improvement. At the same time, the different abilities of the Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King were also constantly overlapping. This was also the reason why Tang Wulin didn't continue to teach him about King Jinlong's abilities. For example, Tang Wulin's 9 forms of Jinlong. That was because it was only targeted at King Jinlong. However, Fury of the Masses was different. This was a battle skill that Sea God Tang San had imparted to Tang Wulin, and it came from a God King. It was the purest battle skill. Using a battle skill to mobilize one's own strength, and in the process of using a battle skill, one could feel the profoundness of the fusion. Lan Xuanyu had already set off on this opportunity. To him, this was a true leap. A leap in his combat strength. In the following week, Lan Xuanyu went into seclusion. He was completely immersed in cultivating Fury of the Masses. During the trial of blood, he realized his problem, but he didn't expect to find a solution so quickly. Since he found it, he naturally had to work hard. His seclusion continued until the Academy's notice arrived. The Star War experimental class was about to set off. Their destination was the Federation's 7th Fleet Station, Shrek City Space Center. The Treystrumsa wings had gathered. At this moment, they were standing in a row in the departure hall. In front of them was a group of big shots. On the Shrek Academy's side, Wang Tianyu personally came. On the Tongmen's side, Tang Miao came. The military had the most people. The number 1 war god of the War God Temple, General Yu Mukin, personally came. Behind him, the soldiers also stood in a row, each holding a tray in their hands. At this moment, Lan Xuanyu and the other 33 had already changed out of the Shrek Academy's uniform and replaced it with a dark blue military uniform. This was the standard military uniform of the Federation's fleet. Just as they were about to set off, they were about to receive an award ceremony. General Yu Mukin would personally award them their ranks. Jia Yu, step forward and award your rank. Jia Yu, who was wearing a straight military uniform, strode forward and arrived in front of General Yu Mukin. Yu Mukin solemnly saluted, and Jia Yu hurriedly returned the salute. His face looked a little pale. That day, after using the blood sacrifice and the blood sea evil spirit, he slept for a full 3 days before waking up. This was also because the life school used a lot of good things, coupled with the careful treatment of a healing-type soul master. Otherwise, it was very likely that his body and spirit would be permanently damaged. However, Jia Yu didn't regret it at all. After personally experiencing the strength of the blood sea evil spirit, he had a new understanding of his martial soul and found his own path. The direction of his future development had already begun to change. He was very clear that with his talent, if he wanted to catch up with his companions, he had to do things that ordinary people didn't dare to do. He had to be crazy to be able to continuously break through. As the saying goes, if you don't go crazy, you won't survive. Therefore, the current Jia Yu's eyes were much deeper than before. Even his eyes were slightly red, and there was an invisible killing intent surrounding his body. When Yu Mukin awarded him the rank, he even felt like he was facing a veteran of 100 battles. 2 bars and 2 stars, the rank of Lieutenant Colonel. This was a military rank that could be exchanged for by accumulating points from the Heaven Fighter missions. An 18-year-old lieutenant colonel could only be achieved by an extremely outstanding person in the army. It was also a reward for heaven fighters who risked their lives for the Federation. Not only him, but wings of 33 heavens had also completed a team mission, so everyone's heaven fighter points were about the same. Their dark blue military uniforms were straight and deep. The strength of a soldier was imprinted on these young people under the military uniform. The moment the military ranks were attached to their shoulders, the shining golden stars made them look even more tough and tough. From this moment on, they were real soldiers. One by one, the new lieutenant colonels were appointed. Lan Xuanyu, step forward to receive your rank. The last one was finally the class monitor, Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu strode forward and took the initiative to perform a military salute to Yu Mukin. A smile finally appeared on Yu Mukin's serious face. He returned a military salute to him. Lan Xuanyu, you've achieved excellent results in the course of your mission in the Heaven Fighting Division. You've led the team to complete many difficult missions. After confirmation, the special mission you completed on the Dragon Source Star has been determined to be a great contribution to the Federation. As the leader and the one who has endured the most pressure, the Federation has decided to give you a special award. Since you came from the Shrek Academy, the medal doesn't mean much to you. The Federation Hero Medal has been converted into a military rank and awarded to you. At this point, he paused for a moment, lifted the red cloth on the tray in the hands of the soldier beside him, and picked up 2 military ranks. I award you the rank of Major General. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire audience was shocked. If it wasn't for this serious occasion, there would probably be an uproar. Even Tang Miao and Wang Tianyu's faces were filled with surprise. Major General? Are you kidding me? This was the rank of a general. One had to know that in the modern Federation army, the requirements for rank promotion were extremely strict. The situation of the Heaven Fighter Division was the most special because every Heaven Fighter mission could endanger one's life. Moreover, it was indeed a huge contribution to the Federation. Therefore, after a Heaven Fighter completed a mission, the points obtained could be exchanged for military merits. But even so, it wasn't easy to become a general. One had to be at least a level 5 or even a level 6 Heaven Fighter. Lan Xuanyu's Heaven Fighter points were the same as his companions, but the Federation directly used the Federation Hero Medal as an excuse to give him the rank of Major General. What did a Major General mean? The commander of a battleship was also a Major General. From a field officer to a general officer, this step was often something that many officers would never be able to cross in their entire lives. Without outstanding contributions, it was impossible to be promoted to Major General. Just like the previous Commander-in-Chief of the Dragon Source Star. He had originally been promoted to Lieutenant General, but because of the Dragon Source Crystal, he was directly demoted back to Major General. Without a doubt, this was the most direct bribe from the military and also the Federation government to Lan Xuanyu. An 18-year-old general was simply unheard of. Even Jin Long Yueyu Tang Wulin didn't become a general at the age of 18, Lan Xuanyu was also shocked. He wanted to ask something, but General Yu Mukin had already put on the Major General rank for him. The Major General rank didn't have a bar. On each of his shoulders, there was a big golden star. 3 centimeters away from the big star, there was an arc pattern formed by a string of branches and leaves. That was the shape of the branches and leaves of the eternal tree. At the same time, your Heaven Fighter level has been promoted to level 6. All points returned to 0. Yu Mukin said with a smile. Thank you, General. Lan Xuanyu once again gave him a military salute. While feeling helpless in his heart, Lan Xuanyu naturally understood why this happened. This wasn't just because of his own talent and importance in the Shrek Academy. It definitely had an inextricable relationship with his parents. Not to mention the contributions that Tang Wulin had made to the Federation in the past, just the fact that he was now the only transcendent in the entire Federation made the Federation's attitude towards Lan Xuanyu change greatly. Tang Wulin was now living in seclusion in the Shrek Academy, but Lan Xuanyu was going to enter the military. With such a good opportunity, the Federation government wouldn't give it up, whether it was the Academy, the Tang men, the military, or the Federation. Their attitude towards Lan Xuanyu could be said to be full of support. For a moment, Lan Xuanyu was really not used to it. Of course, only the real higher-ups in the Federation knew about his situation. This was the Federation's most important secret. Lan Xuanyu returned to his position. Compared to the lieutenant colonel ranks of his companions, his general star was really eye-catching. The key was that he was too young. Lan Xuanyu himself was a little helpless. With his age, he would probably be criticized when he got to the 7th Fleet with the rank of Major General. However, since it was already like this, so be it. The feeling of being a general was pretty good. His dream since he was young was to become a warship commander. Now, it seemed that his military rank should be enough. "Prepare to board the ship," a major general officer shouted loudly. The next moment, there were already soldiers leading the way in front, leading Lan Xuanyu and the other 33 people to board the transport ship from the 7th Fleet. At this moment, the people of the wings of the 33 skies finally relaxed. Everyone looked at the military ranks on their shoulders and had a strange feeling. The few people who were closest to Lan Xuanyu all looked at the star on Lan Xuanyu's shoulder and clicked their tongues in wonder. "Hello, General Lan." A low laugh sounded. Lan Xuanyu turned around and saw Bai Xiuxiu following behind him with a sweet smile. "Goodbye, General Lan." Bai Xiuxiu waved at him. Lan Xuanyu immediately gritted his teeth and wanted to grab her hand. But there were so many soldiers watching him and he had just been appointed as a major general, so he endured it. Everyone boarded the large transport ship. General Yu Mukin, Wang Tianyu, Tang Miao, and the others personally sent them to the entrance of the warship before stopping. The cabin door of the warship closed. Not long after, the transport ship slowly rose into the air. Under the escort of 2 Meteor-class attack ships, it suddenly accelerated and headed straight for space. Watching the transport ship disappear into the horizon, Yu Mukin couldn't help but smile. The vast sky has opened up for them. I hope they can all find their own direction in the army. Wang Tianyu said indifferently, no matter how high an eagle flies, there will always be a day when it returns to its nest. Yu Mukin looked at him with a smile that was not a smile and said, that will depend on their own choice. For some reason, looking at Yu Mukin's expression, Wang Tianyu suddenly had a bad feeling. He suddenly felt that the Academy's agreement to let the Star War experimental class go to the military for training seemed to be somewhat questionable. According to the negotiations with the military, this training time was 1 year. A year later, they would return to the Academy to study in the inner court. Tang Miao gently touched Wang Tianyu. Wang Tianyu turned to look at him. Tang Miao's expression was somewhat strange. His lips moved as he whispered a few words. Wang Tianyu's originally gloomy expression immediately improved, and it also became a little strange. He nodded lightly at Tang Miao. Although Yu Mukin's cultivation was higher than theirs, it was still very difficult to eavesdrop on the sound transmission of a divine rank powerhouse. He didn't know why, but he also had a bad feeling. The military's plan for Lan Xuanyu and the others was very simple, and that was to focus on nurturing them at all costs. All the information about Lan Xuanyu had already been summarized in the Federation and the military. Especially Lan Xuanyu's childhood dream, the military was very clear about it. The military's arrangement was simple. Didn't Lan Xuanyu want to be a warship commander? Give it to him, he would create opportunities for him to continuously advance and become a warship commander in a short period of time. Thus, they would tie him down and make him unable to leave his fellow soldiers and the army. Tang Wulin's position was too important in the Federation. His return was of great significance to both the Shrek Academy and the Tang men. He was once the leader of that generation. Just the spiritual symbol alone was of great significance to the two great forces. Moreover, his own strength had reached the supreme grade, which was unprecedented in history. It was already very difficult to win over Tang Wulin directly. It was almost impossible. But Lan Xuanyu could. He was still young and was still on the rise. Moreover, with parents like Jin Long Yueyu Tang Wulin and Silver Dragon Wulin Guyuna, how could this child's talent be bad? Before acknowledging his parents, he had received a lot of attention in the Shrek Academy. Hence, after a comprehensive analysis, the Federation finally gave an order to rope him in at all costs. As for what Tang Miao said to Wang Tianyu, it was very simple. Lan Xuanyu was definitely not a child who walked in a normal direction. That unconventional way of fighting, coupled with the fact that he was more courageous than anyone else, and most importantly, he had good stuff in his hands. How could he not use the god's fury in this kid's hands? In the army, the probability of him causing trouble was far higher than the probability of him not causing trouble. Therefore, there was no need to worry too much. Let's see what this kid can do in the army in a year. Especially since the 7th Fleet was one of the Federation's fleets guarding the Dragon Horse Galaxy. Lan Xuanyu and the Dragon Horse Galaxy had a blood feud. For the first time, Tang Miao felt that giving Lan Xuanyu 3 gods' fury was a little too little. Hearing his words, Wang Tianyu immediately recalled what Lan Xuanyu and the others had done when they went to Heaven Planet. They even stole the Tangmen battleship. Dang Bo was almost angered to death. They even boldly used an antimatter missile to blow up the pirate battleship. How old were they then? This group of 18-year-old children was at the age where they were not afraid of tigers. Letting them out was no different from letting a tiger out of its cage. Moreover, Wang Tianyu also thought of the trial of blood. There didn't seem to be many normal people in this class. Blood Saber Hongming, Demon Zither, and that Blood Sea Ferocious Spirit. Just thinking about it gave him a headache. Then let the military have a headache first. Hence, both sides had their own thoughts as they watched the transport ship disappear into the horizon. Transport ship. At this moment, without the big shots, everyone in the Star War experimental class instantly became active. The military's transport ship was still very comfortable. Don't think that the military's battleships would give up on comfort. On the contrary. As the soldiers had to live in the universe for a long time, the Federation had a special research team in terms of the comfort of the battleship. It was to ensure that the soldiers could rest well in the battleship and maintain their combat strength. There was also a rich living area in the large battleship. This time, there were only a few officers of the 7th Fleet who were in charge of leading the team on the transport ship. The highest rank was that Major General. In terms of rank, he was the same as Lan Xuanyu. Therefore, after the transport ship took off, everyone immediately became active. The final result of the trial of blood was that none of them were eliminated. Next was a year of military life and space combat experience. Without the restrictions of the academy, coupled with the confirmation that they had entered the inner court, everyone's mood was a little high. General, can you tell us about the situation of the Dragon Horse Galaxy? Lan Xuanyu smiled and came in front of the Major General. The Major General looked at the 18-year-old youth in front of him who had the same rank as him and felt a little awkward. My name is Zhang Ge, the Deputy Chief of Staff of the 7th Fleet. I can't tell you about the situation of the Dragon Horse Galaxy yet. This is a Federation secret. Major General Lan Xuanyu, please restrain your subordinates. Lan Xuanyu froze for a moment. This Major General Zhang Ge didn't seem to have a good attitude towards him. They are not my subordinates, they are my classmates. Lan Xuanyu's smile disappeared and said lightly. Zhang Ge frowned slightly and said, that was before. Now you have joined the army. In the army, there are only superiors and subordinates. The most important thing is to obey orders. If you can't do it, you will be punished by military law. The excited youths in the cabin were a little noisy. This situation wouldn't happen in the army. Okay. Got it. Lan Xuanyu nodded. He returned to his seat, but he didn't have any intention to restrain his companions. Since the graduation exam began, everyone had been under great pressure. It was finally over and they could relax. Their emotions had to be released. What's more, this was only on the transport ship, they hadn't reached the army. Yet, Zhang Ge saw that Lan Xuanyu didn't have any reaction and wanted to say something, but he remembered Yu Mukin's advice and finally held back. He went to the lounge to rest. Out of sight, out of mind. Jiayu, you are good. I heard that your sacrifice ability even scared the teachers. You are the first to pass the trial of blood. When did you become so powerful? Qianlei moved closer to Jiayu's side and asked curiously. Jiayu said somewhat shyly, I had this idea before. My ability is too limited by the environment. When there is no water, my combat power will drop a lot. At that time, I was thinking, how can I have water around me at all times? I thought of blood. Then, the blood sea evil spirit gradually developed. Xianlei scratched his head and said, "Only your own blood can do it? Will other people's blood work?" Jiayu froze for a moment. "It should work. However, my own blood and my martial soul will have a higher compatibility." Xianlei said, "Then in the future, I will be responsible for bleeding the enemy. You can try it. After a few more experiments, you might be able to find a way." Jiayu's eyes lit up and he nodded. "I can consider it. I found that the sea spirit beasts I summon are very sensitive to blood, which can greatly increase their ferocity. If I self-destruct, the effect of blood is the best because all my power has been integrated into it. If it's someone else's blood and has its own energy, it should work too. I think you can use your blood as a guide. The effect will be good." "What about Li Han? Li Han, can you condense the blood with your tide ability?" Lu Feng also came over and gave Jiayu an idea. Li Han said, "In theory, all liquids can be controlled to become tides. Blood is also a liquid, so it should work. If blood can increase the strength of sea spirit beasts so much, I think we can give it a try." "Li Bin, can the power of your bright moon increase under the effect of blood?" Li Bin smiled bitterly. "I don't know either. However, our martial soul fusion technique, bright moon above the sea, are you planning to turn it into a blood moon above the sea? What about the concept?" Li Han rolled his eyes. "In front of power, why do we need concept? Let's think about it. Maybe we can turn bright moon above the sea into a combined version of the blood sea ferocious spirit tide. Its power will definitely increase greatly." "This is good, Jiayu, you've silently pointed us in the right direction. Good job." "I didn't do anything," Jiayu said shyly. But looking at his current appearance, who could imagine that this was someone who had just sacrificed himself to use a soul skill? At this moment, Lan Xuanyu was grabbing Bai Xiuxiu, who was trying to escape, and scratching Bai Xiuxiu under her armpit. "Spare me, I was wrong. What were you doing just now?" "Humph. You still want to say goodbye to me? Where do you want to go?" "Let me tell you, you can't run away in this lifetime." Lan Mengqin, who had her arms crossed in front of her, rolled her eyes. "I can't stand the two of you, so mushy. Xianlei, get over here." For a moment, the inside of the transport ship was filled with cheerful laughter. Such a situation could be considered unprecedented for the wings of the Xianxia. Ever since they entered Shrek Academy, they had never felt so relaxed. The Dragon Horse Galaxy was extremely far away from the mother planet. A transport ship would need to fly for 21 days and jump through 3 wormholes before arriving. After the initial period of relaxation, everyone's state of mind calmed down, and they began to meditate to pass this long period of time. Lan Xuanyu summoned his yellow Jinlong spear and immersed himself in that spiritual space to practice his fury of the masses. After these days of continuous cultivation, he had gradually found some feeling. The fury of the masses that sea god Tang San had unleashed was purely for its offensive prowess. However, Lan Xuanyu's situation was different. He had many abilities, and every single one of his soul rings was a 100,000-year soul ring. As such, he gradually felt that the most important characteristic of his fury of the masses was its variability. The variability in attributes, the instantaneous variability, the variability in elemental combinations, and King Jinlong's power. The same fury of the masses seemed to give him a different feeling every time he unleashed it. Different types of power were channeled, and the effects were also different. It was exactly because there were too many changes that he needed more time to reflect on all of these changes. This required a long period of cultivation, but he seemed to have gradually found his direction. The Jinlong spear was the bone, and the silver dragon spear was the skin. They complemented and intertwined with one another. In the process of their own cultivation, the 21 days were finally about to pass. In the distance, a large fleet of battleships appeared outside the porthole. A system announcement also sounded from within the transport ship. "We're about to return to the fleet. All personnel, prepare yourselves." The system announcement sounded again, and Lan Xuanyu also concluded his cultivation before opening his eyes again. Major General Zhang Ge had already returned, and he gave him a slight nod at the sight of him opening his eyes. Lan Xuanyu also nodded in response, and at the same time, he cast his gaze toward the outside. This wasn't the first time that he had seen the 7th Fleet, but he was still struck by a sense of excitement at the sight of so many battleships outside the porthole. At this moment, the interior of the battleship became quite noisy again. Among all of the wings of the 33 heavens, Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu were the only ones who had come into close contact with the fleet before. All of a sudden, everyone was struck by a sense of excitement. They leaned against the porthole and looked at the battleships of different shapes and sizes. In particular, they could see the gargantuan mothership at the very center of the fleet through the gaps between the battleships, which was as large as a city. The vastness of space and the power of the fleet made everyone feel extremely excited. The transport ship flew past one battleship after another. Due to the special nature of the Shrek Academy, they had to report to the mothership first before being assigned to serve in the military. In particular, even though there weren't many of them, they were all military officers, so further arrangements had to be made. Lan Xuanyu's current mood was completely different from the last time he came to the 7th Fleet. The last time he came, he only had one thought in his mind, which was how to rescue his Nana teacher and how to rescue her from the stars. However, at this moment, he was feeling relaxed. His entire body was in its best condition. He was really looking forward to his upcoming military career. There was no doubt that he had taken a shortcut. Even Lan Xuanyu himself found it incredible that a person who had just entered the military for the first time was already a major general. The mothership opened a passage and guided the transport ship inside. After a series of scans, they entered the interior of the mothership. Major General Xianxia had already begun to contact the mothership. When the transport ship finally stopped, he came to Lan Xuanyu. Major General Lan Xuanyu, I've received a notice from the fleet's staff department. Please report to the staff department. The other personnel will be assigned separately later. Lan Xuanyu said, Major General Xianxia, will we be separated into various departments? Xianxia said, I'm not sure how the staff department will arrange it. You should know the details later at the staff department. He didn't have a good impression of Lan Xuanyu. He was even a little jealous in his heart. An 18-year-old major general. He had made many contributions and took one step at a time to become a major general. He was already known as the youngest general in the 7th Fleet. But compared to the person in front of him, he had the urge to cry. He was a major general at the age of 18. How could he compare? Okay. Lan Xuanyu could also feel Zhang Ji's indifferent attitude towards him, so he didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, he would know the details when he reached the staff department. There were already shuttles waiting below. Unlike the last time, there was no one to welcome them this time. Lan Xuanyu boarded a specialized shuttle under Zhang Ji's lead, while the others boarded another shuttle. Lan Xuanyu waved to his companions, then pointed to the sole guidance communicator on his wrist. The two shuttles drove off in different directions. Lan Xuanyu took the shuttle and passed through several checkpoints before arriving at the headquarters of the 7th Fleet. He was brought to a meeting room. Xianxia told him to wait there, then turned around and left. Lan Xuanyu looked around. The meeting room was completely in the style of a warship's metal. It wasn't big and could seat about 10 people. It was considered a small meeting room. He found a place to sit and waited quietly. Not long after, the meeting room door opened. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly stood up as a general with the insignia of a general walked in. This person looked to be in his 50s. He had an elegant temperament and a dignified appearance. His eyes were bright and piercing, and he had a faint smile on his face. Greetings, Chief. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly gave a not-so-standard military salute. The general smiled and said, Don't be so formal. We'll be a family from now on. I'm the Chief of Staff of the 7th Fleet, Qianlei. Originally, the commander wanted to meet you personally today, but he happened to be patrolling the corvette, so I came instead. How are you? Tired from the journey? Have a seat. As he spoke, he sat down opposite Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu hurriedly said, It's pretty good. Qianlei said, That's good. I've seen your information. After discussing it with the commander, I'll take your academy's opinion into consideration. The following arrangements will be made for you. The 33 of you will be separated into various fleets. Because your individual abilities are outstanding, you'll be assigned to various exploration teams. Although you'll be separated, I'll guarantee that you'll be in groups of at least 5. After all, you'll be more familiar with each other. You'll probably be divided into 5 groups. You'll decide how to split them. Hearing his words, Lan Xuanyu's heart relaxed. Actually, he was also a little worried. If everyone was separated, they wouldn't be able to take care of each other during missions for the next year. But if they were in small teams, there wouldn't be this problem if they went to different warships. No problem. Chief of Staff, what kind of missions will the exploration team be carrying out? Lan Xuanyu asked. Chinilei said, the exploration team's missions will be more complicated and have a certain degree of danger. Generally speaking, the exploration team will complete different exploration missions according to their ranks. The most difficult ones are naturally to carry out missions in the enemy's territory. You have to be mentally prepared for this because you will most likely be carrying out such missions. Of course, the premise is that you have to familiarize yourself with our fleet first. During the exploration process, special operations will be included. I think this is what you guys are best at. Although you are now a major general, your situation is a little special. Your military rank was completely promoted from Heaven Fighter missions. Therefore, at present, you can only be an exploration team leader. At the same time, you will be a combat staff officer in the staff department. After you have made military contributions, your specific position will be adjusted. I understand. Lan Xuanyu never thought that he would become a fleet commander after coming here with the rank of Major General. This was the army. His military rank was actually completely empty. There was a rank, but it was impossible to have real power. That's the general situation. You will be given a day to rest. After you go back, you will complete the division report as soon as possible. Within 24 hours, you will be assigned a plan. Yes. The whole debriefing process wasn't long. Lan Xuanyu took the shuttle and Major General Zhang Ge sent him to the temporary base. The temporary base was at the edge of the fleet's living area. Every officer above the colonel rank on the mothership would have their own room with a bathroom. The higher the rank, the higher the standard of the room. Those below the colonel rank would have 4 people to a room. The living area on the mothership was quite large. It was really no different from a city. Lan Xuanyu and the others hadn't been assigned yet, and there was a high probability that they wouldn't stay on the mothership. Zhang Ge told him not to leave the resting area and wait for his assignment. Before Lan Xuanyu returned, the other members of Wings of the 33 Skies had already been arranged here. Because it was a temporary base, only 2 people shared a room. 33 Wings of Heaven just happened to have an odd number of people, so everyone naturally left a single room for Lan Xuanyu. Lan Xuanyu immediately gathered his companions together. The first thing he needed to do was to divide them into groups. If the 33 people were divided into 5 groups, each group would have 6 to 7 people. Of course, the 7 of them wouldn't split up. Once they returned to the Shrek Academy, they still had to compete for a spot in the Shrek 7 monsters. Splitting into groups was not troublesome. Everyone had studied and cultivated together for so many years and were familiar with each other. They all knew who was in the same group as whom. For example, Bing Tianliang, Lin Donghui, and Yu Tian would definitely be in the same group. Li Han, Li Bin, and Jia Yu would definitely be in the same group to ensure the strongest combat strength. Tan Xiaodao and Piao Su were lovers. The 2 of them grew up together, so naturally, they would be in the same group. The grouping was completed very quickly. 2 groups had 6 people, but these 2 groups had relatively stronger overall strength. The other 3 groups had 7 people. Every group had their own group leader. Lan Xuanyu's group didn't need to be mentioned. The other 4 group leaders were Ding Zhuohan, Bing Tianliang, Wang Ziyao, and Shi Xinyu. Among them, Shi Xinyu was the 12th wing of the Wings of Heaven, and Wang Ziyao was the 13th. They were both 7-ringed soul sages. Wang Ziyao had formidable strength in mid-range combat. Her martial soul was the purple gold hairpin, and she specialized in the Tangmen secret art, the hidden weapon 100 separation. She was the nemesis of almost all agility-type soul masters. Yuan and Hui Hui's long-range attack was number 1 in the class, and her mid-range attack was the most valiant. Wang Ziyao also had a younger brother. He was the 21st wing of the class, a 6-ringed soul emperor, He had a rare body soul. His martial soul was two-handed. He and Wang Ziyao worked together, one long-range and one close-range. Although they didn't have a martial soul fusion skill, their tacit understanding wasn't inferior to a martial soul fusion skill. Xinyu was a traditional control-type soul master, and she was best at reconnaissance and control. In a one-on-one battle with Ding Zhuohan, the two of them had once sparred for more than 3 hours. They were both in pain from the other party's control. Bing Tianliang's group led Li Han, Li Bin, and Jia Yu's group. Because the three of them were assault-type soul masters, and Li Han's group was better at area of effect and control, they were more familiar with each other. After the grouping was completed, it was very likely that they wouldn't be able to see each other for the next year. Lan Xuanyu reminded everyone again that they had to be careful when carrying out missions and prioritize safety. If they encountered danger, they had to immediately ask for help. Space fleets would have their own satellite system for communication between fleets. Therefore, as long as they used the fleet's satellite, they would be able to contact each other. Of course, in principle, cross-class communication wasn't allowed. They could only contact and ask for help from their own fleet. After handing in the group list, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. 8 hours later, the command center sent out orders. The wings of the 33 heavens were divided into 5 groups and assigned to different fleets. They would be led by different warships. Among them, the other 4 groups were assigned to battleships. As for Lan Xuanyu's group, they were assigned to the 7th Fleet's 3rd Dragon King-class frigate. Within the 7th Fleet, they were known as Dragon 3. This was something that couldn't be helped. Lan Xuanyu's military rank was too high. The captain of the battleship was a major general, so how could he command him to carry out missions? The Dragon King-class frigate was different. The captain was a lieutenant general, and some of the more experienced captains were even generals. Their military ranks were higher than his, so commanding him wasn't a problem. After the allocation, they immediately set off. The mothership sent out transport ships to send Lan Xuanyu and the others to their respective warships. The wings of the 33 Heavens military career officially began. The Dragon King-class frigate was in existence second only to the mothership in the Federation's fleet system. It had powerful offensive and defensive capabilities. Every Dragon King-class frigate was an extremely powerful existence. Lan Xuanyu, Bai Xiuxiu, Tang Yuga, Lan Mengqin, Qian Lei, Lu Feng, and Yuan and Hui Hui, 7 people in a group, were sent to the Dragon 3 frigate by a small transport ship. The transport ship was sucked in by Dragon 3 and slowly docked in the parking area. A major general and 4 officers of different ranks were already waiting outside. Lan Xuanyu tidied up his military uniform and walked down the transport ship with his companions. The major general was very old. He had a head full of white hair and looked to be at least 60 or 70 years old. His face was full of hardships, but there was a murderous aura around him. Lan Xuanyu came in front of him and gave him a military salute. The old Major General said in a deep voice, "Hello, Major General Lan Xuanyu. I am Shinjun Kai. On behalf of Dragon 3, I welcome you." "Hello, General Shin. Please take care of me in the future," Lan Xuanyu said with a smile. The two shook hands. Shin Juankai's palm was very big and strong. The soul power fluctuations on his body were very strong. Lan Xuanyu sensed that this should be an 8-ringed soul Douluo. Shin Junkai said in a deep voice, "I am in charge of combat in Dragon 3. I have received orders from the fleet headquarters. From now on, you will be assigned to Dragon 3's combat unit. Because you have no previous experience in the army, you will need to undergo a month of training first. Then, you will be assigned to a position according to the training. I hope that you will be able to fully display your strengths in the following training." "Okay." Lan Xuanyu nodded in agreement. Shin Junkai turned behind. "Senior Colonel Hichingi will be in charge of this training. You will receive this training together with the newly promoted officers." Senior Colonel Hichingi was a middle-aged man with a gloomy face. He had dark skin and bright eyes. He walked forward and gave Lan Xuanyu a military salute. "Hello, Major General Lan Xuanyu. I am Hichingi. During the training, everyone will be treated the same regardless of rank. Please be aware. During the training, everyone will only wear a combat uniform and no military ranks. Okay. Lan Xuanyu nodded again. He was a little puzzled as to whether this rule of not having a military rank was specifically set for him. But he did understand that it was a little unreasonable for a general to receive field officer training. Shen Junkai said, "Okay, then you will receive the training first. After the training, you will be assigned tasks." After saying this, Shen Junkai left. He Qingyi brought Lan Xuanyu and the others to another shuttle. The Dragon King corvette was more than 4,500 meters long and was also huge in size, but it was not as wide as the mothership. It was relatively narrow and more agile. He Qingyi invited Lan Xuanyu and the others to board the shuttle and said, "Major General Lan Xuanyu, during the training, all trainees will need to stay together. For the time being, 4 people will be in a room. After the training is over, you will be assigned residences. Please understand." I understand." Lan Xuanyu nodded. They were all newcomers, and military ranks meant rank. But here, military ranks alone were probably useless. This could be seen from the attitude of the several generals that they met one after another. Most of the officers of the 7th Fleet didn't think much of him. After all, Lan Xuanyu and the others were too young. It was fine if they were lieutenant colonels, but he was a major general. So, it was useless to say anything now. In the army, if you wanted to have the right to speak, you had to rely on strength. Dragon 3's training area was in the middle of the warship. It was a separate area. He Qingyi first assigned rooms to the 7 of them, then issued them combat uniforms and the exclusive communication password of Dragon 3's warship. This way, they could use their sole communicators to enter the internal communication system of Dragon 3's warship. Of course, the communication could only be done within the 7th Fleet. The satellite signals would not open long-distance communication to them. 2 days of combat uniforms, no weapons or equipment. These were all the items they received from Dragon 3. Lan Xuanyu, Yuan and Hui Hui, Qian Lei, and Lu Feng were in one room. Bai Xiuxiu, Lan Mengqin, and Tang Yuga were in another. He Qingyi asked them to change out of their military uniforms and put on their combat uniforms. They would gather together in an hour. "Boss, do you think they are trying to intimidate us?" Qian Lei asked Lan Xuanyu as he changed into his combat uniform. Lan Xuanyu chuckled. "This is human nature. After all, we are outsiders and our military ranks are high. It's normal for them to have reservations about us before they understand us. Anyway, we will do whatever they want us to do." Yuan and Hui Hui said, "That's right, when we perform missions in the future, they will know our strength. I don't know what the next training will be." Lan Xuanyu said, "We haven't received any formal training from the military. Everyone studied seriously during this training, especially the knowledge regarding space fleets. This time, we are here to learn and gain experience. Even if the other trainees." The other 3 nodded in agreement. This wasn't the academy. As newcomers, it was necessary for them to keep a low profile. The 7th Fleet's combat uniforms were dark blue. Just as He Qingyi had said, there were no military ranks on them. All combat uniforms were the same. They were made of special materials and had an automatic temperature control system. They could adjust the temperature on their own and were very comfortable. The combat uniforms also had an automatic oxygen supply system. They could survive in space for a short period of time. This was the culmination of the Federation's technology. An hour later, a sharp bell suddenly rang, waking everyone up from their rest. They quickly walked out of their rooms and immediately saw dozens of soldiers in combat uniforms walking out of their respective dormitories. Lan Xuanyu and the others didn't know where they would gather, but they would naturally find it if they followed these people. The 7 of them first gathered together and then quickly followed the others. There was an empty space in front of the dormitory. The others quickly lined up in a neat row. Obviously, this wasn't their first day here. Lan Xuanyu and the others stood at the back. Through observation, he discovered that there were both men and women in the group. Every one of them had a serious expression and didn't speak to each other. He Qingyi and another colonel walked over to the front of the group. Compared to when he received Lan Xuanyu and the others, this colonel seemed even more serious. Today, there are 7 newcomers joining the training. Because the training is about to enter the second phase, the newcomers will have to self-study the first phase of military regulations, military discipline, and officer duties. The relevant information will be sent to your communicators. The second phase is more of a test than a training. Each of you will face a mission and complete it in your own personal simulation pod. The degree of completion of the mission will determine your future distribution. Being able to come here means that you have completed your previous duties well. However, if you want to go further, you will need to put in more effort. Everyone, turn left and enter the simulation pod. Lan Xuanyu listened very seriously. They really did need to learn about military regulations and officer duties. After that, they would have to self-study. Nowadays, the training was more of a test. They had never been afraid of tests. They had even gone through the Shrek Academy's graduation exam. The military's test couldn't be more difficult than that. Normally speaking, if one wanted to become a soldier of a space fleet, they would need to go through many years of training. Formal military academy training and various tests would take at least 5 to 10 years of training. Only those who excelled could join the fleet. The space fleet was the Douluo Federation's strongest fighting force. The requirements for every soldier were very high. Lan Xuanyu even suspected that the military regulations and discipline today were mainly aimed at them. They didn't go through any military training. They directly joined the army and became officers. Of course, the fleet wouldn't use them like normal soldiers. They would definitely be assigned to exploration teams to carry out special missions. It wasn't that there weren't people who joined the army as heaven fighters. They were basically dealt with in this way. This was called making the best use of people's talents. However, there were very few heaven fighters who could get to the point of commanding a warship in the army. Of course, in a fleet, the top powerhouses still had an extremely important role. Their status wasn't any lower than the commander. Like the 7 great fleets of the Federation, every mothership had a god-rank powerhouse overseeing it. Although their authority was relatively small, their status was very high. Heaven fighters usually belonged to this category. The training Long San gave Lan Xuanyu and the others this time was actually to test how strong they were and arrange tasks for them. This was already the green light. Under normal circumstances, heaven fighters who joined the army would need to go through a certain period of training even if they had a certain rank. It was even more impossible for them to enter the Dragon King warship to carry out missions. The military simulation pods looked very unique. There weren't any fancy decorations. They looked like metal coffins. Entering the simulation pods required special connectors on the wrists and ankles. There was also a special connector on the head. It felt a bit similar to the Spirit Pagoda's Spirit Ascension platform. Because it was the first time Lan Xuanyu and the others had come into contact with this kind of simulator, under He Qingyi's orders, the other officers participating in the training taught them how to connect. The one in charge of teaching Lan Xuanyu was a female officer. When she received the instruction, she immediately turned around and came in front of Lan Xuanyu. A cold voice sounded. For clamps, one on your wrists and ankles. If the connection is smooth, the clamps will turn blue. Put on the headgear. Make sure the conductive patches on your forehead, temples, and the headgear are attached. Tighten the back. After entering, lie flat. The simulation pods will feel 100% pain. It's no different from reality. If you die, it's very likely that your nerves will be affected. Therefore, you must not treat it like an ordinary simulation pods with low pain. The female officer in front of him had a head of short brown hair. As she spoke, she lowered her head and picked up the corresponding items in the simulation pod to indicate to Lan Xuanyu. However, she didn't even look at Lan Xuanyu. Her temperament was the same as her voice, carrying a bit of coldness. It was obvious that she was 1,000 miles away from people. Lan Xuanyu looked at her with a burning gaze. There was some doubt in his eyes. He asked tentatively, "You are?" The female officer raised her head and looked at Lan Xuanyu with a pair of light green eyes. However, when she met Lan Xuanyu's eyes, she was slightly stunned. Lan Xuanyu's beautiful black eyes felt very familiar to her. The coldness in her body dissipated a little. "You, Yi Lingtong?" Lan Xuanyu asked tentatively, not daring to be sure. At the same time, he looked her up and down. The female officer was about 1.7 meters tall. Her figure was slender and her face was delicate and beautiful. Coupled with her cold temperament, she was definitely a rare beauty in the military. She looked about the same age as Lan Xuanyu and the others. Lan Xuanyu? Yi Lingtong couldn't believe her eyes. Ever since Lan Xuanyu left Heaven Luo planet, they hadn't seen each other again. It had been 6 years since they parted. In these 6 years, they had changed a lot, from teenagers to young adults. Hence, at first glance, he wasn't sure if it was the other party. The reason why Lan Xuanyu was able to recognize Yi Lingtong was because her light brown hair was very rare. When she raised her head and revealed her light green eyes, Lan Xuanyu was a little more certain in his heart. This hair color, this eye color, and this somewhat familiar face. It's me. What a coincidence, we actually bumped into each other here. Lan Xuanyu was surprised. Yi Lingtong was also surprised. Didn't you go to Shrek Academy? You graduated? Lan Xuanyu nodded and said, I guess so. I graduated from the outer court. What about you? You also joined the military? Yi Lingtong looked at Lan Xuanyu with a complicated gaze, just like how she felt about Lan Xuanyu in the past. Ever since Lan Xuanyu killed her in Soul World, she really hated this guy. Later on, when Lan Xuanyu got into Shrek Academy, she was even more jealous. During that time, there was a big problem with her mentality. Later on, it was under her father's guidance that she gradually walked out of it. However, it also ignited her competitive spirit. She followed her father's arrangement and chose a high-level military school to study in. In these 6 years, she put in much more effort than her peers. In addition to her outstanding celestial dragon martial soul, she graduated first in the military school and directly joined the Federation's 7th Fleet. An outstanding talent like her was also very popular in the military, especially since she graduated first in the military school affiliated to the 7th Fleet. Originally, after graduating from the military school, one should be a lieutenant, and the most outstanding one could be a captain. But she was given the rank of major as an exception and became the first major graduate in the history of the school. When she was in school, she had obtained almost all the honors that could be obtained in the military academy. She was in the limelight. In fact, she had been secretly encouraging herself. So what if it was the Shrek Academy? Although I can't pass the exam, I must be better than Lan Xuanyu. Now that she had joined the 7th Fleet as a major, her confidence was greatly boosted. However, as she grew older, her mentality gradually matured. The experience of being a top student made her constantly transform. The stubbornness he had when he was young was already much better. However, his competitive spirit continued to increase. A few days ago, Yi Lingtong was still thinking about what Lan Xuanyu would choose if he graduated from Shrek Academy. But he didn't expect to run into Lan Xuanyu on the training field today. For a moment, all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart, and he was somewhat speechless. Hurry up and enter the simulation pod. He Qingyi's voice rang out. Only then did Yi Lingtong come to her senses and hurriedly said, enter the simulation pod first. Every assessment is very important. After she finished speaking, she hurriedly glanced at Lan Xuanyu before returning to her own simulation pod. Although it was just a quick glance, Lan Xuanyu's figure was instantly imprinted in her mind. The change in a boy from 12 to 18 years old was much greater than that of a girl. Compared to the past, Lan Xuanyu had grown a lot taller. He was over 1.9 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a broad back, muscular arms and a thin waist. A pair of big eyes were reserved, and his handsome face could be described as simply impeccable. Although in the depths of her heart, Yi Lingtong had always wanted to compete with him, and it wasn't that she didn't even think of stepping on him underfoot for revenge. But at this very moment, she shockingly realized that she didn't seem to hate this guy anymore. Not only that, but she also seemed to have some strange feelings for this guy. She couldn't help but ask herself in her heart, what's wrong with me? Also, she suddenly thought that since Lan Xuanyu was also participating in this training, did that mean that he was also a field officer? In the end, she still couldn't widen the gap between them. He was still so outstanding. One by one, the simulation pods closed and connected. Lan Xuanyu's vision fell into darkness, and in the next moment, a series of notifications rang out. Body monitoring, vital signs normal, mental fluctuations normal. Permission granted to enter. First entry, body scanning, identity verification in progress. Welcome, Major General Lan Xuanyu. This is the 7th Fleet's exclusive Soul World. The area you are currently in is an exclusive training area. Do you want to enter? Lan Xuanyu chose to enter. In the next moment, his eyes lit up and his body felt a change. After a short moment of dizziness, Lan Xuanyu realized that he was already standing in a room. All the field officers participating in the training appeared here. Not far in front of Lan Xuanyu was Yi Lingtong. At this moment, Yi Lingtong was also looking in his direction. Just then, Lan Xuanyu suddenly felt a pain in his lower back and hurriedly turned his head to look behind him. Bai Xiuxiu was looking at him with a smile. Her long dark blue hair was combed into a scorpion braid at the back of her head so that it wouldn't affect her movements. Her beautiful face was like 100 flowers blooming in her smile. Did you meet someone you know? Why don't you introduce them to me? An ominous feeling instantly rose in Lan Xuanyu's heart. At this moment, Yi Lingtong naturally heard Bai Xiuxiu's voice and looked over. The two women's eyes met, and Bai Xiuxiu smiled and nodded at Yi Lingtong. When she saw her, Yi Lingtong's heart trembled slightly. This young lady with the scorpion braid at the back of her head standing beside Lan Xuanyu was simply too beautiful. Her dark blue eyes were like deep cold pools, her long eyelashes trembled slightly with her smile, her high nose bridge, her moderately thick red lips, and her bright eyes were kind. She was slightly taller than Lan Xuanyu, and at this moment, her body was leaning diagonally next to Lan Xuanyu. From the angle of view, it looked like she was leaning against Lan Xuanyu. Yi Lingtong had always been very confident in her appearance, but when she looked at her, especially when she was standing next to Lan Xuanyu, she actually felt like she didn't want to look at her directly. Lan Xuanyu and Bai Xiuxiu stood together like a match made in heaven. They were the creator's most perfect masterpiece. Ahem. Let me introduce you. Xiuxiu, this is Yi Lingtong. She was my classmate back in Heaven Luo planet. She also knows Qianlei and Frenzy. Bai Xiuxiu listened to Lan Xuanyu's explanation and smiled slightly. She nodded politely at Yi Lingtong and said gently, hello. What Yi Lingtong couldn't see was that her fingers that were pinching Lan Xuanyu's back had turned another 90 degrees. Lan Xuanyu endured the pain and said to Yi Lingtong, this is my. He had just said 3 words when he clearly felt the fingers on his back tighten. Without hesitation, he continued, my girlfriend, Bai Xiuxiu. After hearing his introduction, the fingers on his back immediately loosened and gently rubbed the area where they were pinching previously. Obviously, Xiuxiu was satisfied with his introduction. Yi Lingtong's eyes narrowed slightly, and she said indifferently, you have to be more careful when dating in the military. So as to avoid violating military law. Bai Xiuxiu smiled and said, we're new here and don't know military law yet. We'll need your guidance in the future. Yi Lingtong frowned slightly, nodded, and turned to walk away. Lan Xuanyu was just about to breathe a sigh of relief when he felt pain in his ear. Bai Xiuxiu grabbed it and said softly, not bad. Childhood sweethearts are quite pretty. Lan Xuanyu smiled bitterly. Gentler, gentler. Where did this childhood sweetheart come from? Not only are we not childhood sweethearts, we even have a grudge. If you don't believe me, you can ask Frenzy and Fatty. But it's been so many years and we've all grown up, so forget it. Who cares about what happened when we were young? Humph. Bai Xiuxiu let go of her hand and rubbed his ear. Let's see how you behave. Lan Xuanyu laughed softly. I didn't expect you to be so jealous. Bai Xiuxiu rolled her eyes at him when she heard this. At this moment, He Qingyi's voice rang in front of them. Everyone, set off. Destination, Starry Sky City. You will be attacked by all kinds of enemies on the way to Starry Sky City. The journey is 10 kilometers and you will arrive in 30 minutes. Score according to the time. Let's go. After walking out of the room, their vision suddenly widened. In front of them was a wilderness. Looking around, they could see a hilly area. They didn't need coordinates or navigation at all. Lan Xuanyu and the others could see where Starry Sky City was because it was a city floating in the air. Diagonally in front of them, there was a huge city floating thousands of meters in the air. The city seemed to be completely made of steel and could be seen clearly. On the surface of the city, there was a layer of light that was released. It seemed to be a protective shield. The sky was free, but there were many creatures flying in the sky. These creatures, which looked similar to flying spirit beasts, were circling in the air. Obviously, they were blocking their way to Starry Sky City. In order to reach Starry Sky City, they had to pass through these flying creatures. Yi Lingtong, who wasn't far from Lan Xuanyu, turned and glanced at him. She didn't say anything. A light flashed in front of her and a black mecha appeared in front of her. This mecha was only 4.5 meters tall. Overall, it looked relatively small and skinny compared to other mechas. However, the black paint meant that it was very powerful. The mecha opened, and with a leap, Yi Lingtong entered the mecha. The moment the cabin door closed, Lan Xuanyu clearly saw the burning fighting spirit in Yi Lingtong's eyes. In the next moment, the black mecha rose into the air and rushed into the sky like an arrow. A huge bird with a wingspan of more than 6 meters was the first to notice her. It instantly rushed towards her mecha. The wings of the huge bird were shining with a metallic luster. However, Yi Lingtong's black mecha didn't seem to have any intention of dodging. Instead, it charged forward brazenly. Suddenly, a layer of intense white light appeared on the surface of the mecha. With a loud boom, the giant bird's body was smashed into pieces. Meanwhile, Yi Lingtong's black mecha soared upwards. Faced with the obstruction of the flying creatures, it charged forward valiantly without any hesitation. The other officers also showed their abilities. They put on their mechas and rose into the air. They were clearly all soul masters, but in the military, they were more reliant on mechas. One by one, the mechas rose into the air and flew towards the Starry Sky City while fighting against the flying creatures. Lan Xuanyu's group of 7 didn't move. Because Lan Xuanyu didn't move, the others were also waiting. They looked up and observed for a while before they realized that these flying creatures weren't soul beasts, because they didn't see any powerful soul skills. Relatively speaking, they were more like a group of flying creatures that were much stronger than ordinary birds, but relied on their physical strength to fight. There were more of them, but their individual fighting strength wasn't too strong. At most, they were equivalent to a 100-year soul beast. Xianxia was also watching from below. He had already noticed that Lan Xuanyu's group of 7 had stopped moving, but he didn't rush them. Who asked Lan Xuanyu's military rank to be higher than his? Although military ranks couldn't be displayed here, a general was still a general. Let's go up. Skywing Mech. Good results are still necessary. Lan Xuanyu said with a smile. In front of the 7 people, light flashed at the same time, and 7 purple mechas appeared in front of them. Seeing the purple mechas they released, Xianxia frowned slightly. The outstanding students of the Shrek Academy, and the inner courtyard students at that, actually only had purple mechas? And from the looks of it, their mechas were larger, more than 6 meters tall. Based on the evaluation of modern mecha battles, the stronger the mecha, the more they controlled the size of the mecha to ensure flexibility. In the sky, Yi Lingtong, who had already rushed more than half the distance, naturally saw the situation below. 7 purple mechas? And they looked like ordinary purple mechas? Was this the standard of the Shrek Academy? Just as she was feeling puzzled, Lan Xuanyu's group of 7 had already boarded their respective mechas, and 7 figures rushed into the sky. Just as the mechas were ascending, the purple mechas began to change. Skywing mechas, transform, almost in the blink of an eye. The 7 Skywing mechas had already turned into Skywing mechas, and the flames on their backs instantly burst out, breaking through the sound barrier in an instant and exploding with a low roar. The 7 Skywing mechas skyrocketed, arranged themselves in a neat triangular formation, and rushed into the sky in an instant. The flying creatures naturally also noticed them and wanted to entangle them, but the problem was that the flying creatures' flying speed was too slow for the Skywing mechas, and there was no way for them to catch up. As the leading wing, Lan Xuanyu easily controlled the mecha, and with just a few small evasive maneuvers, he had already rushed out of the encirclement of the flying creatures. With the absolute advantage of speed, he shuttled through the gaps between the flying creatures and easily rushed into the sky. Previously in the chaotic star zone, he dared to use his mecha to challenge a battleship, let alone this kind of childish test. He had no desire to fight at all. In just a few breaths of time, the 7 Skywing mechas had already surpassed all the previous people and arrived outside the barrier of Starry Sky City. The mecha transformed again, and Lan Xuanyu touched the outside of the barrier. He discovered that the barrier's strength wasn't weak, but it didn't seem to be too strong either. It should only be able to defend against those flying creatures that were equivalent to 100-year soul beasts. It seemed that passing through the barrier was also a test, but this wasn't a problem for him. A dark blue light flashed in his hand, and the heavenly sacred splitting abyss halberd was swung out. Instantly, the barrier couldn't withstand this powerful super god weapon that could ignore defense, and a hole was directly cut open. The other 6 people entered one after another, and Lan Xuanyu was the last to enter. Just as he entered, the barrier disappeared without a sound. What's going on? Lan Xuanyu was a little stunned, but Starry Sky City was right in front of them, and they directly flew toward the city in the sky. In fact, there was no such thing as breaking through the barrier in the test. This wasn't something that ordinary mecha pilots could break through. It was just that Lan Xuanyu and the others flew too quickly, and the barrier didn't close in time. Qingyi was a little dazed as she watched from below, and Yi Lingtong, who was rushing forward, was also a little dazed, so much so that she was knocked off her original position by a flying creature. A mecha turned into a mecha? Black technology. At this time, Lan Xuanyu and the others had already landed on Starry Sky City. They didn't know where exactly to land, so they just landed on the surface of Starry Sky City and put away their Skywing mechas. 30 minutes? They couldn't do anything for 30 seconds. This test wasn't difficult to begin with, and it was even easier for Lan Xuanyu and the others. 6 minutes later, Yi Lingtong broke through. The closer they were to Starry Sky City, the more flying creatures there were. She was already very outstanding to be able to reach it in 6 minutes. She was the first among the field officers. But compared to Lan Xuanyu and the others who rushed up in less than 10 seconds, she was still a little lacking. After landing not far away from Lan Xuanyu and the others, Yi Lingtong put away her mecha. When she looked at Lan Xuanyu and the others again, there were some changes in her gaze. Her strong competitiveness couldn't help but burst into flames. Special mecha? A mecha that could transform into a mecha? If she had such a mecha, she should be able to do it too, right? She comforted herself in her heart. Lan Xuanyu and the others didn't pay attention to them. Under Lan Xuanyu's lead, the 7 of them were looking at the contents of the military rules and regulations that had already been transmitted to them through their soul guidance communicators. There was nothing to do even if they waited, so they might as well use it to learn. When the last field officer reached the top of the Starry Sky City, it took him 25 minutes. Everyone had completed the test. Qingyi also came. Everyone, gather. The test just now was just an appetizer. Next, it's time to show off your Warriors of the Stars abilities. Enter the inner airport 700 meters to the left. Prepare to take off and fly a fighter jet for a mission. Fly a fighter jet for a mission? Lan Xuanyu's team of 7 then raised their heads. Compared to the previous test, memorizing military rules and discipline was more of a headache for them. There were many items in military rules and discipline, and they needed some time to memorize them all. Lan Xuanyu took a few steps forward and saluted. Reporting. This was a military rule he had just learned. When speaking to an officer, he had to report first. Qingyi was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly returned the salute. Please speak. He used the word please when speaking to Lan Xuanyu. Can we use our own fighter jets? Lan Xuanyu asked. Qingyi said, yes. He also wanted to see what advantages Lan Xuanyu's Skywings had compared to ordinary fighter jets. This kind of mecha that could transform was too advanced. It had to be known that space fleets were equipped with both fighter jets and mechas, but the division of labor between the two was different. One was good at speed, while the other was good at positional warfare. If these two could be combined, then whether it was in space or on land, it would be much more convenient. There was no doubt that the Skywings would be a huge boost to the military. He had just sent the video to General Xianxia. If the Skywings could be used in the future, Dragon 3 would definitely be the first to fight for it. Therefore, he couldn't wait to see what kind of abilities the Skywings could display. It would be good to record it and fight for it in the future. Seeing the Skywings, Xianxia felt for the first time that bringing Lan Xuanyu and the others to Dragon 3 was a good thing. At least they brought the latest technology. He just didn't know if it belonged to Tangman or Shrek Academy. Xianxia said, "I'll send the next combat mission to your soul communicators. You can confirm the mission target and carry it out. Begin immediately." Yes. Although his military rank was higher than the other party, he was now an instructor. Lan Xuanyu immediately responded according to the military rules he had just learned. The mission target quickly came through the communicator. The next part of the assessment was called the Battle of Aircrafts. What they were about to face was an unknown enemy fighter squadron. There were a total of 60 enemy fighters. It was more than twice the amount they had on their side. This test was to try their best to survive the upcoming aerial battle and to destroy as many enemy aircraft as possible. The results would be determined based on the actual combat performance. After checking the content of the assessment, Lan Xuanyu couldn't help but glance at the field officers who were still running towards the airport. Qianlei could not help but say, "I don't think they need to go, right? Keep a low profile." Lan Mengqi nudged him. Before Xianxia could understand what they meant, the 7 of them had already boarded the Skywing mechas and taken to the skies. The 7 Skywing mechas tore through the air and instantly soared into the skies. Yi Lingtong rushed into the hangar. She was the fastest and immediately chose the nearest fighter jet to board. All the students of the Space Warfare Command Department had to learn how to pilot a warship. This was the foundation of entering the space fleet. It was also a basic course for commanding space battles. Activating the buttons on the fighter jet, he made a simple adjustment of the military standard fighter jet and confirmed the mission. Under her control, the fighter jet slowly glided out and entered the ejection track. 3, 2, 1, the countdown started. With a whoosh, the fighter jet was ejected and flames spewed out from its tail as it rushed into the void. If she had a fighter jet just now, she would also be able to rush to Starry Sky City so quickly. They were relying on the advantage of the mechas being able to transform. In terms of piloting a fighter jet, Yi Lingtong was very confident in herself. She had also put in a lot of effort in this aspect. The fighter jet rushed into the air, adjusted its position, and activated manual piloting mode. The truly outstanding fighter jet pilots all piloted manually because manual piloting could increase the limits of the fighter jet and allow it to perform all kinds of extreme maneuvers to fight. However, at this moment, she saw 7 fighter jets flying towards her. The enemy was here. Yi Lingtong's pupils contracted and her entire body tensed up. Her soul power flowed and she entered the best state. Her hands moved quickly and the fighter jet was ready to fight at any time. But in the next moment, she suddenly felt that the fighter jet in the distance looked a little familiar. And the other party obviously had no intention of fighting with her. The fighter jet adjusted its direction slightly and flew diagonally. Beep beep beep, emergency notification. The assessment has changed. All fighter jets, return to the hangar. I repeat, emergency notification. Xianxia held the microphone in his hand as he issued the emergency notification. His emotions were getting more and more complicated. Just now, he understood what Qianlei meant. Yes, the other field officers didn't have to go. It was settled. 60 enemy fighter jets in a few minutes' time. Just as the other field officers were in the process of boarding the fighter jets, the battle ended. The 7 winged angels killed their way into the enemy's formation. The real battle process only took 2 minutes and 47 seconds. The battle ended just like that. Xianxia only saw the flames of an explosion. Even through the surveillance system, he couldn't see the entire battle process clearly before the battle ended. The 7 winged angels were intact and had returned. At this moment, the other fighter jets had just taken off. Not to mention 7 people, even if it was just Lan Xuanyu alone, 60 fighter jets really wouldn't be enough for him to fight. He was a super god level 58. The top super god level fighter jet pilot in the entire Federation. Those who were stronger than him in this aspect were mostly existences at the level of title Douluo. Lan Xuanyu hadn't added his soul skills into his piloting. Xianxia now understood a little why the arrival of the wings of the 33 heavens was so important to the Fleet Command Center. It seemed like it was really different. Was the Shrek Academy's fighter jet piloting education so good? Weren't they mainly teaching soul masters? He was now starting to feel that Long San's decision was wrong. It didn't seem appropriate to train them with a group of field officers. With such a big gap, wouldn't it put pressure on the other field officers? Or would it make their mentality collapse? That was why he didn't mention that the 60 fighter jets had already been defeated when he issued the emergency notification. All the fighter jets returned to the hangar. Lan Xuanyu and the others also returned. Looking at the confused faces of their colleagues, Lan Xuanyu and the others didn't say anything. This wasn't worth showing off. Too weak. Learning military rules and discipline was much more difficult. Xianxia didn't come over directly. Instead, he dialed Xianxia's number and reported the situation here to him. After Xianxia heard it, he was shocked. Tell them to wait for orders. I'll come over now. 10 minutes later, Xianxia arrived at Starry Sky City. When the field officers saw this general, they immediately stood up straight, not daring to relax in the slightest. Xianxia's gaze swept across Lan Xuanyu and the others. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Lan Xuanyu's team, step out and follow me. Lan Xuanyu and the others walked out and followed Xianxia. Once they left, the other field officers heaved a sigh of relief. Wow, these newcomers are pretty good. I don't know where they came from. I don't know if their previous actions were appreciated by Butcher Shin or if they angered him. I hope it's not the latter. Otherwise, they'll be in trouble. Xianxia was Long San's vice captain and the head of the combat department. Although he was old, he was iron-blooded and upright. Because of this, he offended the higher-ups of the military. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been a major general. Xianxia brought Lan Xuanyu and the others to a private room. After closing the door, he gestured for Lan Xuanyu and the others to sit down. Major General Lan Xuanyu, I've heard a little about your situation, but it seems like I don't have a deep understanding of it. I'll reflect on this. The training this time shouldn't mean much to you. But you still have to learn the basic military rules and laws. I'll immediately get someone to arrange for you to enter the base and assign you a place to stay. Because of your uniqueness, you'll be assigned together. I'd like to ask, what level of Heaven Fighter mission can you complete? A 5th level mission shouldn't be a problem, Lan Xuanyu said. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. A 5th level Heaven Fighter mission was already a very high level. He knew that he still underestimated the strength of these young people. Even if they graduated from Shrek Academy, if they only graduated from the outer court, it was impossible for them to complete a 5th level Heaven Fighter mission under normal circumstances. Okay, I understand. Later, I'll get someone to send you to Dragon 3's living quarters to arrange for you to stay. Wait for further notice. Okay. Although the training had just begun, Xianxia knew that the military training didn't mean much to Lan Xuanyu and the rest. Here, it would affect the other field officers. It was better to make other arrangements. Xianxia left in a hurry, and Lan Xuanyu and the rest returned to the field officers. Yilingtong came to Lan Xuanyu and asked curiously, why is Minister Shen looking for you? Lan Xuanyu said, we might have other arrangements, so we can't continue to participate in the training. Is that so? What arrangements? Yilingtong couldn't help but ask. Before Lan Xuanyu could speak, Qianlei said, this doesn't seem like something you should be asking. Don't the military rules state that you can't ask about other people's missions without permission? This is a military secret. Qianlei naturally recognized Yilingtong, but he didn't have a good impression of this girl. Yilingtong was too self-centered and too eager to excel. Lan Mengqin gently squeezed his hand. Qianlei looked at her in confusion and received a look of praise, which instantly lifted his spirits. Lan Xuanyu didn't say anything and just nodded politely at Yilingtong with a smile. At this time, Xianxia had already walked over. He gestured to Lan Xuanyu and the others, and the 7 of them followed him. It was time for them to leave. Yilingtong watched as they left. She didn't know why, but she felt a sense of loss. Her former classmates had long since parted ways. Even the outstanding boys in Tianluo College had been left behind by her. She was already close to 6 rings. At her age, this was already an amazing achievement. The academy's teachers all said that she had the possibility of entering the War God Temple in the future. However, all these years of hard work had also taken up all of Yi Lingtong's spare time. Suddenly seeing Lan Xuanyu, and he seemed to be so outstanding, her heart was touched. To Lan Xuanyu, meeting Yi Lingtong was just a small interlude. When they exited the simulation pod, the shuttle car was already waiting outside. They were first told to go back and pack their things, then they were taken to the living quarters of the Dragon 3 warship. Although the living quarters of the Dragon King warship couldn't be compared to the mothership, it was still quite big and was located in the middle of the warship. Lan Xuanyu and the others were arranged to live in the high-ranking officers' living quarters, which was a series of connected metal houses. The others' rooms were around 100 square meters and had their own living rooms, bedrooms, and bathrooms. The military's food was provided uniformly. If they wanted to improve their meals, they had to go to the living quarters to buy their own food, so there was no kitchen in the living quarters. Lan Xuanyu's room was 200 square meters and the facilities were even more complete. This was the corresponding living quarters for major generals. The others were actually basking in his limelight. Otherwise, lieutenant colonels wouldn't be qualified to live in such rooms. 100 square meters corresponded to the ranks of colonel and senior colonel. The room was decorated simply but was very comfortable, especially Lan Xuanyu's room, which was decorated with soft cloth. The walls were very soft to the touch and didn't have the coldness of metal. The floor was covered with a carpet. It wasn't some luxurious brand, but it was clean and tidy. It was very comfortable to walk on barefoot. Moreover, there was a small conference room in Lan Xuanyu's room that could accommodate 8 people to discuss matters. Only a large warship like the Dragon King warship could have such perfect facilities. After Lan Xuanyu and the others settled down, someone took them around the living quarters. The living quarters weren't small and were open to everyone. Whether it was officers or soldiers, they could come to the living quarters to relax if they weren't on duty. There were bars, cafes, game rooms, restaurants, and many other facilities. There was no school on the warship. If the soldiers here had children, the children would be sent to the school on the mothership to study. The mothership was the safest and had enough space. The living quarters here were more for leisure and entertainment. Lan Xuanyu even saw hourly rooms for rent. Ordinary soldiers lived in a dormitory, but in the space fleet, it wasn't forbidden for male and female soldiers to fall in love. After all, in the lonely space life, if there wasn't some stimulation, people would go crazy. Hourly rooms were naturally prepared for ordinary soldiers. The price was cheap and the business was booming. They often needed to be booked. Officers above a certain rank naturally didn't have this problem. They all had their own private rooms. Therefore, it was much easier for officers to find a partner in the space fleet. Being able to have their own private room was the goal of many soldiers. There was no class system in the space fleet. It didn't mean that you would become a high-ranking officer just because you graduated from a famous school. Here, strength was important, and even more so military achievements. Even if it was an ordinary soldier, if he made contributions in battle, he could accumulate merits and be promoted to an officer. The service period of the space fleet was 10 years for soldiers. Officers were different according to their rank. Among all the occupations in the Federation, the soldiers in the space fleet had the highest income. If an ordinary soldier served for 10 years, after returning to the administrative planet, his income would be enough for him to live in luxury for the rest of his life. Therefore, many retired space fleet soldiers were very popular among women. The Federation called every retired soldier a hero. Of course, before they were 60 years old, they could be drafted into the reserve force at any time. The generous treatment also made more people wish to become universe warriors. In the space fleet, relatively speaking, soldiers had a certain degree of danger. Especially the mecha soldiers who participated in the landing battle. They often had to fight on the front lines against the enemy. The safety of a warship commander was much higher. After all, the bigger the warship, the safer it was for the entire fleet. What made Lan Xuanyu and the others surprised was that the living area didn't have the cold and hard style of the army. Instead, it was very warm and comfortable. From the colors to the music, that warm feeling was like returning to a big city. Comfortable and lazy. The most common place was the bar. But every bar had a warning sign in front of it. It warned soldiers that they could only drink when they were on leave. At the same time, if they caused trouble while drinking, they would be punished by military law. Lan Xuanyu asked around and found out that drinking in bars was a common hobby of almost all soldiers. But the alcohol here could only be drunk here and couldn't be taken away. The Space Fleet paid a lot of attention to the construction of the living area, even those Meteor-class attack ships and Meteorite-class reconnaissance ships that didn't have a living area. They would also be able to return to the mothership, frigate, or battleship to rest after completing a mission for a certain period of time. Tension and relaxation allowed the fleet to form a virtuous cycle, maintaining a strong combat ability at all times. Lan Xuanyu and the others didn't have any missions now, so they just strolled around the living area. There was another interesting place in the living area of the fleet. Lan Xuanyu realized that no matter what rank a soldier was, they would remove their military rank before entering the living area. In the army, the requirements for superiors and subordinates were extremely strict. But if there was such a level of relationship in the living quarters, it would not be easy to relax. Removing the military rank to enter the living quarters was not a hard and fast rule, but an unspoken rule. Even the captain would often come to the living quarters. In the next few days, other than the necessary daily training, Lan Xuanyu and the others strolled around the living quarters. Not to mention, the food in the restaurant was quite good. Don't think that the food in the Space Fleet was monotonous. In fact, the mothership even had a special planting area to grow all kinds of vegetables and fruits. And meat was stored in large quantities under freezing. Of course, these foods were considered luxuries in the Space Fleet. If you were tired of the nutrition paste, you could only change it occasionally. After a few days of familiarity, Lan Xuanyu and the others began to understand the life of the Space Fleet. They currently did not have any missions, and for the ordinary officers and soldiers, they would usually work for a period of time and rest for a period of time. Every position had at least 2 or even 3 people to fill it. They took turns to work. This was a non-war period, but once they entered a war period, it would be different. The entire army would be mobilized and thrown into battle. These peaceful days did not last for too long. Lan Xuanyu received a message that the captain wanted to see him. Dragon 3 Battleship Command Center. As a Dragon King-class frigate, the command center was located at the highest point in the front of the ship. There was a wide porthole here, and one could see the vast space at 270 degrees. When Lan Xuanyu arrived, there were already more than 10 officers in the command center. They were looking at the electronic map in front of them, discussing something. Report. Lan Xuanyu stood at the door and saluted. The officers inside could not help but raise their heads and look in his direction. In the middle of them, a middle-aged man with a lieutenant general rank on his shoulder smiled and said, "Our youngest general is here. Xianyu, come in." Lan Xuanyu strode forward. He could feel that the senior officers of the Dragon 3 battleship were looking at him with curiosity. That's right. His young and handsome face, and the military star on his shoulder were really out of place. At least in the eyes of these high-ranking military officers. Although this was the first time Lieutenant General Lan Xuanyu had seen him, he knew that this should be the captain of the 3rd Dragon Fleet. He was also one of the representatives of the military's younger generation, Lieutenant General Xianxia. He was only 47 years old this year, but he was already a powerful figure in the military. He was hailed as the most likely candidate to succeed General Bai Ling as the commander of the 7th Fleet in the future. Other than Xianxia, Lan Xuanyu also knew Major General Xianxia and Senior Colonel He Qingyi. It was his first time meeting the other officers. Among them, there were 3 major generals and the rest were senior officers. Xianxia clearly had no intention of introducing everyone to Lan Xuanyu. At this moment, the 3D combat map was floating above the table. Xianxia said solemnly, "The war is about to begin. The order to mobilize the entire army will be issued shortly. In this battle, our 7th Fleet is the main force. The 3rd and 5th Fleets would attack the Dragon Horse system from the flanks. Cooperate with us. Hearing this, Lan Xuanyu, who was standing at the back, was shocked. The Federation was going to attack the Dragon Horse system. Before he came, he had crammed a lot of information on the Dragon Horse system. The Dragon Horse system was a military secret. The information was specially given to him by the War God Temple. The Dragon Horse system was very vast. It was even larger than the Douluo Federation's entire territory. There were hundreds of stars in the Dragon Horse system. Currently, the Douluo Federation had already explored more than 500 resource-rich planets. There were also dozens of planets that could be used as administrative planets. This was even before the Dragon Horse system was fully explored. In the universe, there were very few planets that could be used for human habitation without modification. In other words, if the Douluo Federation could attack and occupy the Dragon Horse system, the Federation's territory would expand by almost 10 times. The number of administrative planets would also increase by at least 5 times. The Dragon Horse system was half surrounded by the Douluo Federation's territory. Therefore, it was the only way for the Douluo Federation to continue colonizing the universe. There were many powerful races living in the Dragon Horse system. Among them, there were 2 huge administrative planets known as the Dragon Horse Twin Stars. These 2 planets were more than 10 times the size of the Douluo planet. They were rich in resources and had excellent environments. However, there were also 2 major races living there. They were the Tenryu Star race and the Tianma Star race. The Tenryu Star's first seat that Lan Xuanyu had met before was one of the strongest people in the Tenryu Star. These 2 major races ruled over most of the other races in the Dragon Horse system. In the Dragon Horse system, there were hundreds of known races. Relatively speaking, the entire Dragon Horse system was like a sheet of loose sand. The Tenryu Star and the Tianma Star were the leaders in name. The other races had to hand over their resources to avoid being attacked by the 2 major races. The Tenryu Star and the Tianma Star were staunch supporters of the bloodline theory. They firmly believed that other than themselves, the other races were inferior. Therefore, they disdained to attack and occupy the territories of the inferior races. They only needed the inferior races to hand over their resources. Therefore, the Tenryu Star race and the Tianma Star race did not mind their own resources. They only received them. As the Douluo Federation expanded, it was inevitable that they would clash with the Dragon Horse system. The 2 major races sent out envoys to ask the Douluo Federation to submit. How could the Douluo Federation be willing? Therefore, a war broke out. The Tenryu Star race and the Tianma Star race were both extremely powerful races. Their adults could fly freely in space. However, they were very backward in terms of technology. In that war, the Douluo Federation won. They relied on the powerful combat strength of their space fleet to defeat the 2 major races. However, the Douluo Federation also suffered heavy losses in that war. 3 of their space fleets were almost completely destroyed. If not for the fact that they had to prevent the Tenryu Star and the Tianma Star from being bombarded by the space fleet, the outcome of that war would have been difficult to predict. It was also after that war that both sides began to hesitate. The Tenryu Star race and the Tianma Star race realized that there were enemies in the universe who could contend with them. They began to pay attention to the Douluo Federation and began to gather the various forces in the Dragon Horse system. The Douluo Federation also accelerated its development. It added 2 more space fleets, from the original 5 to 7 space fleets. In terms of technological development, the Tenryu Star race and the Tianma Star race would not be able to catch up to the Douluo Federation in a short period of time. Both sides were in a stalemate. The Dragon Origin Crystal conspiracy that Lan Xuanyu discovered was an important operation by the Tenryu Star race against the Douluo Federation. If not for Lan Xuanyu discovering it in time, the Douluo Federation would have suffered heavy losses. The Tenryu Star and the Tianma Star race would definitely not let go of such an opportunity. Why was the space fleet guarded by 4 Dragon King-class frigates? In fact, it was because after the war that year, in order to guard against the infiltration of the Tenryu Star race and the Tianma Star race, this arrangement was made. With 4 Dragon King-class frigates and a powerful all-around radar detection system, even a Transcendent would not be able to silently infiltrate the space fleet. Once discovered, the space fleet would immediately activate its protective barrier. Lan Xuanyu did not expect that he would encounter such a large-scale military operation when he had just joined the 7th Fleet. The Federation was about to wage war against the Dragon Horse system again. The Dragon Origin Crystal incident infuriated the higher-ups of the Douluo Federation, but at the same time, they were also frightened. The Tenryu Star Race and the Tianma Star Race had actually thought of such a method to deal with the Federation, but the Federation was unaware of it. The other party had taken advantage of the Douluo Federation's thirst for resources. End of chapter 981. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.